Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 240 to Chapter 282. Yi Fan probed it a few times, and finally obtained a preliminary understanding of the situation he wanted to know. The large black dog was not an ancient race, and was rather close to Emperor Wu Shi. However, he also tasted the bitter fruit. In the following days, he was often bitten by dogs. The large black dog was very vengeful, and would give him a bite every now and then. Whether it was eating or going out, he had to be careful. I'm bitten by dogs every day. What's going on? He was really speechless. He had never seen such a vengeful dog. A cultivator being bitten by a dog, if word got out, it would probably cause a lot of laughter. It was really humiliating. If it weren't for the fact that his body was comparable to godly metal, he really wouldn't have been able to endure it. Even so, there were still a few bruises on his body. If you bite me again, I'll skin you alive and eat dog meat. These words caused a great disaster. In the following dozen or so days, there was no peace. The large black dog would occasionally bite him. Yi Fan also attacked a few times, but he couldn't do anything to it. That glossy black body was too sturdy. His golden palms and fingers struck out with sky-shaking sounds, but he just couldn't move it. How does it temper its body? It's too freakish. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that for some reason, the large black dog only knew how to bite and pounce. It didn't know how to cast any techniques, and it couldn't even fly. This is really strange. If it was an ordinary dog demon, it would also know how to fly. Yi Fan observed for a dozen or so days. The large black dog would go to the Purple Mountain every morning, and then absorb the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate. It didn't do anything else. Black Emperor, you can't even fly with this kind of cultivation. Your supreme scripture isn't good enough. The large black dog glanced at him, and said, My great Tao is mysterious and unfathomable, and my cultivation level has already returned to its original state. What can you see? Don't try to trick me. Your stupid scripture isn't suitable for humans to cultivate at all. Why would I try to trick it? Yi Fan felt that this large dog was too vigilant. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens if he wanted to get any more information out of it. Don't think I don't know what you want. The large black dog raised its massive head, and said arrogantly, Let me tell you, there's no chance. Just give up as soon as possible. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He felt that there was really no way to deal with this old monster. It had lived for too long and was more cunning than anyone else. If you want the ancient scriptures, it's not impossible. Get me a piece of divine source. Yi Fan wanted to give it a beating, saying, Why don't you say that I'll dig out the source of origin ancient mine for you to eat? You still want divine origin? I haven't even seen it before. Then there's no need to talk. The large black dog tilted his head and glanced at him. Then, he swaggered away. Actually, I know the whereabouts of an ancient scripture of a monster race great emperor, Yi Fan said indifferently. I can't believe you're able to pull off such a cheap trick. The large black dog expressed his disdain. He didn't even turn his head back as he left with his bald tail raised high in the air. Yi Fan flicked his finger, and a bead of blood flew out. Without saying anything, he walked in the opposite direction. The large black dog immediately scurried back, baring his white teeth as he blocked Ling Han's path. Black Emperor, what do you want to do? Have you eaten the flesh and blood of a monster emperor before? I can smell the scent of that supreme demonic blood. His expression was unkind, and his expression was even more vivid than that of a human's. Do you think I'm as savage as you? I've never killed a living thing in my life. If I believed your words, I would really be seeing a ghost. Now do you believe me? This is the aura of a monster emperor, and I do indeed know the whereabouts of an ancient scripture of a monster emperor. Yi Fan guided him patiently. No wonder I always had an urge to swallow you. There is a shred of the monster emperor's blood essence in your body. The large black dog bared his teeth, and licked his lips with his bright red tongue. Black Emperor, what do you want to do? I want to eat you. The large black dog opened his bloody mouth, and suddenly rushed over. Yi Fan formed a sun-moon seal, and rushed over. His golden palm trembled, and he wanted to beat this large black dog to the ground. This place was like smithing, and the sounds were deafening. For hours later, Yi Fan's arms were numb, and he really couldn't fight anymore. He flew into the air, and pulled out a shirt to wear. Because the large black dog was tearing and biting at him, he almost suffered a great loss. F***ck, I've been bitten by a dog again. Yi Fan looked at the teeth marks on his body, and was really speechless. There was probably no cultivator who had been chased and bitten by a dog like him. The large black dog stuck out his red tongue, and panted as he said, "I believe you. You have indeed refined the blood essence of a monster emperor before, and your skin is thick and your flesh is not delicious." Yi Fan cursed his bad luck, and turned to leave. "Don't go, we can talk. If you can find me a divine source, I'll tell you the whereabouts of an ancient scripture," the large black dog called out from behind. Not interested. Yi Fan didn't even turn back, and flew toward the stone stronghold. The large dog was obviously tempted, but he still demanded an exorbitant price. Now, he had to keep his cool. In the next 2 days, the Black Emperor was very calm, and didn't come to find him. He finally had 2 days of peace, and was not bitten by a dog. On the 4th day, the large black dog finally appeared, and said, "I say, brat, are you intentionally leaving me hanging? We both want an ancient scripture, and now we can sit down and talk. Give me 3 divine source, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of the demon race great emperor's ancient scripture." Woof. The large black dog almost pounced, and looked at him fiercely. "Forget it, 1 divine source," Yi Fan said unhurriedly. "Brat, you're trying to extort me. Let me tell you, I don't even have half a divine source. If you want an ancient scripture of the human race, give me a divine source." The large black dog gritted his teeth. "In your dreams, I haven't even seen what a divine source looks like. Don't think that I don't know. You've obtained the heavenly source book, and you'll definitely be able to find a divine source in the future. Even if I find it, I won't give it to you." The first conversation ended on a bad note. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor didn't back down. The next day, they quarreled again. "Brat, give me a divine source, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of an ancient scripture. Give me 10, and I'll recite half of the ancient scripture for you. Give me 50, and I'll give you a complete ancient scripture," the Black Emperor said patiently. "Why don't you just dive into the origin ancient mine? How many divine source are there in the North region? You want 10, and then you want 50. Do you think this is a sweet potato?" Yi Fan's fingers became a faint gold color, and he really wanted to slap the dog's head a few times. "You can't say that. A supreme ancient scripture is priceless. How about this, you tell me the whereabouts of the demon race great emperor's scripture. What you said can all be reversed. You can use divine source to exchange for the demon race great emperor's ancient scripture." Yi Fan smiled. "Woof, you win." The large black dog's tone finally softened slightly, and he said, "We can exchange the whereabouts of the ancient scripture. This way, no one will lose out." "I feel like I'll lose out. Old monster like you is too cunning. Who knows if what you said is true or false?" Yi Fan took out the oily green-black tortoise, and played with it in his hand. He did this intentionally. This large black dog's background was strange, and he wanted to see if he could see anything. The result exceeded his expectations. The large black dog's eyes immediately turned green, and he pounced over soundlessly, launching a sneak attack as fast as lightning, biting down. Even though Yi Fan was on guard, he was still bitten twice, but at least he didn't snatch the black tortoise away, and soared into the sky. F***ck, I was bitten by a dog again. Yi Fan was extremely angry, and really wanted to skin it and eat its flesh. "Brat, how can you say that? What do you mean by being bitten by a dog again? It sounds like you're insulting me," the large black dog questioned boldly. "Do you have any dog morals? Always launching sneak attacks, I've never seen a dog as immoral as you." Yi Fan felt slightly awkward talking to a dog like this, but this dog was really evil, and was no different from a human that had become a demon. "Brat, let me see that piece of broken jade in your hand." The large black dog looked at him from the corner of his eye. "I'll let you see. It's definitely like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and you won't be able to return. Don't even think about it." Yi Fan stood in the air. The large black dog was very displeased with the words, "throwing a meat bun at a dog," and said with a dark expression, "Isn't it just a piece of broken jade?" "You're too stingy. I just think it looks a little like the piece I used to wear in the past. If you don't want to let me see, then so be it. Let's not talk anymore." He acted as if he didn't care, and swaggered off. Yi Fan discovered that this large black dog was really two-faced, and was even more cunning than humans. He said, "Black Emperor, don't try to hide it. Do you really think I don't know what this is? You actually dare to say that? Broken jade? This is a divine source shell." The large black dog stopped in his tracks with a schwa, turned around, and said, "Ridiculous, I don't know what you're talking about." Yi Fan smirked coldly, and said, "Keep pretending." The Black Emperor didn't leave, and slowly walked over again. He said, "This is only a divine source shell, and there isn't much spiritual essence left in it. How about this? I can barely count it as half a piece of divine source. If you can find another half, I'll tell you the whereabouts of the ancient scripture. I've never seen such a despicable dog like you. Stop pretending, I know there's a shocking secret sealed inside." The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up slightly, and he slowly said, "This is something that I brought out from a grand divine temple in the forbidden land of absolute beginning. I'm sure you've definitely seen something from it. If you want it, you can exchange it for the ancient scripture. Stop bullshitting. You think you can enter the forbidden land of absolute beginning? Any random creature that jumps out would be able to devour you." The large black dog raised his head high. Yi Fan waved the green jade in his hand, and said, "This is something that was enshrined on the divine altar of the ancient temple. The Deluo silver essence has already decayed, but this jade is still completely undamaged." "Really? Let me see it more clearly." The large black dog scooted forward. "You want to cheat me again, right?" Yi Fan flew into the sky. In the following days, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor continued to wrangle. He felt that this dog was too difficult to deal with, and he really wanted to kill it and eat it. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat this large black dog. Its life was even tougher than his. Half a month later, he really couldn't take it anymore. He didn't have the patience to continue haggling, and wanted to leave the stone stronghold. It was at this moment that the large black dog finally relented. "Brat, you win. This is the first time in my life that I've given in to someone. I'll show you a way to find the scripture. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck." This dog's words couldn't be trusted at all. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines, and he said, "Don't say such useless things. I only want the Western Emperor scripture. If you can't take it out, then don't say anything. I'll leave right now, and don't even think about seeing this green jade profound tortoise again in this lifetime." The large black dog's expression flickered, and he said, "Brat, you're too ruthless. Why do you want me to bring you to find the scripture first, and only give me benefits after you obtain it? This is too unfair. I have the guarantee of my reputation, and yours. I can't see it." "Brat, what do you mean? You're smearing this emperor's reputation. We'll never meet again." Yi Fan turned and left. Young people are really impatient. "Fine, this emperor will bring you to find the Western Emperor scripture," the large black dog said fiercely. "Let's make this clear first. If you manage to find it, you must give me that green jade profound tortoise." "No problem." Yi Fan nodded in agreement. "Also, you have to tell me the whereabouts of the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture as well," the large black dog added. "That's easy too." "Brat, you agreed so quickly. Is there a trick?" The large black dog was suspicious. "I'm really wondering whether you're a black dog or a black fox. If you dare to look down on me again, I'll teach you a lesson," the Black Emperor threatened. The large black dog was only slightly obedient towards Xianxia. He raised his bald tail in farewell, and left with Yi Fan. Crackle, crackle. Yi Fan once again used the heaven and earth changing technique, and transformed into another youth. His appearance changed greatly. The large black dog sneered disdainfully at the side, and said, "One look and I can tell that you've done all kinds of bad things. Even when you're out, you have to act like this. What kind of atrocious things have you done? Don't be cocky. Hurry up and take me to find the Western Emperor scripture." Yi Fan felt that this large black dog was really difficult to deal with. Take me to the surrounding cities first. The Black Emperor raised his head very high, and swept his gaze over the reddish-brown earth. Why are you taking a stroll around the cities if you have nothing better to do? We're not going out to travel, but to find the Western Emperor scripture. Didn't you say that when the Western Emperor Mother first created this scripture, she carved it on a precipice? I've been in seclusion for many years, and the mountains and rivers have all changed, so how could I still remember it so clearly? I need to carefully look around to find the direction. The large black dog's bald tail was raised very high, and he looked very aloof. How long have you lived, and you still say that the mountains and rivers have all changed? How shameless! Yi Fan glared at him. Even divine kings could only live for a few thousand years, and the lifespans of others were much shorter. Don't worry, I guarantee that I'll be able to find that precipice after I look around. The large black dog dashed forward like a black bolt of lightning. In the next few days, they went to over 30 cities. The large black dog wandered around, and it was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Brat, you've really gone too far in doing bad things. Look, even your portrait has been pasted up in this city. This is a reward of 1,000 kilograms source. In an ancient city called Long Wind, Yi Fan saw his own portrait. Without a doubt, it was an arrest warrant issued by the Ji clan and the light-shaking realm. Someone had pasted it up. He had seen a similar arrest warrant from Big Boss before, and it was completely the same. When I have some free time, I'll kill all the members of the younger generation who have entered the North region. You want to use them as practice after obtaining the Western Emperor scripture, right? The large black dog saw through his thoughts. You still haven't found the direction? Don't tell me you've forgotten, Yi Fan said with a dark expression. I've already gradually remembered it. We can set out now, the large black dog gave an affirmative answer. After traveling for several days, Yi Fan felt that something was off. The large black dog was leading him in the direction of the Origin Ancient Mine. Are you sure you didn't remember the wrong way? We're going to the Origin Ancient Mine. That's right, we're going to the old land of the Jade Pool, the large black dog answered. Yi Fan had heard that the old land of the Jade Pool was over 10,000 kilometers away from the Origin Ancient Mine, and the sect had only moved later on. However, now, no one knew where the so-called old land of the Jade Pool was, and no one could find it. It was said that when the Jade Pool retreated, it had already been completely sealed. Around the Origin Ancient Mine, the vast and boundless region was all mining areas. The large black dog was like an old horse that knew the way, observing the terrain of the mountains and rivers, and continuously making detours, avoiding the mining areas of the Holy Land, bringing Yi Fan into the depths of the reddish-brown earth. Why did the Jade Pool retreat? Yi Fan asked. In reality, many ancient texts recorded that the Jade Pool was over 10,000 kilometers away from the Origin Ancient Mine, and there was no mention of any so-called relocation. No one knows the specific reason. The moonlight was like water, and Yi Fan and the Black Emperor had already advanced in the uninhabited region for over a dozen days, but they still hadn't found the so-called ruins of the Jade Pool. That's not right. The old land of the Jade Pool has beautiful mountain ranges, and the scenery is beautiful. It's an oasis, and it should be in this region. Why has it disappeared? The large black dog was suspicious. Under the moonlight, the red earth stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no end to it. It was empty and vast, and it was difficult to even see a large rock, let alone a mountain. The Black Emperor looked up at the bright moon, and then looked at this blood-colored earth, and said, "This place has been sealed. Brat, hurry up and find it. If we enter into a world full of flowers and birds, we might have a great opportunity." Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. He saw a white figure flying into the sky from the distant horizon. Jade Pool Celestial. Two divine lights shot out from the large black dog's eyes, and he said, "Looks like we've come to the right place. We definitely have to find the sealed old land of the Jade Pool. I really want to see why they retreated." In the North region, the temperature difference between day and night was very large. The moonlight was cold, and the chill was bone-chilling. On the horizon, a few white figures were very ethereal, flickering and disappearing. They were as ethereal as immortals as they flew into the sky. Yi Fan disappeared with a step, leaving behind a dozen or so afterimages on the vast land. He chased very far away, but he didn't catch anything. He stood in the night sky, looking up at the boundless starry sky. What is that? He was confused. The few white figures disappeared into the boundless night sky, and couldn't be seen again. Jade Pool Celestial, the large black dog answered. Celestial? Yifan didn't understand. To cultivators, celestials were illusory and unreal. Though there were always legends about their existence, there was no proof. Even if some were recorded in ancient books, they couldn't stand up to scrutiny. It's hard to say. The large black dog shook his head. The Jade Pool was an ancient site. Occasionally, there would be strange scenes of celestials flying under the night moon. No one could tell what was going on. From afar, it was hazy, but up close, it was indistinct. According to the legends, this was a primordial afterimage, a reflection of countless years ago, a replay of ancient events. It can't be a celestial. Yifan didn't believe it. I didn't say it was a celestial. The Black Emperor's eyes shone with a green light. He was no different from a wolf in the night. There was nothing on the vast land except sand and stones. The second half of the night was very quiet. Yifan and the Black Emperor searched for most of the night without finding anything. In the past, the Jade Pool had opened a sect here because the mountains and rivers here were beautiful, and it was a rare celestial land. But now, it was desolate, and apart from red sand, nothing else could be seen. The miraculous scene of the Jade Pool Celestial had already appeared. This was definitely the old land of the Jade Pool, but no matter how they searched, they couldn't find a single flaw. The morning glow surged, bright red and golden, and the reddish-brown land was dazzling. Yifan and the Black Emperor busied themselves for an entire night, but they didn't even find a single tile, let alone the ruins. You're really unreliable. You told me there was a Western Emperor scripture here, but you couldn't even find it. Do you know what it means to be blessed? What's that? That's the Western Emperor scripture, which was created by the legendary Western Emperor Mother. How could it be obtained so easily? The large black dog tried to find an excuse. Before coming here, you said it was very easy. You said that it was carved on a precipice, and as long as you came here, you would be able to find it. What happened? The large black dog pulled a long face, and walked to the side unhappily. He narrowed his eyes and began to ponder. After a long time, he said, "This place has been sealed, and I'm slightly unwell, so I might not be able to open it at the moment. I can only think of another way." It stood up and said, "Let's go to the edge of the Jade Pool. The seal there is the weakest. I think there's a way to sneak in." After advancing for a full half a day, the large black dog finally came to a decision. "Let's search here," he said. "Let's search here." The midday sun was very scorching. With the scorching sun overhead, the man and the shadow almost overlapped. The Black Emperor wandered around and suddenly jumped up, saying, "Found it." Hearing this, Yifan rushed over. In front of them, there was a stretch of red sand shining brightly. The scorching light from the scorching sun flowed over there like a large furnace. "Is there something strange about this place? Can we enter the Jade Pool from here? I remember that there's an ancient well at the edge of the Jade Pool Celestial Land. It should be here." "We can most likely enter," the large black dog replied. "Old Black, are you reliable? Don't try to fool me again." Yifan didn't really believe him. The large black dog bared his teeth, and threatened, "Call me Black Emperor." Yifan struck out with his palm, and the red sand swirled into the air. A large pit appeared in the ground, and some large rocks emerged from it. "That's right, it's here. Time is merciless. Even this ancient well has been drowned by the sand." The large black dog squatted down to take a closer look. When they finished clearing the ground, an ancient well appeared below them. It was built from ancient jade, and the mouth of the well was sealed by a large rock. The sunlight in the sky was absorbed by this well, and thus it was as hot as a large furnace. As expected, the Jade Pool is extraordinary. Even though it has been sealed, it can still automatically absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. This well is absorbing the sunlight. When Yifan lifted the large rock, a pitch-black mouth of the well was revealed. It was very deep, and they couldn't see the end of it. Are you sure that this well can lead to the jade pool? Yifan looked at him suspiciously. It should be about right, the large black dog said in an uncertain tone. What do you mean by about right? Are you sure? Have you entered here before? This well is so deep, so who knows where it will lead to? Isn't there no other way? We need to slowly explore it. The large black dog held a rock in his mouth, and tossed it into the ancient well. There was no echo for a long time. This is a bottomless pit. Yifan was shocked. I remember now. This is definitely the place that leads to the jade pool. Someone has entered here before. Brat, you go down and explore the way first. Why don't you go and explore the way? I've encountered some problems with my cultivation, so I can't fly. You can only go down. You're the one leading the way, yet you want me to go and explore the way? Yifan glared at him. There's light down there. The large black dog suddenly poked his head into the well. Yifan was surprised and looked down, but he didn't discover anything. Right at this moment, he felt the large dog's head bump into his body, and he was thrown down. Bald-tailed dog, you're really evil. Fortunately, he had been on guard against this large black dog, and he grabbed its hair, pulling it down as well. Brat, it's enough for you to go down alone. There's no need for both of you to come in. That's right, I also feel that it's enough for you to go down alone. Why don't I just throw you down? Yifan was about to let go, and he wanted to fly up himself. I can't fly. Brat, if you dare to let go, I won't let you off. The large black dog bit Yifan. F***ck, I've been bitten by a dog again. Yifan didn't fly up. Instead, he grabbed the large black dog, and they descended together, wanting to explore a path. The ancient well was really very deep, and they only reached the bottom after descending for over 2,000 meters. There was no water, and the ground was completely covered in mud. The stone that the large black dog had thrown in had sunk deeply into the mud. When they landed on the ground, a rotten smell wafted over. There were actually withered leaves in the mud. The ancient well was connected to an underground river, but the river had already dried up, and it flowed horizontally into the distance. Occasionally, they could see some small puddles, and some blind fish could be seen swimming in them. This dried-up river definitely leads to the Jade Lake. Even if there's a seal, it's still the weakest place. A green light flashed in the large black dog's eyes. The river was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. They could only use their spirit sense to capture the surrounding scenery. Yifan advanced slowly, and the Black Emperor followed beside him. You can even find a path like this? Is this the hole that you crawled out of in the past? Yifan swallowed the words dog hole, fearing that the large black dog would fly into a rage. F***ck, brat, are you scolding me? The large black dog was extremely sensitive, and he was as cunning as a human. He immediately realized what was going on. Yifan was afraid of being bitten, so he hurriedly diverted his attention, and said, No, you're thinking too much. How did you discover this path? In the past, the water in the ancient well was full, so it was almost impossible to discover this path. However, there have indeed been people who have entered this place before, but it has nothing to do with me. I've only heard of it. After walking for a full 30 to 40 kilometers, Yifan felt that the terrain was gradually becoming higher, and they were slowly ascending to the surface. In this place, the seal was extremely weak. There was a faint light flickering, but it couldn't stop anything at all, and they could continue forward. After walking for another few kilometers, sunlight shone down, and they were already very close to the exit. We can really enter the Jade Lake from this place. The large black dog muttered. So you really don't know? Yifan really wanted to teach him a lesson or two, but he was afraid of being bitten by the dog. This was a large lake, but it had already dried up, and the bottom of the lake had cracked open. This river was connected to a large crack at the bottom of the lake. After coming out from the river, rich spiritual chi instantly rushed over, making them feel refreshed, as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. The bottom of this large lake was very dry, and if one didn't count those large cracks, its shape was about the same as a frying pan. Many large fish bones lay on the ground. The lake had dried up, and they had died. The size of these bones was extremely astonishing, and there were a few that were over a dozen meters long, or even close to 20 meters long. Such large fish have most likely almost become spirits. In the surroundings of the lake, there were many ancient trees that reached into the sky that were rooted on the shore of the lake. They were incredibly vigorous, but it was a pity that they had all dried up, and only one or two still had a dozen or so yellow leaves on their heads. These trees are too thick. I'm afraid they have already grown for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, right? Yi Fan was astonished. Such ancient trees should have already become spirits, yet they had all died here. This was really a little strange. There's something strange about this place. A dark light shone from the large black dog's eyes, and he said, no matter whether it's the large fish that are over a dozen meters long in the lake, or the ancient trees on the shore that would require more than a dozen people to wrap their arms around, they obviously can't become spirits. What did you sense? Yi Fan asked. I didn't sense anything. It's just a kind of intuition. Perhaps this is the reason why the Jade Lake is retreating. The Black Emperor swept his gaze over the shore of the lake. The surroundings were very quiet, and it was a little lifeless. Yi Fan walked out of this dried-up lake pit, landed on the shore, and looked around. In the distance, there was an expanse of withered trees. Many trees had withered, and the entire area was bare and lifeless. It gave off an extremely desolate feeling. Didn't you say that this is a world filled with flowers and birds? Why is it so desolate and lonely? Something has happened here. The Black Emperor walked forward. Although the old land of the Jade Lake was very desolate, the spiritual chi here was very dense, and it was many times denser than the outside world. As expected of a holy land for cultivation. After walking for several kilometers, the sound of flowing water could be heard. After passing through a large forest of withered trees, a lush greenery entered his eyes. In front of him, there were green plants everywhere, and they were verdant and lush. There was a lake that was as clear as a sapphire, and large patches of plants on the shore were full of vitality. There were massive ancient trees, and their branches stretched towards the sky. Their entire bodies were like small mountains, and their thick vines were like numerous dragons, crawling all over the place. All kinds of flowers and plants were fragrant, refreshing the mind. They were colorful, and very pleasing to the eye. Yi Fan felt that it was strange. Why was there such a great contrast? They were very close to each other. One place was deathly silent, while the other place was full of vitality and vitality. The large black dog ran forward, passing through this lush land. After advancing for a mere 1,000 meters or so, another expanse of withered trees appeared, and it was completely silent. Strange, it can't be because of the water source. They continued forward, and discovered that 90% of the area was lifeless, and only a few places had vitality. This was also the case for the mountains. Most of them were bare, and not a single blade of grass grew. Only a few of them were beautiful, and their peaks were verdant and green. After advancing for several dozen kilometers, they finally saw a few pavilions. However, they were already half collapsed. Even though there were patterns on them, after so many years, they still couldn't resist the corrosion of time. Soon, we're approaching the important land of the Jade Lake. The Black Emperor's bald tail started counting as he ran forward. After passing through many mountains, they finally arrived at a land shrouded in celestial mist. It was quiet all around, and all the plants had withered. Large numbers of palaces were like heavenly palaces, either standing on the peaks of mountains, or sitting in front of dried-up waterfalls. If vitality was restored to this place, it would definitely be a celestial realm. The palaces of the Jade Lake that were floating in the air have all been moved away, and not a single one is left. The large black dog swept his gaze around. Is there an impregnable ancient city in the Jade Lake? Yi Fan asked. Of course there is one. The large black dog's eyes flashed, and it was as if he was searching for something. He said, after passing through a few mountain ridges in front of us, we'll arrive at the central area. They quickly advanced, and after passing through this withered land, the mist ahead became even more indistinct. After passing through a few mountain ridges, a lush land once again appeared before their eyes. There were waterfalls and springs, and the mist was hazy. There were many palaces here, and they were all extremely beautiful. It was as if they had entered the celestial realm. It's great that the central area hasn't become a land of death. The large black dog rushed forward. Which precipice did the Western Empress inscribe the scripture on? Yi Fan urged. After arriving at this kind of celestial realm, even he was feeling slightly restless. What are you in such a hurry for? Let's go to a good place first. On the beautiful cliffs, there were numerous large waterfalls that cascaded down. The silver waterfalls were as long as 3,000 meters, and it was an extremely spectacular sight. There were many palaces here, and it was like a scene from a painting. Where exactly are you going? Yi Fan asked. I'm naturally going to the holy lake of the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake is named after it. Not far away, there was a vast expanse of open land. There were countless strange flowers and plants in the surroundings, as well as palaces. In the central area, there was dense spiritual qi, and auspicious colors flowed about. There was a lake there, and it was hazy. It should be here. The large black dog rushed over. In this place, the spiritual qi was even denser, and it was many times denser than in other places. Standing here, they didn't need to use any mysterious techniques, and they could automatically absorb the source essence of heaven and earth. Plop! The large black dog dove into the celestial lake. Black Emperor, is there some kind of treasure in the lake? Otherwise, why are you so anxious? The large black dog didn't answer, and he swam toward the center of the lake. Like a streak of black light, he suddenly dove into the lake. Hell! The large black dog dove into the water for a few minutes before letting out a hell. He leaped out of the water as if he had been startled. What did you see? Yi Fan was astonished. Nothing much, it was just too refreshing. This is the celestial lake of the Jade Lake, and bathing here has a miraculous effect. It can open up one's muscles and activate one's meridians, speeding up one's cultivation. Brat, come down as well. Nonsense. Seeing how scared you were just then, there must be something strange. Are you trying to drag me down with you and be unlucky? Yi Fan stood on the shore, his arms crossed as he looked at the large black dog. Brat, you're naturally suspicious. Have I ever been so unscrupulous? The large black dog asked. When have you ever been unscrupulous? Hurry up and come up. Go and find the Western Emperor scripture for me, Yi Fan urged. The water quality of this celestial lake is special, and in the past, only the fairies of the Jade Lake could enjoy it. This is a place where peerless beauties come out to bathe. Outsiders can't even see it, much less enter. Don't you want to come down and experience it? Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. He saw a few figures in the water. They were pale white, and it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. You bald dog, you really are evil. The large black dog seemed to have sensed something, and he leaped high into the air. He leaped out of the water, and shouted, Why are you following me? Why are you still moving? F***ck, this damned dog. As expected, he wanted to drag me down with him and be unlucky, Yi Fan cursed silently. The large black dog rushed forward, sticking close to the surface of the water. His bald tail straightened, and he sprinted madly toward the shore. Under the lake, a few blurry figures with long black hair and white robes streaked past, causing Yi Fan's heart to palpitate in fear. What were those things? The mist was hazy, and water splashed everywhere. The large black dog trod on the water, running on the waves. He was like a black arrowhead as he quickly rushed ashore. What's going on? Why are they moving? He was very disheveled, and turned around to look. F***ck, this damn dog really deserves a beating. Yi Fan almost went over to smack him again. He looked askance at him. Brat, you're really unkind. You actually didn't help me just now, and just stood on the shore and watched. The large black dog turned around and bared his teeth. I wanted to help, but I just wanted to smack you. Yi Fan stood on the shore, and looked at him a few times. Then, he looked at the blurry figures in the water, and said, What did you see? The large black dog knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue too much. He wandered around the lake, mumbling something. What are you saying? I saw celestial maidens, all of them beautiful and beautiful. I can't help but feel pity for them. Let's go down and investigate together, the large black dog said. If you feel pity for them, then they definitely aren't celestial maidens. They're most likely a large wolf dog. Woof woof, brat, are you tired of living? The large black dog's bald tail stood up. Alright, stop biting me. My legs are full of your teeth marks. Yifan hurriedly comforted him. He was still hoping that he could find the Western Emperor scripture, so he didn't want to provoke him. Around the lake, the spiritual chi was so thick that it could almost condense into liquid. It was a holy cultivation ground that cultivators dreamed of. The water was dotted, and mist drifted. Everything underwater was very blurry, and a few figures slowly disappeared into the depths of the lake. Their figures were stiff, and they wore sackcloth. Their black hair was loose, and they looked very frightening underwater. They were like water ghosts, very strange. They're all corpses? Yifan asked in detail. The large black dog's expression darkened, and he said, How unlucky. This is clearly a celestial lake, a place where celestial maidens come out to bathe. I excitedly went down to search for the holy treasure, but in the end, I'm really unlucky. There's something good that you want to take for yourself, and when you see an evil creature, you want me to go down to accompany you? Yifan glared at him. Let's go down together. Maybe we can find a treasure, the large black dog urged. I'm not going. I'm not interested in corpses. Yifan refused. Lad, don't regret it. This is the most important place in the Jade Lake. If there are no corpses in the lake, I want to take them all away. In the past, this pool was well known under the heavens, the North region's most famous immortal pool. Spiritual essence was dense, to the extent where there was even a source within the pool. Drinking the water of this pool for a long time could prolong the lifespan of mortals, and the effect was even better for cultivators. The pure and holy nature of the women of Jade Lake was related to this. It could slowly improve their physique, and after dozens or hundreds of years, their bodies would be flawless. The water of the Jade Lake was the best source of water for refining medicine. Some great sects and sacred grounds would even come here to ask for water when refining precious divine pills. The materials used by the Western Empress to refine her extreme weapon were dug out from this celestial pond. Perhaps we'll be able to reap some benefits if we go down there, the large black dog said enticingly. Stop dreaming. If I did, would I still be here? Yifan scoffed. The requirements for the materials used to refine an extreme weapon were too high. Emperors had a very long lifespan, much longer than ordinary cultivators, but even if they searched all over the world, they still might not be able to gather all of them. Holy objects like phoenix blood gold were extremely rare, and could only be found by chance. Moreover, to refine an extreme weapon, it had to be made from the most precious materials since the world's creation. Thus, since ancient times, regardless of whether it was lost or existing extreme weapons, there were only a few of them in the eastern wasteland. That's hard to say. Perhaps there really is a celestial material left behind. The large black dog's eyes flashed. The Jade Lake has already been evacuated. Even if there was anything left, it would have already been searched clean. How could it possibly be left behind for you? Yifan was unmoved. What do you know? This pool is very mysterious. The Western Empress founded her sect here because of it. Perhaps there are other things at the bottom of the pool. I suspect that the so-called Jade Lake Celestial was triggered by this pool. There are indeed corpses. You've already seen them, so what else is there to investigate? Why did the Jade Lake evacuate? Why are there so many corpses in the pool? Don't you want to find out? The large black dog was displeased. If I was powerful enough, I would excavate the entire Origin Ancient Mine, as well as the 9 sacred mountains of the Forbidden Ancient Lands. But now, I only want to obtain the Western Emperor scripture, and I don't want to take any risks. If you don't go down with me, don't even think about obtaining the Western Emperor scripture in this lifetime. The large black dog bared his teeth. F*ck, this damn dog is even threatening me. Yifan cursed in his heart. The lake water was warm, and the water splashed up. It was as translucent as jade, and its spiritual energy was oppressive. It automatically entered one's body through one's pores. The people of the Jade Lake bathe in this water every day, so it's impossible for their cultivation not to improve. Why don't I just wait until I find enough energy and cultivate in seclusion here? I'll definitely improve by leaps and bounds then, Yifan exclaimed. What? Now you know the benefits, right? Do you think I would lie to you? The large black dog had a proud expression. Why are you so proud? Hurry up and go down. I'll follow behind you. I'll soak for a while longer. I'll go down after I've recovered enough energy. I'll feel a little uneasy. The large black dog felt slightly guilty. Have you snuck in here before? Yifan closed his eyes to enjoy the experience, and asked this evil black dog. I'd like to, but I never had the chance. I've only heard of it before, so I'm going to properly experience it today. I reckon that only the important figures of the Jade Lake can enter this pool, right? Yifan asked. The ultimate weapon left behind by the Western Empress has always been suppressed in the pool, and ordinary people indeed can't enter. Only the Western Empress, the Holy Maiden, and the Grand Elders can enter. However, the water in the pool can be drawn out for the use of other disciples. The ultimate weapon is always at the bottom of the pool? Yifan was astonished. Unfortunately, it was taken away by the people of the Jade Lake. Sigh. The large black dog was extremely greedy. There was a huge splash, and the large black dog sank into the pool. Yifan followed behind him, and only slowly approached the bottom of the pool after descending for over 100 meters. F***ck. Yifan felt his scalp go numb. The bottom of the pool was densely packed with the corpses of young women. How was this a celestial lake? This was clearly a burial pit. There were several hundred corpses, and the center of the lake was completely filled up. Their slender arms and slender legs were still glowing, but their bodies were stiff, and there was no sign of life. The corpses of the women all had disheveled hair, and their faces were pale. They wore white linen garments that had the mark of the Jade Lake on them, and their hair was like snakes that danced in the wind. In the dim bottom of the lake, it would cause one's hair to stand on end. It was no wonder that when the large black dog had descended for the first time, he had leaped out of the water in shock, and wanted to lure him down as well. This was clearly a celestial lake, yet the scene was like this, and it was indeed terrifying. There were no fish or aquatic plants in the celestial lake, and it was deathly silent. Apart from the corpses, there was nothing else. Go and look for treasures. I'll wait for you here, Yifan transmitted his voice through his divine sense. Why do I feel slightly uneasy? The large black dog muttered. A dozen or so corpses slowly floated up, and they swam over. They moved with the ripples of the water, and did not rise up by themselves, but even so, it was still terrifying. There was a waxy substance on the surface of the corpses, and they had long since become corpses of wax. Even so, they should not have remained undecayed forever, and this caused Yifan to feel slightly puzzled. Are you going to look for treasures or not? If not, we'll go and look for the Western Emperor scripture, Yifan urged. Brat, go and see if they have any injuries, and how they died. The large black dog transmitted his voice in an extremely disrespectful manner. Why don't you go? Yifan wanted to give him a good beating. They are all celestial maidens, and all of them are as beautiful as flowers. They are pleasing to the eye, but my hair stands on end, the large black dog said. I want to smack your dog head. F***ck, how can you say that? In the end, Yifan and the Black Emperor dove down together to examine the corpses. However, the two of them carefully examined the corpses of the several hundred Jade Lake disciples without any injuries, and they could not see any fatal injuries. Stop looking. We can't stay in this place for long. Something is not right, Yifan urged. I want to know why the Jade Lake retreated. Perhaps it has something to do with this lake? The large black dog was very persistent. If you can find out, it will be really troublesome. All the members of the Jade Lake have retreated, and if the two of us really discover any clues, it will be purely seeking death, Yifan said in a low voice. Hurry up and look for treasures. Otherwise, we will immediately retreat. The large black dog was also slightly scared. Even though he was conceited, when he thought of all the members of a holy land retreating, his heart also began to pound. What exactly is the reason that made the most prosperous holy land in the eastern wilderness retreat? The Black Emperor dove down to the bottom of the lake, and began to search around, wanting to try his luck in finding celestial materials. In the end, after searching for an hour, the bottom of the lake had become muddy because of him, and he only found a few jade hairpins. Suddenly, Yifan felt a chill run down his spine, and he suddenly turned around. Just behind him, among the pile of female corpses, black hair was messy, and all of it was dancing wildly. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a pair of eerie eyes open, and through the pile of corpses, a cold and eerie light shot out. Under this gloomy lake water, Yifan's scalp was slightly numb, and he suddenly stepped on the water, rushing upwards. There were corpses floating above him, and the hair of one of the corpses tangled around his ankle. He forcefully shook it off, and with a splash, he broke through the water, rushing ashore. The lake water trembled, and in almost an instant, the large black dog rushed out, scurrying and rushing, his bald tail carrying 3 female corpses. "Brat, hurry up and help!" The large black dog rushed ashore as if his boat was on fire. On his bald tail, the hair of the 3 female corpses were tangled, and they were brought ashore. The Black Emperor fiercely swung his tail, and finally managed to shake them off. Not long after the 3 female corpses came into contact with the air, they instantly melted into 3 pools of liquid. Yifan felt a wave of disgust. He had just been soaking in the lake, and now he saw the scene. "There seems to be something below." "What did you see just now?" the large black dog asked with a dark expression. "I seem to have seen a corpse open its eyes. Now that I think about it, it seems like 2 pearls embedded in the bottom of the lake. Why don't you go down and take a look?" "In any case, you want to search for treasures," Yifan said unkindly. "*CK, I'm not looking for treasures anymore." The large black dog shook his fur violently, and water droplets flew in all directions. His body was black and glossy, and not a single drop of water could be seen on it. He said, "The celestial lake has become a ghost lake, so there must be something below." "Jade Lake Celestial, I think it's a ghost flying." "Why do you think there are so many corpses?" "The people of the Jade Lake should have buried them. Why would they throw them into the celestial lake?" Yifan was very confused. Who knows what's going on? Who knows who threw them down? No matter what, they won't go down. The large black dog was a little scared. Yifan and the Black Emperor distanced themselves from the celestial lake. Looking into the distance, the mist there was swirling. It was unknown whether it was a psychological effect or something else, but it felt slightly gloomy, and no longer holy and pure. This was an important place, and there were many majestic palaces that had stood until now. They still did not decay, and contained extremely profound Tao patterns that could allow them to exist forever. Yifan walked into a huge palace. The floor was paved with jade stones, and it was bright and clean, without a single speck of dust. Even though a long period of time had passed, the palace still had a purifying effect, and there was still not a speck of dust. Thud, 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 in the spacious palace, only his own footsteps echoed, and they traveled especially far. Creak, creak, clang, clang, he pushed open the door that had not been opened for countless years, and the sound of the palace echoed. It was as if he had stepped into the ancient Jade Lake. Standing here, it was as if he could feel the glory of the past. There was a group of beautiful celestial maidens that transcended this land, and they flashed with dazzling light under this starry sky. Yifan stood for a long time before walking forward, passing through one palace after another. In the tall and vast palace, there was nothing. It was completely empty, and there was only the silence left behind by time. Yifan did not find anything, and it was impossible for him to find anything. The large black dog wandered around, and passed through a dozen or so huge palaces. In the end, he also returned empty-handed. Does the Jade Lake have medicinal fields? So many years have passed, and if they still exist, perhaps they can grow godly medicines. Yifan had just finished speaking when the large black dog dashed out, transforming into a streak of black light. He was as fast as he could be. "This damn dog is too unreliable," Yifan cursed. He chased closely behind. If it was not for the fact that he had cultivated the old lunatic's movement technique, he would definitely have been left behind. The large black dog ran madly, stirring up a gust of black wind. After running for more than 20 kilometers, he rushed into a lush land. Only then did the large black dog stop, and wandered around this mountain range. Black Emperor, you are too unkind. You run faster than a rabbit when you hear the words medicinal field. Why are you not running now? Yi Fan mocked. Am I that unkind? I am waiting for you. Let's go find it together, the large black dog said. Why would you be so kind? It must be because you can't find it, right? Yi Fan walked over. This mountain range was full of vitality, and there were green plants everywhere. However, there were no medicinal herbs, and there was no smell of medicinal fragrance. Strange, putting aside those rare natural treasures, why can't I even see the most ordinary medicinal herbs, the large black dog muttered in an almost inaudible voice. Black lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead. This damned dog really couldn't find it, and it was not waiting here out of goodwill. In the end, the large black dog sighed sorrowfully, and said, "This is too cruel. The people of the Jade Lake have moved the entire medicinal field away." If one looked closely, they would discover that there was a huge square pit in the open space in front of them. Even the ground had been taken away. A bad feeling welled up in Yi Fan's heart. Could it be that the Western Emperor scripture had also been taken away by someone? Even though the large black dog had repeatedly guaranteed that the people of the Jade Lake would not touch that precipice, now he was uncertain. Hurry up and find the Western Emperor scripture. If the scripture is also gone, I will have the urge to kill someone. Don't worry, no one can understand those scriptures. Even the queen mothers of the Jade Lake in the past might not know about them. Even if they are placed in front of you, you won't be able to recognize them. They were created by the Western Emperor Mother when she comprehended Tao, and outsiders can't see anything at all. No one knows that she was the one who carved them. Then how do you know? Yi Fan was doubtful. What kind of existence is this emperor? I have heard of this secret with my own ears. The large black dog said proudly. Regretfully, they left the medicinal field, and quickly rushed toward a mountain range. In this place, not even a blade of grass grew. There were precipices everywhere, and there were stone mountains everywhere. There was no soil, and only large rocks. Just as they entered the mountain range, Yi Fan was stunned. There was a woman carved on the stone wall, and it gave off a feeling that the Tao diagram was naturally formed. Although it was a stone carving, it had a natural Tao, and the wondrous state of being one with heaven and man. This is only a diagram, and there are no techniques. It is just a standing posture, so why does it give off a feeling of being one with heaven and man? Yi Fan was truly astonished. Let's go. There should be many diagrams in this mountain range. If you want to see them, you can slowly study them, the large black dog urged. Yi Fan reluctantly walked forward, but that diagram kept appearing in his mind. Stone mountains stood in great numbers, and not even a blade of grass grew on them. The precipices were as if they had been carved by a knife, and they were straight up and down. The cliffs were tall, and when put together, they looked like steps leading to the heavens. There was not a speck of soil in this region, and there was not a single blade of grass. The stone mountains were continuous, and there were also many stone forests. The large rocks were either like crouching cows or like green bamboo shoots. They were all in different shapes, and could be considered a marvelous sight. After Yi Fan entered the mountain, he looked around. This stone land gave him a very special feeling, as if there was an outer realm lying across this place. Each mountain had its own realm, and each rock had its own scenery. It was as if someone had used a large brush to carve out a natural path of the great Tao. Every mountain and rock here attracted his attention. After entering this mountainous region, Yi Fan discovered that many of the carvings had already become blurry under the erosion of wind, frost, rain, and snow. He could only vaguely make out them. Unfortunately, most of them were not so-called cultivation techniques. Many of them were records of some ancient events, and there were even some pictures of scenery, such as hundreds of birds and rare beasts. They were vivid and lifelike. Why did the fairies of the Jade Pool carve these? Yi Fan was suspicious, and he carefully observed them. These are all great events that once happened in the Jade Pool. Unfortunately, it is difficult to understand their meaning now. After walking forward a few dozen steps, Yi Fan arrived in front of a mountain wall. He was instantly stunned. The stone carvings on it were very special. There were 2 figures engraved on it, and one of them was actually not a human. It was a man who was 2 meters tall. He had 4 pairs of divine wings, and he was handsome and imposing. He had a total of 8 arms below his shoulders, and each of them was like a dragon, thick and powerful. There was a vertical eye between his brows. And in front of him was a beautiful and graceful woman. She was like a majestic queen, and her bearing was extraordinary, making others feel reverence. It really does record some great events that once happened in the Jade Pool. An unknown creature and a supreme elite of the Jade Pool confronted each other. Yi Fan was astonished. To be more precise, it was a confrontation with the Queen Mother, the large black dog said. Unfortunately, there was only one carving, and there was no follow-up, so they did not know the outcome of the confrontation. They walked forward and looked carefully along the way. There were pictures of the Monster King welcoming, and there were pictures of the new Queen Mother inheriting the throne. They were all single pictures, and they were extremely simple. It wasn't that they couldn't see anything. When they arrived at a stone forest, Yi Fan finally saw a move. There was a large blue stone shaped like a crouching tiger. There was half a stone inscription, and a figure was forming hand seals. Although it was incomplete, with only half a body missing, it was still quite profound. The seal technique was very familiar to Yi Fan, and after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was the embracing mountain seal. The ultimate art of the Li Fire sect was precisely this type of imprint art. It was extremely powerful, and he had evolved it into one of the battle saint arts. He didn't want to see it here again. Someone erased half of it. Yi Fan had a bad feeling. So many years had passed, so could the Western Emperor scripture still exist? Could it be that it had also been erased by someone? He didn't really believe the large black dog's words. Hurry up and bring me to the Western Emperor scripture, Yi Fan urged. Aren't we currently looking for it? Perhaps it's hidden in these wall paintings, the Black Emperor replied. Don't tell me you don't know its exact location. Correct, that's exactly the case. I'm also looking for it, the large black dog replied calmly with his head held high. This dog was really unreliable. Yi Fan really wanted to give him a kick, but there was nothing he could do now. In the end, he still had to rely on him. Are you confident that you can find it? I'll most likely be able to find it, the large black dog replied with an uncertain tone. Yi Fan took out the Bodhi seed, and held it in his hand as he sensed his surroundings. He couldn't completely rely on this large dog now, so he had to search for it himself. The large black dog wore a harmless expression, and he walked closer. Then, he suddenly lowered his black mouth and bit down on his hand. F***ck, you damn dog, you're attacking me again. Yi Fan was already on guard against him, and he hurriedly rushed into the sky. So stingy. Isn't it just a nut? It smells very fragrant, and I want to taste what the nut tastes like. The large black dog, who had failed in his sneak attack, was stubborn, and refused to admit his mistake. However, his eyes would occasionally glance at the Bodhi seed. If you dare to attack me again, you can forget about that black tortoise for the rest of its life. Hurry up and find the Western Emperor scripture for me. If you can't obtain it, you'd better give up as soon as possible. Don't raise any conditions for me, Yi Fan said with a dark expression. The large black dog tilted his head to look at Yi Fan, and said, Brat, what kind of nut is that in your hand? Can it be eaten? Don't play dumb with me. What's the origin of that stupid nut of yours? I saw a bald man on it just now, and it seemed quite similar. Did you carve it on? Yi Fan knew that this dark and wicked damned dog was up to no good again, and had designs on the Bodhi seed. No matter what, he couldn't let it see this seed. Who is that bald man? Why do I feel like he's slightly unusual? Seeing that Yi Fan was ignoring him, the large black dog could no longer keep his cool. His name is Sakyamuni. Have you heard of him? Yi Fan's heart jolted. What kind of stupid name is that? It only has 4 characters. Is this Baldy very famous? The large black dog asked. Yi Fan was slightly speechless. The great Tathagata was being spoken to like this by a large dog. He glared, and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and find the Western Emperor scripture for me. Brat, what kind of attitude is this? The large black dog bared his teeth, and said, If you continue to be disrespectful to me, you can forget about obtaining the supreme ancient scripture of the human race. That's right, if you can find the Western Emperor scripture, you have to give me that nut with the fat bald man carved on it as well. Yifan ignored him and walked into the distance. He looked at stone inscriptions one after another, and occasionally saw some incomplete techniques. Every time this happened, he would carefully analyze them. An hour later, Yifan arrived in front of a precipice. This was an extremely vast expanse of stone inscriptions, and there were over 100 of them. They were much longer than the ones he had seen just now. At first, he did not pay much attention. That was because although the stone inscriptions were long, they were not all that profound. They were all the most common techniques. However, after looking at over 30 of them, his expression changed. It was these ordinary techniques, yet they were slowly elevated to a higher level. As he looked at them one after another, they gave off a feeling that they were turning something ordinary into something magical. He calmed his heart and focused, and looked down. For a whole 2 hours, Yifan did not say anything. Only when he looked at the end did he sigh. The Jade Pool is indeed worthy of being a holy land. These should be for the younger disciples to study, and they all contain deep meanings. They were not special secret techniques. They were all very common techniques that had been passed down widely. However, they were elevated from ordinary techniques, and when combined together, they could turn something ordinary into something magical, and they could display an unbelievable might. More than 100 ordinary techniques combined into one, yet they can evolve into a completely different kind of mighty power. How mysterious. Yifan pondered for a long time before continuing to walk down. He found another 100 or so stone inscriptions, and he carefully observed them. In the end, he was truly shocked. This was a series, and there were more than 500 stone inscriptions in total. Yifan was extremely shocked. This was a supreme secret technique being deduced. From ordinary to profound, he immediately saw through the mysteries within. This was deducing an offensive technique of the 9 secret techniques. The Jade Pool's unparalleled experts were shocking. They started out ordinary, and gradually evolved into the Battle Saint technique, wanting to recreate the 9 secret techniques. Turning something ordinary into something magical, and deriving a great offensive technique of the 9 secret techniques, this person was definitely a shocking and outstanding character. Unfortunately, she failed in the end and could not deduce the Battle Saint technique. Such a character was rare since ancient times. Those techniques were all related to the legends of the Battle Saint technique. This person had derived it to this stage, which was shocking enough. He was definitely a peerless character. Connecting the bits and pieces that have been passed down in the world, to be able to deduce to this stage, it is truly astonishing. Yifan sighed. This person went from simple to complex, but the Battle Saint technique had tens of thousands of transformations. It could never reach the pinnacle, and it was very difficult to reach the end of complex. The true 9 secret offensive saint technique was to first obtain one, then transform into tens of thousands, to the end of complexity, and then return to one. It was impossible for others to derive it. This technique was the ultimate simplicity of the great Tao. Yifan stood in silence for a long time, pondering in detail. Although this deduction had strayed from the correct path, it had given him great inspiration, allowing him to have a further understanding of the Battle Saint technique. Even if one was a peerless genius, without first obtaining the 9 secret imprints, one would not be able to derive such a supreme technique. Yifan pondered for a very long time. He felt that he could improve the might of this offensive saint technique a little more. This was really an unexpected gain. The geniuses of the Jade Pool had given him great inspiration. The sky had already darkened. Yifan continued to look at the diagrams in the night. When it was late at night, he had already looked through most of the diagrams, but the Western Emperor scripture was still nowhere to be seen. There are no mysterious techniques here at all, and even if there are, they are only some ordinary techniques. You aren't trying to trick me, are you? Yifan's expression was unkind as he stared at the large black dog. Didn't I say that even if I saw the Western Emperor scripture, I might not be able to recognize it? I need to slowly analyze it, the large black dog said. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Yifan strode forward, and he had almost gone through all the cliffs, but he still could not find the Western Emperor scripture. I found it, it's here, the large black dog shouted. In the deep night, his voice traveled especially far, echoing endlessly. With a few leaps, Yifan approached. This stone mountain had a majestic aura, but there were no so-called scriptures on it, and it was completely bare. Where is it? This mountain is a part of the scripture. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your luck, the large black dog replied with his head raised. You are doing this half-heartedly. You casually pointed out a stone mountain and said it was the Western Emperor scripture. How do you want me to believe you? Can you find the scripture? Yifan questioned. That will depend on your comprehension ability, the large black dog stammered. Don't try to trick me. Yifan glared at him. The large black dog was also anxious, and he said, there is definitely a part of the scripture here. I heard someone say it with my own ears. What did you hear back then? Yifan asked. The stone mountain with a sun carved on it has a part of the scripture, and the stone mountain with an ancient tree has a part of the scripture. According to what the large black dog had said, the Western Emperor scripture had been hastily created, and the Western Emperor mother had been comprehending it while carving it down on this stone mountain. On this precipice, there was indeed a blurry sun, but it was only the size of a palm. Even if one observed it carefully, it was very difficult to imagine that it had been carved by someone, and it seemed very natural. This ring is the so-called Western Emperor scripture? You aren't joking, right? The large black dog raised his head, tilted his neck, and said, that has nothing to do with me. You need to comprehend it yourself. This damned dog. Yifan really wanted to teach it a lesson, but he knew that he couldn't. In the end, he flew onto the stone cliff, and observed that sun. Yifan caressed that sun brand with one hand, and held the Bodhi seed in his other hand. However, even after meditating for a long time, he still couldn't sense any abnormalities. Black Emperor, you are lying. What scripture is there here? There definitely is, but it requires an astonishing comprehension ability. Whether you can obtain the Western Emperor scripture will depend on your own ability. When the large black dog said these words, he was more or less lacking in confidence. On the cliff, Yifan held the Bodhi seed in his hand. His heart was empty, and he quietly experienced it. However, it was completely silent, and he couldn't discover anything. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? The scriptures left behind by these people aren't so easy to obtain. The large black dog shouted from below. I have found the Western Emperor scripture for you, but whether you can comprehend it or not is your own matter. You must give that black tortoise to me. There was a portion of the Western Emperor scripture recorded in the Origin Heavenly Book, and it belonged to the Tao Palace scroll. At this moment, Yifan silently circulated it, and pressed the Bodhi seed against that sun. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant light surged up, and a sun rose up from the stone cliff. It was incredibly scorching, and Yifan was completely swallowed up. The entire stone mountain became completely red, and flames surged. The great fire burned half of the sky red. The red sun hung in the sky, massive and vigorous. Yifan stood in the sun, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. F*ck, how can he really learn it? Apart from astonishing comprehension ability, doesn't he also need the Jade Pool scripture guidance? What a great loss, I really let this brat obtain the Western Emperor scripture. The large black dog's expression was filled with bad luck, and it was as if he had eaten a dead child. The big black dog felt unlucky. It was a pity that Yifan couldn't see it. Otherwise, he would have to fight it even if he might get bitten. At this moment, above the cliff, the sun was like a mountain, filling the sky. It was white everywhere as if daytime had arrived. Yifan was at the center of the sun, seated cross-legged in meditation without moving at all. His expression was tranquil and aloof, and he was completely immersed in a type of Tao state. The scripture guide recorded in the Book of Source of Heaven had triggered the mark left by the West Empress, and the sun appeared. The palm-sized sun was an unimaginable mark of Tao. It contained the mark of the West Empress. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, it still existed in the world. Yifan's mind was clear as he bathed in the fire. His heart was as red as the sun, shining brilliantly into the sky and illuminating the palace. The scriptures he learned from the Book of Source of Heaven were far from enough. They were incomplete, but he was mending them now. His heart was like the sun in the sky, corresponding to the sun outside. Essence overflowed. The innate essence was born, and the acquired essence was nourished. The fiery essence and surging Tao flowed from the human-shaped sun to every inch of his flesh and blood. His whole body was red and then slowly transparent. Fire clouds covered his body, and his heart was cleansed of all impurities. The inside and outside of the palace were clear, and his flesh gradually became translucent. This was a completely new change. Inside the heart, the fiery essence flowed along a more complicated path, including the innate and acquired ones. Yifan didn't move, using his heart to feel this change. The sun that filled the sky didn't have any scriptures or sound inside. There was only a kind of Tao rhythm, but it vividly explained the divine treasures of the heart of the Tao Palace's secret realm. The sun carved on the cliff corresponded to the scroll of the heavenly sun of the Tao Palace. After Yifan triggered it, he didn't get the specific scripture, but he could feel the mysterious evolution process. This kind of inheritance didn't leave a word or word. Only the conception of the Creator was used to deduce the various changes of the ancient scripture. It didn't include the text of the West Emperor scripture, but it was comparable to the ancient scripture. Yifan sat motionlessly until the sun rose and the morning glow shone on him. Only then did he suddenly open his eyes. At the same time, the great sun in the sky turned into tens of thousands of flames with a bang and rushed into the imprint on the stone cliff. Yifan felt that the section of the divine treasury of the heart of the Holy Ji Palace had been perfected, and it was very different from before. He felt that the circulation of his power of the Tao was smoother, and the essence of his body was surging. He welcomed the morning glow as he stood on the cliff. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his skin was like jade. Although he was a young man, he had the temperament of an immortal. "Did you really obtain the Western Emperor scripture?" the large black dog asked, unwilling to accept this. "What do you mean? Do you think that even if you bring me here and guide me, I won't be able to cultivate the Western Emperor ancient scripture?" Yifan looked at it with an unfriendly expression. The large black dog chuckled sheepishly, and said, "How could that be? Am I that unscrupulous? I'm just asking casually. Hurry up and bring me to find the other parts of the Western Emperor scripture," Yifan urged. "Brat, did you come into contact with the Western Emperor scripture in the past and obtain the so-called sutra guidance?" the large black dog asked. "What are you talking about? What is sutra guidance?" Yifan stared at it. F***ck, how can I cultivate it without obtaining the sutra guidance? I've suffered a great loss this time, the large black dog mumbled in an inaudible voice. Yifan's divine sense could take form, and it far surpassed his current cultivation level. He faintly heard its low murmur, and his face was instantly filled with black lines. This damn dog was indeed unreliable. "Black Emperor, have you found the Western Emperor ancient scripture?" "No, I've searched everywhere, and this is the only place." The large black dog shook its head unkindly. "Nonsense, don't try to fool me. Hurry up and lead the way. You don't want that black tortoise anymore, do you?" Yifan threatened. "Lend me that nut with a bald head engraved on it. I'll definitely find the Western Emperor scripture with it." "Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what this seed is used for?" Yifan glanced sideways at it. "How come I don't know? Didn't you use it to trigger that sun and obtain the Western Emperor scripture? Don't have any wicked ideas." Yifan refused sternly. If he lent it to him, it would definitely be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. In the end, the large black dog compromised, and unhappily brought Yifan to another stone mountain. This mountain was engraved with a palm-sized metal essence mark. This time, Yifan was familiar with the process, and did not waste too much time before triggering the mark left behind by the Western Emperor Mother. In an instant, his aura soared into the sky, and the metal essence clanged. He was sucked into a sheet of metal divine light. He sat cross-legged in the sky, and a sea of aura gushed out like a tide. The divine treasury of the lungs belonged to the metal element, and it was the strongest of the 5 internal organs. It was known as the canopy, and now that the scripture had been completed, a sharp aura soared into the sky, and clanging sounds rang out as if 10,000 swords were clanging together. The surface of Yifan's body shone with a metallic luster, and it was like a sharp blade slicing through the sky. Its sharpness was oppressive, and no one could take it head-on. There were no scriptures here, only the evolution of the divine treasury of the lungs. It was explained to the extreme, and there was no need to use words to convey its path. The divine treasury of the lungs could draw in 10,000 qi, drawing in one's essence, and spreading it throughout one's entire body, extending to one's skin and hair. It breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth, and contained a thriving vitality. At this moment, the turbid aura in Yifan's Tao palace had disappeared, and his divine essence was surging. It was sparkling and translucent, extending to his 6 internal organs and connecting to his limbs and bones. His flesh, skin, and hair were incredibly clear. All qi belonged to the divine treasury of the lungs, and they were connected to heaven and earth. The essence that the physical body needed would be transformed through them. When the brilliance retracted, Yifan opened his eyes. He had completed the divine treasury of the lungs of the Tao Palace, and all the pores on his body relaxed. He felt that his physical body had become one with heaven and earth, and he could draw in 10,000 qi at any time. The Western Emperor scripture is profound as expected, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It's amazing. He had cultivated these 2 divine treasures before, and after being supplemented and perfected this time, he had experienced an even more profound meaning. It was as if a deity was covering his head, and his heart was completely clear. If I hadn't cultivated the scripture guidance, I wouldn't believe that I could obtain the Western Emperor scripture even if you beat me to death, the large black dog mumbled with a long face. Black Emperor, what are you mumbling about? The large black dog said fiercely. Brat, you've seduced the Jade Pool Saint before, right? Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have obtained the Western Emperor scripture guidance. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and take me to find other scriptures. It's not good to stay in the Jade Pool's old land for too long. After we're done here, we'll leave immediately. What happened next was very smooth. On a stone mountain with an ancient tree carved on it, Yifan found the divine treasury of the liver, and then the divine treasury of the spleen and divine treasury of the kidney were also obtained. The 5 divine treasures of the Tao Palace had been completed, but he hadn't cultivated the remaining 3 scriptures yet. He had merely perfected them, and he memorized them in his heart. At this point, the Tao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor scripture was finally obtained by him, and he had a complete heart technique. Yifan stood silently for a long time, unable to hide his astonishment. This scripture was incredibly profound and mysterious. It revealed the secrets of heaven and stole the fortune of heaven and earth. You're really lucky. The Tao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor scripture can be said to be the best in the Eastern Wasteland. It's the most perfect heart technique, and you actually managed to gather all 5 divine treasures. The large black dog bared his teeth, and said, "Hurry up and give it to me." What are you in such a hurry for? I've only just obtained the Tao Palace scroll. The Western Emperor scripture includes several major mystery realms, and there are still 4 scrolls that I haven't obtained yet, Yifan said with a smile. You're even greedier than me, the large black dog gritted his teeth as he evaluated. They had only found one of the seals of the 4 mystery realms, but even if Yifan had the Bodhi seed in his hand, he still couldn't activate it. After trying for a long time, he still couldn't obtain it at all. Do I really need the scripture guidance? He immediately thought of the Western Emperor scripture guidance that the Black Emperor had mentioned. Not long after, they found the seal of the other mystery realm, but unfortunately, they still couldn't activate it, so they couldn't obtain this scripture. I had thought that you could compete with the Great Emperor, and that you could obtain the Western Emperor scripture without the scripture guidance. From the looks of it now, you must have seduced the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, and cultivated the scripture guidance of the Tao Palace scroll. You damn dog, you knew about this earlier, but you didn't tell me. Instead, you tricked me into coming here. Did you want me to come here for nothing? Brat, you're challenging my dignity. Be careful that I don't eat you, the large black dog shouted fiercely. Isn't that the truth? Yifan glared at him. I'm so righteous, so how could I be so careless? I naturally have a way to resolve this. I just wanted to wait until you arrived here and offered up the profound tortoise before telling you. You're really good at scheming. You lured me here, and after I saw the true scripture, I was unable to extricate myself, yet you couldn't activate it, so I had no choice but to offer up the green jade profound tortoise, is that right? Yifan resisted the urge to smack him, and said, Luckily, I have the scripture guidance of the Tao Palace scroll. Don't think so lowly of me. The large black dog did not blush at all, and tempted him. Could it be that you don't want the other scrolls of the Western Emperor scripture? You damn dog, you're really sly. Do you have the scripture of the Four Extremes? How are you going to help me obtain the Western Emperor Four Extremes scroll? Yi Fan stared at him fiercely, and said, if you do, recite a part of it for me, and let me hear it. The Black Emperor stammered. How could he possibly recite it? He opened his bloody mouth, and said, brat, you've profaned me time and time again, daring to call me a damn dog. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Damn dog, I also want to deal with you. Yi Fan formed a seal, and took the initiative to launch a sneak attack, displaying the battle saint technique. The large black dog was not a kind person at all, and almost at the same time, he attacked with his black mouth. Damn dog's nature is really hard to change, only knowing how to use underhanded means. This time, you were the one who launched a sneak attack on me first. If I didn't make the first move, I would have been bitten by the dog again. Damn, brat, you're insulting me. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor began to battle in the stone forest. Both of them had freakish physiques, and their battle shook the heavens. When they clashed, it was like they were forging iron. Brat, no matter what, you've obtained the Dao Palace scroll of the Western Emperor scripture, so give me the black tortoise, the large black dog shouted as he bit. As if I'd give it to you. You actually want to get something for nothing? Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Yi Fan's golden palm began to move, pushing the sun-moon seal and raising the mountains and rivers seal, attacking with all his strength. Do you want me to work for nothing? The large black dog bared his teeth and threatened. Damn dog, what did you eat to grow up? Even the battle saint technique can't hurt you. Yi Fan cursed. Damn, so it's the 9 secrets. I was wondering why it was so painful. It's almost killing me. The large black dog's wails were definitely not an act. Yi Fan was continuously bitten over a dozen times, and he was really a bit speechless. The battle saint technique could only make his opponent feel pain, so what was this? Damn dog, you're really a freak. You're the freak. If the cultivators of the Four Extremes mystery realm were to be smashed into pieces by your palm, only this emperor would be able to withstand it. F***ck, it hurts so much. The large black dog bared his teeth and wailed in pain. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying wave shook out, and a few dozen kilometers away, black fog surged into the sky. That part of the sky suddenly became as black as ink. The Celestial Lake. It's from the Celestial Lake. Yi Fan and the large black dog immediately stopped fighting, and made the same choice, running madly toward the exit. Right at the origin of the Jade Lake, an extremely terrifying wave surged out from the Celestial Lake, and dark clouds rolled. That's a Celestial Lake. What happened? Could it be that the retreat of the members of the Jade Lake has something to do with this? Not long ago, they had even gone deep into the lake to investigate. When they thought of this, both Yi Fan and the Black Emperor felt a chill. Their speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to reach the dried-up lake. They rushed toward the ancient well along the large crack. Although something strange had happened to the Celestial Lake, nothing chased them down, which made them heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yi Fan wailed. His left hand was bitten by the large black dog, and he wouldn't let go no matter what. I hashtag at yen%yen. Why are you always making fun of me? Brat, I can't fly. When we reach the ancient well, you'll run away by yourself and leave me here. I'll bite you first, the Black Emperor muttered while biting his left hand. After we get out, let's never meet again. I'm a cultivator of the Dao Palace mystery realm, yet I'm being bitten by you every day. Following the river, they successfully returned to the ancient well. Yi Fan soared into the sky with the Black Emperor, and not long after, they arrived on the ground. The sun shone brightly, and the land was empty. The scenery of the Jade Lake could no longer be seen, and this trip gave them a very surreal feeling. Yi Fan abandoned the Black Emperor and immediately flew away. The large black dog was extremely angry, and cursed, Brat, you obtained the Western Emperor scripture, but you haven't given it to me, and you haven't told me the whereabouts of the ancient scripture left behind by the Demon Emperor. If you dare to escape, I won't let you off. You return to the stone stronghold first, I'll find you later. Yi Fan transmitted his voice as he fled. Brat, you want to go back on your words? The large black dog shouted. If you dare to run, I'll tell all your secrets and ask the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land for a reward. Yi Fan slowed down, feeling that this large black dog was really difficult to deal with. Brat, you actually want to escape, trying to deceive me. Black Emperor, you still have the nerve to say that. You don't have the scripture guidance, yet you lured me here. It was you who wanted to deceive me first. The large black dog knew that he was in the wrong, and said, no matter what, you've already obtained the Western Emperor scripture, fulfill your promise. Yi Fan stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, I can't give you the black tortoise for now, but I can take you to find the ancient scripture of the Demon Emperor. You can't be thinking of tricking me, right? The large black dog was suspicious. Do you think I'm you? Don't worry, I definitely won't be so dishonest, Yi Fan replied. I think you're even more dishonest than me. The large black dog bared his teeth. If you want to find the ancient scripture of the Demon Emperor, you might have to enter the secluded residence of a great elite. Do you think you can succeed? Yi Fan asked. Great elite? You really know how to ask difficult questions. Although it's in that kind of place, we might not necessarily encounter a great elite. The ancient scripture isn't in his hands, and it's in the hands of someone else. The large black dog pondered for a moment, and said, I can try. Saying this, he suddenly raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, Brat, you can't be deceiving me, right? Don't think of me as such a bad person. Do you think I'm like you? Dark and wicked? Yi Fan replied. The large black dog stared at him, and said, You're very unreliable. I should be the one saying that. After entering the Jade Lake, have you done a single reliable thing? Yi Fan questioned. Then, he continued, the person who has the ancient scripture has 2 souls in his body. Do you have a way to extract one of them? The large black dog was suspicious, and he said, Brat, why do I feel like you're up to no good? Am I that kind of person? From the beginning to the end, you've always been the dishonest one. Yi Fan exposed his shortcomings. Then, he said, don't worry, there might be some twists and turns in the process, but you'll definitely be able to obtain the ancient scripture. I keep feeling that you're unreliable, Brat. The large black dog stared at him. It's because you've done too many bad things, and you're always scheming against others. That's why you think of others as bad as you, Yi Fan said with a sneer. I'll believe you for now. However, Brat, you'd better think carefully. If you dare to scheme against me, I'll make sure you have nowhere to go, the large black dog threatened fiercely. Along the way, Yi Fan focused on comprehending the Western Emperor scripture and found it more and more profound and profound. The Palace of Tao had 5 dragons coiling around it. It was dense inside and outside, and the 5 chi shot into the sky. Only now, after obtaining the complete Western Emperor scripture, did Yi Fan understand why the secret realm was called the Palace of Tao. It was like an eternal palace that contained endless power of the Tao. The 5 great divine treasures were hazy, and behind them, there were 5 looming ancient temples. They were tall and majestic, mysterious and blurry. When there was no self and nothing else, and the body and mind were at peace, one would hear the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It was like chanting, but also like the voice of ancient sacrifices. It was as if it crossed time and space and came from the distant past. It could be said to be very mysterious and even strange. How could there be such a sound in the human body? Before Yi Fan entered the secret realm of the Palace of Tao, he had heard people say that cultivating this secret realm would sometimes feel incredible and all sorts of inexplicable things would happen. When he obtained the complete Western Emperor scripture and deduced the flawless heart of the ancient Western Emperor, he really felt this incredible feeling. The Palace of Tao was like the sky, transforming into the 5 palaces. Although it was blurry, one could feel its existence. Chanting and the ancient sacrificial voices cut through time and space and floated over. Yi Fan was puzzled and didn't understand why it was like this. He thought of the speculation of the people of the world. There were records in the ancient books that this was the passing self. Although he was born in the present, there was a me that lived in the past. It was the passing self that was chanting for this life. The passing self existed forever, transforming into the 5 chi and flowing through the Tao Palace. It chanted for itself, stirred the heaven and earth, captured traces of the Tao, and nourished its owner, allowing the me of this life to be immortal. This was a very mysterious way of saying that few could explain. This mystery was hard to explain. However, outstanding cultivators wouldn't believe in the so-called past life. The passing self wasn't the me of the previous life. Other than the passing self, there was another way of saying that the human body was like the heaven and earth, corresponding to the great world. The reason why the Palace of Tao was called the Palace of Tao was that it had the Tao self. It belonged to the side of Tao and corresponded to the great Tao of the great world. According to this theory, the chanting and the ancient sacrificial sounds emitted from the palace were actually the echoes of the Tao self and the great Tao of the world. It was the interaction between the inside and the outside. To be more precise, he was capturing traces of the Tao and comprehending the supreme principles of the heavenly Tao. The true nature of the Tao was not revealed on the outside, but contained within the five energies and silently drew upon the great Tao of the world. In other words, my Tao nature is comprehending the great Tao, comprehending the truth of longevity, and nourishing the life Lord. In other words, that was me. It wasn't some chanting or ancient ritual. I was comprehending the Tao. After Yi Fan obtained the flawless sutra of the Western Emperor, he finally realized how incredible the secret plane of the Holy Ji Palace was. Everything about it was beyond his comprehension. Cultivators pursue immortality. In the process of reaching the end of the immortal path, they will definitely encounter many similar things. I believe that since ancient times, perhaps only a few great emperors have been able to understand. Embarking on the path of cultivation, chasing after transcendence, allowing one's body to exist forever in this world, the road was long. If one wanted to truly comprehend the great Tao, there would be many unsolved riddles. Only by walking further on this path could one slowly understand. Yi Fan finally understood why the ancient existences had only cultivated up to one concealed stage. There was a reason for that. Not to mention the sea of reincarnation, just this Holy Ji Palace alone had many areas that he did not understand. Passing self or Tao self? As for what they were, perhaps even a lifetime of cultivation would not be able to understand them. Yi Fan had a feeling that when he cultivated to the later stages, he might have to return to cultivate these secret planes again. There were still many secret powers that could be excavated from the Sea of Reincarnation and the Holy Ji Palace. However, he did not need to think too much at the moment. He had obtained the flawless mental cultivation method. With the Sutra of the Western Emperor in hand, it was enough for him to cultivate this secret plane into the great Tao Divine Watchtower. The future would be solved in the future. The old land of the Jade Pool was tens of thousands of miles away from the Origin ancient mine. It took him more than half a month to leave the uninhabited area and get close to an oasis. Along the way, Yi Fan carefully comprehended the Sutra of the Western Emperor. Although his level did not increase, his strength improved greatly. Using the true flawless mental cultivation method, the divine power he produced was much stronger. This was the advantage of the ancient scripture. Ordinary mental cultivation methods could not compare at all. Using this cultivation method was equivalent to raising one's starting point, and their battle prowess would increase imperceptibly. The cultivation levels of the holy sons and holy daughters of the various great sage lands surpass those of the same generation. This is largely related to this. Yi Fan sighed. This was especially so for a genius like the holy son of Yao Guang. He was a prodigy who had cultivated the peerless ancient scripture, so his battle prowess was even more terrifying. When he fought against elites of the same cultivation level, there was really no suspense at all. He could suppress those of the same generation with his strength. In these past half a month, Yi Fan had been comprehending the Western Emperor scripture while sparring with the large black dog, putting his knowledge into practice. The large black dog was the best sparring partner. With the perfect scroll of the Western Emperor Tao Palace in hand, his battle prowess had increased greatly. He used the battle saint technique, and the large black dog grimaced in pain. No, I want payment. I want to spar with you for free every day. How much of my divine power would that consume? The large black dog shouted. I'm being bitten by you every day, and I still want to pay you. What are you thinking? Yi Fan retorted. Do you think I'm willing to bite you? Your skin is rough and your flesh is not delicious. You're making me waste my energy for nothing. These days, the large black dog had been very passive. Whenever Yi Fan wanted to experience his knowledge, he would definitely look for him. Once he was done, he would rush into the sky, making the large black dog grind its teeth continuously. They walked out of the desolate no-man's land and entered an oasis. Yi Fan glanced at the large black dog and said, "You're as tall and big as a bull. You're really eye-catching and ugly. Can you become a little smaller?" "Brat, what are you saying? Such a strong and powerful precious body, even if I don't say it's as handsome as Jade, it's not far off." The large black dog raised his head. Yi Fan looked at his black silk-like body, and said in a mocking tone, "It's like jade that has fallen into a coal mine, right? This is called divine might. It's so masculine, do you understand?" The large black dog's expression was unfriendly. "This won't do. You're too eye-catching, so you have to become smaller." Yi Fan pondered for a moment, and then said, "If you're really unwilling, then you can temporarily become my mount. There are many people who ride on mutant beasts. Go and die." The large black dog's expression became very long. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Fan was flying in the air, he would definitely have pounced over. "Don't be unwilling. I'm not willing to become a heavenly dog knight. If others saw me riding a bald dog, they would definitely laugh their heads off." At this moment, they had just entered the oasis, and were still in a place where there were very few people. Occasionally, there would be cultivators passing by, and when they saw the large black dog, they would involuntarily take a few glances. He was indeed very eye-catching. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a human pet before?" The large black dog was displeased. When Yi Fan first heard this, he felt that it was very strange. Then, he instantly understood. This large dog's words were really too immoral. He was saying that he was a human pet. F***ck, damn dog, you're asking for a skin flaying, right? The large black dog raised his head and strode forward, saying, "I'm speaking the truth. Those people think that I'm strolling around with a human pet, and they can't stop looking. It's really annoying. You damn dog." Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he wanted to give it a good beating. Others were clearly looking at him, yet he actually said this kind of thing. "Brat, I see that you're still SOSO. Why don't you become my human pet?" The large black dog tilted his head, and said. Ping pang, ping dong, dang clang, the sound of metal being forged rang out, and they directly started fighting. "Damn dog, I wouldn't even want you as my pet, and you still dare to spout nonsense like this. I also don't like a human pet like you. In the future, I'll definitely find a holy son to be my pet." Yi Fan cursed in his heart. A large dog wanted to find a human pet, and he really deserved to be skinned and flayed. He was deliberately angering him. In the end, Yi Fan used the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture as a threat, and the large black dog finally gave in. He unwillingly shrunk his body, turning into the size of a firewood dog. If he didn't bald his tail, he wouldn't be more than 1 meter long. My supreme elegance has been seriously overshadowed. This is damaging to my image. Supreme elegance. Do you want to attract a pack of large wolf dogs? Woof. The large black dog pounced forward. Fortunately, Yi Fan was prepared. They didn't stop when they passed by some cities, and they directly headed toward the most flourishing city in this oasis. "Brat, you're really unreliable. You don't even know where that great elite lives, and you still need to ask others for information. How are you going to take me to find the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture?" The large black dog was extremely displeased. "Don't say the word unreliable in front of me. You know what you did when you went to the Jade Lake," Yi Fan retorted. This oasis was called Chu Province, and it had a circumference of more than 3,000 miles. It wasn't a large province, but in the boundless north region, there were many oases like this. Chu Province was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the most flourishing holy city in the north region. It was a long journey, and it was far from the center of the north region. It wasn't a flourishing place. The city in the center of this oasis was called Chaoyang City, and it had a population of 900,000. It was the most flourishing ancient city in this prefecture, and it had a history of more than 1,000 years. "Can you find the residents of that great elite?" the large black dog asked when they were outside Chaoyang City. "There are 13 great bandits in the north region, and he ranks 4th. He's the target of the great sage, and we can't let outsiders know where he lives. I need to find a descendant of that bandit to ask. This was the city that Tu Fei and Li Heishui had told Ji Fan. If he wanted to find them, he could make some noise near Chaoyang City in Chu Province. Chaoyang City was a modeled city, and many layers of stone had fallen off the walls, showing the power of time. However, it was still very majestic. When he entered the city, Yi Fan found his own portrait. More accurately, it was a wanted poster, hanging high on the city wall. The young face on the poster had been raised to 1 square yuan. Brat, you're quite valuable. The large black dog smiled wickedly. Go away. The streets were crowded with people, and it was very lively. The large black dog darted here and there, biting whatever he wanted to eat. As a result, a group of creditors surrounded Ji Fan, and they hated him so much that the roots of his teeth were itching. Not long after he entered the city, he heard a piece of news. The young elites of Chu Province were going to have a grand meeting. Yi Fan chose a place to eat, which was beside a gambling den. Most of the people coming in and out of this place were cultivators. The young generation of Chu Province will gather together. There will most likely be something interesting to watch this time. This is the operation of the Ji clan, a noble family of the ancients. They sent out invitations mainly to mobilize their forces to help them find a person. The young elites of the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land will both be present. Otherwise, how could they have such a great rallying power? The person who made the 2 great sage mobilize such a large force is that little brat who is sticking on the city gate. I don't think he's anything special. This little brat burned the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ji clan to death. Can you do that? Yi Fan listened carefully, his expression calm. The Ji clan had really put in a lot of effort to find him. When he was in the southern region, he had already become the public enemy of the young generation of the Ji clan. This time, it was the result of the operation of the young generation of the Ji clan. There were similar grand meetings in other oases. Yi Fan rubbed his chin habitually and pondered. There were only 3 people in the young generation of the Ji clan who had reached the 4 levels mystery realm. The Yaoguang Holy Land was similar, and there were only 3 or 4 people. If the divine King Ji Haoyue did not come, and if the saint of Yaoguang did not show up, he did not mind revealing his true self and going to the grand meeting to start a massacre. If I reveal my true self and barge into the meeting and start a massacre, it would be like slapping the face of the Holy Land. But, wouldn't it cause too much of a commotion? Yi Fan thought to himself. He did have an urge. He was chased by the Ji clan all the way to the northern region, and the young generation of the Yaoguang Holy Land was also involved. He really could not hold back the urge to make a move. The reason why he had such an idea was that he had obtained the Book of Source Heaven and mastered the great art of changing heaven and earth. If he went there with his true self and caused a scene, it would be hard for the other party to find him. The restaurant was next to the gambling den and business was very good. The people who came in and out were either cultivators or gambling on stones. They were very generous. On the 2nd floor, near the window, there was a man dressed in green. He was only 21 or 22 years old. His skin was white and he looked a bit feminine. It was obvious that he was a disciple of an aristocratic family. Beside him, there was a pair of young ladies serving him wine and dishes. They were very attentive. He drank a cup of wine and said, the fact that he was able to burn the grand elder of the Ji family to death wasn't because of his shocking cultivation. It was because the important figures of the Ji family didn't guard against him and were killed by the terrifying flames he collected. Without those flames, he was nothing. Brother, you are exaggerating. But no matter what, that young man burned a great elder to death, he is not simple. Someone beside him disagreed. The man in green glanced at him and said, half a year ago, he was only in the Nirvana realm. Without those flames, killing him would be as easy as tearing a painting apart. Someone in the restaurant felt that he was being arrogant and said, brother, you are exaggerating. Killing him as easy as tearing a painting apart, can you really do that? The feminine man in green drank another cup of wine and said, killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. 1 slap is enough to kill him. Yi Fan was sitting not far away. He couldn't help but glance at him. The man looked calm and even though he didn't show any arrogance, he was quite conceited. Someone beside him was disgusted by his attitude and said, "That young man is only 15 or 16 years old and he has already reached the Nirvana realm. That is already very shocking. May I ask what level you are at?" "The third level of the Holy Ji Palace." The man in green answered. He took the white cloth from the maid and wiped his mouth. Many people were shocked. To have such cultivation at this age was indeed shocking. No wonder he was so conceited. "What is this young man's name?" someone asked. "Situ Feng." The man in green gently threw the white cloth on the table. "Is he Situ Feng from the Yanyan school?" "Yes." "No wonder, it is Situ Feng. Among the 20-years-old generation, few in the Chu state can compete with him. There are no great sects in the Chu state and no holy lands. To have the power of the third level of the Holy Ji Palace at this age is indeed something to be proud of." Everyone in the restaurant was talking about this. Obviously, they had all heard of Situ Feng's name. Yi Fan naturally didn't have a good impression of this effeminate man who claimed that he could kill him with a single slap. However, he wouldn't argue with him here. He asked, "Where's the grand meeting of the younger generation of Chu province being held? I also want to go and experience it." "In the Broken Cloud Mountain, not far from Chaoyang City," someone in the restaurant said. "Thank you, brother. When will it start?" Yi Fan asked. "Thank you. When will it start?" "In 2 days, many young men will come." Of the Chu, Yi Fan smiled and asked, "I wonder which powerful figures from the young generation of the Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land will come." "That's hard to say, but there must be outstanding people who came personally. After all, they were the ones who set it up." Not long after Yi Fan walked out of the restaurant, the large black dog also strolled over from nearby, muttering and cursing. Yi Fan listened carefully, and was instantly elated. The large black dog was quite unlucky. It had encountered an unscrupulous butcher, who had chased it down a street, wanting to skin it for its meat. However, the large black dog knew its limits, and didn't eat any mortals. The mountain was 120 miles away from Chaoyang City. The mountains were steep and reached into the clouds, so it was called the Broken Cloud Mountain. The mountains in the oasis were full of life. They were no longer barren. As far as the eye could see, it was green and there were big trees everywhere. The highest mountain was 6,000 meters high. White mist rose from it and clouds lingered around it. It was very majestic. Yi Fan came in advance because he wanted to know more about the terrain. The big black dog was not willing to follow him. He pulled a long face and followed him. The mountains stretched for hundreds of miles. There were no sects in the mountains. It was a land without a master. It was not because this place was not beautiful, but because in the past 1,000 years, there had been 3 medium-sized sects that established themselves here, but they were all destroyed. The other sects felt that this place was inauspicious, so no one stayed here. In fact, the Broken Cloud Mountain was very beautiful. The mountains and rivers were connected, dragon springs flowed, and jade belts circled the mountains. It was a good place for cultivation. Otherwise, 3 sects wouldn't have chosen this place. So it's this place. The big black dog's black fur stood up. Seeing him like this, Yi Fan was shocked. It was the first time he had seen the big black dog so nervous. "You've been here before?" The big black dog's eyes were filled with shock. He slowly calmed down, and his black fur became smooth and soft. "Let me take a closer look." He ran quickly. He ran dozens of miles around the mountain and came to an open field. "What do you see?" Yi Fan asked. "It's really this damn place. I didn't think I would come here again." The big black dog's expression was uncertain. "What kind of place is this?" Seeing him like this, Yi Fan knew that it was definitely not an ordinary mountain. "I suffered a great loss here." The big black dog paced, his expression gloomy. "When did this happen?" "Naturally very long ago. You wouldn't know even if I told you." The big black dog had a cool expression. "Even divine kings only have a lifespan of 4 or 5,000 years. If you can live for more than 1,000 years, you'll have to thank the heavens." "What happened here?" "I suffered a great loss, so why should I tell you?" The big black dog turned around and continued to walk around the mountain. Yi Fan had been cultivating after obtaining the original heavenly book. He used the aura observation technique to explore, and the whole mountain range instantly appeared in his eyes. There's nothing special here. It's not a danger zone. Even if there are source veins underground, there are pitifully few of them. This was his conclusion. Huh? Something's not right. Suddenly, Yi Fan was slightly surprised. Although this place was not a danger zone, it was slightly special. Looking ahead with the aura observation technique, he could faintly see a wisp of white mist rising up. That was definitely not the clouds and mist of the mountains. Instead, it was the wisp of mist that had risen up from underground. This is not a danger zone, nor is it celestial land, but there's a strange feeling. So many years have passed, but nothing has changed, the big black dog muttered. Yi Fan walked over, and said, "Tell me in detail." "No matter what, I'm a disciple of the Yuan Taoist master, so I'm more familiar with the geography of mountains and rivers than you are. People in your line of work love to dig, but unfortunately, this is not a problem of source veins," the big black dog muttered. "Then what did you encounter in the past?" Yi Fan asked. "Back then, I was trapped here for 18 years, and almost died here." The big black dog gritted his teeth. "I didn't sense any danger." Yi Fan observed again. Apart from the wisp of white mist, he really couldn't sense anything else. If you can really sense danger, then you'll be in big trouble. This was once the dojo of a powerful figure, so it's very unusual. You must have come here to steal something from him, right? That person has been dead for who knows how many years. At that time, I came here to try my luck, the big black dog corrected him fiercely. What kind of person's dojo was it that made you suffer such a great loss? Yi Fan was very curious. It was a ruthless person. In the end, he even refined himself. The big black dog was unwilling to say more, and no matter what Yi Fan said, he wouldn't reveal anything. "According to what you're saying, we can't enter this mountain." "That's not a problem. There's no big problem in entering. As long as we don't randomly dig here, no one will die." The big black dog still let the cat out of the bag. Yi Fan laughed loudly, and said, "Look at you. For the sake of finding treasures, what have you done in the past?" The big black dog's expression darkened, and he quibbled, "People in your line of work just like to randomly dig. I'm just reminding you." Yi Fan had only come here to participate in the gathering of the younger generation of Chu province, and he wasn't going to stay here for long, so he wasn't worried about anything. There was a very wide river here. It was unknown how many years it had been dried up, and even the cobblestones were almost weathered. This dried-up river meandered all the way from the mountain into the distance, like a flood dragon. Yi Fan followed the river into the mountain, and even after wandering around for half a day, he still couldn't find anything. He asked the big black dog, but the dog was tight-lipped and was unwilling to reveal anything. "A treasure that can interest you must be extraordinary, right? Don't you want to dig it out?" Yi Fan tempted. "Of course it's a rare treasure. It's been buried underground for tens of thousands of years, so I don't mind it being buried for a few more decades. When I'm powerful enough, I'll personally come to retrieve it." The big black dog's mouth was very tight. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The broken Cloud Mountain range was no longer deserted, and it instantly became lively. Divine rainbows occasionally flew over from the horizon, and figures could be seen everywhere. Almost all of them were young cultivators. In the central region of the mountain range, there was a broken mountain. It was very thick and wide, and its surface was very smooth. It was as if it had been cut open by an extremely sharp weapon, and it formed a massive platform. There were many figures on the platform, and it didn't seem crowded at all. On the contrary, it was really too vast, and it seemed empty. This broken mountain is at least 10 times thicker than the other mountains. If it wasn't broken, it would most likely reach into the clouds. "It's the highest mountain in this region," Yi Fan muttered to himself. "They really know how to choose a place." The big black dog's large eyes flickered with light. "This is the training ground of that powerful figure you mentioned, right?" Yi Fan probed. The big black dog didn't reply. An hour later, Yi Fan's large sleeves fluttered, and he rode a cloud over. He also arrived at the Broken Mountain, but he didn't bring the Black Emperor with him. Otherwise, he would leave behind a flaw. There were young cultivators everywhere, and they were all discussing spiritedly. At the same time, figures would occasionally fly over from the distant sky. 5-colored divine light sliced through the sky, and a jade boat flew over. Tens of thousands of rays of auspicious light shone, and it descended from the sky. There was a powerful fluctuation of divine power, and it landed on the Broken Mountain. Instantly, there was a commotion among the crowd. An important figure had arrived. The elites of the Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land have arrived. The Ji clan and the Wavering Light Holy Land's inheritance is immortal, and they have hundreds of thousands of years of history. Even the young disciples they've nurtured are so powerful. It's shocking. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, and in an instant, they surrounded that place. It was as if they were stars surrounding the moon. Yi Fan didn't go forward, and he stood in place without moving. At this time, he discovered Situ Feng, who had threatened to kill him with a single slap. This feminine man was still dressed in green clothes, and he was quite conceited. He didn't push his way forward, and instead stood outside of the crowd with a hint of arrogance. "Brother Situ." Yi Fan walked forward. Situ Feng turned his head, and said with a frown, "Who are you?" "Yi Fan." When Situ Feng heard this, he suddenly turned around and stared at him. The broken cloud mountains towered into the sky, cutting through the white clouds. Some of the peaks were lush green, while the peaks were covered in white snow. The broken cloud mountains were located in the center of the mountains. There were many people here, and from time to time, there would be young cultivators descending. More and more people were gathered here. Situ Feng's expression was cold. He stood outside of the crowd and looked quite arrogant. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "That's not a good joke." Yi Fan was only a few feet away from him. He stood there calmly. His joints moved, making cracking sounds, and soon, his true appearance was restored. "It's really you." Situ Feng was a little surprised, but he soon sneered and said, "You dare to come here? You really have some guts." Mist emerged from Yi Fan's body and covered his entire body, concealing his true form. He took a few steps forward and said, "The world is so big, where can't I go? It's just a gathering of cultivators from Chu province, why would I not dare to come?" Situ Feng's expression became cold and said, "Today, I am afraid you will not be able to leave. Do you want to slap me to death?" Yi Fan said as he took a few steps forward. "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. One slap is more than enough." Situ Feng was a genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. He was already a powerhouse of the 3rd level of the Dao Palace in his 20s, so he was quite arrogant. Yi Fan touched his chin and said, "Am I that easy to bully? You want to kill me with one slap? Do you really think I am just a blade of grass? Besides relying on that flame, you are nothing to me. Killing you is as easy as plucking leaves from the grass." Situ Feng said calmly. "Why don't you try and kill me?" Yi Fan walked forward again. At this time, the surrounding cultivators noticed the abnormality and looked back. "Isn't that Situ Feng of the Swallow Cloud sect? He is known as the most outstanding genius of the sect in 100 years. He is only 21 years old and is already a powerhouse of the 3rd level of the Dao Palace." In the southern part of the Chu province, Situ Feng is quite famous among the younger generation. Many people speculate that he will be able to break into the 4 extreme secret realms before the age of 30. Many cultivators discussed and thought highly of him. Situ Feng was only 21 years old, and he was not a descendant of a holy land, but having such a cultivation was indeed amazing. After all, among the younger generation, there were very few people who had reached the 4 extreme secret realms. In the future, it was very likely that he would be able to break through to the 4 ultimate secret realms before the age of 30. It could be said that his talent was extraordinary. "You are very famous in the Chu prefecture. So many people know of you." Yi Fan became even more ethereal. The fog rolled and covered his entire body. "Who is this person? He dares to confront Situ Feng. Could it be that he can compete with the geniuses of the Swallow Cloud sect?" Someone revealed a suspicious look. It must be a challenger. After Situ Feng became famous in the southern part of the Chu province, there were some young cultivators who were not convinced. This kind of situation would often occur. Fame and fortune can kill a person. For the sake of fame, he didn't hesitate to fight. But isn't challenging the genius of Yanyan sect just asking for death? Among the people in Chu Prefecture who are around 20 years old, there aren't many who can compete with him. Looks like I'm in danger. Everyone says I'm no match for you. Yi Fan laughed at himself. At this moment, there were many young cultivators everywhere on the broken mountain. Many of them were looking over and were aware of the tense atmosphere. It's a pity. I actually didn't want to kill you. But since you are standing in front of me, I don't mind sending you on your way with a slap. Situfeng dismissively replied. His body turned into a shadow and floated over like a character from a painting. Just as he said, he only sent out a slap. His right hand was raised high, and a blue halo appeared on his palm. It was sparkling and sparkling. At this moment, there were many gazes gathered at this place. Both near and far, all of them were looking at this scene. This was a gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu Prefecture. So, the occurrence of such a conflict was expected. So, no one was surprised. After the people on the broken mountain knew that it was Situfeng, they believed that there would be no suspense. The strange challenger would certainly be killed by the genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. Yi Fan stood in the same place and did not move. He calmly waited for Situfeng to rush in front of him. Then, he waved his right palm to meet that blue palm. Pa! The sound was very loud and clear. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It spread throughout the entire broken mountain. The two palms collided, creating a series of blue ripples. The blue hazy halo fluttered like a gauze, submerging the entire area. I have already said that Situfeng's talent is extremely high. Anyone who challenges him will certainly have to pay a painful price. He could easily lose his life. The blue light is like lightning. The divine power is overflowing in all directions. This palm's strength is terrifying. Many people exclaimed in admiration. However, when the blue mist dispersed, everyone was stunned. They were tongue-tied and swallowed back the words they were about to say. In the middle of the field, Yi Fan's long sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He stood there calmly. But Situfeng's complexion was deathly pale. He retreated far away. His entire right palm was deformed beyond recognition. Drops of blood were dripping down to the ground. How is this possible? Who is he? He actually injured the genius of the Swallow Cloud sect. His right palm bone is broken inch by inch. Who is this person? How come I have never heard of him? Does my Chu Prefecture have such a person? Chu Prefecture has a radius of more than 3,000 miles. I have never heard of such a person. Could it be that he is a cultivator from the oasis? In the surroundings, many people had a strange look on their faces. An unknown person had seriously injured Situfeng with a single palm strike. This was really shocking. Yi Fan was very calm. In terms of physique alone, who in the Holy Palace could compare with him? His body was made of copper and iron. It was even more terrifying than a magical weapon. Many people were trying to guess his identity. However, his body was surrounded by mist. No one could see him clearly. Situfeng's complexion was pale. Not only was his right palm bone broken, but his entire right arm was broken into 8 pieces. No one was more shocked than him. It was as if he had just hit a mountain. There was no way he could resist that kind of power. You want to kill me with a single palm strike? That's going to be very difficult. Yi Fan stood in the same place and did not chase after him. Situfeng's complexion was stiff. His right arm was trembling. He clenched his teeth and tried to fix his broken arm. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a pearl. It was suspended above his head. A curtain of water hung down from it. It's the blue pearl of the Swallow Cloud School. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, Situfeng opened his mouth and spat out a blue lotus. It shone brightly and was as heavy as a mountain. The people around him could not even breathe. This blue lotus was transparent and bright blue. The huge pressure it exuded made many people's hearts beat faster. Their faces turned pale. Even the ground of the broken mountain was cracking. Yi Fan's expression changed. It was not only because of how heavy the blue lotus was, but also because the ground of the broken mountain was cracking. This was the training ground of a ruthless person. If he caused any trouble, it would be very bad. He did not hold back and rushed forward. His palms and fingers were like blades. He struck out continuously, shattering the blue lotus. The blue lotus was not damaged. It shone even brighter and pressed down. He held up one hand to the sky. It was indeed as heavy as a mountain. The pressure was making his body feel a bit strained. The blue pearl rose up and flew towards the blue lotus. The two combined and multiplied the weight of the blue lotus, making Yi Fan sink. This is Swallow Cloud Sect's treasure. It is almost unbearable. This person is actually resisting it with his body. What kind of background does he have? The surrounding people were all shocked. However, what made them dumbfounded was yet to come. Yi Fan's hands trembled. A huge golden palm magically appeared, causing the sky to collapse. Situfeng's expression changed. 3 blue lights rushed out from his left hand and converged together to form a blue lightning blade. All of a sudden, it grew to a length of more than 10 zhang and chopped towards Yi Fan. Situfeng actually refined the 3 true water. Every drop of this water can penetrate gold and crack stone. What is even more frightening is that he refined the true water into a spirit blade. This kind of secret technique is extremely frightening. It can cut through people's souls. This is the 3 true spirit blade. It has once again appeared. This is really unexpected and shocking. The spectators' faces changed. They were all nervously watching. The 3 true water could extinguish true fire. It could melt gold. It was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. When it was refined into the 3 true spirit blade, its power was unparalleled. Yi Fan let out a low roar. His arms trembled 9 times. After the 9 strikes, the blue pearl and the blue lotus of the Swallow Cloud Sect cracked. Boom! The last punch was thrown. The sky was filled with blue light. The 2 treasures were smashed into powder by his golden fist. Who is this person? How can he have such a great strength? His flesh is harder than the treasures. How did he cultivate? Is he a demon? Too frightening. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of them were in disbelief. The 3 true spirit blade chopped down. The blue light was like lightning. The skin of the people nearby was reflected in a pale blue color. Dang! Yi Fan grabbed the blade. His entire right hand was like a pure gold. 5 deep finger marks were left on the blade. The 3 true spirit blade can cut through souls. Heavens, he grabbed it with his hand. He is actually fearless. Is this the kind of existence that can become a saint in the future? How can he have such a terrifying body? Boom! Situfeng stimulated the 3 true spirit blade. The blue light soared to the sky. The water light overflowed in all directions. It submerged Yi Fan. This was the 3 true water. It could melt gold and devour iron. A single drop was enough to penetrate a cultivator's body. With so much of it surging out, no one could tell how terrifying its power was. However, Yi Fan's body was shining brightly. All of the water was evaporated and turned into a blue gas. It was simply unable to do anything to him. His divine power surged. He was like an immortal divine furnace. He could burn and destroy everything. Ka. The 3 true spirit blade broke in his hand. It turned into pure water. And then turned into a blue mist. It was completely refined by him. This scene was horrifying. The 3 true spirit blade could not even withstand a single blow. It was destroyed by his golden palm. You. Situfeng's face was pale. He turned around and left. His heart was like dead ashes. Such an opponent made him feel frustrated. The genius of the Swallow Cloud Sect was defeated. He had no choice but to escape. That was a genius from the southern part of the Chu province. He could not even withstand a single blow from this person. Who is this person? How terrifying. On the broken mountain, many people were shocked. You also have a taste of the power of my palm. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. He caught up with Situfeng in a flash. His golden palm turned into the size of a millstone. It smashed down, causing the void to tremble. Be lenient. An outstanding disciple of the Ji clan shouted. A silhouette quickly rushed forward. At the same time, Situfeng also tried his best to resist. The golden palm was incomparably powerful. It sucked away all the world's essence in the surroundings. A large blurry black space appeared. Pa. This time, it was as if a muffled thunder had struck the sky. Situfeng's resistance was completely useless. His whole body was smashed into pieces. He was sent flying. You. The young expert of the Ji clan was furious. He did not expect that the opposite party would not give him any face. He wanted to catch Situfeng's broken body, but as soon as his hands touched it, the body immediately turned into ashes. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Who are you? How dare you kill someone in front of me? Didn't you hear what I said just now? The young expert of the Ji clan shouted. Who do you think you are? Do you think that I will stop just because you told me to? You think that the clan of the ancients is so great? Yi Fan clasped his hands behind his back. Facing the disciple of the clan of the ancients, Yi Fan did not show any reverence. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You. How dare you? The disciple's complexion immediately sank as he said, This is a grand meeting of the young cultivators of the Chu prefecture. Why did you cause a disturbance? Why did you kill someone for no reason? Why would I kill someone for no reason? Didn't you see that he wanted to kill me? Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. It was not what he had expected. The disciple of the clan of the Ji clan had a stern look on his face. He placed himself on the moral high ground. He did not want others to gossip about him. He asked, I saw everything that happened just now. Although he said that he wanted to kill you, he did not injure you. Why do you want his life? According to you, as long as he did not injure me, even if he wanted to kill me, it was not his fault. Yi Fan looked indifferent. He was not your opponent. He could not take your life. In any case, you should not have killed him. The disciple of the clan of the Ji clan had a stern look on his face. Yi Fan sneered and said, What a joke. Do I have to wait until my life is in danger before I can kill him? I'm afraid I would have already lost my life by then. There were many people on the broken mountain. Many young cultivators of the Chu prefecture had gathered here. People could be seen everywhere. No one had thought that someone would dare to confront the young generation of the clan of the Ji clan. Situfeng only said something inappropriate. Yet, you killed a genius of the Chu prefecture. This is too much. Although he said that he wanted to kill you, he was not your opponent. How could you kill him? Where did you come from? Why did you kill him? Do you think there is no one in the Chu prefecture? On the side, there were a few cultivators who agreed with the disciple of the clan of the ancients. The other party was from the clan of the ancients. It was worth it for them to help him. In addition, there were a few people who followed blindly. However, they were in the minority. Most of the people were watching quietly. They could not afford to offend the clan of the Ji clan. It was impossible for them to help a cultivator of unknown origin. Yi Fan laughed. This made the people who had spoken very angry, especially the disciple of the clan of the Ji clan. Although Situfeng threatened to kill you, but in the end, he was turned into ashes by you, and now you are still laughing? Yi Fan rubbed his chin and said, The few of you have already said it yourselves. It was he who threatened to kill me with a single slap. Moreover, he was the one who tried to kill me first. Do you have anything else to say? The few people who had blindly followed him were instantly dumbfounded. After thinking about it carefully, they were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. The few people from the Ji family who had spoken up to help also didn't know what to say. That disciple of the Ji clan said coldly, No matter what, you shouldn't have killed anyone. You should know that you should forgive people whenever possible. Is that so? Yi Fan laughed and said, How about this, I'll give it a try and see if I can kill you with one slap. Of course, even if I say that, I probably won't be able to kill you. After this, how about we drink and chat merrily? According to what you've said, I don't think you'll mind, much less kill me. Hearing Yifan's ridicule, the disciple of the Ji clan's face became gloomy. He scolded, I think you are here to disturb the meeting. Who are you? Yifan's body was shrouded in fog. His face couldn't be seen clearly. He leisurely walked forward and said, You can't reason with me, so you're starting to accuse me? You really came here to disturb the meeting. You've already come to a conclusion. What can I say? Everything is in vain. Yifan laughed. The clan of the remote antiquity had existed in the world for hundreds of thousands of years. They were unfathomably powerful and transcended the world. All the sects were in awe of them. No matter where the disciples of the Ji clan went, they were like the stars surrounding the moon. No one dared to look down on them. Today, Ji Yanfeng was repeatedly contradicted by Yifan. His face became gloomy and his heart was filled with killing intent. This meeting was initiated by my Ji clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land. We invited the young talents of the Chu prefecture. Who are you? How dare you come here? How come I didn't see anyone else's name? Why am I the only one here? Yifan crossed his arms and said, Am I supposed to be the one being presumptuous here? The clan of the remote antiquity sure is domineering. Boom. The powerful killing intent was like the waves of a lake. Rays of light shot out from the disciple of the Ji clan and circled around his body like a real dragon. You came here with an ulterior motive. I will take you down first. What a nice way to put it. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why bother with all these excuses? I will exchange a few moves with you. Yifan walked forward. Everyone's expression changed. Someone who dared to provoke a disciple of the clan of the remote antiquity definitely had a powerful background. Everyone was shocked and paid close attention to the scene. The clan of the remote antiquity cannot be humiliated. Today, you asked for it. I will kill you. Ji Yanfeng's face darkened. When the disciples of the Ji clan walked outside, the disciples of other sects would try their best to befriend them. They had never been humiliated like this before. Ji Yanfeng could not hold it in any longer. What's the point of being so domineering? Yifan shook his head and said, The clan of the remote antiquity sure is powerful. The Ji clan had chased after him. Even if he escaped to the north, he would not be able to escape. He came here today to kill and slap the face of the clan of the remote antiquity. Naturally, he would not run away now. Young Master Ji, there is no need to do it yourself. Let me take him down. A young cultivator from the Chu province stepped forward. Let me do it myself. Ji Yanfeng shook his head. There is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I am enough. The cultivator took out a blood box and said, Young Master Ji, please help me with the formation. Buzz. The cultivator made his move immediately. The blood box opened a slit and a river of blood rushed out. The stench of blood assaulted the nostrils as it tried to drown Yifan. The underworld blood demon box. So it's something from this sect. Why did it appear again? Isn't this a demon weapon left behind by a demon king? This thing can taint one's golden body. Even a treasure cannot block it and will turn into blood. Back in the day, a great human cultivator died because of it. It has actually reappeared in this world. Wasn't it destroyed by a great human cultivator before his death? Could it be that another demon king appeared and refined it again? The surrounding spectators were all shocked as they watched nervously. The river of blood rushed over and a red mist covered the sky. The sky and the earth were dyed red, and a bone-piercing chill seeped into everyone's soul. An ominous premonition appeared. Yifan was on guard as if he was facing a great enemy. Boom. His body shone with a divine light as if he was wearing a layer of immortal robe. The light illuminated the surroundings, making it hard for people to look at him directly. Bang! Yifan's hands were holding the moon as a mountain appeared in his bosom. Green pine trees stood tall on top of the mountain as a silver waterfall cascaded down. It was majestic and heavy as if it could destroy the heaven and earth. The embracing mountain seal, Yifan used the battle saint technique to strike out with the embracing mountain seal. After encountering danger, he displayed the earth-shattering seal technique with monstrous power. The mountain was so real that it made people feel suffocated. Even though they were far away, they still felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Their bodies went limp and they could barely stand. Many people staggered and fell to the ground. Wang! The mountain quickly enlarged like an ancient demonic mountain descending upon the world. It pressed down on them in an instant. The pressure was too great for them to bear. Many people who stood too close had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. They had suffered a terrifying impact. Boom! The river of blood in the sky collapsed in an instant. The mountain was like the sky, majestic and unstoppable. Its divine might could almost crush a real mountain. How could the physical body of the Holy Ji Palace withstand it? The expression of the cultivator from Chu State changed. He silently chanted an incantation, and the underworld blood demon box enlarged and rushed into the sky to meet the mountain. There were 9 waves of blood, each higher than the one before. They swept towards the mountain and Yifan. At the same time, the crimson blood mist was like blades and swords, rushing towards Yifan. Yifan lightly shouted. The mountain-embracing imprint was unleashed to the extreme. After that, he hurled it out. This was a terrifying scene. A body of flesh and blood was hurled out like a mountain. This sort of might would cause people's hearts to tremble. This kind of power was too terrifying. The air seemed to collapse from the pressure. With a rumbling sound, the mountain crashed into the blood box. Boom! Bloody light covered the sky and a storm raged. The sky suddenly became chaotic, as if it had become a chaotic zone. It was a blur. Energy waves and light were everywhere. Kacha! The mountain that was thrown out collapsed, and the blood box also shattered. It was destroyed in the air at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura. Rumble! Up in the sky, there was a shocking scene. The underworld blood demon box shattered. It was extremely terrifying, destroying everything in its way. Demon blood filled the sky, and the mountain collapsed. Violent waves swept through the sky. Many people were sent flying, even though it was only the aftermath. This is too frightening. How could the underworld blood demon box refined by a great demon of a generation be broken? Just who is this person? The embracing mountain seal is an absolute art of the northern domain. Several great sects and holy lands have collected it, but it shouldn't be enough to shatter the treasure box of a demon king. You are all wrong. The underworld blood demon box was destroyed by a great human, and this is only a scrap. One can imagine how terrifying the true blood box is. Even so, everyone was still shocked. This kind of energy fluctuation was too great a threat to the cultivators of the Dao Palace mystic realm. In particular, cultivators below the 3rd level of the Dao Palace would find it difficult to resist. But, the youth in the sky had actually thrown out a mountain, shattering the demon box. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Who is he? To throw a mountain with a lift of his hand, just how powerful was this strength? It was simply the strength to pick up mountains, and his aura was matchless and unstoppable. In the sky, a bloody mist rose. The underworld blood that could pollute the golden body and destroy the treasure body was actually unable to harm Yifan. It was completely refined by him. His powerful body was faintly discernible in the mist. His body bloomed with a crystalline divine brilliance. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be? My underworld blood treasure box has been destroyed. The cultivator was in a daze. He wanted to show off in front of the Ji family disciples and enter the clan of the ancients, but he didn't want the treasure he relied on to be so tyrannically shattered. Is he even human? He threw out a mountain? His lips were trembling, but it was unknown whether it was from anger or fear. This is the embracing mountain seal. It is the ultimate art of a great sect in the past. After the sect was destroyed, it was passed down, and many sects have obtained this secret art. Ji Yunfeng's expression was solemn. Yifan coldly snorted. He swooped down and attacked the cultivator. Young Master Ji, save me. The cultivator's expression changed on the spot. The treasure that was made from a scrap of the underworld blood treasure box had been shattered. He was no match for Yifan. Don't worry. With me here, he can't do anything to you. Ji Yunfeng was quite conceited. Who do you think you are? If I want to kill someone, do you think you can stop me? Yifan rushed forward, the divine light between his eyebrows shining brightly. Oh no! Ji Yunfeng was indeed an extraordinary figure among the younger generation of the Ji family. He instinctively sensed danger and quickly retreated. This was the innate instinct. Only a few cultivators had this kind of spiritual sense. Yifan's powerful divine sense manifested. It was unparalleled. A golden divine sword shot out from between his eyebrows and directly killed the owner of the underworld blood demon box. His corpse lay in the void. "You, who are you?" Ji Yunfeng shouted. He had just said in front of everyone that he would protect that cultivator. In the end, Yifan rushed over and killed him in one move. This was equivalent to a loud slap to his face. "I will tell you. After today, the entire north region will know." Yifan attacked. He immediately used the embracing mountain seal. The huge mountain covered the sky. Its aura was heavy and majestic. It fiercely pressed down, causing the sky to tremble. "Heaven-severing finger!" Ji Yunfeng shouted. He stretched out his right hand. His fingers were like dragon scissors, transparent like jade. They cut through the sky and met the embracing mountain seal. The Void Scripture was a supreme scripture created by the ancient Void Emperor to observe all living things and capture the eternal and unchanging laws. It was incomparably profound and had the power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. The sky-severing finger was one of the supreme arts. It was extremely powerful and mysterious. When it reached the pinnacle, it could sever the imprint of the heavens and connect with the great Tao. Ji Yunfeng's finger was sparkling and shot out divine radiance. The finger scissors moved like true dragons waving their tails. They intersected and emitted a terrifying aura that could sever mountains and cut apart the blue dome of heaven. Clang, the sky-severing finger shot out, cutting through the sky with an oppressive aura. The divine radiance was as thick as a peak and cut towards the huge mountain in the sky with astonishing power. This kind of supreme art was truly terrifying. The jade-like finger shot out divine radiance that turned into dragon scissors that could cut through everything. Yifan struck out with the embracing mountain seal, which turned into a huge mountain and suppressed the center of the sky. It was continuously attacked and terrifying ravines appeared on the towering mountain in the sky. All of them were cut out by the slashes. Boom, the mountain rose sharply and became larger, towering into the sky. Black light shone as a silver waterfall fell from the sky. Yifan took the form of embracing the moon and shot towards the dragon scissors. Bang, the silver dragon scissors shook violently and were almost shattered. However, with a flash of light, they reformed and shot out an even sharper divine radiance. Murderous intent soared into the sky as it slashed downwards. Clang clang clang, it was as if 10,000 swords were ringing at the same time, resounding through the horizon. The sky-severing finger displayed its terrifying side. It could cut through all living things and was impossible to defend against. The sky trembled and rumbled. Silver radiance shot out in all directions, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The dragon scissors were unstoppable and cut out huge ravines on the mountain. However, the mountain did not fall and became more and more solid like an immortal demonic mountain. The power it released was even stronger and almost destroyed the dragon scissors several times. The embracing mountain seal against the sky-severing finger. One was an ancient seal technique activated by the Battle Saint technique, while the other was a supreme secret technique recorded in the Void Ancient Scripture. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Ji Yunfeng was quite shocked. How could the ultimate art left behind by the ancient emperors not suppress the embracing mountain seal? Although this ancient seal technique was a unique technique of the northern region, how could it compare to the sky-severing finger? The scriptures left behind by the great emperor represented the extreme realm, and the secret techniques left behind could be considered unmatched. They were all the most powerful techniques of a certain domain, impossible to surpass. But this person before him had actually used the mountain-embracing seal to resist it with ease and not fall into a disadvantageous position. This truly exceeded logic. Ji Yunfeng flicked his finger, and divine light rushed out like 5 dragons soaring through the sky, charging towards the mountains in the sky. The sky-severing finger was unfathomably profound. When it reached the ultimate level, it could draw upon the Tao of heaven and earth and absorb the eternal Tao energy from the void. Although it was impossible for Ji Yunfeng to reach such a level, he was indeed extraordinary. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, and the 5 dragons locking the heavens coiled around the mountain. This scene was extremely shocking. 5 true dragons coiled around the mountain, and the scales on their bodies flickered. They directly dug into the mountain, wanting to shatter the mountain. The heaven-severing finger drew in the power of heaven and earth, absorbing the energy in the void. Its might rose sharply, causing the mountain formed by the embracing mountain seal to sway unceasingly, showing signs of collapsing. The secret art recorded in the void ancient scripture could display an extreme immortal might. Even if it could only display a trace of it now, it was still unfathomable. Yi Fan immediately felt the pressure increase greatly. His expression solemn, he activated the battle saint art, and also the embracing mountain seal to the extreme. Boom! The mountain continued to enlarge, and the powerful pressure made the spectators below shudder, almost collapsing to the ground. Bang! One of the true dragons finally couldn't bear it anymore. The dragon coiling around the mountain was broken, and with a flash of light, it was destroyed. Boom! The mountain shook, and the pressure was astonishing. It continued to expand, becoming more and more majestic. No, this is definitely not the embracing mountain seal. It only has the form and has its own origin. What kind of secret art is this? How can it compete with the sky-severing finger? Ji Yunfeng's heart was filled with puzzlement. But now, there was no time to think too much. The embracing mountain seal shook violently, and its might increased even more, breaking the other 4 true dragons. They were destroyed on the mountain, and a terrifying energy spread in all directions. Suppress! Yi Fan shouted, and the embracing mountain seal pressed down like the sky. Its power was unparalleled, and it shook one's soul. Sky-severing finger! Ji Yunfeng shouted, and once again used this secret art. It struck the sky, and blocked the embracing mountain seal. Boom! This time, Ji Yunfeng was sent flying. Even though he had retreated quickly, he had still suffered a great impact, and his face was pale. Why is it like this? The sky-severing finger can invoke the great path, and it is unparalleled in the world. What kind of secret art is he using to resist the saint art left behind by the great emperor? Buzz! The sky trembled. Yi Fan embraced the moon, and the embracing mountain seal pressed down again. It was black and towering, and it made one's mind uneasy. Its power was terrifying, and its courage was unparalleled. Bang! Ji Yunfeng used the power of the sky-severing finger to the extreme, but the result was still the same. He was sent flying, and his body shook violently, and his face was pale. Ji Yunfeng's heart was cold. He was almost at the 4th level of the Holy Ji Palace, and his opponent was only at the 2nd level. What did this mean? The difference in power between different levels was huge. It was like climbing the sky ladder. The step up was celestial, and the step down was mortal. Those who were at the lower levels were definitely suppressed, and yet his opponent was going against the grain. He was an extremely conceited person, but now he was doubting his own ability. As a disciple of the clan of the ancients, his combat ability far surpassed cultivators of the same level, and yet he was going against the grain. This really shocked him. What made Ji Yunfeng even more afraid was that his opponent's divine power was inexhaustible, and it was still increasing. The power of the embracing mountain seal was even greater than before, and he did not dare to face it head-on. Why is it like this? His power is too great. If a cultivator of the 4 ultimate secret realms were hit, he would not be able to take it, and would die with a grievance. Ji Yunfeng's face was pale. He had lost confidence, and felt that it was impossible to defeat his opponent. With such a mentality, the consequences would be disastrous. Oh no! On the broken mountain, the other 3 from the Ji clan and the 4 from the Yaoguang Holy Land all changed expressions. They could see that something was wrong. Yunfeng, retreat. Come back. Don't fight. At the same time, someone rushed forward, wanting to cut off Yi Fan and force Ji Yunfeng to retreat. It was obvious that everyone could see that Ji Yunfeng was not a match for Yi Fan. If this continued, he would die without a doubt. On the broken mountain, many young cultivators from the Chu prefecture were gathered. They were all shocked that a disciple of the clan of the ancients could not defeat an unknown cultivator. It was shocking. Just what was this person's background? Everyone was guessing that someone who dared to cause trouble for a disciple of the clan of the ancients most likely had a corresponding identity. Ji Yunfeng indeed wanted to retreat. He did not want to die, but to his horror, he found that he was stuck by the embracing mountain seal. A demonic power was emitted from the mountain, almost sucking him into the void. He could not fly out at all. The people behind him were anxious. Another disciple of the Ji clan rushed over and tried to stop him. His divine power surged, wanting to tear apart the seal. Boom! It was extremely terrifying. The moment he arrived, he unleashed the palm of the void. Its power was astonishing, causing the sky to tremble. The palm of the void was on par with the sky-severing finger. They were both supreme secret arts of the Ji clan and possessed unimaginable power. When the sky-severing finger was unleashed, silver light shone brilliantly. The palm of the void, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. It was as black as ink. At this moment, the black palm blotted out the sky and almost covered the sun. It shook the mountain and the sky. This was the palm of the void. It absorbed the eternal power of the great Tao from the void. Its celestial power was unpredictable. Ordinary opponents had no way to resist and would be smashed to pieces. Not only had Ji Fan seen the power of this art, but he had also learned the incomplete form of the palm of the void. He knew how terrifying it was, but even now, he was not afraid. Even if the disciple of the clan of the ancients had a higher cultivation level than him, he was still confident. He had learned the offensive arts of the 9 secrets, so he could resist them. Buzz. The essence Ji in the sky seemed to have been sucked dry. The entire heaven and earth darkened. The power of Yi Fan's mountain-embracing imprint had increased a little. Ji Yunfeng had no way to escape. He was firmly isolated here. At the same time, the mountain-embracing imprint smashed into the palm of the void. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. The shockwaves rushed downwards, causing the broken mountain to shake. Many people could not stand steadily and almost fell to the ground. This was a terrifying energy as vast as the ocean. The palm of the void did not gain the upper hand against the mountain-embracing imprint. This is... The Ji clan's disciple who rushed over frowned. Below, the Chu prefecture's cultivators were even more shocked. This mysterious character was too powerful. His aura did not decrease, but instead increased continuously. His divine power was becoming more and more terrifying. First, he broke the sky-severing finger, then he faced the palm of the void, dissolving 2 peerless arts. Such methods were truly terrifying. Sky-severing finger. Ji Yunfeng shouted. Divine light as thick as a mountain peak shot outwards. Palm of the void. The Ji clan's disciple who rushed over to help also shouted. The incomparably huge black palm covered the sky, blocking the sun in the sky as it pressed downwards. These 2 supreme secret arts originated from the void ancient scripture. They came from the same source, and when combined together, they possessed an inconceivable might. It was extremely terrifying. However, Yi Fan's performance was even more shocking. Boom! The sky trembled. After Yi Fan tossed out a mountain, he once again began to form seals. Another mountain formed and was tossed out by him. Mountain-embracing imprint, its power was world-shaking. The mountain pressed down on everyone, and the divine might of 10,000 caddies was unstoppable. The essence of heaven and earth was about to be sucked dry, and this place became dark. Everyone was stunned because the tossing of the 2 mountains didn't mean the end. Rather, it was just the beginning. Yi Fan's hands embraced the moon as he continuously formed seals. Rumble. The sky shook and the earth trembled. He consecutively tossed out 9 mountains and formed seals 9 times, completely sucking the essence of the surroundings dry. Everything sank into darkness. This was too terrifying. The wild power shocked the heavens, and it was as if the sky was about to split apart. Tossing out 9 mountains in succession was an unimaginable power. Below, the spectators were like clay statues. They were tongue-tied. Such vigorous divine power seemed like it would never dry up. It was truly shocking. The 9 mountains were all tossed towards the Ji clan's disciple who came to help. His heart trembled. Was this still a human? It gave him a horrifying feeling. He slapped out with the void palm, and the jet-black hand covered the sky. At the same time, he decisively retreated. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to block the 9 mountains. If he took it head-on, he would most likely be crushed into meat paste. He could only retreat. After stopping this disciple, Yi Fan was calm. He hugged the 10th mountain and descended from the sky, directly suppressing Ji Yunfeng. Stop. Behind him, the other 2 disciples of the Ji clan shouted. Unfortunately, it was already too late. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so tyrannical. He tossed out 9 mountains and changed everything in the blink of an eye. Boom. Like a torrential flood, like a vast ocean sweeping the sky, the sound was deafening. Embracing Mountain Seal, Yi Fan directly pressed down. His strength was enough to pick up mountains, and his aura was matchless. He was like a celestial king descending to the mortal world. He was unstoppable. Ji Yunfeng's face was drained of blood. His opponent's divine power was so vast that he couldn't breathe. He forcefully used the sky-severing finger, but it couldn't change anything. Boom. The sky shook and the earth quaked. Yi Fan pressed down and shook Ji Yunfeng to death. The fleshly body was deformed and tattered. Then, it turned into ashes in the terrifying aftermath. Yi Fan crushed Ji Yunfeng to death with the embracing Mountain Seal, turning him into dust. Broken Mountain was deathly silent as everyone stared blankly. A disciple of the clan of the ancients had been killed. The scene just now was shocking. Throwing out mountains and suppressing the Ji clan's cultivators, Yi Fan's performance was too shocking. He had the bearing of an overlord who could lift a cauldron. Only after a long time had passed did the young cultivators of the Chu province wake up, and they began to discuss with each other like a tide. Just who is he? Could he be the reincarnation of a demon king? Holding a mountain and suppressing an enemy, this is too terrifying. The embracing Mountain Seal is an absolute art of the North Domain. It requires a great amount of godly strength and is difficult for ordinary people to use. Yet, this person continuously forms seals and threw out 9 mountains at once. This is too monstrous. Could it be that he has the godly king physique? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying potential? His godly strength seems to be inexhaustible, and the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. The entire Broken Mountain was in an uproar as everyone discussed. A disciple of the clan of the ancients being killed was not a small matter. This person killed a disciple of the clan of the ancients in front of everyone. This concerned the reputation of the clan of the ancients. This was not a spar but a purposeful killing. Who are you? The other 3 cultivators of the clan of the Ji clan stood high up in the sky and surrounded Yi Fan. Their eyes were spitting fire and their killing intent was revealed. The gathering of the young cultivators of Chu Prefecture was organized by them in the name of their clan. This person came to the scene and killed the organizer. This result would damage the reputation of the Ji clan. I will take revenge for Yunfeng, one of them said with a cold voice. Then, he suddenly disappeared into thin air. Hua! The crowd was shocked. Under broad daylight, a person's figure could be seen floating in the air. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Yi Fan's robes fluttered in the wind as celestial energy covered his body. He stood there quietly without any signs of panic and was extremely calm. The mist became hazy and the space around him became distorted. A figure flashed and the cultivator of the Ji clan rushed out. He spat out a divine sword from his mouth and slashed towards Yi Fan's back. However, Yi Fan seemed to have expected this. Without any ripples, he calmly attacked. His golden fist arrived first and met the resplendent divine sword head-on. Clang, the drawn-out sound traveled for more than 10 miles, reverberating in the broken Cloud Mountain range. The golden fist sent the sharp sword flying. Cracks appeared on its surface, and then it shattered inch by inch like rotten wood. The wind blew it into the air, and golden powder drifted down to the ground. Great Void Technique. That's right, this is another unparalleled secret technique of the Ji clan. Within a short distance, it can be used to travel through space. Its destructive power is extremely great, and it's impossible to guard against. This is a world-shocking technique, an important technique recorded in the Void Ancient Scripture, a secret technique of the Ji clan. At this moment, the people on Broken Mountain finally understood why the disciple suddenly disappeared. He was displaying a strange technique. This kind of secret technique was extremely terrifying. During the battle, it would appear and disappear unpredictably, making it impossible for one to guard against it. It would kill without leaving a trace, causing the opponent to tremble in fear. However, Yi Fan was not afraid. He understood this secret technique very well. Ji Ziyue had taught him the complete chant, and he also knew the Great Void technique. Ever since he came to the northern region, he had not used it, fearing that his identity would be exposed. In addition, there was another reason. He cultivated the old madman's footwork, so the Great Void technique was dispensable to him. Ji Yunqing was very surprised. He did not expect the opponent to dodge it so easily. He was not startled by the Great Void technique and did not panic. Without a sound, he disappeared once again and used the Great Void technique to attack Yi Fan. Boom! The space distorted and everything became blurry. A huge black palm slapped out. The scene was quite terrifying and abrupt. The black palm covered the sky and covered the earth, pressing down on Yi Fan. With a rumbling sound, it slapped down violently. Yi Fan raised his golden fist to resist. Clang, the sound was earth-shaking, like a huge hammer hitting the divine drum of the celestial court. It made people's ears ring and made them feel dizzy. On Broken Mountain, many people's bodies trembled. They staggered back a dozen steps, their blood and qi surging. It had to be said that the black palm had extraordinary effects when used in conjunction with the Great Void technique. When the two secret techniques were combined, their power rose sharply. Down below, many of the spectators turned pale. They thought that it would be difficult for them to withstand the attack. The attack had caught them off guard, and the giant black hand was lethal to cultivators of the holy Ji Palace's secret plane. However, Yi Fan took it on. His golden fist blocked the black palm and stopped it in the air. However, this person was clearly stronger than Ji Yunfeng. The black palm was like a huge dark cloud. Black mist filled the sky and rumbled, pressing down like a mountain. This was an extremely terrifying wave of divine force, black and oppressive, intimidating one's soul. The large hand covered the sky and covering the earth. It was as if there was a black sea surging, rushing downwards. Yi Fan's fist was blazing with golden light. He punched the sky 9 times in a row, causing the sky to shake. Everyone's expression changed. This scene was extremely terrifying. The pure physical strength was actually so powerful. The golden fist smashed the void until it was about to collapse. The 9 fists shook the heavens and destroyed the large black hand in midair. Yi Fan had cultivated the attacking divine techniques of the 9 secrets. He could evolve many killing techniques, such as the seal of sun and moon, the seal of mountains and rivers, the seal of fire phoenix, and so on. However, he could not use them here. The battle saint technique was ever-changing. If he could use all kinds of divine seals and use them to their fullest potential, people would definitely be able to deduce the truth. At that time, the great sage would definitely attack. For the sake of the 9 secrets, they would definitely surround and block him. The Jiang clan would also go crazy. The attacking divine techniques of the 9 secrets could not be used in public. The disciples of the Ji clan are only SOSO. I was wondering how amazing you were. Why don't the 3 of you come at me together? That way, I won't kill you one by one. Yi Fan purposely mocked them. He knew that unless there was no other choice, it would be very difficult for the other party to put down their pride and attack him together. Their origins determined their burden. It would be hard to say if the 3 of them worked together to fight one person on behalf of the clan of the ancients. It's enough for me to fight you alone. Ji Yunqing shouted. At the side, the 2 disciples of the Ji clan had ugly expressions. They were already prepared to attack. Let's have a fair battle with him first. If we can't beat him, we can attack at any time, one of them said secretly. If they really couldn't beat him, they would attack together and kill him at the same time. Their lives and victory were more important than anything else. They had to do so even if they would be criticized. Ji Yunqing displayed his invincible might. He used the Great Void technique to travel through the void space to a wondrous level. He came and went without a trace, and the huge black palm print slapped the sky. The cultivators who were watching the battle were all terrified. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He didn't dodge quickly. Instead, he hurriedly used indirect attacks. He always managed to resolve the dangerous situation by a hair's breadth and purposely numbed his opponent. The Great Void technique is indeed peerless. It's truly a trump card. In a battle between cultivators of the same level, if one can master this technique, they will be invincible. It's indeed terrifying. We can't predict where he will appear at all. This mysterious person is very powerful, but he's now in a very passive position. The Void ancient scripture is indeed the legacy of the great emperor. It's profound and unfathomable. The secret technique contained within is unfathomable. The cultivators watching the battle were all astonished. Yi Fan sneered. Unless one cultivated this technique to the extreme, as long as one's consciousness was strong enough, one would be able to foresee the future and determine where the opponent would appear from in advance. If one couldn't become one with the void, there would always be fluctuations that could be used to resist this supreme secret technique. Moreover, he himself had grasped this technique. However, Yi Fan was also very impressed. The technique left behind by the Void Emperor could be said to be the ultimate way. Once it was cultivated to the great perfection realm, it would be incomparably terrifying. It would be everywhere, invisible and formless. It could kill the enemy in the void with a single thought. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Xianxia to reach this realm now. As time went on, everyone thought that Yi Fan was restrained by the Void technique and couldn't resist this supreme secret technique. He would definitely be defeated. Finally, Yi Fan made his move. He determined where Xianxia was going to appear and looked at where the two disciples of the Ji family were standing. The void was blurry. Xianxia had just rushed out when he felt the pressure of Mount Tai pressing down on him. The golden fist was indestructible and waiting outside. It was as if he had delivered himself to the door. Although his void palm imprint had already been formed, it couldn't block it. This time, Yi Fan's fists were several times stronger than before. The golden fist wind surged and the multicolored light blazed. The thick golden clouds churned like a vast ocean, sending many of the cultivators on the broken mountain flying. There was no need to even mention the ones high up in the sky. Yi Fan made a killing move and broke through the black palm. The golden fist let out a tsunami-like sound that shook the sky. Boom! It was a pity that Xianxia was facing the fist head-on. He succeeded because of the Great Void technique, but he failed because of the Great Void technique. Pfft! Xianxia was beaten to a pulp. Not to mention his physical body, even a cultivator of the four extreme secret realms would have to suffer a grievance if he took such a punch. Golden waves rushed into the sky and surged violently. The sky was filled with thick golden clouds, and the golden waves swept many people away. Yunqing. The two disciples of the Ji family who were watching the battle shouted. The Great Void technique had clearly restrained the other party, so how did he get killed in the blink of an eye? The two of them were sad and furious. They charged forward at the same time. Before Yi Fan made the killing move, he had already calculated his position and disappeared in an instant. He didn't just want to kill one person. At this moment, he used the Great Void technique of the Ji family and appeared out of nowhere. He cut off one person's path and struck out with the Void palm imprint. This change was too sudden. No one would have thought that this great enemy would know the unparalleled art of the Ji family, the Great Void technique. Yi Fan's calculations were accurate. When he appeared, that disciple of the Ji family just happened to rush over and meet the terrifying black palm. This was the Void palm imprint activated by the Battle Saint technique. It was like a black sky pressing down. It was impossible to estimate how terrifying its power was. Pow! A bone-chilling sound rang out. The black palm smashed the disciple of the Ji family into pieces in the air. His body and soul were both destroyed. You! The strongest disciple of the four rushed over. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. There was an uproar below. This was somewhat inconceivable. This person used the unparalleled art of the Ji family to kill a disciple of the Ji family. Heavens, he used the Great Void technique and killed an expert of the Ji family. No wonder he doesn't fear the Great Void technique. He is also proficient in this secret technique. Who exactly are you? Ji Yunlin shouted. His face was ashen. Out of the four young experts of the Ji family, in less than an hour, he was the only one left. At this point, the people of the Wavering Light Sacred Grounds could no longer sit still and watch. The people of the Ji family were almost completely annihilated. They rushed into the sky. Didn't you organize the gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu province for me? Who do you think I am? The white mist dispersed and Yifan's true appearance was revealed. He quietly stood in the sky. His black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were clear and his sleeves fluttered. He had an otherworldly temperament. It's you. Yifan? Ji Yunlin felt as if his head was exploding. He never would have thought that it would be him. The 4 disciples of the Wavering Light Sacred Grounds were also incomparably shocked. The main character came here and started a massacre. This truly surpassed their imaginations. Many of the cultivators of the Chu province were even more dumbstruck. Then, the crowd below burst into an uproar. This youth was the person that the Ji family wanted to kill. This caused them to be astonished. He was truly audacious. Under the arrest order of the Huanggu family, he didn't hide and actually dared to show himself. Let's use the Great Void Technique against the Great Void Technique. Giant Palm Imprint against Giant Palm Imprint. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. How about it? Yifan spoke. You. Ji Yunlin almost vomited blood. Didn't you all want to kill me? Today, I've come myself. Yifan clearly wanted to start a massacre. He's the person the Ji clan is looking for, yet he dares to come here and start a massacre. How surprising. Is it this youth? He's wanted by the Ji clan and the light-shaking realm, yet he still dares to do this. I wonder what he's relying on. On the Broken Mountain, many people were discussing, all of them were extremely shocked. Right now, Yifan looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. His delicate face even looked a little immature. It was hard to connect him to the aura he had when he was fighting in all directions. The 4 light-shaking realm disciples sealed off the surroundings to prevent him from escaping. Ji Yunlin almost crushed his teeth. Yifan had burned a supreme elder of the Ji clan to death and even took away the Great Void Technique. He was the public enemy of the Ji clan's younger generation. Buzz. The sky trembled as Ji Yunlin attacked furiously. His black hand covered the sky and covered Yifan like a black cloud. It was so dark that it made people shiver in fear. Buzz. Yifan also unleashed a large palm imprint. It was as black as ink and covered the sky. It was like a black piece of land had descended and fiercely slammed forward. A needle against an awl. Bang! The 2 large black hands clashed together, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Black mist surged and rushed in all directions. The destructive power caused many people to feel fear. On the Broken Mountain, many cultivators had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. They were affected by the terrifying shockwaves and even more fell to the ground. Many young cultivators flew up, not daring to stay here. They all dodged far away before stopping. The 2 large black hands clapped together again. This time, the sound was very soft, but it was even more terrifying. The black clouds covered the sky as if they were being silently annihilated. Ji Yunlin's expression was ashen. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth as his body flew backwards. He had obtained the orthodox inheritance but was still no match for the opponent. Even though Yifan had only obtained the incomplete form of the Great Void Palm Imprint, he had grasped the Battle Saint technique. Using it as the source, it was enough to complete it to perfection. Swish! Yifan used the Great Void technique and disappeared from his original position. He appeared in front of Ji Yunlin and his large black hand slammed down with the force of a thunderbolt. Ji Yunlin passively attacked and unleashed the sky-severing finger. The tip of his finger was sparkling and 5 dragons soared into the sky, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Boom, the 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. Ji Yunlin roared furiously, the void palm imprint in his right hand and the heaven-severing finger in his left hand fused into one, raising his power by a large amount. The huge black hand and the silver dragon scissors slashed down, wanting to cut the firmament in half. This part of the world shook violently. Yifan only used the void great hand imprint to face it, possessing mountain-toppling and sea-overturning power. The heavenly dome trembled, dark clouds covering the sky. At the same time, they would display the Great Void technique from time to time, shuttling through the void. It was dazzling and difficult to follow their movements. This was just too fast. The two figures continuously flickered about, displaying the secret methods of Ji family's ancient scriptures without restraint, striking the void until it caved in from east to west, continuously deforming. In the distance, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This type of confrontation was extremely terrifying, and they knew that they were no match for him. If they went up, they would definitely be beaten into mush. Yi Fan's heart stirred. The sky-severing finger and the void palm merged into one, and the interaction between the left and right hands was extremely shocking. His opponent's strength had more than doubled, and he was actually able to block him. He felt that he could imitate it and fuse it into the Battle Saint technique. This way, he would have another great killing technique. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of collisions, black light and silver splendor splashed about. The sky trembled, and Ji Yunlin's body shook violently. He retreated more than 10 steps in the void, and a trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the end, he could not endure it anymore. He could not block Yi Fan's berserk power. His opponent's divine power was inexhaustible, and he was simply unable to contend against him. Ji Yunlin's expression was unsightly. Yi Fan used Ji family's absolute art to suppress him, and this was a type of humiliation to him. My Ji family's heroes are not here. Otherwise, even if you had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill you. Are you talking about the moons of Ji family? After I enter the 4 extreme secret realm, I will naturally go and have a look. Yi Fan pressed forward. The people of the Wavering Light sacred ground hurriedly went forward. If Ji Yunlin also died here, they really had no way to explain it to Ji family. People of the Wavering Light sacred ground, do I have any enmity with you? Why did you get involved? Yi Fan asked coldly. You have committed many acts of injustice. We are helping Ji family, what's wrong with that? A female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground avoided the main point and changed the topic. I saved one of Ji family's little moons, and she passed on a secret technique to me. In the end, Ji family repaid kindness with enmity, and chased after me for 10,000 miles. This is called committing many acts of injustice? Yi Fan laughed coldly. You colluded with the demon race, and burned a respected senior of Ji family to death. Is that not enough? The female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground said coldly. She was born with a face like a flower and the face like the moon, and was rather beautiful. You really know how to take things out of context. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He was not afraid at all. He walked forward with large strides and said, There's no point in saying anything else. Since you guys are here, I don't mind. I will make you all stay here. These people had gathered together to deal with him, so he had no reason to show mercy. Do you really think you can start a massacre? The female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground sneered. She shouted at the surrounding cultivators, Everyone, please help us take down this wretch. Yi Fan coldly snorted. He attacked like lightning towards the female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground. There were a total of 2 men and 2 women from the Wavering Light sacred ground. With Ji Yunlin's addition, it was a very astonishing combat strength. The 5 young powerhouses were all at the peak of the 3rd firmament of the Dao Palace, with 1 foot in the 4th firmament of the Dao Palace. Yi Fan's talent was extraordinary. He could go against the flow and kill immortals. With his strength at the 2nd firmament of the Dao Palace, he could fight against a powerhouse at the 3rd firmament. But if he were to face 5 people at once, it would be difficult to predict whether he would survive. After all, every one of them was a realm higher than him. If it were an ordinary person, they would immediately be crushed to death. However, he did not panic. He did not run away, but instead rushed forward. The space between his eyebrows shone, and his divine sense manifested. The golden sword was very small, no more than an inch long, but it was fatal. This was a powerful divine sense attack. The female disciple of the Wavering Light sacred ground screamed pitifully. She clutched her head in pain, losing all ability to fight. Her ear-piercing screams tore through the air. Yi Fan used the footwork of a crazy old man and rushed forward. His palm was like a knife as he gently sliced down. With a puff, that beautiful head was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. The head had a confused expression and its hair was covered in blood. It was a very shocking scene. There were some young cultivators from the Chu state that had rushed over, but when they saw this scene, they all retreated. If even a descendant of a holy land had been beheaded in a single exchange, wouldn't they be seeking death if they went up? If they wanted to improve their relationship with a Holy Land disciple, they could not gamble with their lives. Chi. Using the Great Void technique, Yi Fan tore through the air and suddenly appeared in front of a male wavering light sacred ground disciple. His powerful divine sense manifested once more. Puff. This time, it was even more direct. An inch-long golden sword pierced through his forehead, causing his corpse to fall from the sky. Don't get too close. Sense the fluctuations in the air to avoid being killed by his divine sense attack. Ji Yunlin shouted. The remaining male and female disciples from the wavering light sacred ground had extremely ugly expressions. The other party had actually killed their fellow disciple in an instant. This caused them to feel both fear and anger. Boom! Yi Fan's large black hand collided with Ji Yunlin. At the same time, he used the embracing mountain seal to fight against the wavering light sacred ground disciple and female disciple. This time, the three of them were even more careful. They were all fighting from a distance and clearly understood the rules of the Great Void technique. They did not give him any chance to kill them with his divine sense. The male disciple of the wavering light sacred ground summoned a field of starlight. 36 fist-sized stars flew out, all of them refined from Violet River heavenly sand. Each of them was sparkling and resplendent, emitting a hazy purple aura. This was an important treasure that had been refined by an elder of the wavering light sacred ground. 36 purple stars shone brightly in the sky like a screen of light and shrouded in purple mist. Every single one of them was shooting down blinding sword energy. It had to be said that this was an important treasure of the sect. It could condense the power of heaven and earth and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Even the radiance of the sun was absorbed. The sword chi was like a rainbow. It was extremely dazzling and unstoppable. It almost split the air apart. Dang, 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 Yi Fan made his move. His large hand collided with the sword chi. Even with his powerful physical body, he still felt waves of numbness. This sect's secret treasure was very frightening. It could condense the power of heaven and earth, which was very disadvantageous to him. Scarlet light flickered. The female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground summoned a large red net. Red mist pervaded the air. The net's threads were sparkling and translucent. It sealed off the sky and sealed Yi Fan inside. The large scarlet net burned fiercely. It wanted to refine Yi Fan to death inside. This was also an important treasure and was very extraordinary. What are you all waiting for? Attack together and turn him into ashes. The female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground shouted at the crowd. Finally, more than 10 people rushed over. Seeing that Yi Fan was trapped by two great treasures, they wanted to add more flowers to the brocade. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a small cauldron. It was only an inch tall. There were no waves of divine power or radiance. It looked simple and natural. One artifact to break all techniques, he shouted and summoned the cauldron. The Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture had a technique called one artifact to break all techniques. It was known as the 100 flowers kill after I bloom technique. However, one had to reach a certain realm to be able to display its power. When Yi Fan was in the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, he had only forged one cauldron. After entering the secret realm of the Tao Palace, he still did the same. He placed the cauldron in his 5 great divine treasures and refined it continuously. Every great secret realm could forge many artifacts. Others had many artifacts, but he only had one. He wanted to evolve Tao and reason. The 3-legged, 2-eared round cauldron enlarged to more than 9 meters tall. A misty yellow aura seeped out. It looked even more simple and elegant. It was filled with incomparable power. Boom! The cauldron shook in the air and suddenly exploded with a yellow aura. The 36 purple stars were all shattered. The male disciple of the wavering light sacred ground spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The source root of all things hung down in strands, shocking everyone. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It could be refined into an extreme weapon. It was like the phoenix blood scarlet gold, a sacred object exclusive to the great emperors. Heavens, it's the yellow aura. To be more precise, it's the source. Root of all things. Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan summoned the cauldron. The 9-meter-tall cauldron rushed into the air and trembled continuously. An ancient aura spread out, shattering the large scarlet net into pieces. Suppress! Yi Fan shouted. The 9-meter-tall cauldron pressed down from above the female disciple of the wavering light sacred ground. In an instant, she was frozen in place. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. She couldn't move at all. She was still more than 10 meters away, and her body was about to crack. It was hard to imagine how heavy this cauldron was. The strands of energy that flowed out were unbearable. Clang! Ji Yinlin sent out a void palm print. The black palm heavily struck the 9-meter-tall ancient cauldron. However, it couldn't move it at all. It only made a loud sound. The cauldron made of the source chi of all things was dripping with yellow light. It was majestic and simple, and it had the power to suppress the mountains and rivers. The female disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land was in the 3rd level of the Holy Ji Palace. She even had 1 foot in the 4th level, but she couldn't move at all. The 9-meter-tall cauldron hung in the sky. Every time it pressed down, the female disciple would cough up blood. Wounds would appear on her skin. Junior sister! The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land shouted. He spat out a jade seal. At first, it was only an inch tall and crystal clear, but it quickly grew bigger. The jade seal was as big as a mountain. It had the power of 1,000 tons. It was as if a mountain had been moved over, and the air was shaking. The situation was critical. The female disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land was suppressed by the cauldron. Even though she hadn't touched it and was more than 10 meters away, she couldn't bear it anymore. Wounds appeared on her body. The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land used all his strength to summon the seal. The sky rumbled. The jade seal was clear, and its power shook the sky. It made people feel uneasy. Dang, the jade seal shook and scattered divine light. It was like a blade that cut the cauldron, but it was useless. The cauldron was like the sea and couldn't be moved. The male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and activated his power. The jade seal shone brightly. It was like a shining mountain, crashing into the 9-meter-tall cauldron. A cauldron made of yellow light was hard to find in the world. It was almost an immortal item. Even though the male disciple from the Yaoguang Holy Land knew about it, he had to fight. Even if he had to destroy the jade seal, there was nothing he could do. Otherwise, his fellow disciple would die. The jade seal was as big as a mountain. The flowers, birds, fish, and insects carved on it seemed to have come back to life. They made the jade seal even heavier and more solid. Bang! The jade seal that was like a crystal mountain finally hit the cauldron. Even though it looked much bigger than the cauldron, it wasn't as strong. The 9-meter-tall cauldron didn't move at all. Wisps of yellow light flowed out, and the jade mountain was crushed. With a boom, it turned into jade light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was the cauldron made of the source chi of all things. Under such an attack, it didn't move at all. It floated in the air motionlessly. Clang! Ji Yinlin made his move and struck out with the sky-severing finger, causing the 9-meter-tall cauldron to tremble. However, it couldn't move at all and stood there like a mountain, unable to change anything. Chi! Ji Yinlin flicked his finger once again and unleashed the sky-severing dragon revolving energy. 5 dragons coiled around the cauldron and their thick bodies wrapped around it. They raised their heads high and wanted to pull it up and throw it into the distance. Unfortunately, even the 5 dragons locking cauldron could not move it in the slightest. The cauldron overflowed with a mysterious yellow aura and flowed towards the dragons. With a few cracking sounds, the 5 true dragons coiled around the cauldron were all broken and completely dissipated. Everyone, quickly make your move and save Yaoguang's ferry. Ji Yinlin shouted loudly and transmitted to the surrounding people. Everyone, please make your move. The light-shaking realm will reward you handsomely, the male light-shaking realm disciple yelled. Just now, more than 10 people had rushed over, But when they saw the might of the cauldron, they all stopped in their tracks and stood in the sky not far away. They could neither advance nor retreat. When they saw that Yifan was trapped, they originally wanted to add the icing on the cake and go forward to help. They never thought that the appearance of the mysterious yellow cauldron would change everything. At this moment, the people from the clan of the ancients and the light-shaking realm called out at the same time, but they had no choice but to advance. More than 10 people each took out their weapons and attacked the cauldron. The young cultivators from the Chu province dared to go forward, so their cultivation was naturally not ordinary. Their weapons shook the sky and divine radiance circulated like lightning. They were like flaming silver dragons, hissing as they illuminated the sky. Clang, kacha, clang, even though these people's cultivation was not ordinary, they were still unable to move the mysterious yellow cauldron. This kind of heavenly and divine object was a rare treasure. Once it was forged into a weapon, it would be indestructible and immortal. The cauldron trembled slightly and mysterious yellow overflowed in all directions, turning all the weapons into fine powder. Yifan stood on top of the cauldron. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes were clear. He exerted force and the cauldron sank down. The light-shaking realm female disciple screamed miserably. Her body was almost destroyed and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone, please join hands against the enemy and send the cauldron flying. The light-shaking realm male disciple shouted loudly. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood which ignited around his body. Then, his body erupted with a resplendent radiance as if he was burning like a sun. Even though this kind of secret technique was not the impenetrable sacred light technique, it was still a secret technique that was not passed down. It was another supreme secret technique recorded in the ancient scriptures. His entire body was resplendent as if it was burning. He slapped out with his right hand, and a large expanse of divine flames covered the sky and earth as they surged over. A flaming palm covered the sky and fiercely slammed into the cauldron. Dang! The sound shook the sky and the void trembled. Everyone, he is already exhausted and cannot attack anymore. Let's suppress him together. Ji Yunlin also shouted loudly. A large black hand covered the sky. He unleashed a large void palm imprint that was like a vast and mighty black cloud. It continuously slammed into the mysterious yellow cauldron, creating a deafening sound. Kill! Everyone join hands to kill him. As long as we can knock him out of the cauldron made from the source energy of all things, he will be meat on the chopping board. The dozen or so people rushed over and attacked with all their might. Since they had already chosen to attack, they could only deal a heavy blow. Dang, clang, ear-piercing noises pierced through the broken cloud mountain range. Everyone attacked the mysterious yellow cauldron. Everyone knew that it was impossible to destroy this cauldron. This kind of weapon made from a divine object was almost immortal. They only hoped that they could knock it flying and shake the youth out of the source energy. Yifan was indeed running out of divine power. This cauldron was like a bottomless pit and could not be filled at all. However, he was not completely exhausted yet. He only wanted to wait for these people to rush over. The reason he did not kill the opponent under the cauldron in one go was to give others a misconception that he could save the light-shaking realm female disciple. Sure enough, these people all rushed over. At this point, Yifan no longer held back. He activated the large cauldron and unleashed his immortal might. Pfft! Below, that female disciple turned into a bloody mist and directly turned into ashes. Boom! The large cauldron moved as if the sky and earth were being turned upside down. The mysterious yellow chi overflowed and rushed in all directions. Ah, miserable cries rang out. The dozen or so cultivators could not stop it at all. The mysterious yellow chi flowing out of this cauldron was as heavy as a mountain. These people were like ants trying to shake a tree. Pfft! The first figure was turned into dust. Pfft, pfft. The second, the third, all turned into ashes one after another, crushed by the mysterious yellow chi. The large cauldron shook, and the dozen or so cultivators that rushed over were all turned into ashes. Not a single one of them could resist. No matter what kind of secret techniques they used, they were all destroyed. No matter what kind of weapons they took out, they were all broken and destroyed. This was the might of a single cauldron destroying 10,000 techniques. The cauldron formed from the source energy of all living things shook, and everything in its path was destroyed. The light-shaking realm male disciple cried out loudly. The divine flames formed a large palm that madly slammed against the large cauldron, creating a deafening sound. However, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The large cauldron crushed him, and his body was immediately smashed into pieces. On the battlefield, only one figure had not been destroyed, and that was Ji Yunlin. However, it was obvious that he would not live for long either. The lower half of his body had turned into a bloody mist, and a large black hand was placed in front of his upper body. He was still gasping for breath. All of the spectators felt a chill in their hearts. This youth was too terrifying. One cauldron to destroy 10,000 techniques, destroying all of his opponents. This kind of battle prowess made people tremble in fear. You are really tough to survive until the end. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The cauldron had already shrunk to a meter tall and was suspended above his head. Wisps of mysterious yellow energy fell down and tightly protected him. This sacred object of the sect caused all the spectators to be both envious and fearful. You won't be able to survive either. My Ji family has experts in Chu state. If you can't leave this oasis, you will definitely be killed. Since I dared to come, why would I be afraid of this? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Little brat, don't be too proud. When you meet the true young heroes of my Ji family, you will know what a true expert is. Are you talking about Ji Haiyue, Ji Biyue, or Ji Haiyue? Yi Fan asked calmly. Why do we need the young heroes of my Ji family's 4 extreme secret realm to kill you? Young disciples at the 4th or 5th level of the Doctrine Palace are more than enough. Killing you is like stepping on an ant. Ji Yunlin gritted his teeth. I have already killed 3 disciples at the 3rd level of the Doctrine Palace. Including you, there will be 4. What's so great about disciples at the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace? I will continue to try. Yi Fan said casually. Don't be so arrogant. My Ji family has many experts. There are countless disciples who are stronger than us. When the time comes, you will have nowhere to run. Are there many disciples at the 4th or 5th level of the Doctrine Palace? In the future, I don't mind killing them all. Yi Fan was very calm. The spectators from afar were shocked. This youth was like a demon king. He dared to wave his blade at the Huanggu family. He was filled with a demonic nature that sent chills down their spines. Be arrogant all you want. Your whereabouts have been exposed. It is impossible for you to leave the Chu state. 2 of the top 10 experts of my Ji family's Dao Palace secret realm are in this oasis. Let's see how you survive. Ji Yunlin's face was livid. Yi Fan did not care. He continued to talk calmly. Unknowingly, he had gotten a lot closer. At that moment, he suddenly attacked. In the center of his brow, from the golden lake, a powerful divine sense was formed and shot at Ji Yunlin's consciousness. Ah! Ji Yunlin screamed. Let me borrow the void ancient scripture to take a look. Yi Fan rushed forward and sealed Ji Yunlin. He knew clearly that it was impossible for Ji Yunlin to grasp the entire ancient scripture, but he must have learned a few supreme secret techniques. If he could find them, it would be a great harvest for him. Dream on. In his consciousness, Ji Yunlin roared, you will never get it. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart palpitated. He had a bad feeling. He decisively retracted his divine sense and retreated. Pfft! Ji Yunlin's head turned into ashes. A terrifying void power exploded there, piercing through the void. Black fog filled the air, causing people's hearts to tremble as it shot towards him. Dang! The cauldron made from the source chi of all living beings shook, and the mysterious yellow chi fell down like silk ribbons, blocking the dark light and preventing it from entering. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for the cauldron made of black-yellow chi, he would have been hit by the black light. These disciples all have the power of the void sealed in their sea of consciousness. This is really frightening. Yi Fan stood alone on the battlefield. The 8 young disciples of the clan of the ancients and the wavering light holy land were all killed by him. This would definitely cause a huge uproar. In order to capture him, these people organized the gathering of the young cultivators of the Chu state. However, he barged into the scene and started a massacre, killing them all. In the distance, the young cultivators of the Chu state found it hard to calm down. One could imagine that today's matter would be earth-shattering and cause endless waves. This news could not be suppressed at all. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, all the young cultivators of the Chu state had seen it. It would definitely spread at the first possible moment. Two great sage came to capture a youth, yet he provoked them. Killing 8 direct disciples in succession was the same as slapping Ji clan's face. It would definitely cause a huge uproar. The battle had ended. 8 direct disciples from the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land had been killed. This would definitely cause a huge uproar. Yi Fan landed on the broken mountain. The young cultivators of Chuzhou all retreated. Although this young man with flying hair looked gentle and quiet, everyone labeled him as a young demon king. Many people were discussing in low voices. When this news spread throughout the North region, how was this young man going to survive? The Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land had immortal inheritances and were supreme existences in the eastern wasteland. If anyone offended them, there would be no place for them in the world. Everyone, please disperse, Yi Fan said with a smile. Let's go. We can't continue with the gathering of the young cultivators of Chuzhou. However, we were able to watch such a great battle, so this trip was worth it. Shu, be quiet. If the Ji family finds out, you'll be in trouble. That's nothing. The Ji family doesn't have that much power in the North region. What's there to be afraid of? Many people discussed spiritedly. They flew into the distance, leaving just like that. Even though Chuzhou wasn't big, there were many young experts. Naturally, many of them coveted Yi Fan's cauldron. It was definitely a holy item. Many people wanted to take action to seize it, but they didn't dare act recklessly. The cauldron made from all life source energy floated above Yi Fan's head, releasing strand after strand of mysterious yellow energy, protecting it tightly, almost impossible to break through. Yi Fan didn't care and walked forward. No one blocked his way. He arrived in front of a jade boat. This was driven by the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land disciples. It was a spirit treasure specially made for flying. It was 10 meters long and could change its size at will. It could carry dozens of people and didn't need god power to activate it. All it needed was some source energy and it could fly quickly. It was much faster than normal cultivators. Normal people couldn't create such a spirit treasure. It needed to be carved with many complicated and profound Dao patterns. It was definitely made by an older cultivator. It was a rare transportation tool. Yi Fan waved his sleeves and the jade boat appeared in his hand. He transformed it into the size of a palm. It was colorful and flawless. Everyone, why are you following me? Do you want to tell others that you killed the direct disciples with me? Yi Fan smiled. Voila. As soon as he said this, many people took a step back. This joke was not funny at all. If they were to be dragged into this matter, they would have to bear the consequences. I understand. You want to use this to become famous. Don't worry, I will definitely tell people that you and I worked together to kill the descendant of the clan of the ancients. Yi Fan's smile was very bright. Many people's faces turned green. If this dirty water was splashed on them, then there would be great trouble. Many people immediately flew into the sky. Although a cauldron made from the source root of all life qi was a rare treasure, they knew that they would not be able to obtain it. Of course. There were also some conceited people who didn't leave. They continued to stare at the cauldron above Yi Fan's head. This was a rare treasure that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. Even the Holy Lands were jealous of it, let alone them. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He used Crazy Ole's footwork and dashed into the depths of the mountains, leaving a shadow behind. There were people rushing up from the broken mountain one after another, chasing down. Treasures were indeed tempting. Even if they lost their lives, some people still wanted to be like moths flying into a flame. Boom, suddenly, Yi Fan turned back. The huge cauldron was like a mountain, crushing down. The people at the very front were immediately turned into ashes, dissipating in the air. Holy objects are tempting, but before you make a move, you might as well consider your own strength. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Yi Fan's expression was cold. After saying these words, he disappeared into the mountains with a few leaps, using Crazy Ole's footwork to the extreme. Not long after, Yi Fan changed his appearance. He wore a purple robe and became an elegant young man. He led a large black dog out of the mountains. "Brat, you actually have a cauldron made from black yellow. Let me see." Along the way, the large black dog's eyes glowed with green light, and it was almost drooling. "I told you 100 times, you're wrong." Yi Fan felt a headache. This damned dog was too difficult to deal with. It always had its eyes on the treasures on him. "Just let me see it." The Black Emperor persevered. Helpless, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and let it see. The large black dog wanted to pounce on it several times. Yi Fan warned sternly, "Don't drool. I definitely won't give this cauldron to you. If you want to snatch it, don't say I'm impolite." The large black dog clawed at its heart, but it knew that the cauldron made from black yellow was not easy to snatch. If it was not careful, it might crush itself half to death. "Black Emperor, you said that the Broken Mountain was the dojo of a ruthless person. Why didn't I find anything special about it?" After Yi Fan put away the cauldron, he quickly changed the topic. In the past, that person's background was so great that it made people unable to breathe. The dojo he left behind was naturally not so easy to see. "Can't we dig it out now?" Yi Fan asked. The large black dog immediately revealed a vigilant expression. He bared his teeth and said, "Brat, I'm warning you, don't have any bad ideas. The treasures here have nothing to do with you. They're mine." Suddenly, a warship flew over. It was shining with auspicious colors. It cut through the sky and charged into the depths of the Cloud Mountain range at an extremely fast speed. On the warship that was refined from rainbow jade, a large flag was hung. The flag fluttered in the wind, and a large G character was written on it. Yi Fan frowned. He hadn't thought that the Ji clan would move so quickly. It had only been less than an hour, and elites had already arrived. Not long after, there were people who rushed out of the mountain and searched in all directions. Many cultivators who hadn't left in time were all intercepted by the members of the Ji clan. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. He had already gone several dozen miles away, but he was still stopped by the people who were chasing in this direction. He didn't want to go back. If he gave himself away, it would definitely be a great disaster. "Stop," the elites of the Ji clan shouted. This caused Yi Fan to frown. This was an elite at the fourth heaven of the Dao Palace. That kind of divine power ripple was indeed very frightening. He felt threatened. The Black Emperor curled his lips and said, "I can bite him to death with a single bite." "Are you sure?" "I mean in the past." He felt a little guilty. "We have to get rid of him, or else we will expose ourselves." "The Black Emperor will have to rely on you later," Yi Fan said. "He's not my enemy. If you want me to attack, that's fine. Give me the seed with the bald head carved on it, or give me the black tortoise." "You're still trying to extort me at a time like this? Attack if you want. If I escape, I can change my appearance and disappear into the sea of people. They won't be able to find me in this lifetime. But you're different. Your features are obvious, and your tail is even bald. If you mention this again, I'll get angry with you." The large black dog's face was very long. The elite of the Ji clan landed on the ground. He looked to be only 23 or 24 years old, but he was already an elite at the fourth heaven of the Dao Palace. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Follow me back to the mountain range. I have something to ask you." Yi Fan took a few steps forward, and said, "Can't we talk here?" "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave," the elite of the Ji clan shouted. His mood was terrible. A youth that had been captured by them had actually jumped out and killed a disciple of the Ji clan in broad daylight. If this news spread out, the Ji clan would be very embarrassed. It could be imagined that the news would quickly spread throughout the north region, and it would be impossible to cover it up. "If you don't want to die, turn around and return to the Broken Cloud Mountain range immediately," the elite of the Ji clan shouted. "All right." Yi Fan nodded. Suddenly, the large black dog dashed out like a black bolt of lightning, pouncing on the body of the elite of the Ji clan. The sneak attack was a success. The cultivator of the Ji clan was on guard against Yi Fan, but he didn't take a black dog seriously at all. In an instant, he was pounced on by this black dog. At this moment, it was already too late for him to resist. The Black Emperor's body was as tough as steel, and he couldn't be moved at all. Boom, Yifan was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he took out the myriad Qi cauldron and used it to suppress the elite of the Ji clan. The elite of the Ji clan screamed loudly, and he was crushed to death. 2 days later, Yifan met Tu Fei in a gambling den in the rising sun city of the Chu prefecture. Little brother Yi, don't you think you've gone too far? I did say that I would make some noise and then enter this gambling den, and I would show myself. But you killed the 8 core disciples of the Holy Land and the families of the remote antiquity as if you were cutting melons. You brought the fire to my doorstep. I'm so scared. Is it that serious? How could it not be serious? Many elites of the Ji clan came, and even their divine bodies showed up. Ji Haoyue and his sister were supposed to go to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting, but because of this, they came here and entered the Rising Sun City. It seems I can't stay here anymore. Yifan frowned. Ji Haoyue had a divine body. When he showed his unusual appearance, he could kill the wind and cloud elites of the 4th secret realm. He was invincible in his generation. Yifan was definitely not a match for him now. At the same time, he thought of something and asked, hasn't the Jade Lake Grand Meeting started yet? Not yet, but it will start soon. We'll go together then, Tu Fei answered. Oh right, you said that Ji Haoyue and his sister came to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting in the northern region. Is his sister called Ji Ziyu or Ji Baiyu? Asked Yifan. Little brother Yi, people in our business should be loyal. You have Yashi Fairy. Do you want to extend your evil hands to the pearl of the Ji family? Big mouth too, don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask. I don't know which moon it is. Anyway, we're going to the Jade Lake. We'll see it with our own eyes. Then, Tu Fei complained, you've brought me big trouble. I heard that the Yaoguang Saint Sun is coming. I can't stay here anymore. Yaoguang Saint Sun. Yifan was startled. This man was absolutely a peerless genius who could compete with King God Realm experts. His cultivation base was immeasurably deep. No one in the young generation of the Eastern Barren continent could resist him. Shi Yan knew that the other came for the myriad Qi cauldron. The Yaoguang Saint Sun was extremely talented and determined to be a great emperor. Since he couldn't get the pure phoenix blood gold, he must have his eyes on the mysterious yellow origin root. Big Mouth too glanced at the Black King and couldn't help but ask, where did you find this black dog? Your tail is bald. You must be very old. It's really nutritious. Why are you so polite to me? Anyway, it's good. Tonight, I'll find a good chef to cook black dog meat. Yifan knew it was bad. Indeed, the big black dog dashed over and bit Tu Fei's right hand. He bared his teeth and said, Kid, I think you're the nutritious one. *T. How can this Shih Tzu talk? Tu Fei was startled. He screamed in pain, ouch. It hurts. Black King, let go. Yifan hurried to stop him. Did this damn dog become a demon? But his tail is bald. Tu Fei couldn't help but open his mouth. Big Mouth too, stop talking. You don't want your hand anymore, do you? Yifan hurried to stop him. At the same time, he tried to open the big black dog's mouth. He was afraid that the Black King would bite him. I #%yen. Tu Fei screamed in pain. He cursed, *T. Damn dog, let go. Since you've become a demon, don't you know who I am? I don't care which one you are. If you dare to disrespect this king, I will swallow you alive. The big black dog's face darkened. He didn't want to let go. Tu Fei urged his god power to shake his right hand. However, he couldn't get rid of the dog's bite. He could only scream, *T. It's the first time I've been bitten by a dog since I was a kid. Big Mouth too, shut up. Not to mention you, I think it will bite your grandfather if it sees him. Yifan tried to persuade him. At the same time, he threatened the big black dog to let go of him. What's the background of this bald dog? Tu Fei still didn't care about his life. He screamed and opened his mouth. Yifan secretly used the sound transmission to threaten the big black dog. Only Tu Fei knew where the monster clan's almighty lived in seclusion. He wanted the ancient scripture to let go. However, the black dog was determined. He didn't let go. Fei kept screaming. Eventually, Big Mouth said all the good things. He endured the pain and took out more than 50 kilograms of source stones. The big black dog finally let go and swallowed all of the source stones. *T. I'm not done with it. After Fei was freed, he wanted to use his treasures to fight for his life. However, the big black dog attacked first. He didn't show any signs of slipping away. He bit Fei's ankle. I had $YENR. *T. It bites me again. Big Mouth was so angry that white smoke came out of his head. Eventually, he took out 50 kilograms of source stones and screamed. This time, Yifan hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't cause trouble. Wait until you find a treasured robe to wear before you bicker with it. Otherwise, even if you go to a higher realm, you will still be bitten." What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a heroic Saint Emperor before? The big black dog glared at Fei. *T. I have never suffered such a loss in my life. Big Mouth was indignant, glaring at the big black dog. Don't look at me like that. I won't take you as my pet. If I take you out for a stroll, I will lose face. The big black dog lifted his head and didn't look at him anymore. Little Yi, don't stop me. *T. I'm going to skin it alive. Big Mouth fumed with smoke. Fei was irritated. He was bitten by a big black dog, which made him angry. Yifan was speechless. This damn dog needed to be taught a lesson. He talked to Fei, "Don't rush. We will find a time to teach it a lesson together." After a long time, Fei calmed down and asked, "Why are you looking for me? Do you want to go to the Jade Lake in advance?" Of course, we can't miss the Jade Lakes festival. But it's not about that. I want to ask you about the residence of the Blue Flood Dragon King, the fourth great pirate. Why do you want to know about the Blue Flood Dragon King's cave? What's the matter? The descendants of the Peacock King and the great king of the monster clan should be there. I want to visit my old friends, answered Yifan. He couldn't mention Pang Bo. The big black dog's ears pricked up. Now, he was completely obedient. He didn't utter a word and just listened to him carefully. You don't want to go there for Yenryu, do you? Big Mouth made full use of his imagination. Do you know or not? Yifan urged. Of course I know. Speaking of which, a spirit asked me about you last time. Fei laughed. Who was it? I forgot to ask for her name. Anyway, she was very charming. Hurry up and take us to the Blue Flood Dragon King's residence, the big black dog interrupted. Big Mouth's face darkened. He ignored the dog and said to Yifan, "We must leave Chaoyang City immediately. You've caused a big trouble. Oxhead and Horseface are all here. Especially that bastard Yaoguang Saint. I'm a little scared." Then he smiled and said, "Don't you want to know what's going on out there? Let's go to another oasis and see what kind of trouble you've caused." Yi Fan killed Yaoguang and the 8 true disciples of the Ji family in front of the young cultivators of the Chu state. The news seemed to have grown wings and spread quickly, causing quite a stir. The Chu state was in turmoil, and everyone was shocked. The Ji family sent many powerful cultivators to the oasis, including the divine body Ji Haoyue. Some people even saw the Yaoguang saint. Both of them were shrouded in halos. No matter where they went, people would pay attention to them. They were the top figures of the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory. Now, for a young man named Yifan, they came to the Chu state at the same time. Naturally, it was shocking. Soon, there was news that Yao Shi, the Yaoguang saint, had also arrived. Her appearance in Chaoyang City made the place a gathering place, attracting many people's attention. Everyone in the Chu state was stirred, and the surrounding oases also received the news. People were all talking about Yifan. This young man has no master, and he didn't join any sections. He actually crossed the void from the southern land to the northern land. He really does have some tricks up his sleeve. He obtained the Great Void technique of the Ji family and burned the Supreme Elder of the Ji family to death. It's unbelievable. People were even more shocked when they heard about what Yifan had done in the past. They found it hard to believe. As a sacred body of the ancients, the path of cultivation will be extremely difficult. I don't know how far he can go. When this news spread out, many people let out a sigh. This kind of physique was like a curse. Even if one's comprehension was close to that of an immortal or a demon, they could only be locked in this flesh cage. The path ahead would make people feel despair. However, this kind of body is worth studying. I think all the great sage will be interested. He has a cauldron made of the source chi of all things. Such a treasure will make all the sects jealous. Even without the Ji family, his future is still worrying. What a pity. The sacred body of the ancients is a curse that is hard to break. His achievements in this life are coming to an end. Some people felt it was a pity. They felt that the young man's future was basically cut off. It was impossible for him to cross the natural chasm left behind by the primordial era. He dared to wave his blade at the Ji family. I was looking forward to a top-notch person rising up in the future. I didn't expect him to have such a physique. Countless years have passed since the primordial age, yet no one has ever been able to break the curse. To think that the invincible sacred body of the ancients would be reduced to a useless body. I wonder when a miracle will happen again. In the beginning, people talked about what Jifan had done. Later on, they talked about the sacred body of the ancients. No one had high hopes for him, thinking that he was nothing more than a short-lived, abnormal oddity that would wither very soon. They thought that such a physique had no future. At this moment, Yi Fan and Tu Fei had left Shu Prefecture. What do you think? You're a famous man now. Along the way, people are talking about you everywhere. Tu Fei was riding a green-furred lion, flying above the barren reddish-brown land. It's not a good thing to be on the cusp of the storm. If I don't have some special means, my life will be in danger. Yi Fan did not regret his actions. He did it to embarrass the Ji family. He was wearing purple clothes, and his appearance was very different from before. His delicate features were gone. At this moment, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He had a heroic spirit, and his temperament had changed. He was not worried about giving himself away even when he met someone he knew. Without a mount, he walked in the void at a very fast speed. The big black dog also came to the sky, but he did not fly by himself. Instead, he coaxed and pestered Yi Fan to take the 5-colored jade boat. It had been modified to look like a turtle shell, and its color had become black. Tu Fei smiled and said, "You're famous in the area around Shu Prefecture. All the cultivators are talking about you. If you make a bigger noise next time, I think the news will spread to the sacred city. Then, it will be lively." That's nothing. When I was domineering in the world, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew me, the big black dog interrupted. What's its background? I really want to find a chance to stew it. Tu Fei gritted his teeth, sending a message to Yi Fan discreetly. Forget it. Don't bother with a bald dog. Yi Fan tried to persuade him. Then, he asked, where does the Blue Flood Dragon King live? It's very far. Even if we fly at full speed, it will take us more than 10 days to get there, answered Tu Fei. The northern region was really vast. Some sects even needed to fly for 1.5 years to get there. Luckily, the Blue Flood Dragon King didn't live that far. What do you want to do after all? Tu Fei didn't believe that Yi Fan wanted to visit his old friend. I'm going to take refuge. The Ji family is chasing me everywhere. It's not safe outside. Yi Fan couldn't tell them the truth. This time, he was afraid that he would offend the monster clan. I have to remind you that you have the cauldron made of all creature source chi. If you go to the Blue Flood Dragon King, it will cause some trouble. You mean the Peacock King and the others will take action? Yi Fan frowned. Yan Ryu had the saint weapon of the monster clan's great emperor, but the Peacock King didn't want to harm her. He even stood up and protected her. Would he take action for the materials he had? I'm sure the Peacock King and the Blue Flood Dragon King aren't that kind of people. But it's hard to say for the other members of the monster clan. There are all kinds of monster cultivators. Although Tu Fei was a blabbermouth, he was serious at this moment. If my grandpa didn't have the saint weapon of the black-yellow origin, perhaps I would want the black-yellow origin root in your body. What? Your family has the saint weapon of the black-yellow origin? The big black dog's eyes widened. You're bragging. There are only a few of them in the Eastern Barren Territory. How could your family have them? Go away. Tu-Fei had a bad impression of this big dog. Yi Fan frowned. After he came to the northern region, he didn't go to the Peacock King because he was worried the monster clan would want the treasures he had. Because when the southern region burned the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ji family, the cauldron made of black-yellow had been exposed. But now, he had no choice. He had to go there, even if it would be life-threatening. He wanted to save Pang Bo, and he couldn't delay any longer. He was afraid he would never see this friend again. The monster clan said that in the end they would help Pang Bo. He would get great benefits, and the mysterious existence that had taken over his body would vanish. But Yi Fan didn't believe it. The monster clan's words couldn't be trusted. He didn't want Pang Bo to gamble his life. He had to save him. In the past, when he was in the southern region, he didn't have the ability. Any monster cultivator could subdue him. Now, his ability was obviously not enough. But he couldn't wait any longer. Yan Ryu used to say that everything would come to an end in several years. Time was tight. In 1.5 years, everything would be settled. At this moment, although Yi Fan's competence wasn't enough, he had to risk his life. He didn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. Even if his life was in danger, even if he had to face death, he had to take action. He didn't want to lose this friend. Cloud Lake Oblast was just like its name. There were big lakes everywhere. It was misty as if they had arrived at a water town. Half a month later, they arrived at this oasis. This oasis was really vast. It had a radius of 10,000 miles. Among the many oases in the northern region, it could rank dozens. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. This land was too vast. Compared to the continent on the other side of the sky, it was hard to accept. It was like a myth. Cloud Lake Oblast wasn't like the landscape of the northern region. It was green and full of vitality. Besides trees, there was water. There was a spring every 100 steps, and a river every 10 miles. Tall mountains stood tall, and huge waterfalls covered the mountains completely. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The endless plains were green and green. Apart from the ancient trees that reached into the sky, there were big rivers surging everywhere. They crisscrossed with each other, as if they were dragons that divided the land. Huge lakes could be seen everywhere. They were connected together, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were big lakes everywhere, and mist could be seen everywhere. This was indeed the homeland of water. Blue Flood Dragon King, the large black dog muttered. It sounds like a flood dragon that has achieved Dao. It's not surprising that he would choose a place like this Water Lake Oblast. Don't speak nonsense. Yi Fan glared at him. Arriving at Cloud Lake Oblast would mean entering the territory of the Blue Flood Dragon King. If some demonic cultivators heard them, there would be trouble. The Blue Flood Dragon King is a senior almighty cultivator of the demonic race. After taking human form, he has already lived for more than 1,000 years. His cultivation level is unfathomable. We really have to watch our words and actions here, Tu-Fei said solemnly. 2 days later, they arrived at the place where the Blue Flood Dragon King lived in seclusion. Tu-Fei took out a jade pendant, which had the character Tu carved on it. It was carved by the 7th bandit, Tu Tian, and a seal was sealed inside. He took out the jade pendant. Instantly, a radiance flashed, and the scenery in front of them changed drastically. They entered a strange space. The mountains were majestic, and there were many lakes. The trees were lush, and water vapor filled the air. 81 rivers passed through this place, as well as dozens of lakes. This is a space created by the ancient sages. The large black dog's eyes flashed. Well, you know a lot. Tu-Fei rolled his eyes at the bird. Who are you? In front of them, a shout came from a celestial mountain shrouded in mist. We're on the same side. My name is Tu-Fei. I've been here before, Tu-Fei answered. Several figures landed. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. They all had a demonic aura as they walked forward. So, you're the descendant of Senior Tu Tian. After inspecting the jade pendant, they let them go. This space formed a vast world. After walking past the waterfall area, the scenery in front of them became even more beautiful. On the mountain peak, in front of the waterfall, pavilions, palaces, and buildings could be seen everywhere. Ancient vines, old trees, strange flowers, and strange grasses were everywhere. Oh, it's the descendant of the Tu family. You haven't been here for a long time, right? On the way, some old members of the monster clan greeted them. Tu Fei respectfully responded to them. Haha. Brother Tu, you're here. I've missed you so much. A young man of the monster clan flew over with several figures, landing on the ground. His figure was tall and sturdy, and he wore green iron clothes. His physique was robust, and he was filled with explosive power. His eyes were bright like stars, glistening brilliantly. The most peculiar thing was that within his green hair, there was actually a pair of dragon horns, sparkling and translucent. He was a flood dragon. In the East Barren territory where there were no true dragons, the flood dragon was definitely a royal member of the monster clan. Yi Fan knew that this young man must have an extraordinary identity. Brother Qingyi, you're even more elegant than before. Tu Fei smiled and walked forward. Indeed, this was the descendant of the blue flood dragon king. His name was Qingyi, and he was called Qingyi Young Flood Dragon King. This is Yi Fan. The Great Peacock King appreciates him a lot, introduced Tu Fei. Divine light flashed in the little Flood Dragon King's eyes as he laughed. I know you. I've heard about you. You burned the great elder of the Ji family to death. Heroes come from young. The other figures were all monsters. They looked at him, their eyes sparkling with a strange light. Please come in. This isn't a good place to talk. The green-clothed little Flood Dragon King said with a smile. He clapped his hands, and a huge red-crowned crane flew over. Its wingspan was more than 30 meters, and it carried them into the sky. It flew for more than 20 miles before stopping and landing on a beautiful celestial mountain. Here, every mountain peak had a large palace. The green-clothed little Flood Dragon King brought them to one of his temporary imperial residences. When they stepped on the massive stone steps and entered the palace, the little Flood Dragon King said, I have an important guest here. Who is he? Asked Tu Fei. He's the peerless hotshot of the young generation of our monster clan, Goldwing Little Pung King. Tu Fei was startled. Is he the descendant of the King Pung? King? Yeah, he's the descendant of the King Pung of the monster clan in the center of Eastern Barren. His cultivation base is profound and unpredictable. This time, he came to the north to join the Jade Lake Grand Meeting. At the same time, he wants to meet Yao Guang's Saint Son, said the little Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan was astounded. Yao Guang's Saint Son could be said to be invincible among his peers. If the Goldwing Little Pung King wanted to challenge him, he could imagine how terrifying his cultivation base was. I've heard about the Goldwing Little Pung King. I didn't expect that he would come to the north, said Tu Fei. Inside the magnificent palace, there were carved beams and painted pillars, dazzling with gold and jade. Clouds and mist surged on the ground. Beautiful demon women stood on both sides, as if they had entered the legendary ancient heavenly court of the demon race. Some young monsters were sitting neatly. One of them had sharp eyes. His face was fair, and his blonde hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked like a splendid sunlight. He looked very handsome. This is the Goldwing Little Pung King, introduced the little Flood Dragon King. The blonde man stood up and nodded to them. Then, the little Flood Dragon King introduced Tu Fei and Yi Fan. When he heard Yi Fan's name, the Goldwing Little Pung King's eyes shot out two beams of dazzling divine light that could frighten people's souls. Is he the Yi Fan that the Ji family of the antiquity wants to capture? Yi Fan nodded. Being wanted by the antiquity family had a big impact. Even the Goldwing Little Pung King knew about it when he had just arrived in the north. Swoosh, the sharp gold claw radiated dazzling light, snatching towards Yi Fan. It was the rock bird's claw. It was the massive claw of the Goldwing Little Pung King. It covered the entire hall as if it could tear the void and cover Yi Fan. Thud, a cyan shadow flashed. The little Flood Dragon King took action to stop the massive rock claw. Pung 11 GE, what do you mean? Tu-Fei reacted, shouting indignantly. Goldwing Little Pun King, what do you mean? The powerful soul consciousness in Yifan's glabella was ready to fly out at any minute. He had just felt the threat of death. The Goldwing Little Pun King's claw was aimed at his life. The Goldwing Little Pun King's gold hair fluttered. He didn't mind it. I want to borrow something from him. It's okay to borrow something, but why do you want to take someone's life? Asked Tu-Fei. What do you want to borrow? Asked Yifan coldly. I want to borrow the mysterious yellow original root. The Goldwing Little Pun King clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Yifan. His voice was overbearing, as if he didn't allow anyone to refute him. What if I don't want to borrow it? Yifan had never thought that someone would ask for the cauldron made of the source qi as soon as they arrived. Then, I'll take it myself, said the Goldwing Little Pun King faintly. He didn't look at Yifan, acting like he was the only one in the world. Pung 11 GE, you're crossing the line. Anyway, Brother Yi is my guest, frowned the little Flood Dragon King. What guest? If you're not from our tribe, you must have a different heart. The Goldwing Little Pun King gazed at Yifan as if he was looking at a dead man. What do you mean? Tu-Fei shouted. Of course, it doesn't include you. The Goldwing Little Pun King clasped his hands behind his back, raking his eyes through Yifan. Just a trash body from the desolate antiquity. If I kill you, I kill you. What's the use of keeping it? You. Tu-Fei arched his brows. The mysterious yellow original root is the holy treasure of our sect. I must have it. The Goldwing Little Pun King didn't seem to understand human emotions. Pung 11 GE, it's not good. Frowned the little Flood Dragon King. I'll give you two choices. The Goldwing Little Pun King didn't have any human emotion. He gazed at Yifan and said coldly, first, give me the mysterious yellow original root, and I will spare your life. Second, I will take it myself and end your life. Tu-Fei was enraged. He had never met such an unreasonable person. Although he knew that the Goldwing Little Pun King was invincible in the central region of Eastern Baron, he couldn't help but be enraged. Yifan's glabella shivered. His soul consciousness had turned into an inch-long gold sword, which he was ready to use at any minute. Don't attack me. Otherwise, you will die without an intact corpse. The Goldwing Little Pun King had a big body. His eyes sparkled with a crazy murderous aura. He looked down at Yifan. The Little Pun King clasped his hands behind his back. His gold hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes intimidating. He looked like he was the only one in the world, giving people a strong pressure. Pung 11 GE, why do you have to do that? The little Flood Dragon King stood in front of him. The Little Pun King's murderous aura was like a saber, his voice cold. I've given him a choice. Leave the mysterious yellow origin root, and he can leave alive. Otherwise, I will take it myself, and he will die without an intact corpse. Little Pun King, don't cross the line. Tu-Fei scolded, also standing in front of him. What if I cross the line? The Little Pun King's eyes were as sharp as a saber. His eyes could pierce people's bones, and his murderous aura covered Tu-Fei. This was a character who didn't recognize his family and friends. He only respected his own will. Once he made up his mind, no one could stop him. The little Flood Dragon King darkened his face. No matter what, this place was his palace. If the other wanted to kill people here, as the master, he couldn't just stand and watch. The invisible murderous aura diffused in the grand palace. The atmosphere was tense. The Little Pun King was like a heavenly saber coming out of its sheath, making the maids standing far from him shiver. Facing such a dangerous character with a sky-high evil aura, Yifan was resolute. He didn't say anything and just took out the cauldron made of the source qi, making it hover above his head. At this moment, power was everything. Principles and Daos were useless. He had to use his skills to speak. The Xianxia energy fell down and wrapped around Yifan tightly. The source energy of all things flowed, and it was as if he had returned to the beginning of the world. As soon as the cauldron appeared, the other members of the monster clan shot out divine light from their eyes, gazing at it without blinking. I like it very much. The Little Pun King rose his hand, turning into a massive gold claw that filled half of the hall. It snatched the cauldron made of the mysterious yellow origin root, which frightened people. He was extremely arrogant. Facing the weapon made of a holy treasure, he wasn't afraid at all. He wanted to snatch it directly from Yifan's head. Boom, the little flood dragon king took action. He rose his hand, blocking the mysterious yellow origin root cauldron and the massive claw. This was a clash between the top members of the younger generation of the demon race. Although it was not a life-and-death battle, such a casual strike was still very terrifying, enough to turn the entire palace into ashes. However, the two of them didn't want to destroy this place. Both of them stopped their attacks at the right time. Their large hands were like black holes as they froze the storm in place. Then, they retracted their divine power. Brother Qingyi, I've already made up my mind. You can't stop me. The killing intent in the little Pung King's eyes didn't decrease. Behind him, a godlike divine bird, Pung, appeared, emitting terrifying demonic energy. Buzz. The entire palace was shaking. The golden-winged little Pung King looked at everyone in disdain and made his move again. He grabbed towards the black and yellow cauldron with unfathomable divine might. The green-robed little flood dragon king tried to stop them. Tufei also came to help. This was the first time Yifan had met such an unreasonable person. He didn't have much to say. He shook the cauldron made of all things source qi and faced the huge hand. The golden-winged little Pung King indeed possessed impressive strength. Otherwise, how would he dare to pluck the cauldron with his bare hands? His large hands were like a heavenly mountain, as if they could suppress the blue dome of heaven. Clang! The big hand he thrust out was even more terrifying than the great void handprint of the Ji family's disciples. The cauldron made of all things source qi vibrated and was almost blown away. Yifan was shocked. This man was worthy of being a peerless character of the young generation. He was invincible in the center of the Eastern Barren territory. If the little flood dragon king didn't stop him, perhaps he would have taken the cauldron away. Boom! The little flood Dragon King and Tufei attacked the golden-winged little Pung King's arms at the same time. He had to withdraw his power to counter them. He had to admit that the golden-winged little Pung King was really intimidating. Wherever his fingers and palms passed, the space darkened as if it was going to collapse. What kind of character was the little flood dragon king? He was the peerless young expert who could stand side by side with the saint son and saintess of the great sage land. He had the inheritance of the great sage of the monster clan, the blue flood dragon king. Tufei wasn't ordinary. He used to fight with the Yaoshi saintess. Although he couldn't defeat her, he could protect himself. However, at this moment, when the little flood dragon king and Tufei attacked at the same time, they couldn't stop the other. The golden-winged little Pung King was like a god that couldn't be stopped. He stood upright, his big hand as heavy as a mountain. The two of them paled as they were blown away. I want to kill you. No one can save you. The golden-winged little Pung King stepped forward, looking down at Yifan. Murderous aura moved in his eyes. The metal wind stirred up. His big hand reached forward, aiming at the cauldron on Yifan's head. He wanted to snatch it. Snatching the cauldron like that wasn't just arrogance. It was also the embodiment of his peerless competence. Not many people dared to do this. Yifan urged the battle saint technique, controlling the mysterious yellow cauldron to attack the big gold hand. He wanted to smash it into powder. Clang! The cauldron boomed. The sound waves were like a tsunami. The golden-winged little Pung King's power could shake the sky. His big hand grabbed the cauldron. No one could tell how heavy the mysterious yellow cauldron was. The golden-winged little Pung King's divine aura was intimidating. He grabbed the cauldron and was about to take it. The cauldron made of source qi shook. The shockwave was enough to turn the entire palace into ashes. The little flood dragon king took action to dissolve the shockwave from the cauldron to prevent the palace from being destroyed. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful this cauldron was. However, the golden-winged little Pung King still grabbed it and was about to take it away. Yifan was stern. This cauldron could break anything. It was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, at this moment, the golden-winged little Pung King was holding it in his hand. It was about to get out of his control. It was really terrifying. The little flood dragon king and Tufei took action one more time. However, the golden-winged little Pun King was too intimidating. His right hand grabbed the cauldron while his left hand pressed down. The two of them were blown away immediately. The golden-winged little Pun King could absolutely compete with the Yaoguang Saint Sun. He was another character that could resist the God King physique. The source chi from the cauldron fell. It was so heavy that it could crush a mountain. However, the golden-winged little Pun King slowly lifted it up. Kill. However, at this moment, Yi Fan finally took action, using his trump card. He had been waiting for a chance. Now that he was close enough, the small gold lake in his glabella created a metal sword that was around an inch long. It drew a dazzling light beam and shot out. The soul consciousness created a shape and pierced the golden-winged little Pun King's sea of consciousness. It wanted to kill him with one strike, even if he was a descendant of an almighty. The metal sword was around an inch long, but it was as dazzling as a rainbow. It crossed the hall. Everybody discolored. It was a kind of pressure of the soul consciousness that suffocated people. Dang, the cauldron made of source chi hummed and returned to the sky above Yi Fan's head. Flows of mysterious yellow chi fell and protected him. The golden-winged little Pun King was like a god. He let go of the cauldron and retreated quietly. He was so fast that people could only blur their eyes. Their eyes couldn't catch up with his speed. The Sky Pang's extreme speed was unrivaled in the world. The small sword formed from Yi Fan's soul consciousness could not be said to be slow. It was like sparks flying off a flint. Normal. People wouldn't be able to react at all. However, the golden-winged little Pun King barely evaded it, displaying a speed that shocked everyone. Heavenly Pun movement technique, world's fastest speed. Someone cried out in alarm. Yi Fan wasn't completely powerless. A strand of golden hair fluttered down like a ray of sunlight falling onto the ground. The soul consciousness formed golden sword did not penetrate the golden-winged little Pun King's forehead, but it cut off a strand of hair in front of his forehead. At close range, the powerful soul consciousness attack was always successful. Yi Fan relied on it to avert danger time and time again. He killed Jiren and suppressed the Yaoguang Saintess. He had never failed before. However, the golden-winged little Pun King displayed a speed that made people feel intimidated. He actually evaded it. This was hard for others to believe. However, this was the reality. The golden-winged little Pun King's strength was astonishing. He was almost unrivaled in the younger generation. His speed was also terrifying. The celestial Pun movement technique is indeed unrivaled. Someone exclaimed in admiration. The golden-winged little Pun King's golden hair danced chaotically. His pupils were like blades as he stared at Yi Fan. Only he had such a world-shocking speed. If it was someone else, they would definitely be hit by the golden sword. On the side, the demonic beasts were also shocked. They didn't expect Yi Fan to have such a terrifying soul consciousness. The golden-winged little Pun King pressed forward step by step. He clearly knew that the opponent's soul consciousness was powerful, but he was still fearless. This was an extremely dangerous character. His eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. It was intimidating and chilling. Brother Pung, do you really regard me, your master, as nothing? The green-clothed little dragon king's complexion was ashen and extremely unsightly. It's merely a human race's primordial trash body. If I kill him, then I kill him. Brother Chingy, why do you care? The golden-winged little Pun King's killing intent was slightly restrained. He is my guest. If you kill him here, how will others look at me if this gets out? Fine, Brother Chingy, I'll give you face. I won't make a move in your residence. The golden-winged little Pun King suddenly turned around, walking out of the palace. The mysterious yellow original root is mine. When he left, some demonic cultivators followed him in the hall. They were the people he had brought with him. Tufei was enraged. That's too much. Chingy bro, your friend doesn't understand human feelings. He's arrogant and thinks that he's the only one. Who the F***ck is he? The green-clothed little dragon king slightly changed his visage. Forget it. Don't talk about it. Tufei turned around, facing Yi Fan. You're in big trouble this time. That madman, who thinks that he's the only one, won't let you go. You stay in my palace. Don't go out for the moment, frowned the little dragon king. Tufei said, little Yezi, you're really something. Your soul consciousness is really powerful. If the news that you cut off a strand of the golden-winged little Pung King's golden hair is spread out, it will create an uproar. No one in his generation can hurt even a strand of his hair. Some young experts of the monster clan in the hall looked at him. Yi Fan's soul consciousness attack was so intimidating that it had shocked everybody. You cut off a strand of his golden hair and hurt his face. I'm afraid that even if we ask the Peacock King, he can only subdue him temporarily. He will take your life in the future, frowned Tufei. What a pity. His speed is too fast. My soul consciousness attack can't do anything to him. Yi Fan felt regretful. Is he really a rock? There's no real dragon in this world. Of course, there's no Kuan Pung either. However, their tribe does have the blood of the divine Pung, answered the green-clothed little dragon king. Yi Fan understood it immediately. The golden-winged little Pung King's tribe was similar to the flood dragon tribe. They weren't the divine Pung or the real dragon, but they were the royal tribe of the monster clan. The heavenly Pang's movement technique is peerless in this world. I'm afraid you'll have a big problem in the future. You won't be able to run away, said a monster cultivator. That year, only the mad oldie of the human clan could catch up with the king of the rock tribe. No one else could be faster than him, said another monster. That human kid, your mysterious yellow original root is mine. The golden-winged little Pung King's voice arose from outside the palace. Live well for the last few days. The little dragon king frowned, talking to a maid. Go and invite Miss Yanryu here. People in the hall didn't look good. The little Pung King was too unreasonable. Even the dragon king in blue frowned. Why invite Yanryu? Just invite the blue dragon king and kill that birdman with one slap. Tufei was enraged. He knew it was impossible. The little Pung King had an extremely powerful ancestor. He was called the Ping King, a giant of the monster clan. Not to mention the Ping King's invincible competence, the Sky Pang's speed was enough to give the great sage a headache. No one could stop him in this world. Yi Fan also felt aggrieved. He hated that he couldn't enter the 4 extreme secret domains and kill the little Pung King with one slap. This Pung King was too arrogant. He wanted to take the cauldron made of source chi. He didn't say much and just wanted to take his life. Shi Yan had never met such a madman before. However, the little Pung King was really strong. He was one of the 4 extreme secret domains. His cultivation base was so profound that it could be compared to Yao Guang's Saint Sun. You should just endure it. No one in the younger generation is a match for him. Even if there are people in the older generation who can kill him, they wouldn't dare to make a move. If the old Pung King is provoked, then it would be a great disaster. A demon cultivator advised. Holy sh*t. This birdman's background is so powerful. No wonder why he wants to go to the Jade Lake Grand Meeting and fight against Yao Guang's Saint Sun. He's not afraid at all, cursed Tufei. The little Pung King can't find a rival among the young generation. He does have the capital to be arrogant. It's useless to talk about other things. A monster cultivator shook his head. The Skypung tribe was favored by God. Their bodies were strong enough to fight against flood dragons. On top of that, they were extremely fast. No race in this world could catch up with them. The little Pung King used all of these advantages. His fighting power was unparalleled in the same realm. The Sky Pung King's speed was unparalleled. He could even dodge the soul consciousness attack. Even though Yi Fan had the old lunatic's footwork, he was not as fast as the little Pung King. Unless he entered the 4 extreme secret domains, he wouldn't be able to compete with the little Pung King in terms of speed. After all, the old lunatic had used this footwork to catch up with the Sky Pung King. Holy sh*t. This birdman is so annoying. Tufei had a big mouth and didn't care about his words. Isn't it just a little bird? Just roast it. Back then, this emperor loved to roast little birds the most. At this moment, the Black Emperor, who had been silent all this time, muttered in a low voice. Yi Fan really wanted to give it a kick. This damn dog only knew how to boast shamelessly. He didn't see it do anything just now. Human brat, I'll wait for you outside. The golden-winged little Peng transmitted his voice from outside the palace, and then completely quieted down. He picked up the golden hair and twirled it on his finger. Wind Peng. Yi Fan. Yi Fan Peng said. Kid, said Peng King T. Kid, shut up. Yi Fan didn't want this stupid dog to guess randomly and kept the golden hair. Fan Yen Peng Yen. Peng Peng Yeet Du, Feng Peng Peng Long, Peng 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 Peng, T. The Peacock King and the Blue Flood Dragon didn't have much lifespan left. Usually, they were cultivating in seclusion. If there was nothing important, no one would disturb them. Although little Peng King was strong, he wasn't strong enough to ask them to get out of seclusion. Not long after, the sound of nature arose from outside the palace. Yan Ryu had arrived. She looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Her white dress dragged on the ground, her black hair danced in the wind, and her long eyelashes trembled. Her eyes seemed to be misty, like a blooming divine lotus, and her whole person had an ethereal temperament. She looked around 18 or 19 years old. Her white dress dragged on the ground. Her black hair fluttered, and her long eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes were misty like a blooming divine lotus. Her aura was ethereal. You must be the Yen fairy. In this world, there isn't such a beautiful fairy. It's my good fortune to see you today. Tu Fei came to greet her, complimenting her continuously. Men should be bad, the big black dog didn't give him face, mumbling. Tu Fei was baffled, but he couldn't burst out. He politely invited Yan Ryu to sit as if he was the owner of this place. Not to mention him, even the several young experts of the demon race who often saw Yan Ryu were in a trance at this moment. Everyone would admire and yearn for perfection. Yen fairy, we meet again, Yi Fan greeted her. Yan Ryu smiled and nodded to him. Little brother Ye's cultivation base has advanced fast. Congratulations. What's there to congratulate? Little brother Yi is in big trouble. A madman has laid his eyes on him. The little Peng King wants to take his life. Tu Fei went straight to the main topic. Why? Yan Ryu's smile and frown were moving. Her voice was like the sound of nature. The little Peng King has laid his eyes on little brother Ye's original root of source energy. He wants to steal it and take his life. Tu Fei was indignant. The holy treasure of heaven and earth can move people's hearts. Even if the little Peng King doesn't want it, someone else will take action, said Yan Ryu. Light moved in her beautiful eyes. She had experienced this before. Several of the young demon clan experts present looked a little unnatural. Although they were sitting there, they did have other thoughts in their minds. You have the holy treasure. Of course, people will covet it. You should hide and cultivate, said Yan Ryu. She didn't say that Yi Fan shouldn't come here. However, she pointed out that the cave palace of the monster clan's almighty expert wasn't his pure land. When Yi Fan burned the great elder of the Ji family in the southern area, he had exposed the cauldron made of source energy. As long as he showed his real body, no matter where he was, he would be targeted. However, he didn't have a choice this time. He had to use his real body to enter the important area of the monster clan to build a good relationship with his old friends. Otherwise, he couldn't find Pang Bo's whereabouts. The little flood dragon said, Peng brother has crossed the line. Fairy, please help me persuade him. Yan Ryu's identity wasn't ordinary. She was the descendant of the monster clan's great king. Moreover, her cultivation base was incredible. 2 years ago, she had fought with the god king physique of the Ji family in the southern area. I will try to persuade him, nodded Yan Ryu. Outside the palace, there were beautiful mountains and rivers. Beautiful scenery was everywhere. Strange rocks, longevity pines, mist, and waterfalls were all magnificent. There were many palaces and pavilions in the mountains. Opposite them was a green mountain with old pine trees. There was a pavilion on the peak of the mountain, which was surrounded by longevity pines. The little Peng King and some beast cultivators were sitting there, drinking. The little flood dragon, Yan Ryu, Yi Fan, and Tu Fei flew over and landed. The little Peng King stood up, gazing at Yi Fan. His murderous aura was like a rising tide, diffusing everywhere. What are you doing? Yan Ryu parted her red lips and asked. The little Pun King clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Fairy Yan. I want to take the mysterious yellow origin route." He didn't conceal anything and directly stated his intention. "Yi Fan and I are old friends. He's my guest." "You're crossing the line, aren't you?" Yan Ryu stood on the peak of the mountain. Her white dress fluttered as if she wanted to ride the wind and fly away. "Our monster clan always respects the strong. Fairy Yan, he's just a trash from the desolate antiquity. Don't bully me." The little Pun King's golden hair fluttered, his eyes like electric beams. "He's an old friend of mine. I don't want you to trouble him." Yan Ryu stood still. "You're the descendant of the great emperor. You have the holy blood of the monster clan in your body. You shouldn't have a relationship with a cripple. I'm going to kill him to cut the unnecessary karma for the princess." The little Pun King's voice was resolute as his murderous aura shot up. "Damn it. This birdman is crazy." Tu Fei cursed in a low voice. "Enough. What's your logic?" Yan Ryu wasn't happy. "He's my friend. What does he have to do with Xiao? He has a holy treasure like the source chi root. Today, it appears in the important place of our monster clan. It's God's will. I should get it." The little Pun King didn't flinch. "So, you want to kill my friend because of your selfish desire?" Yan Ryu's flawless face beamed a faint smile. "You can't say that. I have the aspiration of the great emperor. If I get it, I can refine it into an extreme weapon. It will strengthen our monster clan." The little Pun King's voice was resolute. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. Two sharp lights shot out from his eyes. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? How many great emperors could there be? Do you think a lunatic like you can achieve that?" Tu Fei smiled faintly. "Well, I'm invincible in the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Continent. I'm as strong as the great emperor when he was young." The little Pun King's eyes shot out two beams of cold light. He looked at Tu Fei as if he was looking at a dead man. "I can take your life in 3 moves. You can come and try." His eyes revealed a crazy murderous intent as he strode forward. He really wanted to take Tu Fei's life with an arrogant attitude. Tu Fei was enraged. He had fought with the Yaoguang Saintess for a long time and could still protect himself. Now, the little Pun King wanted to kill him in 3 moves. This made him feel wronged. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lunatic." However, he controlled his impulse and didn't rush over. The little Pun King was too terrifying. Not long ago, he had joined hands with Qingyi, but they were blown away by the little Pun King's left hand. One had to know that Qingyi was on the same level as the saints of the great sage's land. The little Pun King turned around and stared at Yi Fan. "Come here and accept your death. If it was before the primordial era, would you dare to kill the sacred body of the ancients?" Tu Fei asked. "Unfortunately, those days are gone forever. There's no turning back." The little Pun King was indifferent. "It's hard to say. Maybe he will be a miracle." Yan Ryu gracefully stepped forward and stopped him. The little Pun King stopped and said coldly, "Your Highness, you shouldn't have stopped me. There's no hope for such a person. He's not the only one after all these years. Didn't those holy lands train him before? In the end, they still gave up. Things may go wrong." Yan Ryu's body did not move as she stood in front of him. The little Pun King sneered and said, "You and I both know that there's only one way out for this kind of physique." He continued to speak, and it was actually not far from what Yi Fan had guessed. In the past, several holy lands had discovered the sacred body of the ancients and secretly trained them. However, it was difficult for them to open up the sea of suffering. Later, they finally came up with a way to overcome the difficulties, which allowed them to achieve amazing results in their cultivation. Once the sacred body of the ancients could be cultivated, as long as there were endless spiritual medicines, their cultivation would improve very quickly. Moreover, their combat strength was immeasurable. Even the lords of the great sage could not compare to them when they were young. However, every step forward with this physique required a huge amount of resources. Even the holy lands could not afford it. There was once a holy land that spent millions of kilograms of source to train a sacred body of the ancients to the 5th level of the Taoist palace. However, even a holy land with a deep foundation could not afford it. According to their speculations, to complete the 5th level of the Taoist palace and break into the 4-level secret realm would require at least millions of kilograms of source. Even the Holy Lands could not afford it. Moreover, no one knew what kind of difficulties would be encountered after entering the 4-level secret realm. Whether or not one could continue to cultivate was uncertain. Therefore, the sects with some foundation knew that the sacred body of the ancients would definitely stop at the 5th level of the Taoist palace. It was impossible to cross the barren chasm. In this world, even the Holy Lands could not produce millions of kilograms of source. It was an astronomical number that made people despair. The great sage all failed. They came to the conclusion that the sacred body of the ancients had fallen and could no longer reproduce the invincible posture of the past. It would never be able to rise again. From then on, many sects in the world learned that the sacred body of the ancients had become a useless physique. No matter how much they paid to train it, it would eventually stop at the 4-level secret realm. It was impossible to enter the 4-level secret realm unless the Holy Lands were crazy enough to work together and provide millions of kilograms of source to help this physique break through the shackles. Obviously, this was impossible. With so many resources, it was enough to train a large number of masters. There was no need to squander it like this, as the gains did not make up for the losses. As for whether or not the cultivation path of the sacred body of the ancients would still be difficult after entering the 4-level secret realm, the great sage had no way of knowing because no one had ever tried to reach that step. The little Pun King was extremely cold and said, "I think you guys should be aware of the situation. What awaits him is a dead end. Why don't you let me help him get out of this? The source root of all qi should be in my hands, so I can forge my path to the great emperor." The little Pun King was as beautiful as jade. She had an otherworldly temperament. Like thin clouds covering the bright moon, like a gentle breeze caressing jade flowers, she looked like a fairy from heaven. She shook her head slightly and said, "The great emperor is not something that can be achieved by a heartless person. I won't allow you to kill him." The little Pun King took a step forward. His strong body had a demonic aura, and his aura was oppressive. He said, "How am I a heartless person? I came to the Green Dragon King's place of seclusion to propose to the princess. How could Fairy Yen marry a madman like you?" The blabbermouth Two-Fei said. "Who else but me?" The little Pun King looked around and said, "If I become the monster emperor one day, the princess will be the monster empress. I've never seen such an arrogant birdman. Wait until you have the aura of the great emperor before you come out and brag." Two-Fei said angrily. "You'll see in the future." The little Pun King's tone was calm, but his murderous intent was soaring. He reached out his hand to grab Yi Fan. Bang, the entire mountain shook. Yan Ryu made her move and flicked out a crystal lotus to block the little Pun King's hand. "I'm just killing a primordial degenerate. Princess, are you really going to stop me? Is it worth it?" The little Pun King's eyes were as sharp as knives. "You said you want to walk the path of the great emperor. Let me see if you have the talent to fight a sacred body of the ancients of the same level," Yan Ryu said calmly. "Unfortunately, there is no sacred body of the ancients of the same level for me to kill." The little Pun King put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone disdainfully. Killing a sacred body of the ancients of the same level. This birdman is crazy. He's too arrogant. Two-Fei could not help but curse. "I can suppress your cultivation to the 2nd realm of the Taoist palace." Yan Ryu calmly extended her hand. Her palm was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. An extreme path weapon. Everyone was shocked. They felt an irresistible aura and could not help but tremble. This was the power of the extreme path, and it was a sacred weapon left behind by the great emperor of the monster clan. How many great emperors have there been since ancient times? They are all unparalleled. Do you dare to try and see if you can suppress a sacred body of the ancients of the same level? Yan Ryu, dressed in white, stood at the peak of the mountain. She was as beautiful as a moon fairy and seemed like she could fly to the moon at any time. At that moment, her right palm was crystal clear. The power of the extreme path spread out, oppressing everyone present and making them feel fear. It was an unparalleled pressure, as if the ancient heaven had descended. There was no way to resist it, making everyone feel despair. It was like a tiny ant trying to shake a mountain, but it would never succeed. Everyone present was trembling and could not help but want to kneel. Gotcha, a few demon cultivators could not stand it anymore and cracked the ground under their feet. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and trembled. It was a fear that came from their souls. At the same time, Qingyi, Tufei, and the little Pun King were also gritting their teeth to resist the urge to kneel. This was the power of the extreme path, a sacred weapon forged by the great demon emperor. The pressure alone was unbearable, and they could not help but kneel. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if their souls were trapped by the 9 serenities of death. Life and death were all under the cover of the extreme path's sacred weapon. The power of the great demon emperor was unfathomable. Do you dare to fight the sacred body of the ancients at the same level? Yan Ryu asked. Who am I? I am the undefeatable sky rock of my generation. Why would I listen to anyone else's arrangement? I will kill if I want to, and I will fight if I want to. Even if you are the descendant of the great demon emperor, you cannot control me. The little Pun King let out a long roar, and a golden divine bird appeared behind him, the rock. Like a god, it flapped its wings and broke through the suppression of the extreme path. He turned into a golden glow and soared into the sky. The little Pun King stood high in the sky with his golden hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as knives, and his tall body seemed to be cast in gold. He looked like a demon king looking down on everyone. The other demons were very shocked. They did not expect the little Pun King to break through the extreme path and stand high in the sky. This kind of terror and transcendence sent chills down their spines. On the other side, Yifan stood straight like a pine tree. His body was special, so he did not have the urge to kowtow. However, he was also shocked. His body did not seem to belong to him, and it was difficult for him to move. He wasn't intimidated into submission, but his realm was too low. He couldn't break out like the little Pun King, so he could only stand on the field. The extreme weapon lives up to its reputation. The great emperor's saint weapon is so terrifying. If it were to be used, who in the world would be able to withstand it? The little Pun King's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Yan Ruyu's palm flashed with brilliance, and she put away her holy weapon. The pressure was like a tide, quickly disappearing. A complete extreme path weapon can be so intimidating. Tufei was astounded. His grandfather had half a holy weapon, but it couldn't be compared to this perfect emperor weapon. The little Pun King stood in the sky. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, covering half of his sharp face. His expression became even more determined as he said, "The source root of myriad chi is mine. I must take out my saint weapon." You're afraid to fight the sacred body of the ancients, aren't you? Tufei shouted. Killing him is as easy as cutting grass, but why should I listen to your arrangements? The little Pun King remained unmoved. He clasped his hands behind his back. He was extremely conceited. Don't hide it. That's because you're afraid and don't dare to fight. Everyone knows that the sacred body of the ancients is hard to resist. You Birdman, you're just afraid, Tufei said. When I, Sky Pung, do things, I don't need you to say anything. I will take his life right now and obtain the mysterious yellow origin root. The golden-winged little Pun King was extremely cold. He dove down murderously towards Yifan. Clang, clang, clang. Yan Ryu flicked her fingers, and petals danced in the sky. Each petal was like a blade, blocking the little Pun King's path and slashing at his body. Buzz. The little Pun King waved his golden fist, shaking the void. All the petals shattered and disappeared in the sky. His demonic power was unparalleled. With me here, can you kill him? Yan Ryu stood quietly on the mountain peak. Your Highness, I can't do anything to you since you have the extreme weapon. But if I want to kill someone, I don't think you can stop me. The little Pun King was arrogant. Yifan stood on the mountain peak and glanced at him. He sneered, You think you're the best in the world, huh? If that's the case, go kill the sacred leader of Alcade and show us your demonic power. I will do it in the future. The little Pun King stared at him with endless killing intent. I can say the same thing. In the future, I can kill 2 of you with one hand. Yifan sneered. You seem to be very unconvinced. The little Pung King's eyes were cold. I'm telling the truth. If we were in the same plane, I could kill you with one hand. Yi Fan continued to mock him. If you say now, then I can also say that in the eyes of the sacred leader of Alcade, you are less than an ant. You don't have the right to dominate the world. How dare a primordial trash talk to me like that? The little Pung King's expression was cold. I've only cultivated for a little more than 4 years. I'm a few planes lower than you, so I'm indeed no match for you. You can indeed pretend to be a master in front of me after cultivating for so many years, but please don't think you're invincible. There's really nothing special about you. Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shocking that Yi Fan could achieve what he had after cultivating for only 4 years. If he had been born in the primordial era, his future would have been limitless. Aren't you saying all this because you want to fight me at the same level? The little Pung King sneered. I've always been tempted. Killing a sacred body of the ancients at the same level gives me a sense of accomplishment. I just don't want to be set up by others. To me, there's no sense of accomplishment. I can predict the result. I can crush you with a flip of my hand. Yi Fan shook his head. These words were infuriating. The little Pung King sneered and said, I'm really tempted. Little Pung King, there's no need to lower yourself to the same level as a trash. There's no need to do this. Among the little Pung King's followers, a demonic cultivator said, if he's not convinced, I'll take his life as a level 2 of the Holy Ji Palace. People like you won't do. I can kill 10 of you by myself. Yi Fan shook his head. He only wanted to provoke the little Pung King into attacking. The demonic cultivator was also a powerful cultivator of the younger generation. He was quite conceited, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He then turned to Yan Ruyu and said, Your Highness, please use an extreme weapon to suppress my cultivation. I want to fight him. Yan Ruyu did not refuse and attacked right away. Her palm shone brilliantly, and the might of the extreme path flashed and disappeared, suppressing the demonic cultivator's cultivation. I don't need to do anything to deal with you. I can just close the door and let the dog out. Black Emperor, bite him. Damn it. The big black dog was furious. He growled and turned around to bite Yi Fan. Everyone was speechless. Stupid dog, if you don't kill him, you can forget about getting the ancient scriptures and the black tortoise for the rest of your life, Yi Fan threatened through voice transmission. Human trash, what are you doing? The demonic cultivator sneered. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Yi Fan rushed over and slapped out with the giant palm of the void. The black hand covered the sky, and dark clouds rolled down with lightning. Bang, the demonic cultivator hit the sky with both hands and hit the black hand. However, he was sent flying by the black hand amid a muffled sound, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. This person was at the level 5 Holy Ji Palace realm. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the level 2, he still had his experience and combat awareness. Yet, he was severely injured in a single exchange. Everyone gasped and lamented that the sacred body of the ancients was indeed invincible among those at the same level. Boom, Yi Fan rushed over in an instant. The black hand fell like a towering ancient tree, covering the sky and making the void tremble. Smack, this time, the giant palm of the void swept across and sent the demonic cultivator flying. He fell to the top of the mountain and lay there, spitting out blood. People like you talk big and say that your body is useless. Now that you've been defeated by me, aren't you even more useless? Yi Fan sneered and landed on the ground. The demonic cultivator let out a low growl and swallowed several pills. His bones crackled, and his demonic power surged, causing the top of the mountain to tremble. He rushed over again and said, I can kill you myself. Black Emperor, bite him. Although Yi Fan said this, he kept threatening the demonic cultivator through voice transmission. This dog's temper was too bad, and it was difficult to tame him. Damn it, brat, just you wait. The black dog was furious. His bald tail was about to reach the sky, and he pounced on the demonic cultivator. I say, little Yi, you really sent a dog to bite people. Is this stupid dog reliable? Tu Fei asked. The surrounding people were even more dumbfounded. Using a black dog that hadn't transformed to fight a demonic cultivator? Wasn't that just asking for death? Peng, the demonic cultivator slapped the black dog. He thought it would be enough to turn it into minced meat, but unexpectedly, his own arm was almost broken. Boom, he threw a punch toward the large black dog's head. The Black Emperor was not someone who liked to be beaten up, and he moved as fast as a bolt of black lightning. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed this massive fist. Gotcha, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Ayo! The demonic cultivator screamed in pain. He almost fainted because of the intense pain. A cold wind blew, and he felt a chill on his wrist. Looking closely, he found that his fist was gone, and his wrist was bare and bloody. His palm had been bitten off. The pain was unbearable. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and his head was covered with sweat. He quickly retreated. Pay! The black dog spat out blood, and his broken hand fell to the ground. He was actually retching. He quickly ran to a mountain spring, rinsed his mouth, and cursed. Damn it, I hate eating fox meat the most in my life. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was dumbfounded. This listless black dog was actually so powerful. It was obvious that he wasn't a kind person. Sure enough, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Looking at its listless appearance, it looked harmless from beginning to end. After all, it turned out to be a ruthless character. What bad luck, the large black dog cursed. Everyone present was speechless. This bald dog really deserved a beating. That was what everyone thought. By the way, my favorite food is roasted birds. The black dog raised his neck, stared at the little Peng King, and licked his lips. Louder! Two-Fei said. Boom, the little Peng King landed on the peak of the mountain. He stared at Yifan coldly and said, I really can't help but fight. The sacred body of the ancients is tempting. He suddenly turned around and faced Yan Ruyu. I don't want to listen to other people's arrangements. This is my own will. Your Highness, please put away your ultimate weapon. I will seal my power myself. Are you sure you want to fight with the sacred body of the ancients at the same level? Two-Fei asked. How many great emperors have existed since ancient times? All of them are peerless. If I want to walk this path, I must suppress the sacred body of the ancients, the little Peng King said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Yifan laughed. He felt the blood in his body flow faster, and he couldn't wait to throw a punch. Verdant mountain peaks, ancient pine trees, strange rocks, and a waterfall that was 3,000 feet long. Killing sacred bodies of the ancients of the same level to forge my path to the great emperor. This is the will of the heavens. The source chi of all things shall belong to me. The golden-winged little Peng King was tall, and his golden hair was like a waterfall. His eyes were sparkling, and he had a demonic air about him. As he stood on the peak of the mountain, there was a daunting pressure. I have never killed a sky Peng before. Today, I will dye my hands with Peng blood. Yifan opposed with equal harshness. Your physique has fallen. Even the world has abandoned you. You should have been buried in the soil a long time ago. Today, I will completely destroy the sacred body of the ancients. The little Peng King's murderous intent soared into the sky. This was an extremely dangerous person who would kill at every turn. He was determined to obtain Yifan's cauldron, so it was impossible for him to spare Yifan's life. I, Tian Peng, am destined to become a great emperor. Your mysterious yellow origin root was prepared for me. It is a treasure given to me by the heavens. The little Peng King's hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, I will use your primordial sacred blood to cleanse the origin of the myriad chi and forge my sacred weapon. He's a mother-asterisk cur. Two-Fei muttered. Xianxia sighed and said, he indeed has the strength of a great emperor. He heard that Yao Guang's saint son has been determined to be a great emperor since he was young, so he rushed to the north region to kill Yao Guang's saint son with his own hands. Two-Fei was a little worried and asked, could he really suppress the sacred body of the ancients? It's hard to say. The great emperor doesn't necessarily have the sacred body of the ancients. If he really has the potential to become the great emperor, then Yifan is in real danger. Qingyi shook his head and said, the Rock clan is blessed by the heavens. Their physical bodies are the best in the world, just like the Jiao Dragon clan. They are no weaker than the human sacred body of the ancients. Kill the saint physique. Sacrifice the mysterious yellow blood. The little Pung King shouted. The mountain peak trembled. It was restricted by a formless demonic force, as if it was going to collapse. Hua! Suddenly, the silver waterfall stopped flowing and froze in the air. It was as if time had frozen. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, and a sense of horror flashed through them. They didn't understand what had happened. Rumble! The silver waterfall fell and continued to flow. Everything returned to normal. I've already sealed myself and suppressed my cultivation to the second firmament of the Doctrine Palace. Little Peng's words were sonorous, like metal colliding with stone. The longevity pine was tall and straight, and the ancient vines were bold and vigorous. The mountain peak was completely silent. The great battle was about to begin. Buzz! The golden-winged little Peng King made his move. The heavenly Peng's extreme speed was unparalleled in this world. It transformed into a beam of light and rushed over. Its golden fist caused the space to collapse, emitting violent vibrations. Pa! Yifan struck out with the void palm imprint. A huge black palm covered the sky, and a dark mass of people collided heavily with the Peng fist. Boom, like a thunderclap, it struck the mountain peak and caused it to tremble. Golden black energy violently surged out in all directions like a tide. Pitter-patter, like the wind sweeping away the clouds, like a great wave washing the sand. On the mountain peak, all of the longevity pine trees were uprooted and shattered in midair. All of the wondrous rocks turned into fine powder. That waterfall was even more so, swept up into the sky, flowing in reverse. The first collision was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Nothing was left on the mountain peak. The pavilions and other buildings were all destroyed and razed to the ground. The spectators were alarmed. When the golden black energy swept towards them, they all soared into the sky and dodged. It was hard to imagine that this was the attack of a powerhouse at the second firmament of the Dao Palace. Buzz! The golden-winged little Peng King's eyes blazed with light as he charged forward. His golden fist was like a burning ball of divine fire. It was a pulsating divine brilliance. It was extremely dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. It was hard to imagine just how great the power of this punch was. Pa! Yifan still used the void palm imprint. The black palm seemed to cleave down from the universe beyond. It was black and terrifying, causing the sky to tremble. Rumble! In their second clash, the two of them struck out with a yin-yang storm. Golden black energy surged into the sky, sweeping out in all directions like a tsunami. Ka! The mountain peak could not withstand it. A corner of it cracked, emitting a deafening sound. At the same time, rubble shot through the sky, crashing into the shore. Huge rocks shot out in all directions. Yifan and the golden-winged little Peng King were like two gods colliding. How can this birdman be so monstrous? His physical body can really be compared to the sacred body of the ancients. Tu Fei was shocked. Their race is blessed by the heavens. Not only are they unparalleled in speed, but their physical bodies can also rival real dragons. This is their unparalleled talent. Xianxia's expression was solemn. No wonder this birdman is so crazy. His physical body is so terrifying. It's like another sacred body of the ancients, Tu Fei exclaimed. Boom! Yifan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, naturally noticed the situation. The celestial rock's physical body, tempered by the four-level secret realms, was no weaker than his own. It was indestructible. Pa! Yifan continued to attack. The black palm and the golden fist collided, causing the mountain to collapse and the waterfall to flow backward. However, his physical body did not have the upper hand. The golden-winged little Peng King was very brave and took all of the attacks head-on. The celestial rock's physical body that could kill real dragons was even harder than Daluo silver essence. It shone brilliantly and resisted the sacred body of the ancients. Boom! The two separated. Yifan held the seal of mountains and rivers in his hand, and a huge mountain appeared above his head. On it, there were ancient trees and forests, birds and beasts, and even a silver waterfall. Yi Fan performed the Great Void technique and suddenly appeared in front of the golden-winged little Pung King. He held the seal of mountains and rivers and slammed it down. What kind of seal is this? Everyone was shocked. The momentum was too great. The mountain towered high in the sky, majestic and majestic. Birds and beasts flew, and the river surged. It was so real, as if a real mountain had been moved. Boom! The sky and earth were turned upside down. The seal of mountains and rivers slammed down, and the golden-winged little Pung King blocked it. Boom! The mountain was so huge that it was earth-shattering. It buried the little Pung King under it. Everyone in the sky changed their expressions. The seal was too terrifying. Many people thought that they could not withstand it with their physical bodies. Even cultivators in the 4-level secret realms would be turned into minced meat immediately. Boom! The golden-winged little Pung King roared. His golden hair stood on end, and he waved a huge golden Pung claw. It was a divine technique that could kill real dragons. The claw split the sky, the Pang's roar shook the sky, surging for dozens of miles. Many people in the sky felt their ears prickling, and they almost fell from the sky. The golden-winged little Pung King split the sky with his bare hands. The huge Pung claw tore the mountain apart and collapsed it in the void. Boom! The mountain collapsed, and a violent explosion soared into the sky. The mountain under their feet was silently annihilated more than 10 meters high, and it became much shorter. This was the terrifying Rock Clan. They were favored by the heavens, and their physical bodies were not at a disadvantage when competing with the sacred body of the ancients. Yi Fan's expression did not change. So what if their physical strength was similar? He activated the Battle Saint technique, and the seal of mountains and rivers appeared again. The towering mountain seemed to tear through time and space, rushing over from ancient times, and came crashing down. Boom! The golden-winged little Pung King fought back. The Ping claw tore through the sky, and once again, the mountain was destroyed. Boom! However, Yi Fan's divine power was inexhaustible. He kept forming hand seals, and 13 seals of mountains and rivers came crashing down. In the distant sky, many demon cultivators were dumbfounded. Two-Fei's eyes were wide open, and he murmured, "Damn it, I can't fight with him. What a freak." Even someone as powerful as the golden-winged little Pung King felt a little overwhelmed. The 13 mountains came crashing down one after another, forcing him to reveal the true form of the rock. Golden light shot into the sky, and it was dazzling. A huge rock appeared and spread its wings. It was a giant bird that was dozens of meters long. Its entire body was dazzling, as if it was cast in gold. It was filled with the sense of power bestowed upon it by the heavens, and it contained explosive divine power. The rock's rock roar, its wings swept across the sky, directly shattering 6 mountains. Its divine power surged like a sacred flame, and its entire body shone brightly. Smack! The divine wings struck the sky, and all the clouds in the surroundings were shaken away. It was unstoppable and indestructible, and everything in its path turned into ashes. The seals of mountains and rivers were all shattered. This was the divine bird, the rock. Its divine power was overwhelming, and it could suppress all other races, but how could Yi Fan stop here? This was just the beginning. He used the Great Void technique, traversing through the void and arriving on the rock's back. He held the moon with both hands, and a black demon mountain appeared in his hands. Embracing Mountain Seal, he hugged a huge mountain and fiercely smashed it towards Tian Peng's back. This kind of power was enough to make people tremble in fear. Bang! The embracing Mountain Seal shot out, and the mountain came crashing down. Rumble! The black demon mountain struck the rock's true form and sent the little Pung King flying. However, the black mountain also crumbled. It was hard to imagine how strong the rock's body was. Swoosh! A blazing golden light flashed, and the little Pung King transformed into his human form, disappearing into the void. Not good. Yi Fan was alarmed. He used the Great Void technique to leave through space, but he was still one step too late. The rock's divine wings slashed down. The little Pung King's right hand turned into a 30-meter-long golden blade. It flashed with cold light as it slashed forward. Clang! Yi Fan passively met the attack. His golden fist slammed into the sky, creating a piercing sound that shook dozens of miles. Bang! Although he dodged this attack, he was still hit in the back by another rock claw, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. This was the rock's extreme speed. The little Peking was unbelievably fast. He turned into thousands of phantoms, and they attacked unceasingly, attacking Yifan's body. I will naturally soar above the world. The little Peking shouted. His body turned into thousands of phantoms, and they were everywhere, all attacking Yifan. In the end, all the phantoms merged into one, forming an eternal, undying body. Golden light shone over the world. The great killing technique was like thousands of waves, attacking Yifan unceasingly. The rock slash. The rock's divine wings tore the sky, and it slashed continuously. In just a short moment, he used the rock's extreme speed to attack more than 10,000 times. Every strike caused the space around them to collapse. In the end, they actually pierced through the space and sent Yifan flying many miles away. Can this birdman really become a great emperor? Even the sacred body of the ancients can't suppress him. Tufei was shocked. This was the first time in Yifan's life that he was evenly matched with an enemy. This was a terrifying rock that had the potential to become a great emperor. Don't try to use your soul consciousness to kill me. It's useless even if you use your cauldron. I will let your blood dye the sky red. The little Peking's eyes were filled with crazy or murderous intent. I'm afraid he does have the potential to become a great emperor. Xianxia looked serious. Are you saying that he might be able to kill the Alcade Saint? Tufei was shocked. The physique of a great emperor isn't necessarily a divine physique or a sacred physique. He might really have such potential. Yanryu also said. The other demon cultivators were all shocked. Was the little Peking really that powerful? Roar! The little Peking's roar shook the mountains and rivers. Under the rock's extreme speed, no one knew how many times he had attacked. Is this all you've got? Suddenly, Yifan's cold voice was heard. He's not injured. Is the sacred body of the ancients almost immortal? Everyone was shocked. At that moment, Yifan increased his speed. He was actually able to compete with the little Peking's extreme speed and was not at a disadvantage. How is this possible? The rock's extreme speed is unparalleled and unparalleled. How can he catch up? The demon cultivators were shocked. Legend has it that only the crazy old man's footwork is comparable to the rock's extreme speed. He might even surpass it, Xianxia said in a low voice. He has cultivated the crazy old man's footwork. Yanryu nodded. Yifan went berserk. His divine power was monstrous, and his spiritual essence was surging. His large hand covered the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. Bang! The large hand that covered the sky sent the little Peking flying. Boom! Yifan formed a seal with both hands, and it was as if he was holding up the sky. A huge black sun suddenly filled the sky, exuding a vigorous aura. It was as boundless as the ocean, as endless as the abyss, and as majestic as an ancient mountain. Its might was monstrous, and it made people want to kneel down and worship it. Great Sun Seal. Yifan raised the great sun that covered the sky and pressed it down. Wang! The little Peking let out a long cry and went up against the sky, wanting to shatter the black sun. Boom! Black flames burned the sky and covered the sky, instantly drowning the little Peking. The flames were monstrous, and the little Peking rushed up in a sorry state. Even the clothes on his body were burning. Roasted birds are my favorite, the big black dog shouted from below. The little Peking was shocked and angry. He rushed up into the sky, and the golden light around his body was dazzling. He put out the flames and shouted, I want the sacred blood of the ancients to flow out. He rushed forward and used his divine wings to strike the sky. Yifan was not afraid. He held the great sun seal in his hand, and another vigorous sun slowly rose. It was incomparably huge, and it covered the sky. The black brilliance burned everything. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. Flames swept the sky as the two of them fought fiercely. The intense collision caused the sky to boil. Then, Yifan used the old crazy old's footwork and crazily rushed over with a demon mountain in his arms. Bang! The little Peking was smashed and was sent flying. He had no choice but to show the true form of the Sky Ping again. The sacred body of the ancients was the sacred body of the ancients, after all. The strength of his physical body was slightly higher than the true form of the sky pung. Yifan was almost berserk. The black demon mountain kept pressing down, attacking the little Pung King. Moreover, the black sun also filled the sky from time to time. He formed various seals, causing the world to boil. Fire Phoenix Seal, Sun and Moon Seal, Mountain River Seal, Mountain Embracing Seal. The battle saint technique was ever-changing and had no fixed form. One moment, Yifan threw more than a dozen demon mountains, and the next moment, he threw more than a dozen suns, completely drowning the little Pung King. The two of them fought to the death, each using their most extreme means. Boom! Yifan held a demon mountain and hit the true form of the sky pung, causing the little Pung King to stagger and almost fall from the sky. Yifan landed on the true form of the sky pung at an extreme speed, and the great seal of mountains and rivers blasted. The little Pung King let out a long roar and turned into a human, trying to get rid of the entanglement. However, he did not succeed this time. When he turned into a human, Yifan was still on his back. He swung his golden fist and smashed it down. He's riding the little Pung King. The demon cultivators were shocked. The situation began to change. The sacred body of the ancients had the upper hand, and Yifan gradually suppressed the little Pung King. Boom! Yifan's powerful divine sense rushed out and slashed at the little Pung King. Boom! The sky was filled with golden feathers. The little Pung King rushed out and left a feather coat in Yifan's hand. The golden feathers were crushed by the divine sense. Skin the bird and keep it up, the big black dog shouted. The little Pung King's golden hair stood on end, and his eyes were like knives. He let out a long roar and pounced over again. He shouted, "Extreme speed divine change." Oh no, this is the divine change field that the sky pung evolved at extreme speed. It's almost impossible to survive if you're sealed in it. Xianxia exclaimed. The blood of the sacred body of the ancients can flow out now. The little Pung King said mercilessly. He punched forward with endless killing intent. Bang! However, to everyone's surprise, Yifan was not sealed. He attacked later, but arrived first. His fist landed on the little Pung King's face, and a string of blood spurted out from his mouth. You! The little Pung King was shocked. He never thought that Yifan would not be restricted. He decisively retreated. However, Yifan launched a series of attacks. The golden hand swept across the sky and directly slashed down, covering the little Pung King's head. Bang! This was a very heavy blow. The little Pung King's body shook violently, and his head buzzed. This was only him. If it were someone else, they would have been killed. The little Pung King's hair was disheveled, and his body swayed. He almost fell from the sky. Pa! Yifan's golden hand slapped over and landed heavily on the little Pung King's body. It was like slapping a scarecrow, and he was sent flying. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The little Pung King made a wrong judgment just now, and now he was being suppressed by Yifan. Bang! The golden hand covered the sky, and Yifan slashed on the little Pung King's back. A large string of blood spurted out from his mouth. Below, everyone was shocked. Yifan actually heavily injured the insufferably arrogant little Pung King. Wang! Yifan's golden fist smashed over. It was as if the hardest divine metal of a deity was vibrating too quickly, releasing an ear-piercing vibrating sound. This was a wave of berserk divine force. The golden splendor dyed the sky a dazzling expanse, as if a scorching sun had shattered in the sky. Pung! This ferocious and heavy golden fist heavily smashed into the little Pung King's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood that carried traces of gold. Roar! The little Pung King released a long roar. His messy hair flew about, and every strand of hair stood on end. His robust body possessed a demonic nature as it released a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. He wanted to reverse the situation. The divine Pung spread its wings. He didn't turn around and swept behind him. His right arm was as heavy as a mountain, and even space itself collapsed from the pressure. It was hard to imagine what kind of crazy power this was. Dang! Yifan's golden fist smashed out, landing on the Pung arm that was sweeping over. It was as if he was striking iron, releasing a sky-shaking sonorous sound. Their flesh was comparable to a mountain, and their toughness had reached an inconceivable level. When they brandished their arms, they could distort space. They possessed extreme power. Who? Astral wind surged. The instant the little Pung King turned around, Yifan's large golden hand slapped out. It was as if a large millstone was smashing down. This strike was extremely terrifying. The millstone-like large hand seemed to be cast from gold, and it was filled with a destructive feeling. It pressed down on the space until it rumbled, and its power was terrifying. Pah! There was no way to evade at all. This large hand locked down the heavens and hacked down, landing solidly on the little Pung King's body. Half of his body was struck. The little Pung King was immediately sent flying. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't endure this kind of heavy strike. Blood sprayed out from his mouth, and his golden hair scattered about. He almost fell down in the void. Yifan had the upper hand, so he naturally didn't want to let him turn the situation around. He didn't give him any chance at all, and he continuously used his great offensive techniques. Pung, the large golden hand covered the sky, cutting off the path ahead and slapping downwards. With one step in the lead, he took the initiative step by step. This kind of offensive was continuous and unending, and it was as if he had locked down the other party and suppressed him. Clang, the heavenly Pung spread its wings, wanting to break the golden hand. The attack was ferocious, even the void became dim. This type of terrifying hack completely sucked away the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy. The golden-winged little Pung King was full of unruliness. His eyes revealed killing intent as he retaliated almost crazily. His body ignited with raging divine flames to break free from this disadvantage. Dang, dang, dang. However, Yifan's sacred body of the ancients was even more ferocious. He fought force with force and overpowered force with force. His golden fist seemed to be able to pierce through the sky with unparalleled power. The intense collision was like the descent of the ancient heaven, suppressing the blue dome of heaven. It was also like the Milky Way, crashing into the vast earth. Yifan's golden fist seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. Every time he punched out, the sky would tremble and the spectators in the distance would be horrified. It was hard to estimate how powerful it was. Pung, dang, such an intense battle was almost unseen among the younger generation. One was a sacred body of the ancients, while the other was a descendant of the divine Pung that could kill a true dragon. Both of their physical bodies represented extreme strength. It was like a needle against an awl. Their battle was soul-stirring, causing the entire sky to tremble. Yifan's divine power was inexhaustible and tireless. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Pung King was shocked. The pair of golden fists were like mountains crashing against each other, forcing him to retreat. At this moment, the celestial Pung King's wings could not hurt him at all. The golden fist smashed through the space. Every heavy blow made his arm go numb, and the terrifying force made him want to spit blood. Yifan did not want to give him a chance to turn the tables. He never underestimated his opponents, let alone the celestial Pung that could sweep through the younger generation. His attacks were endless. Pung. He attacked like a storm, hitting the little Pung King until he could not withstand it. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the glow on his arms became much dimmer. Pah! Yifan's golden fists finally penetrated through. They rushed past the Pung King's wings and smashed into his chest. This kind of heavy blow was too much for the little Pung King to endure, and he felt intense pain. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His messy hair was stained with blood, and his majestic body was trembling slightly. Yifan chased after him. The two of them seemed to be connected by an invisible rope, and they could not break away from each other. Whoosh! Yifan used the Great Void technique and suddenly appeared. A huge black hand covered the sky and slammed down. The little Pung King could not dodge at all. Pung! This was a terrifying heavy blow. It directly slammed into the little Pung King's head, causing him to spin around and lose his balance. The tyrannical little Pung King was actually beaten into such a sorry state. Blood dyed his clothes red, and everyone in the distant sky gasped. One had to know that the little Pung King's divine might had spread far and wide. There was almost no one in the younger generation of the demon race who did not know of him. He wanted to walk the great emperor's path. This was a great opportunity. Yi Fan caught up in just 8 steps. Taking advantage of the little Pun King's dazed state, he carried a demonic mountain and pressed down. Embracing mountain seal. Boom. The majestic and unstoppable mountain pressed down on the little Pun King's body as if it had the power to turn the world upside down. In the distant sky, everyone felt the destructive aura and couldn't help but be alarmed. However, the little Pun King's body was not broken. The black mountain smashed him flying away, and his body cracked open with bloody lines, but he still did not fall down. Buzz. Yi Fan chased after him. His left hand formed the sun seal, and his right hand formed the moon seal. A heavenly sun and a bright moon floated in the sky, each emitting a resplendent radiance and emitting heart-palpitating fluctuations. They were both the size of small mountains, and they were pushed forward by him. Bang! The sun seal covered the sky, emitting boundless radiance. Yi Fan's left hand heavily slammed down, causing the little Pun King to tumble backwards. A large patch of his messy golden hair was dyed red by the fresh blood he spat out. Pa! The moon seal was in the sky, gentle and dazzling. Yi Fan's right hand slammed down, striking the little Pun King's body. Light surged violently like raging waves beating against the shore. This heavenly Pun King's body was covered in bloody scars, and his joints creaked with gabbing sounds. Its strength was astonishing. I don't believe I can't beat him. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His body shone like a divine body that had been refined 100 times. Enough! Suddenly, the little Pun King roared. He was a bit dazed after being struck in the head, but the intense pain woke him up completely. He let out a beast-like roar. As the descendant of the heavenly Pun King, he possessed an astonishing vitality. His eyes were close to madness as tens of thousands of golden feathers rushed out and pierced through the sky like golden spears. It was a killing method that sent chills down one's spine. The countless golden feathers all turned into blazing spears, each of which carried golden flames. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of the air being pierced was incessant, and all of them stabbed at Yi Fan. It was a killing method that made one feel fear and despair. Dang, 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 Yi Fan slapped with his golden hand, blocking the golden spears. If it were anyone else, they would have been pierced through and died from blood loss. However, Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients, which was even stronger than the heavenly Pun King's body. He forcefully carved out a path among the waves of spears. Moreover, he was not retreating. He was advancing toward the little Pun King, intending to crush him to death. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fan struck out all kinds of seals and great killing methods, shattering the spears one after another and pressing toward the little Pun King. Boom. The little Pun King waved his arms, and millions of golden feathers gathered together, forming a golden canopy that pressed down on Yi Fan. It was a giant canopy formed by sharp spears. It was an ultimate killing method, and it instantly pressed down, drowning Yi Fan. In the distant sky, the crowd gasped. This birdman is too scary. At the critical moment, all his golden feathers are lethal weapons that can't be guarded against. Only the sacred body of the ancients can block it. If it were someone else, they would have become a porcupine. Tufei was frightened. I'm afraid this is just the prelude, Xianxia said in a low voice. Boom. Yi Fan displayed all kinds of attacking methods and all the seals were executed at the same time. He instantly pierced through the golden canopy and shattered it. All of the divine spears shattered, turning into broken feathers that fluttered about as they drifted down. Pieces of broken gold filled the sky. Countless rock feathers danced in the air and fell to the ground. The golden-winged little Pun King's figure became indistinct and disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Fan stood in the sky and glanced around to guard against the opponent's thunderous attack. The others were also searching, sizing up the surroundings. That birdman spat out so much blood. He must be hurt badly. Did he run away in defeat? Tufei mumbled to himself. The others were bewildered as well. All of them had witnessed Yi Fan's attack just now, and if they were to go up and face it with their bodies, they would have been turned into ashes a long time ago. Little Pun King, did you run away because you couldn't defeat him? Yi Fan asked. A heavy snort came from the sky. A golden shadow appeared. The little Pun King sat cross-legged in the sky. Golden light shone from his body, and cracking sounds echoed. His bones were shaking. Boom! The monstrous aura shot up to the sky and surged around him like an ocean. He stood up, his eyes filled with wild light. He said coldly, "I ran away in defeat." What a joke. It's just the beginning. Everyone was shocked. The little Pung King's aura grew stronger as if he wasn't hurt at all. Monstrous aura rolled behind him. That Birdman was suppressed by the sacred body of the ancients, but he wasn't hurt at all. He recovered in such a short time. It's so scary. Tufei was shocked. Indeed, the little Pung King has the potential to become an emperor. He can compete with the sacred body of the ancients at the same level. A monster expert was shocked. Qingyi looked surprised and said, "Can he really walk the path of an emperor?" Yan Ruyu also whispered, "Perhaps, he has some hope." The little Pung King descended and stood opposite of Yi Fan. At this moment, his monstrous aura shot up to the sky, and his murderous aura spread everywhere. 108,000 swords. His voice could pierce through metal and crack rocks, shaking the sky and hurting many people's eardrums. At this moment, the murderous aura between heaven and earth was shocking. Beams of sword light shot up to the sky like an endless volcano erupting. The sky was filled with a forest of divine swords. Each of them was dozens of feet long, and their edges were cold. They stood upright in the sky, shining with dazzling light and murderous aura. 108,000 swords, each of them was refined from the feathers of a divine rock, and they were all breathing out dazzling sword chi. They were sharp, dazzling, and intimidating. As far as the eye could see, there were divine swords everywhere. They were burning fiercely, and the murderous aura was frightening. I don't know if the great emperor of the ancients had killed the sacred body of the ancients when he was young. Perhaps I will create a magnificent feat and pave my path to the emperor with the sacred blood. The little Pung King had a muscular body. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and his eyes were filled with a wild and murderous aura. Yi Fan was in the forest of swords. Facing the endless sword light and feeling the bone-chilling murderous aura, he was not afraid and took out the divine fire cauldron. "I could suppress you in physical combat, and I can still step on you now." Yi Fan looked calm, but he was full of confidence. He held the inch-tall crystal cauldron in his palm. There were sharp golden divine swords everywhere in the sky. Each of them was spitting out sword light that shot into the sky. This was a frightening sea of swords that stretched as far as the eye could see. Its murderous intent was shocking. 108,000 swords, in the distant sky, many people were shocked. Anyone who was trapped in this sword forest would be terrified. This Birdman is too terrifying. How did he forge so many swords? Tufei felt that something was wrong. Qingyi's expression changed as well. Looks like the little rock king can't maintain his transcendent state. In a physical battle, he is at a disadvantage, so he has to use the pink feather swords that he cultivates with his life. These aren't golden feathers that can be shot out casually. They are refined from the feathers of a divine rock. It's one of the strongest killing techniques of the Tianping race. The pink feather swords have the mark of the race's inheritance. He is the descendant of the old Pung King. It's hard to estimate how powerful he is. Many demonic race cultivators were discussing in low voices. They felt that Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation. What's the big deal? Roast a bird and burn it all. Let's see how arrogant he is then, the large black dog muttered. This crazy Birdman is too terrifying. I feel that he is even more uneasy than the wavering light Saint Sun. Tufei said to himself. Luckily, his cultivation level is suppressed to the second sky of the Dao Palace. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yan Ruyu's expression was calm as she said, "Once the pink feather swords are completed, 108,000 divine rock feathers will shoot out at the same time. They can shake the world. He can use his pink feather swords at such a young age. It's really surprising." In the sky, the little rock king stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were very sharp, like heavenly swords being unsheathed. The light that shot out was frightening. "1,000 feather swords, slash," he shouted, and the 1,000 golden swords in the sky slashed towards the same target. The 1,000 swords attacked, slashing through the sky and drowning Yi Fan underneath. This was an attack that made people shudder. The 1,000 swords shot out at the same time, slashing through the sky. Swish, 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 the dazzling light was as thick as a water bucket and extremely sharp. They rushed over like flood dragons, unstoppable as if they could pierce through the sky. Dang, 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 Yi Fan's every move was the battle saint art, shattering the sword rays one after another. The Li Fire Divine Cauldron hovered above his head as he lunged at the little Pung King. This was an extremely hair-raising scene. 1,000 feathers and 1,000 swords hacked through heaven and earth, their power astonishing. In the distant sky, the spectators felt a chill run down their spines. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying killing intent. The sword beams were as thick as buckets, and the killing intent was boundless, causing them to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was already like this outside the battlefield, let alone inside the forest of swords. It was hard to imagine how much killing intent Yi Fan had to endure. 108,000 swords flew through the air, and every single golden sword exuded a terrifying killing intent. When they gathered together, they formed a terrifying destructive aura. Dang, dang, Yi Fan was like a god of war. His entire body was bathed in divine light, causing the sky to tremble. He fought his way through, and although there were thousands of swords slashing at him, they could not stop him at all. The sword auras all over the sky were shattered by him. This was the supreme power of the sacred body of the ancients, which was even stronger than divine weapons. Anything it hit would be destroyed. The little Pung King stood still in the forest of swords. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he shouted, 3,000 swords, chaos the void. Clang, 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 the divine swords chimed together, and 3,000 golden swords shot out at the same time. The sword beams intertwined, forming a terrifying inescapable net that was dense and eerie. Even with his sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan felt as if his body was being torn apart by such a powerful attack. The 3,000 swords struck at the same time, splitting the sky. The sword aura soared into the sky and sent him flying. Chi, 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 the sword beams pierced through the sky like rainbows, one after another. They were endless, and the sky was dazzling. Boom! Yi Fan struggled to shatter the thousands of sword auras, then began to activate the divine cauldron of Li Fire. The cauldron quickly enlarged above his head, and the colorful lid flew into the sky with a loud clang. A large amount of black flames rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Clang, clang, clang. The thousands of swords slashed at him and were instantly covered by the black flames. The scorching temperature was terrifying, and it melted all 1,300 golden swords on the spot. Golden light flickered in the sky, and the golden color slowly dimmed in the black flames. Over 1,000 feathery Pung swords were destroyed and burned to ashes. The little Pung King's golden hair stood on end and danced wildly. His eyes were cold. The destruction of over 1,000 swords made him feel very pained, and he could not help but let out a long roar. What kind of fire is that? How could it be so terrifying? The feathery Pung swords are sharp and unstoppable, yet he burned over 1,000 swords with a single fire. How surprising. Could it be the same kind of fire that burned the supreme elder of the Ji family to death? No, it's not the colorful kind. There wasn't a single spectator whose expression didn't change. The temperature of this kind of fire was so high that it made people's hearts palpitate even though they were so far away. If they were engulfed by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Li Flame Divine Cauldron was sparkling and translucent. It blossomed with prismatic light as it suspended above Yi Fan's head. Raging flames surged and burned fiercely. The black flames even warped the void. His body flickered as he was surrounded by this kind of flame. His battle intent was high as he took steps in the void and pressed forward. The little Peng's expression was cold as he shouted, Pung Feather Regeneration. His entire body was like gold as divine radiance rushed out one after another. The golden swords were completely replenished and became 108,000 swords again. The powerful killing intent condensed together and formed a forest of swords that made people despair. Every single one of the swords clanged and shook the sky. He actually comprehended the Sky Pung race's great killing technique to such a level, reaching the Pung Feather Regeneration and the Undying Sword Intent, 108,000 swords. As long as the sword intent is not extinguished, the divine swords will not be extinguished unless all of the swords are destroyed in one go. In the distance, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This kind of undying divine sword would give any opponent a headache. They would grow and multiply endlessly, and in the end they would definitely be destroyed. 10,000 swords move at the same time. The little Pung King shouted. Tens of thousands of swords vibrated. The sword energy was dazzling, piercing through the void and creating a formidable sword net in this area. Yifan urged the Fire Divine Furnace, making it more than 100 meters tall and hovering in the sky like a towering mountain. At this moment, he didn't need to hold back anymore. The endless black flame shot out everywhere. It was the black flame he had taken from the fallen sun ridge and the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Although it was just the surface, it still had a terrifying temperature. Boom, the great fire reached the sky. The black divine flame swept everywhere. Tens of thousands of swords were swallowed and burned down slowly. Clang! Clang! Clang, the little Pung King bloomed with light. Tens of thousands of swords flew out, replenishing the forest of swords. This abnormal monster. Tu Fei was frightened. If it continues like this, the black flame will be exhausted sooner or later. However, his Pung feather swords aren't extinguished. Yifan can't imagine the consequences, said Qing Yi. That's not necessarily the case. He's paying a price to regenerate his Pung feathers. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid he won't be able to endure it, said Yan Ryu. 108,000 swords moved at the same time, cutting through the sky and drowning Yifan. He used the Fire Divine Furnace to open the way and attack the little Pung King. Boom, the black flame was monstrous and raged in all directions, rushing toward the swords. 108,000 swords vibrated at the same time. Endless murderous intent rushed out and gathered into a giant divine sword that towered over the clouds. This was the murderous intent of 108,000 swords, the 1,000-meter-long sword slashed down. The terrifying murderous intent sent chills down Yifan's spine. 108,000 swords merged into one, and the murderous intent was boundless. Bang, Yifan was sent flying in an instant. Such a killing technique was a terrifying blow to his sacred body of the ancients. What a monster. Is this really a duel between cultivators at the second heaven of the Doctrine Palace? The killing technique of the rock race is frightening. If it weren't for the sacred body of the ancients, I'm afraid that person would have been killed in both body and soul. In the distant sky, the crowd found it difficult to remain calm. Boom, Yifan activated the Fire Divine Furnace. Flames burned in all directions, sweeping toward the 108,000 swords. Clang, 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 the golden swords shot out like rainbows and appeared behind the little Pung King, avoiding the flames that filled the sky. Although he had reached the level of rock feather regeneration, he could not withstand such terrifying flames. He did not want to be hurt. The two of them confronted each other. The little Pung King did not expect his talent to be restrained by his opponent. The black flames in his opponent's furnace were a great threat to his Pung feather swords. The sacred body of the ancients can indeed look down on those of the same level. It can even suppress the little Pung King, Tu Fei said happily. Xianxia shook his head and said, it's still too early to say. The little Pung King has the potential to become a great emperor. No matter how you look at it, he is not much weaker than the sacred body of the ancients. It's just that the weapons are restraining each other. There is still a gap. His physical body was tempered in the 4-level secret realm, Tu Fei said. Is the sacred body of the ancients really that terrifying? Even the one who gave our demon race hope of becoming a great emperor is at a disadvantage when they are at the same level. Several demon cultivators whispered. Boom, all of a sudden, an extremely horrifying murderous aura appeared in the sky. It made one's body and soul tremble involuntarily. It was as if a primordial beast had broken free from its seal and came to this world. Endless murderous aura swept the sky. That is. Everyone was shocked. A pitch-black weapon appeared in the little Pung King's hand. It was eerie and terrifying. The horrifying aura was coming from it. The great desolate halberd. Many people's expressions changed. Some of the lesser demons turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. The weapon made of black metal seemed to have a life of its own. The murderous aura soared into the sky, making one's hair stand on end. It also had a daunting power. It really is the Great Desolate Halberd. It is the demonic weapon that the old Pung King used to kill for his entire life. That's right. It is indeed the Great Desolate Halberd. It has killed countless people. Blood flows like a river, and corpses pile up like a mountain. I wonder how many lives have been taken by it. The pitch-black weapon's murderous aura soared into the sky. It flashed with a cold metallic luster. It was like a ferocious wild beast, emitting an extremely horrifying aura. This is not fair. Little Pung King, you have the weapon of a demon giant. How are you going to fight? Two-Fei shouted. Don't worry. It has been sealed, but it still has the power of the Great Desolate. The little Pung King answered indifferently. The Great Desolate Halberd was a demonic weapon that a demon master had spent his entire life refining. Although it could not be compared to an extreme weapon, it was still very horrifying. It has indeed been sealed. The old Pung King will not let him rely on a demonic weapon so early. Yan Ruyu nodded. No one knew how horrifying the Great Desolate Halberd was. Rumor had it that it was as heavy as a mountain. Even cultivators in the 4 levels would find it difficult to hold it. Perhaps only the golden-winged little Pung King and Yi Fan, who had a sacred body of the ancients, could use it at a lower level. The golden-winged little Pung King stood there with the Great Desolate Halberd in his hand. His entire body shone like gold. As for the Great Desolate Halberd, it was as black as ink. It formed a sharp contrast. The killing intents of the two fused together, rippling like a vast ocean. Behind him, 108,000 great swords stood erect towards the sky. The sword energy shot into the sky, making him look incomparably terrifying. His robust body had a wild killing intent. Boom! Yi Fan summoned his own cauldron. The 2-inch-tall cauldron quickly enlarged to a meter high, replacing the position of the divine fire furnace and suspending above his head. This cauldron was simple and natural. There was no killing intent. It gave off a natural feeling, as if it was describing the Tao and truth of the world. Wisps of mysterious yellow light fell from the cauldron, tightly protecting him. It made him look as if he had fused with the great Tao. The golden-winged little rock king had a vigorous figure. His hair was disheveled and he was filled with a wild wildness. The pitch-black Great Desolate Halberd in his hands emitted a horrifying infernal energy that blotted out the skies. He stepped forwards in the void, pressing forwards. Bang! The Great Desolate Halberd shook, nearly causing the void to collapse. It was as heavy as a mountain, making one's hair stand on end. It was like an ancient desolate vicious beast that had a life of its own, making one feel dread. Boom! The golden-winged little Pung attacked. His golden hair danced in the wind and his eyebrows shot up. His eyes shined with a cold light as he grasped the Great Desolate Halberd and rushed forwards. It was like he was lifting up a black mountain and chopping down. Yi Fan was as still as a boulder, unmoving like a pine tree. The cauldron above his head was simple and natural, the source energy of all things falling down like silk ribbons, like a curtain of rain, merging his body with the Tao. Boom! The Great Desolate Halberd was far too heavy. As it chopped down, the black halberd twisted the void and a terrifying wave of energy surged forwards. At this time, Yi Fan finally moved. With the myriad energy furnace floating above his head, his body was like a flood dragon. He leaned to the side and half-turned, avoiding the black halberd blade. He stretched out his right arm and waved his golden fist, smashing it into the Great Desolate Halberd. Clang! He used his bare hands to forcefully resist the Great Desolate Halberd. His golden fist smashed into the black weapon. The sound of metal breaking stone rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle and their ears to ring. Boom! The Great Desolate Halberd emitted a brutal infernal energy, as if it were a sealed desolate beast. It was indestructible and possessed a demonic nature that made one's heart race. Woo! The golden-winged rock took advantage of this opportunity to slash out. The Great Desolate Halberd was as deep as the sea, shining with a dark light as it cut towards Yi Fan, emitting a strange demonic sound like the wailing of ghosts. Yi Fan moved to the side, avoiding the sharp blade. He formed seals with his hands and struck the Great Desolate Halberd. Clang! The millstone-sized golden palm struck the Great Desolate Halberd. With a loud explosion, the entire void darkened. Even space distorted, but the Great Desolate Halberd wasn't damaged at all. The weapon refined by the monster race's overlords was indestructible. Although it was sealed, it was still a rare weapon. It was impossible to break it. The golden-winged little Peng cried out. His golden hair fell down like a waterfall, shining with a strange and enchanting brilliance. He grasped the great desolate halberd and thrust forwards, the pitch-black halberd edge piercing through the world. Woo! The ear-piercing demonic sound sent chills down everyone's spines. Killing intent filled the air, and the hearts of the people in the distant sky trembled. Ping, ding, bang, dang, Yi Fan struck out with his giant golden hand, constantly colliding with the great desolate halberd. Terrifying sounds rang out, as if the two of them were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. The great battle was extremely intense. Yi Fan didn't use his own cauldron at first and fought barehanded. Mysterious light overflowed in all directions and killing intent surged into the heavens. The great desolate halberd was simply too terrifying. Even though Yi Fan had the sacred body of the ancients, he still felt a sharp pain in his fists. At this point, he was still unable to break through the weapon of a monster magnate. They hit the clouds from the sky and dispersed them. Then they landed on the mountain. Bang! The great desolate halberd was as heavy as a mountain. As it slammed into the mountain peak, a corner of the mountain peak collapsed. With a rumbling sound, rocks tumbled down. Dang, Chang, Zheng, the two of them fought until they reached the middle of a group of lakes. Suddenly, huge waves surged into the sky, and the lake water flowed into the sky, turning into a watery swamp. Bang! Yi Fan punched out, scattering the water vapor in the sky. The great desolate halberd trembled again and again. From the sky to the clouds, to the ground, and finally to the sky. The demonic might of the great desolate halberd became increasingly magnificent, as if it could collapse the vault of heaven. Xing xing xing, suddenly, 10,000 swords cried out in unison. Sword energy pierced through the skies, 108,000 swords cried out in unison. Behind the golden-winged little Peng King, 108,000 Peng feather swords shot out. They shined like divine rainbows, emitting a chilling aura that made everyone in the distant sky feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Countless sword energy shot out, sweeping forward to slash at Yi Fan. It was very sudden. The endless killing intent was like a tsunami crashing into the shore, it was difficult to avoid. This was the Sky Rock race's great killing technique. If it were a normal cultivator, they would have been cut to pieces. The endless sword light tore through everything, it was impossible to block. However, Yi Fan had always been on guard. He didn't use the cauldron because he was afraid of being killed. The cauldron hanging above his head trembled. The source energy of all things fell down, forming a dark yellow curtain in front of Yi Fan. Clang clang clang, tens of thousands of sword energies stabbed out. As they struck the silk ribbon of the dark yellow energy, nearly all of them disintegrated. There were some that managed to pass through the cracks, but they were dissolved by Yi Fan's treasure body. Bang! The golden-winged little Peng's eyebrows shot up. He lifted the great desolate halberd high and forcefully chopped down. At this moment, it was like the heavens were falling apart, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. Dang! This was the first time that the great desolate halberd had collided with Yi Fan's cauldron. A deafening sound rang out, causing the void to tremble. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Puff! In the distance, many little monsters vomited blood. Their faces paled and many of them fell to the ground. This heaven-shaking strike had even affected them. Roar! The golden-winged little Peng gave a long cry. His hair flew in the air and his aura rose. He grasped the black great desolate halberd in his hands and tore apart the void as he strode forwards. Dang, dang, he grasped the great desolate halberd with both hands and constantly chopped down at the cauldron. His monstrous energy soared to the heavens, shocking the mind and shaking the earth. The golden-winged little Peng was unstoppable. He brandished the great desolate halberd and sent Yi Fan flying several miles away, causing the cauldron formed from all myriad source energy to constantly shake. After he gained momentum, he struck out again, wanting to break through Yi Fan's defense in a single stroke and kill his way in. Now, although the all-myriad source energy had been tempered into a cauldron, it still hadn't formed the mark of the Great Tao. It was still far from being an extreme weapon, it was just that it was tough enough. The golden-winged little Peng grasped the great desolate halberd and constantly chopped down. His momentum was monstrous. At the same time, the 108,000 swords behind him shook the heavens and earth, shooting out endless sword lights. In the distant skies, everyone was aghast. Such an offensive was unstoppable. If it were any other Dao Palace Mystic Realm cultivator, it would be impossible for them to block it. They would immediately turn to ash. The great desolate halberds ominous might shocked the world. A brutal infernal energy flooded every inch of space. In addition to the 108,000 swords moving together, this was a horrifying killing technique. Dang, Yifan was sent flying 6 to 7 miles away by the great desolate halberd. The pink feather sword lights submerged the mysterious yellow energy, forcing him to retreat. Again and again. The golden-winged little Pung took the initiative and his offensive became even fiercer. He wished he could use the great desolate halberd to chop Yifan to death. These two ruthless people can both be kings of the same level. Such a fierce battle has surpassed their realms. The golden-winged little Pung is truly amazing. He is worthy of being called a great emperor. In a sense, this could be considered a qualifying battle for the great emperor's road. The golden-winged little Pung is truly terrifying. If he can really kill a sacred body of the ancients at the same realm, he will definitely become a Fey emperor in the future. The great desolate halberd was the tip, and the 108,000 swords were the support. It shook the heavens and earth. If it were anyone else, they would have already been killed. In the sky, Yifan retreated again and again. He was indeed at a disadvantage, but he was still calm. The source root of all energy is mine. I will dye the skies red with the blood of the sacred body of the ancients. The golden-winged little Peng's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. The great desolate halberd crushed the void. It was swung down, chopping down at Yifan. The 108,000 swords resonated. The main reason Yifan couldn't free his hands was because of the pink feather swords. With the 108,000 swords vibrating together, there would always be tens of thousands of sword lights piercing through. This was an inconceivable divine ability. The Tianping race was blessed by the heavens. As long as such a killing technique was used, even an army of thousands would have to die. It was an indiscriminate attack, much less killing a single person. He didn't summon the fleeting fire divine furnace. The black flames were limited and he didn't want to waste them. This was because his opponent had reached the Pung feather rebirth and the great swords were indestructible. Bleed the sacred blood dry. The golden-winged little Pung shouted. The great desolate halberd came smashing down, causing the void to tremble. The power behind it was even more horrifying. Do you really think you can kill me? Yifan was truly enraged. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes flashed with cold electricity. He punched out at the great desolate halberd. Of course I can kill you. Sacred blood is the taste that I long for. The golden-winged little Pung revealed his wild nature. His killing intent was thick. The great desolate halberd cut down, causing the heavens to tremble. Will you kill me, or will I slaughter the heavenly Pung? We will soon find out. Yifan shouted out. He picked up the furnace, no longer using it to protect himself. Bang! Yifan brought out the furnace. Mysterious yellow light filled the air. The furnace formed from all the source energy suddenly grew to 9 meters high. It was simple and imposing, suppressing the golden-winged little Pung. Without this furnace to protect you, I want to see just how you will block my 108,000 swords. The golden-winged little Pung shouted out. He grasped the all-conquering great desolate halberd and smashed it down at the furnace. Dang! The furnace formed from all the source energy collided with the monster race's great desolate halberd, causing an earth-shaking collision. Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept through the world like a tsunami, rushing out in all directions. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. Many small monsters vomited blood and staggered back. Clang, 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 the 108,000 swords hummed in unison. Tens of thousands of sword auras rushed out, piercing towards Yifan. The world trembled. Yifan wanted to hold back, but the golden-winged little Pung was so powerful that he could compete with the sacred body of the ancients. He had no choice but to show his trump card. He had to show what he had and suppress the opponent. He quickly made up his mind. There was still one secret among the 9 secrets that he had yet to reveal, but he decided to keep it. It was a great secret that he could not reveal at the moment. Everyone knew that he had the sacred body of the ancients, so they must have some understanding of the records and legends of this physique. It would be difficult to hold back in this aspect. Yi Fan let out a soft shout. His body trembled, and his body flickered. The shadow of a green lotus appeared beside him. The 108,000 swords were blocked by the 3-leaf green lotus, and all the sword auras were shattered. This is... The golden-winged little Peng's expression froze, but he immediately let out a long roar. Tens of thousands of sword auras crisscrossed and pierced forward. The sky was filled with divine light. The green lotus swayed and propped up a curtain of light. The sword auras attacked and hit the surface. It seemed like it could shatter at any time, but it could not penetrate. As expected, how can the sacred body of the ancients only have a tyrannical body? It is said that it can restrain strange phenomena. This is most likely one of the talents of the sacred body of the ancients. At that moment, Yi Fan moved. He did not want to be beaten passively. This green lotus was very mysterious, and he had yet to figure it out. In the companion sea of reincarnation. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords slashed, and the green lotus swayed. The curtain of light was hazy, and it seemed like it could shatter at any time. However, it did not extinguish. Yi Fan rushed forward and attacked. The cauldron forged from the source energy of all things fell and began to suppress the great desolate halberd. Clang, the two weapons collided, and the sound was deafening, spreading for dozens of miles. Mysterious yellow gas fell from the 9-meter-tall cauldron. It was as heavy as a mountain, constantly pressing down. The golden-winged little Peng held the great desolate halberd and chopped down at the cauldron. The ferocious might of the two weapons violently collided. The cauldron was like a divine mountain, and the great desolate halberd was like a demonic mountain. Brilliant sparks flew out, as if a comet had struck the earth. Endless turbulence surged out in all directions. Clang, 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 a needle against an on, a divine mountain against a demonic mountain. Yi Fan blocked the 108,000 great swords and concentrated on fighting the golden-winged little Peng that wielded the great desolate halberd. The two of them had similar mortal body strengths and each had heaven-shaking methods. After fighting for so long, victory and defeat would soon be decided. After several hundred exchanges and over 1,000 collisions, the golden-winged little Peng's complexion became ugly. He felt his arms go numb and he couldn't hold on to the great desolate halberd any longer. The 9-meter-tall cauldron weighed more than 100,000 genes and possessed the might of thunder. Every time it pressed down, his body would violently shake. The great desolate halberd could withstand it, but the golden-winged little Peng couldn't. His opponent's supernatural power grew endlessly, as if it would never dry up. This left him startled. Peng, at this moment, Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed the cauldron. He no longer used his divine sense to stimulate it, but directly smashed it down. Peng, Yi Fan grabbed the cauldron and smashed it down, sending the golden-winged little Peng flying away on the spot. After fighting for so long, both of them were exhausted. However, Yi Fan was stronger by a head. His supernatural power continued to flow. Peng, he grabbed the cauldron and pressed it down again, striking the great desolate halberd. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The golden-winged little Peng was sent flying away. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand this kind of crazy power. Peng, Yi Fan followed up. He grabbed the cauldron and struck again with the force of Mount Tai. The golden-winged little Peng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flipped over and blood stained the sky. He could barely hold on to the great desolate halberd. The golden-winged little Peng who had hopes of walking on the road of the great emperor was actually defeated. The insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Peng will be suppressed. The sacred body of the ancients lives up to its legend. It is an invincible legend. Unfortunately, it can only advance to the Tao Palace mystic realm. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. They all had different feelings as they discussed in low voices. Beat that bird man to the ground. Isn't he arrogant? Break his bones. Tu Fei yelled. He felt like he had vented his anger. Set a fire. Roast a bird. That's my favorite, the big black dog yelled as well. Beside them, many demons revealed killing intent. This was their territory. No matter what the golden-winged little Peng did, he was still one of them. Moreover, he was a king with limitless potential who could suppress his peers. It was understandable that he couldn't defeat the sacred body of the ancients. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, he could only advance to the Dao Palace mystic realm. It would be impossible for him to compete with the golden-winged little Peng in the future. As for this little king of the demons, no one would be able to stop him in the future. He would walk on the road of the great emperor. Peng, in the sky, the battle had reached its final stage. The two of them had fought fiercely for such a long time that they couldn't take it anymore. However, Yi Fan's divine power suddenly boiled. His body shone brightly. He held the cauldron and carried out the final suppression. Peng, Peng, after 9 consecutive strikes, he held the cauldron in his hand and smashed it down 9 times. With a final loud shout, the great desolate halberd was sent flying. The golden-winged little Peng's arms went numb. They drooped powerlessly and fell to the ground. Golden Peng blood dyed his body red. The Peng's body trembled from the impact. Golden-winged little Peng, are you convinced? Yi Fan rushed over and pressed down with the cauldron. His hair was a mess, and divine light bloomed in his eyes. His aura was unstoppable. Peng, the golden-winged little Peng was sent flying. He let out a shrill cry and turned into a golden Peng dozens of meters long, revealing his true form. Whoosh, Yi Fan used the footwork of Crazy Ol and rushed up in an instant. He stood on the true form of the Peng that seemed to be cast from gold. He held the cauldron in his left hand and punched with his right fist. The great desolate halberd was pitch black, cold, and as heavy as a mountain. Even a cultivator of the 4 extreme mystic realms would find it difficult to hold it in their hands. At this moment, he fell from the sky and sank into a cliff, causing dust to rise up into the sky. Gotcha, everyone was dumbfounded. The pitch-black great desolate halberd had smashed into the stone cliff, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. Boulders tumbled down with loud rumbling sounds. The legends are true. Even cultivators from the 4 extreme mystery realms might not be able to hold it in their hands. I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Just how heavy is the great desolate halberd to be able to knock down a cliff several dozen meters high? Everyone was shocked. It wasn't that a cultivator had chopped down the cliff, but that the great desolate halberd had freely fallen down and crushed down the cliff. It was not a massive object, but a weapon held in one's hand. Everyone could not help but sigh in admiration at the Tianpeng race's strength. They were able to hold such a heavy object in their hands. The golden-winged little Peng King's true body was dozens of meters long. It was golden and dazzling. As it flapped its wings, a strong wind blew. At this moment, Yi Fan arrived on its back and attacked fiercely. The huge golden bird's body shook violently. Boom, the 9-meter-tall cauldron pressed down. Golden feathers fluttered in the air. Even the powerful little Peng King's true body could not withstand it. Its entire body flickered with golden light, shooting out tens of thousands of sword chi, wanting to cut down Yi Fan, but now it was already exhausted, and Yi Fan was protected by the cauldron and the green lotus at the same time, so it couldn't cut him down at all. I don't believe that I can't destroy your body. Yi Fan did not activate his spiritual sense. He only used the cauldron to attack, causing the heavenly rock true body to let out a long cry. Its feathers were like streaks of golden light, dancing chaotically in the air. Bang! Yi Fan held the cauldron and continuously struck the heavenly rock true body's back, attacking the same spot. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Golden-winged little Peng King spurted out a large mouthful of blood. 2 of the bones on his back were broken. I'm going to kill you. The killing intent in his eyes was boundless. Golden light shone brilliantly. He transformed into a human form and struggled with all his might to break free from the entanglement. Boom, Yi Fan sat on his back and stuck to him. He raised his hand and smashed the cauldron on his head. Even someone as powerful as the little Peng King was struck dumb. He felt as if the world was spinning, and his ears were ringing. Boom, Yi Fan did not want the little Peng King to wake up. Another cauldron smashed down, causing the little Peng King to feel dizzy. Like a drunkard, the little Peng King tumbled in the air. However, he was a young expert in the end. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been unrivaled among those of the same cultivation level and had never tasted defeat. His combat strength was shocking. Ah, he let out a loud cry. His golden hair danced as he tried to break free from Yifan. Sword chi surged into the sky as he resisted fiercely. Bang, bang, Yifan continued to punch the little Peng's head, neck, and back. Golden Wing Little Peng spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground. In the distant sky, everyone was tongue-tied. The insufferably arrogant Little Peng King was being ridden on by someone. This kind of scene was hard to imagine, but it happened right before their eyes. Bang, bang, Yifan sat on the Little Peng King's body and continuously threw punches. The Little Peng King's hair was disheveled, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. Blood splashed everywhere. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. The dignified Little Peng King was actually beaten up by someone and fell into such a state. Enough, it's time to end the battle. In the distant sky, a demonic cultivator said in a deep voice. Your Highness, tell him to stop. Another person also spoke. They were both demonic cultivators that followed the Little Peng King. Yes, let the battle end like this. Even the demonic cultivator beside Qingyi said the same. Yan Ruyu nodded. At this point, there was no need to continue. Victory and defeat were almost decided. The Little Peng King was the descendant of the Sky Peng race's king. If he really died here, it would be an extremely serious problem. Who said I lost? It's not over yet. The Little Peng King shouted angrily. Golden light rushed into the sky from his entire body. He shook his body fiercely and sent Yifan flying. This is the Peng seizing dragon technique. Someone cried out in surprise. Isn't this kind of sacred killing technique only available in the 4 extreme secret realms and above? *T, did this crazy birdman remove his seal? Does he want to kill Yifan shamelessly? Tu Fei was startled. Dragon seizing dragon technique, I see it again. *T, I'm so angry. The big black dog mumbled as if he had recalled something from the past. When the Peng seizing dragon technique turned into a picture, it was also called the dragon fighting picture. Boom, the golden divine flame burned around the Little Peng King's body, and the dragon fighting picture appeared behind him. A golden divine bird, the rock, was entangled with a true dragon. They were clearly visible, releasing a supreme pressure that could shake people's souls. Everyone in the distant sky was frightened. Your Highness, please stop it. That crazy birdman removed his seal. He didn't keep his promise. Tu Fei shouted. Yan Ruyu shook her head and said, his seal won't be removed within 2 hours. Xianxia nodded and said, the Little Peng King didn't remove his seal. Instead, he used a secret technique to activate the Peng seizing dragon technique. This kind of supreme secret technique is the most terrifying. It's the top secret of the rock race. It can be called a killing technique or a vision, the big black dog muttered to himself. The Little Peng King was like a god, shining brightly. The dragon fighting picture appeared behind him, and a terrifying pressure rushed toward Yifan like a vast ocean. To think that I, the Golden Peng King, have never tasted defeat since I started my cultivation, yet you beat me into such a sorry state. Even if you have the sacred body of the ancients, I will still kill you today. His expression was cold, and his hair was stained with blood. His eyes were terrifying. The Little Peng King's body was golden, and the flames burned even brighter. Even his eyes turned golden as he threw a punch. The rock's roar shook the sky. Behind him, the golden rock was vivid and lifelike. It flew out and turned into a bolt of lightning, pouncing toward Yifan. Behind the rock was a true dragon. The terrifying aura and supreme pressure made people tremble uncontrollably, making them want to kneel. Damn, it really is the heavenly Peng fighting dragon picture. The big black dog gritted his teeth. Boom, beside Yifan, the green lotus appeared and swayed, creating a screen of light that protected him inside. The golden rock spread its claws and swung its golden wings. The true dragon coiled its body, trying to crush Yifan. However, something shocking happened. The rock and the true dragon suddenly disappeared when they were a few meters away from Yifan. They disappeared without a trace. The Little Peng King's body shook violently, and the dragon fighting picture reappeared behind him. The rock's body and the true dragon faced each other. They were vivid and lifelike, and their pressure was terrifying. What happened? What happened just now? Why did the dragon fighting picture fly out, disappear all of a sudden, and return behind the little Pun King? The sacred body of the ancients can resist visions, and the dragon fighting picture can also be called a vision. It was suppressed. How is this possible? The dragon fighting picture was invincible in the ancient times, and it was very difficult to suppress it. Everyone was shocked. This was a confrontation between the extreme constitutions of two great races. Yi Fan was very calm, and said, "Your vision is ineffective against me. The dragon fighting picture is both a vision and a killing technique." The little Pun King gritted his teeth and activated his divine power. The dragon fighting picture became even more terrifying, and the rock and the true dragon seemed to have really descended into the world. Then, the rock disappeared into his right hand, and the true dragon disappeared into his left. One could vaguely see a rock and a dragon coiled around his hands. The vision has disappeared. This is the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique, the little Pun King shouted and charged forward with his bare hands. Boom, the rock and the true dragon were faintly discernible in the hands of the little Pun King. It was as if they could shatter a mountain, and they slammed toward Yi Fan. The aura of the rock and the true dragon was terrifying. Crack, below, a mountain was hit, and the plants on it were all turned into ashes. Rocks flew into the sky, and the peak of the mountain was almost crushed. Bang, Yi Fan used the battle saint technique to resist. His golden fists hit the rock and the dragon. The energy waves between the two were so strong that they were blown away. In the sky far away, everyone was frightened. If they were hit by such a supreme secret technique, they would be turned into ashes for sure. Swoosh, Yi Fan flew back. His expression was calm. A large golden hand slapped out, striking forward. Pa! The little Pun King was slapped away, and he couldn't use the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique. What's going on? That birdman's terrifying aura made people shudder. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Tu Fei was bewildered. Yes, I understand. The supreme rock-seizing dragon technique can only be used in the 4 extreme secret realms. It's good enough that he could use it once, Xianxia said. His first attack couldn't do anything to the sacred body of the ancients, so he can't use it a second time. His divine power is exhausted. Yan Ruyu nodded. If he used the supreme rock-seizing dragon technique in the 4 extreme secret realms, how terrifying would it be? Tu Fei was frightened. Yi Fan dashed past and hit the little Pun King's face with his golden fists, sending the latter flying backward while coughing out blood. In an instant, Yi Fan caught up with him and hit the little Pun King's body with a series of heavy punches. I want to see how many punches it takes to break your bones. Yi Fan swung his golden fists and hit the same spot. After 9 consecutive punches, the little Pun King's sternum made a cracking sound. It was finally broken. He didn't stop there and continued to hit other parts of the body. Soon, he found that the bones of the little Pun King would break after 7 to 9 punches. So that's how it is. Yi Fan was very surprised. He found out that the little Pun King not only had an extremely strong physique, but he also had the rock resurrection technique. It was this kind of innate divine technique that made the little Pun King's resistance so strong that it was a complete mess. The little Pun King roared. The murderous intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Even under such circumstances, he still fought back. Bang, Yi Fan's cauldron hit the little Pun King's head and knocked him out completely. At this point, even though the little Pun King was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. His divine power was exhausted. And he passed out. Pow, Yi Fan kept hitting hard to explore the mysteries of the rock race's body. In just a moment, he had thrown more than 100 punches and found out which parts were the toughest and which were the weakest. Kacha, kacha, all of this happened in an instant. The sound of bones breaking was so loud that it was too late for the crowd to stop it. Stop! A monster shouted. The little Pun King had the hope of becoming a great emperor. If he was crippled by the sacred body of the ancients, it would be an immeasurable loss. The battle is over. Stop now, even Xianxia said. He didn't want to cause chaos. Bang, bang, Yi Fan threw more than 300 punches. More than 40 bones in the little Pun King's body were broken. Even his jaw was broken. He knew that he couldn't kill the little Pun King. Otherwise, it would be a disaster and the monsters would not let it go. Therefore, he didn't kill. He was very careful with his attacks and only wanted to find out more about the rock's bones. When the crowd rushed over, the little Pung King's 50th bone was broken. The powerful body was almost smashed to pieces. "Why didn't you stop just now?" a monster cultivator asked. "Little Pung King, are you okay?" Someone shook his body. "It's okay. His life is not in danger." Yan Ryu was as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. Her white clothes fluttered as she looked at the crowd, calming them down. The little Pung King was defeated. The sacred body of the ancients is daunting. It's a pity that he can only go in the Holy Palace secret realm and can never regain his former glory. Many people present shook their heads. Everyone looked at Yi Fan strangely. After all, there were rumors that the little Pung King had a chance to walk on the path of a monster emperor. But such a young monarch of the monster race had been defeated by someone of the same cultivation realm as him. His physical body was almost in tatters. If Yi Fan could enter the 4-level secret realm, it would be equivalent to defeating the little Pung King in the Great Emperor qualification battle. "It's a pity that he can never enter the 4-level secret realm," someone sighed. Although the little Pung King lost to the sacred body of the ancients at the same level, his path to the emperor is unimpeded. This battle might be a good thing for him. Although the sacred body of the ancients lives up to the legend and continues to write the legend of invincibility, it's a pity that he has reached the end and there is no way forward. Yi Fan didn't mind their words. His joints cracked, and his body glowed with precious light. He had recovered his energy after fighting with the little Eagle King. He was exhausted. Not long after, his eyes sparkled. His body was spotless, and his divine power surged. He had completely recovered. The little Eagle King was exhausted, but many people were frightened. They were astounded. Yi Fan walked to the side. Tu Fei and the big black dog were talking about something. The Great Desolate Halberd is a demon weapon forged by a giant of the monster clan. It's a rare treasure. Even though it's sealed, it still has such power. Go and pick it up. The big black dog was urging Tu Fei. "Why don't you go and pick it up?" Tu Fei squinted at him. The Great Desolate Halberd was the weapon of the king of the Sky Rock race. It was passed down to the little Eagle King. It was buried under the cliff, so no one dared to steal it. Only the big black dog had bad thoughts. He urged Tu Fei to steal it. "I have the scripture of void. Go and get it without anyone knowing. Then, I'll teach you the supreme secret technique." The big black dog said seriously. "Damn it. You damn dog, you're too evil. Even if you want to harm me, you can't be so obvious." Tu Fei was enraged. "Why would I lie to you? I'll give you some benefits first. I'll recite a part of the scripture of void for you. Listen carefully." The big black dog recited the part of Yi Fan's scripture of void with a solemn face. "Don't listen to him. This damn dog is the most dishonest one. He always wants to get something for nothing." Yi Fan walked over. "Kid, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you say to close the door and release the dog?" The big black dog bared his teeth. "Behave yourself. Don't make trouble." Yi Fan sent him a message secretly. "Don't forget why you came here." Boom, suddenly, a demonic energy shot up into the sky. Golden light dazzled the eyes. The little Eagle King woke up. With a long cry, he turned into the true form of a golden bird that was dozens of meters long. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. "Brother Pung, don't be agitated. Your body has been injured and you need to rest." Chingy transmitted sound, fearing that he would explode with rage and do something extreme. This crazy birdman. How could his body be so strong? He can still fly even though he has so many broken bones. Tu Fei was startled, looking at the sky. At this moment, the seal on the little Pung King had been removed. As a cultivator of the 4 ultimate secret realms, the aura he emitted was terrifying. His injuries were indeed severe. His body swayed and he almost fell down. The Pung figure flickered, and he turned into human form. His face was gloomy as he swept his eyes over the land below. "Little Pung King, how do you feel? Hurry up and find a place to recuperate and heal your wounds," one of the Yao cultivators advised. Golden-winged little Peking had a robust body. His golden hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were extremely sharp as he stared coldly at Yi Fan. Then, with a wave of his hand, the great desolate halberd that had fallen to the bottom of the cliff turned into a beam of dark light that shot into the skies, returning to his hand. Many people felt their hearts tighten. Xianxia asked, "Golden-winged little Peking, what are you doing?" The golden-winged little Peking didn't say anything. He glanced at Yi Fan and then turned into a beam of golden light that shot into the horizon, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, a small monster came to report that the golden-winged little Peking had left the space. The great battle had finally come to an end. The monster cultivators gradually dispersed. Yi Fan and Tu Fei returned to Xianxia's mansion. "Although you defeated the golden-winged little Peking, you shouldn't stay here for too long. There must be many people coveting your furnace," Tu Fei said in a low voice. Yi Fan was well aware that after the matter with the golden-winged little Peking, others might not come here openly, but staying here for too long would be dangerous. "I know." He nodded. He had to solve Pang Bo's matter in the shortest time possible. Not long after, Yan Ruyu appeared in Xianxia's mansion. She also hinted to Yi Fan that he shouldn't stay here for too long. "Princess Yan, I believe you must be able to guess the reason why I've come here." Yi Fan was so serious. "I only have one request. I want to see Pang Bo. It's been so many years since we parted. I haven't seen him yet. I'm afraid it's not possible. He can't get out of his seclusion for 3 months. We can't disturb him now." Yan Ruyu shook her head. Yi Fan was startled. Time was tight. After 3 months, the real Pang Bo would not be in this world anymore. "You mean, the one in the Immortal Hall?" Xianxia was surprised. Yan Ruyu nodded and didn't say more. "The Immortal Hall? Is it the ancient hall that the Blue Flood Dragon King got?" Tu Fei was surprised. It seemed the people here didn't want to talk about this topic. They just nodded, but no one explained in detail. "Little brother Yi, if you want to stay here, you can come to my mansion," said Yan Ruyu. She used her white hand to comb her long hair. Her delicate face was flawless. Yi Fan understood that she meant well. She was afraid that he would be schemed against and that the source root of all beings would be stolen. Thus, she invited him there. "I can't ask for more. Thank you, Fairy Yan, for your kindness." Tu Fei agreed on her behalf. "Then, I will have to trouble Princess Yan." Yi Fan nodded. The big black dog was quiet, but a light flashed in his eyes. He came here for the ancient scriptures. Entering the mansion of the Monster King's descendant was exactly what he wanted. The small worlds created by the ancient sages were all different. Some were lifeless, while others were full of vitality. The small ones were dozens of feet wide, while the big ones were hundreds of miles wide. The small world that the Blue Flood Dragon King found was more than 200 miles wide. It was vast. After he entered, many members of the monster clan gathered here. In fact, after the monster clan transformed into humans, they weren't much different from humans. Even their living habits were similar. There was a monster city in this small world. It wasn't big, but it was bustling. People sold spiritual medicines, precious chi source, and traded materials for weapons. Yan Ruyu's cave residence had a beautiful scenery. It was situated in a beautiful mountain range around a dozen miles away from the monster city. The silver waterfalls were like a chain, and the grass and trees were luxuriant. Each mountain peak had a palace and many empty buildings. It wasn't a problem to arrange a place for them to stay. They had special small monsters to take care of them. Yi Fan chose a quiet place. The pine forest on this mountain peak was like a painting. The palace was hidden in the middle of the forest. Spring water was murmuring. They walked around and landed at the foot of the mountain. "What kind of place is the Immortal Palace?" When no one was around, Yi Fan asked Tu Fei. "It's an ancient palace left by the ancient sages. The Blue Flood Dragon King got it. Cultivating there can slow down the aging of one's lifespan. It has the magical effect of immortality." "Really?" Yi Fan was surprised. At the same time, his heart shuddered. Didn't this property provide the other existence in Pang Bo's body with the hope of surviving? The immortal palace is mysterious indeed. The Blue Flood Dragon King has been trying to understand the complicated patterns on it to obtain the secret of immortality. This is a priceless treasure. The big black dog's eyes brightened. Carve the patterns on it. It will be useful in the future. Go away. Tudazue was still worried about being bitten by a dog. Damn, kid, you better respect me. In the future, you'll have to beg me, the big black dog said with a dark face. Yifan quickly interrupted them. Otherwise, a fight between a man and a dog would ensue. Where is the immortal palace? Can you take me to see it? Tufei was startled. Little Yi, what do you want to do? Don't try anything funny. That's the Blue Flood Dragon King's treasure. You'll cause a big disaster. Don't worry. I won't mess around. Yifan smiled. Tufei was worthy of his big mouth. He couldn't control his mouth and told Shiryan about the immortal palace. He pointed at the sky and said, "Do you see those clouds? The immortal palace is floating above them." The immortal palace. Yifan was surprised. It won't sink. It's very mysterious. It's the palace left by the ancient sages. Tudazue couldn't hide anything. Yifan understood the details. He rubbed his chin and didn't say anything else. Little Yi, don't mess around. Tufei warned him. Although this world was a space opened up by the ancient sages, there was still day and night. After a pearl of fire that had been artificially refined into a flame sunk, it became night. Late at night, Yifan and the big black dog quietly gathered together. They then flew to the sky and watched the ancient palace floating above the clouds. This was a very ancient palace. It was a little dilapidated. Around it, many meteorites quietly floated. It was very strange. Did you see anything? Yifan asked in a low voice. It's not good. I don't know what's inside the ancient palace, but there are 18 layers of restrictions outside, and they are covered with dense Dao patterns. Yifan frowned. This was not good news. The big black dog continued, look at those clouds. The floating meteorites are very strange. They are carved with very powerful Dao patterns. Only powerful warriors can break them. So, we can't get in? Who am I? There are no Dao patterns that I can't break. The big black dog said proudly. You are bragging. I wonder who was trapped in the broken cloud mountain for 18 years and almost became black soil. When the large black dog heard this, a resentful expression instantly appeared on his face, and he said, don't mention those old and useless things. Can you really break these 18 layers of restrictions? Yifan didn't believe him. After the experience at the Jade Lake, he felt the big black dog was not reliable. I've seen these restrictions before. I know how to break them. The only problem is that I need some materials. What materials do you need? What plan do you have? Yifan asked. I need some precious materials to carve some Dao patterns and break the restrictions here. The big black dog listed a long list of materials. That's difficult. Where can we find them? If you don't have materials, it's fine if you have enough source. How many? Source? At least a few cubic meters, the big black dog said indifferently. 1 cubic meter is 3,300 kilograms. A few cubic meters. You make it sound easy. Don't you have 2 cubic meters? It should be enough if you use them sparingly. Stupid dog, after all this, you want the source on me? In such an important place, they didn't dare to act rashly. Without full confidence, they wouldn't enter the old palace. In the dead of night, when Yifan returned to his room, he sensed someone in the room. Who is it? A bell-like laughter traveled over, and a sweet fragrance wafted over. It was a woman. The candlelight flickered, and a familiar figure walked over gracefully. Her long dress trailed on the ground, and a pair of slender legs could be faintly seen. Her waist was round and slender, and her arms were half-naked, pink and translucent. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and she had a charming face. She was very enchanting, with curves that could be described as devilish. She had the face of an angel, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows that shone with a divine glow. "It's you." Yifan recognized her at first glance. She was the seductive Xianxia. Xianxia smiled lightly, and her eyes moved alluringly. She said, "Why aren't you in your room so late at night? Where did you go?" "I went for a walk in the pine forest." "Lies. Little guy, you came here with evil intentions." Yifan laughed loudly, and said, "I came to fulfill my promise. I came for a massacre." "What do you know, little brat?" Xianxia was a real seductress. She rolled her eyes at him, and she was very charming. "Can I take it as you encouraging me to put it into action?" Yifan said with a smile, his eyes slightly aggressive. Outside the window, ancient pines stood tall, and clear springs flowed. It was very tranquil. Candlelight flickered in the room, and Xianxia sat on a rattan chair. Her silk dress outlined her alluring curves. Her eyes were like water, and she said, "Don't change the subject. Where did you go just now? You don't even trust your old lover, and you doubt me like this. It really hurts me." Yifan pulled a rattan chair over and sat beside her. "You're just a little brat, old lover." Xianxia laughed softly. Her white arms were half naked, and her skin was sparkling. She combed her hair, and said, "How did you come to the North region?" "The people from the Yaoguang Holy Land kindly sent me here. I searched for your whereabouts nonstop, and finally found the Blue Flood Dragon King's secluded residence." Xianxia rolled her eyes at him, and said, "You haven't grown up, but your mouth has become slippery. You have to have confidence in your own charm." Yifan stretched lazily on the rattan chair, and said, "It's late. Let's go rest." Xianxia smiled, and her sexy red lips shone with a seductive luster. She reached out a jade-like hand to pinch Yifan's cheek, and said, "Little brat, don't change the subject with such a glib tongue." Yifan grabbed that smooth jade-like hand, and pulled her in front of him. He said, "You don't believe me even when I'm telling the truth? My eyes are blinded." At this moment, the large black dog opened the bead curtain, and just happened to walk in. Seeing this scene, he mumbled, "I didn't see anything. You guys continue." After saying this, he raised his bald tail, and swaggered out. "Pa." Xianxia slapped away Yifan's hand, turned around lightly, and sat back on the rattan chair, laughing non-stop. Such a good atmosphere was ruined by this damn dog. This guy is taking revenge on me. Yifan shook his head, and said angrily, "Good your head." Xianxia yawned delicately, and said, "You really made a name for yourself today. You even broke dozens of bones of the arrogant little Pung King. You really dared to do it." "Why not? If I didn't go all out, I would have been the one dead," Yifan said indifferently, and took a sip of the tea on the table. The little Pung King is such a character that he has never been defeated since he started. Yet, he was suppressed by the sacred body of the sacred body of the sacred body. Your name must be spread, and be known by many. At this point, Xianxia shook her head slightly and said, "It's a shame that you have the sacred body of the ancients. You can only go further in the holy palace. Otherwise, your future would be limitless. Nothing is absolute. Who knows, I might be able to break the curse and enter the four extreme mystic realms," Yifan casually said. "You should be more realistic. Even the families of the clan of the ancients can't afford to raise a sacred body. You don't have any background, and you're cultivating alone. You know a lot about the sacred body of the ancients. Can you tell me more?" Yifan asked. Xianxia's black hair was loose, covering half of her snow-white neck. Her pretty face was pink, and she said, "I don't know much about this type of body, but I've seen another sacred body of the ancients. I'm not sure if it would be of help to you." "What?" When Yifan heard this, he jumped up. He was extremely shocked. "It's just a corpse." Xianxia's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her waist twisted like a water snake, and she yawned, and said, "We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to bed now." "Goddess Xianxia, you can't just say half of it. Where is the corpse of the sacred body of the ancients?" Xianxia stood up and stretched lazily. She yawned and said, "Right here in this little world." The fact that there was the remains of a sacred body of the ancients in this small world deeply surprised Yifan, which made him think of many things. He said, take me there. Come on, it's the middle of the night. Why are we going to see a corpse? Even if you don't find it weird, I find it depressing. Xianxia twisted her slender waist as she walked out of the room. She was like a snake belle. She looked extremely alluring. When can you take me there? Yifan gradually calmed down. That corpse is not something you can see just because you want to. Unless Princess Yan goes with you, you won't be able to see it. Xianxia stopped. Why? Yifan asked. Xianxia's hair was loose, her skin was pink, and her expression was delicate. She glanced at him and said, the corpse of the sacred body of the ancients is rare in this world in terms of toughness. It can be refined into a great weapon and is very precious. Now that it's in the treasury, ordinary people will naturally not be able to see it. Moreover, the sacred body of the ancients has many secrets. Refining the sacred body of the ancients into a weapon? Yifan rubbed his chin, feeling a little uncomfortable. Are you afraid now? You'd better be careful. Although you're only in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, judging from your performance during the day, your body is already strong enough. It's even tougher than a divine weapon, making it an excellent material for crafting. Damn it. Yifan could not help but curse. He thought of the problems he might face in the future, where even his body might be coveted by others. Xianxia teased, that's why I said you're still worth a lot of money now. If you really can't do it, you can sell your body. I'm sure someone will be willing to pay a high price for it. Why would I sell my body? If you want it, I'll take a little loss and marry you, Yifan teased. Can you let me craft something? Xianxia retorted. You're too ruthless. Otherwise, what use would I have for it? Yifan put on a straight face and asked, where was this sacred body found? I found it in this small world. When you have time, I can ask the princess to take you there. Xianxia yawned and covered her mouth with her hand. Alright, I'm going to sleep. I have space here. The bed is big enough. Yifan crossed his arms and smiled. Go to hell, little brat. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. Twisting her beautiful body, she gracefully left. Early in the morning, a ball of fire slowly rose from the east, sprinkling down the morning glow. Yifan couldn't find Xianxia. He called Tu Fei and asked him to go to Monster City. I say, little Yi, why are you running around for no reason? You are a piece of fat meat now. Aren't you afraid that some old demon will be thinking about you? I want to collect some refining materials and forge my own weapon, Yifan replied. Tu Fei rolled his eyes. Don't you have a cauldron? Why do you need to forge weapons? Many people are jealous now. Do you think I can take it out and use it so casually? You don't need to be in such a hurry, right? Tu Fei was suspicious. Take me there quickly. I also want to see what Monster City looks like. Yifan called the big black dog. This time, he was going to collect materials to break the immortal hull. Monster City wasn't big, but it was bustling. When the sun rose high in the sky, Yifan and the others entered the city. There were many shops on both sides of the street. Most of them sold spiritual medicines and weapons. There were many monster cultivators around. In the city, there were many strange people. For example, some had horns on their heads, some had wings on their ribs, and some had tails. Many monster cultivators kept some of their race's characteristics and didn't transform into human shapes. Three-legged golden toad. The big black dog stared at a monster cultivator not far from them and mumbled, its blood is good for refining medicine. Damn it, don't think about it. This is Monster City. Your words will cause public anger, Tu Fei scolded. Who do you think I am? Why would I want it? I just said it casually. Speaking of which, if it's used to refine medicine, Skyrock's blood is better. Don't be cocky. Behave yourself, Yifan warned. What materials do you want? Tu Fei asked. Star stone, dark ice jade, divine blood soil. Yifan listed a long list of names. They were all provided by the big black dog. I say, little Yi, what materials are these? They are all rare and strange. It's not easy to find them. Tu Fei shook his head. They aren't top-grade materials. I should be able to find them in Monster City, Yifan said. They walked along the street and asked one shop after another. In the end, they only found a dozen materials. However, the big black dog listed 36 materials. The difference was huge. This is the Blue Flood Dragon King's place of seclusion. Monster City can't even find these materials. Yifan didn't understand. The key is that the materials you listed are too rare. They are not used normally. Of course, it's hard to find them. Speaking of this, Two-Fei seemed to remember something. He said, "Oh right, there is a place in the city that we haven't visited yet. It's a free trading area. There are many rare and strange things there. Okay, let's go there." This free trading area was in the northern part of Monster City. There were many people here. It was similar to a human market. Many people came here to look for treasures. There were many stalls selling all kinds of rare and strange materials. This is a scam. They just dug up an old tree root and they dare to sell it as dragon bloodwood. Yifan was speechless. In the stall in front of them, there was a red sandalwood table with an old tree root. The stall owner boasted shamelessly, saying that it was the rare dragon bloodwood root. Those who are willing to take the beating are willing to take the beating. That's the rule here. Sometimes, there are really some good things. That's why many people come here to look for treasures, Two-Fei explained. They came to another stall. There was a rag on the ground with 3 fist-sized stones on it. They were as red as blood and were polished until they were translucent. They looked really good. Aren't those red pebbles picked up from the river? He dares to sell them as chalcedony. Yifan was dumbfounded. No, buy them, the big black dog said hurriedly. Yifan was moved. He asked the seller, "How much are these 3 stones?" "1 for 5 kilograms of source stone." This monster clan cultivator first looked at their clothes and then quoted a price. Obviously, he was judging by the person. Why don't you rob someone? These 3 broken stones are obviously a scam. Two-Fei stopped Yifan and said, "These are stones from the river. Don't buy them." The big black dog was anxious. He bit Two-Fei's calf, almost making Two-Fei stagger. "Damn it. Damn dog, you bit me again." Two-Fei was enraged. A fight between a man and a dog was about to start. Yifan hurried to stop him. "I want these 3 stones." Right at this moment, Xianxia appeared with a fragrant wind. She squatted down and grabbed a red stone. The big black dog let go of Two-Fei and jumped over. Xianxia was startled, quickly retreating. The big black dog put the remaining red stone under his paw. "I like that one." The big black dog bared his teeth at Xianxia. "You like it, but you didn't buy it." Xianxia chuckled. She threw 2 source stones to the stall owner and said, "I'll buy it." Yifan knew that this stone wasn't an ordinary item. He also threw 5 kilograms of source stones to the stall owner. "Aren't these just pebbles from the river?" Two-Fei didn't understand. "What do you know? These are monster blood stones." The big black dog was angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of light, putting the red stone away. "What? Monster bloodstones? I'm not selling them." The stall owner wanted to back out, but Xianxia and the big black dog quickly put them away. Legend had it that the monster bloodstones were formed from the blood essence of ancient monsters after they died. This kind of thing wasn't really rare. After all, many years had passed, and the blood essence was almost gone. However, it had some special effects. It could be used to refine one's own demon blood and refine one's bones. The big black dog's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He was very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Now that they were in the territory of the demon clan, he knew the severity of the situation, so he didn't do anything to Xianxia. "Little girl, your cultivation level isn't high enough. You're still far from being able to undergo blood transfusion and rebirth. Why don't you trade with me?" the big black dog said. Xianxia let out a bell-like laugh and said, "This kind of thing can only be found by chance. I can't use it now, but I can save it for later." The big black dog became even more depressed. The stall owner beside him was also full of regret. "Why are you here?" Yifan asked. I often come here to look for treasures. Why are you running around? Xianxia asked. I want to buy some crafting materials. I've already asked the princess. She said that she can let you see the remains of the sacred body of the ancients, Xianxia said with a smile. What? The sacred body of the ancients that has been mastered? The big black dog's eyes lit up. If that's the case, it can definitely be used to craft an ultimate weapon. Yifan wanted to punch him. Brat, don't glare at me. I don't want a sacred body of a holy palace secret realm like you. I won't do anything to you, the big black dog muttered softly. I'll go with you to visit Princess Yan later. Yifan expressed his gratitude to Xianxia. After wandering around the free market for more than an hour, Yifan had collected more than a dozen materials. He was only missing 8. You can come back in a few days. Maybe you'll find something else, Tufei said. Yifan nodded. He was already very satisfied. He had found 28 materials in such a short time in the Demon City, which was beyond his expectations. If he really could not gather all of them, he could use the source to make up for it. At most, he would just squander it. He had to save Pang Bo no matter what. We'll move tonight. Let's go see the remains of the sacred body of the ancients now. Yifan transmitted his voice to the big black dog, asking him to think about how to inscribe Dao patterns on the materials. Don't worry. I'll be done in an hour. Yifan was relieved to hear the big black dog's reply. He then went to visit Yan Ruyu in a relaxed mood. Yan Ruyu's residence was filled with spiritual qi like a dragon, surrounded by auspicious lights. She was flawless, like the most exquisite masterpiece of heaven. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The remains of the sacred body of the ancients are in the Green Drake King's treasure vault. Although I can take you in to see it, you can't stay too long. Thank you very much. Yifan thanked her. It was obvious that Yan Ruyu had a high status here. She was even allowed to enter the Green Drake King's treasure vault. The ancient sages opened up this small world and left behind some ruins. The Green Drake King's cave was built in these ruins. It was a huge mountain that towered into the clouds. There were jade palaces on the peak, as if they had arrived at the celestial court. Apart from Yan Ruyu and Yifan, Xianxia, Tufei, and the big black dog also followed them. Yan Ruyu stopped in front of a huge palace. This was a forbidden area, and trespassers would be killed without mercy. There were some old demons personally guarding this place, and even Yan Ruyu was very polite to them. A few of the old demons were obviously nearing the end of their lifespans. They were so old that they were unrecognizable. Their wrinkles were so thick that even their eyes were sealed. Their snow-white eyebrows were half a foot long, and their heads were completely bald. Some of them were sweeping the floor, some were planting flowers, and some were playing chess. They worked slowly in the courtyard like ordinary old people. However, no one dared to look down on them. These old demons were all the old subordinates of the Green Drake King. Even though their lifespans were nearing the end of their lifespans, their strength was shocking. If they were angered, they could sweep through an entire region. The old demons looked deeply at Yifan, and then did not say anything. They opened the thick white jade door. In an instant, spiritual qi rushed out like a tide. The inside was shining brilliantly, so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. When they walked in, the white jade door that was more than a meter thick instantly closed with a rumble. However, the inside of the treasure vault was not dark, and it was as bright as day. Motherf *Ker, it's all treasures. The big black dog wanted to jump into the pile of treasures, but he still resisted the urge. The treasure vault was very large, and there were a total of 9 palaces. Brilliant light shone, and there were precious treasures everywhere, making one feel as if they were in a dream. The golden holy sword had thousands of streaks of sword qi. It was golden and dazzling, and it hung in the air by itself. Its killing intent was boundless, and it was dazzling. The crimson blood demonic spear was like a curtain of blood, beautiful and sharp. It was fixed in midair, and divine power flowed around it, making one unable to look at it directly. The purple copper divine bell shone with divine light, and purple qi curled around it. It hung there, and the sound of the bell was long and melodious, shaking on its own. It was like the heavenly sound of a desolate era that tore through time and space from ancient times. The coiling dragon treasured cauldron was simple and unadorned, suppressing the void. True dragons coiled around its surface, and the patterns on it were profound and unfathomable. It was filled with a mysterious power. The precious treasures of the sex and the weapons were all rare treasures. It was a feast for one's eyes, and they were deeply shocked. These are all precious treasures. The Green Drake King is too rich, and he really deserves to be robbed. The big black dog muttered softly, speaking his innermost thoughts. Yi Fan glared at him fiercely. This damned dog was too greedy, and it wanted to snatch treasures wherever it went. Tu Fei was also tongue-tied, and he said, so many treasures, and the 9 palaces are all piled up. How much is this worth? Apart from the weapons, there were also many precious materials that shone brilliantly and dazzlingly. Isn't that blood dragon wood? This is definitely real. It's not the tree root that you see in the street stalls. The big black dog licked his lips. In front of him, a blood-red light shone, and a withered tree that looked like a true dragon appeared. It was crimson and sparkled, and it had the shape of a dragon. There's a divine phoenix herb sealed in that jade disc. It's priceless. Tu Fei exclaimed in surprise. In the white jade disc, the divine phoenix herb was incomparably beautiful. Multicolored light shot out, and it vaguely formed the shape of a phoenix. What orb is this? Yi Fan saw a massive orb that was as big as a human head. There were tens of thousands of auspicious lights curling around it, and it hovered in the air, bobbing up and down. This is a flood dragon orb, a rare treasure. The big black dog's heart itched uncomfortably, and he really wanted to pounce over and swallow it. Refined copper essence, 5-colored ancient vines, star meteoric iron. All kinds of materials shone brightly. The treasure trove had everything, and it made people want to grab them all. There were countless rare treasures, and it was a treasure trove that lived up to its name. The collection of a powerful figure of the demon clan was truly dazzling and shocking. Soon, Yi Fan was attracted by a mysterious aura, and he couldn't help but walk toward the deepest part of the treasure trove. The treasures around him suddenly dimmed, and only that aura deeply tugged at his heart. He stepped into the 9th level of the treasure palace, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. There were even more treasures here, and they were piled up into a small mountain, dazzling and dazzling. At the very center, there was a cold corpse that sat cross-legged and motionless. Although its flesh and blood had dried up, it hadn't decayed, and it was tightly attached to its bones. The body is actually indestructible. The big black dog and Tu Fei were both astonished. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was like a clay sculpture, unmoving and fixed on the spot. The long and melodious bronze bell, the floating ancient cauldron, the dazzling gold pagoda, and the magnificent 9th palace were all splendid. Many kinds of rare treasures were sparkling. At first glance, one could tell they weren't ordinary items. Many of them were weapons that the big shots had refined personally. They were radiating with terrifying energy fluctuations. However, none of these could attract Yi Fan's attention. In his eyes, there was only the dry corpse. There was an unknown attraction between the two of them. He seemed to see another version of himself. His blood had dried up, and he was sitting in meditation. Eventually, he had become an icy corpse, sitting cross-legged. It was a strange illusion created by touching the same kind. It gave him a strange feeling. His soul seemed to travel back to the ancient time, entering the corpse and feeling some kind of emotion. After a long time, Yi Fan woke up from his dream. He walked forward step by step. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the corpse was still intact. It sat cross-legged in the middle of the treasures. Although there was no divine halo around it, it was more attractive than all the other treasures. The dried flesh and strong bones had an immortal power that seemed to travel through time and space to reach him. When this man sat cross-legged, he didn't look old. He looked like a middle-aged man. Even his hair was black and thick, draping over his dry body. The corpse's back was straight like a real dragon flying in the sky. It gave people an immortal feeling. The head didn't lower but looked straight ahead. Boom, when Yi Fan got closer, when he was less than 10 feet away from the corpse, the desolate ancient corpse trembled, and the light from the surrounding treasures dimmed. The people behind him were frightened. They retreated with disbelief. Only Yi Fan stood there without moving. He didn't feel any danger. What's going on? Little Yezi, don't go there, said Tu Fei. It's okay. Yifan walked to the sacred body of the ancients and studied it quietly. Boom, the withered remains of the divine body shook once again, and some of the treasures in the surroundings actually shattered. This ice-cold corpse was like an immortal divine statue. Why is it like that? Is he still alive? Tu Fei felt his hair rising. Yanryu shook her head and said, it's impossible for it to be alive. No one in this world can live for so long. The Green Flood Dragon King speculated that this skeleton has existed for at least several tens of thousands of years. The large black dog's eyes flickered, and he said, this isn't the sacred body of the ancients that has been mastered. Otherwise, all those treasures just now would have been reduced to dust with a single tremor. Bang, the sacred bodies remained shuttered again. With a flash of green light, a green lotus appeared by Yifan's side. It only had 3 leaves, and it seemed to be in harmony with the saying, Tao begets one, and 3 begets all things. Whoosh! The green lotus moved and disappeared in an instant, disappearing into the remains of the sacred body of the ancients. Holy sh*t. Is he going to come back to life? Little Yi, are you okay? Tu Fei screamed. Yanryu and Qinyao's expressions changed as well. Could this ice-cold corpse really be alive? How was this possible? No one in this world could live for tens of thousands of years. The large black dog's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment, and his bald tail stood up on end. I'm fine. Don't come any closer. Yifan was also shocked. The green lotus that accompanied his sea of reincarnation actually rushed into the corpse. At that moment, he sensed a solidified sea of reincarnation. It was a desolate place, and his green lotus bloomed with a green light inside. It was also a golden sea of bitterness, but it was almost dried up. The remaining bit of gold had also become cold and hard. It was not a sea, but more like yellow earth. This remains really is an indestructible body. He was shocked. Not only did it look indestructible on the outside, but it also looked like the inside of the body. It was just that it had shriveled and lost its life, turning into a withered body. Whoosh! Part of Yifan's mind seemed to have left his body and entered the green lotus, sinking into the corpse. It was as if his soul had left his body. How did this happen? I'm inside his body. Yifan did not know why this was happening, and it shocked him quite a bit. Since ancient times, people did not know what would happen when 2 saint physiques met. This was because this kind of physique was too rare. After a long period of time, the understanding of it was even more limited. It was very difficult to imagine that this kind of strange situation would happen when Yifan met with a saint physique's corpse. In the dried-up sea of reincarnation, the green lotus swayed, sprinkling out specks of green splendor, spreading out a wisp of vitality. Yifan's heart trembled. He felt as if he could activate this physical body. The aura of vitality spread out in the desolate sea of reincarnation, and the dried-up golden sea seemed to have a wisp of vitality. Of course, this was all caused by the green lotus. There was actually a ripple in the golden sea, and a bit of divine power spread out. This human body's secret realm was no longer dark, and it became bright. What's going on? Yifan's mind was immersed in the green lotus, and he did not stop all this from happening. He quietly watched the changes. At the same time, the sea of bitterness in Yifan's main body shone brightly. The golden sea surged, lightning interweaved, and vitality surged. Shi Yan could feel the changes in his body clearly. He didn't lose the connection with his body. His mind seemed to be divided into 2 parts, and he was in 2 different bodies. The green lotus sent his divine power into the corpse. The dried sea of reincarnation's vitality became more abundant as if it was about to be revived. Eventually, the sea of reincarnation of the Saint Physique's corpse rippled with gold waves. Yifan was truly shocked. A corpse that was already cold, the divine body that had been extinct for who knew how many years actually had this type of transformation. It left him feeling that this was inconceivable. How could it be? He's dead. How could I activate the sea of gold? At this moment, some people not far from them were also astounded. At this moment, they saw the dried body sitting cross-legged in the treasury radiate with dazzling light. The Saint Physique's corpse was like a god, radiating dreamy light. The undying gold body emitted brilliant lights as if it was about to be revived. Little brother Yi, are you okay? Yanruyu's body was crystal clear, and her palms were dazzling. She was about to use her ultimate weapon. Little Yi, what happened? How do you feel? Come back quickly. Tu Fei said. Yi Fan, what's wrong? Qi Niao asked. Part of Yi Fan's mind was immersed in the green lotus, and the other part was in his body. He could sense everything clearly. I'm fine. Don't do anything. Let me study it carefully. As long as the sacred body of the ancients is successful, it will be indestructible and can be refined into a great weapon. There are also many secrets, the big black dog mumbled. Even without it saying it, everyone present knew that the sacred body of the ancients could be refined into an ultimate weapon. The green fled dragon king didn't do anything because it wanted to figure out other secrets. Maybe it could find some visions of the sacred body. Bang, the sacred body of the ancient's corpse shook slightly. The sea of reincarnation shone brightly. Under the swaying of the green lotus, the dried sea of gold became brighter and brighter, and the waves surged. Yi Fan couldn't believe it. It was a corpse. He felt that it was very similar to his own body. Why was it like this? All of a sudden, he saw something in the sea of gold. There was a broken bell and a broken spear. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Those were the weapons of the deceased, which had decayed and perished in the sea of bitterness. With a divine bell on his head and a spear in his hand, he looked down on the world. One could imagine how graceful the sacred body of the ancients would be when wielding these two weapons. Even the weapons are destroyed, but the corpse is still intact. This body is indeed powerful. Yi Fan was quite surprised. It was obvious that the spear and the bell were not weapons of the ultimate path. Otherwise, they would have existed forever. He searched carefully, hoping to find something valuable in the sea of reincarnation. Boom, the sacred body of the ancient's corpse shook, and the waves in the sea of reincarnation became even more violent. Not far away, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't help but take a few steps back. At that moment, the corpse was flowing with vitality as if it was alive. Even the shriveled flesh had a sparkling luster. He was shrouded in halos and looked extremely sacred. He sat there with his legs crossed, looking solemn and dignified, like an immortal god. Boom, 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 several bolts of lightning intertwined in the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body's corpse, and the sea of gold became even more dazzling. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the green lotus sank into the sea, swaying and glowing as if it was going to take root here. Yi Fan's heart tightened. This was the mysterious divine lotus that he had cultivated. If it took root here, what would that mean? Boom, all of a sudden, the divine power contained in the sea of reincarnation rushed into the limbs and bones of this body, surging like a raging tide. Yi Fan suddenly had a strange illusion. This body was like his own body, and he felt as if he could control it. The green lotus swayed, and green light flashed. With a thought, he moved one of his fingers. This was not his finger, but the corpse's. However, it moved under his will. The green lotus swayed and took root in the sea of reincarnation. Green light spilled out, shaking out even more divine power. With a thought, Yi Fan suddenly raised an arm. Not far away, everyone, including the large black dog, was shocked. The sacred body that had been dead for many years was actually moving. Boom, more divine power surged out of his sea of reincarnation. With a flash of thought, Yi Fan suddenly stood up. His movements did not slow down at all. This is... Heavens, what happened? Tu Fei was tongue-tied. Yanruyu's palm flashed with light, and the power of the extreme path surged out, pressing forward. Don't attack. I don't know what happened, but it won't be dangerous. Yi Fan's real body said hurriedly, blocking them. At the same time, his mind, which was in the corpse, felt very natural, as if it was in his own body. He didn't feel very comfortable. Under the power of the extreme path, with a thought, the sea of reincarnation clanged, and a broken golden divine bell flew out, hovering above his head, bobbing up and down. At the same time, a broken green battle spear appeared in his hand. It was extremely heavy, and terrifying waves shook out. Yi Fan, you. What did you do? how did this corpse come back to life? Tu Fei backed away in shock. The large black dog's eyes were also filled with shock and doubt. He said, "Damn, the sacred body of the ancients is the most mysterious. Even a corpse is so strange." Although Yan Ryu had retracted the power of the extreme path, the light in her palm was not withdrawn. She was always on guard. Yi Fan's real body and the corpse stood opposite each other. They looked at each other. It was a strange feeling, because they were both him at the moment. Suddenly, he was shocked. After the divine power in the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body of the ancients overflowed, it began to circulate according to some mysterious path, the broken golden divine bell above Yi Fan's head, and the broken green battle spear in his hand. He sensed the aura of the great path, and his combat strength surged. This withered body was immortal and indestructible. It had been preserved until now, and there was no obstruction in the circulation of divine power. It was very smooth. This is a mental cultivation method of the great path. I might obtain some kind of inheritance. Yi Fan was shocked. If the sea of reincarnation was like this, would other secret realms of the human body be like this? This corpse could very well be a priceless treasure. This body was dry and indestructible. Essence Qi flowed without any hindrance and had the aura of the great path. Yi Fan was as still as a rock. His mind was immersed in the golden body without moving an inch, capturing the Tao rhythm and grasping the circulation route. He felt that this might be an immortal inheritance. If he could obtain it, it might be of great benefit to his cultivation. After all, it was a sacred body of the ancients, which was the same kind as him. Essence Qi coiled like a dragon. It was a mysterious method with a mysterious circulation route, like a dragon crossing the ocean and breaking the waves. Yi Fan carefully captured it, memorized its trajectory, and estimated its power. He compared it with his own cultivation method and verified it. No. He observed it for a moment. The essence Qi circulation path of this great path method was unusual, and it was a little different. This is not an orthodox cultivation method. He compared it with the sea of reincarnation scripture and realized that it did not look like a cultivation method, but more like a secret technique. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. His consciousness became ethereal. He grasped it carefully and tried to figure it out. He found it more and more mysterious. This is a secret cultivation method for a single secret realm. He was shocked and came to such a conclusion after comparing it with the legends. Some ancient cultivators only cultivated one secret realm and would never step into other secret realms for the rest of their lives. Legend had it that ancient powerhouses who cultivated only one secret realm would experience a transformation of 9 lifetimes and 9 deaths. In the end, they would break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, returning to the great perfection. As soon as they came out, the clouds in all directions moved and strange phenomena shot into the sky. Of course, this was the result of many years. Sometimes, it would take a lifetime and not a single step. Cultivating in a single secret realm not only required a powerful cultivation method, but also some ancient secret techniques to complement it. Yi Fan was very curious and wanted to understand what this cultivation path was all about. Today, he actually got a glimpse of such an ancient secret technique. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the entire Eastern Barren territory. The Sea of Reincarnation scripture scroll he obtained was the strongest cultivation method in this secret realm and could be used to cultivate a single secret realm. However, he had always lacked a secret technique to complement it. Now that he had a glimpse of the mystery of the Great Path, he felt a little excited. He felt the aura of the Great Path, which was enough to prove that the mystery of this secret technique was comparable to and matched with the Tao scripture. The sacred body of the ancients had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Although it was immortal, it was not a living body after all. At this moment, it was inexplicably revived, but its original mantra was not activated. However, this secret technique was activated along with the essence, which was enough to explain everything. This was the most precious treasury, an unmatched great Tao secret method, comparable to the Tao scripture. Yi Fan collected his thoughts, silently comprehending and seriously observing, slowly imprinting the circulation route of this secret technique into his sea of consciousness. As someone with the sacred body of the ancients, it was difficult for him to go far in the current world. The Holy Ji Palace had cut off his path of advancement, and even sacred grounds were unable to withstand the massive amount of source. Even though he grasped the origin heavenly book, it was still extremely difficult, almost impossible to achieve. After all, the astronomical figure was just too great. Now that he obtained this great Tao secret technique, he had another choice. This sacred body's remains had an undying flesh. Its withered body overflowed with sparkling radiance, making the people not far away extremely shocked. "Little Yi, are you sure it's okay?" asked Tu Fei. "Brat, do you like that corpse?" the large black dog asked suspiciously. Even though Yi Fan was at a critical moment and was seriously exploring this great Tao secret method, he still responded patiently. Otherwise, he was worried that these people would make a move on him. After all, this sacred body's remains were too shocking. He controlled it to stand up, with the divine bell above his head and the lapis halberd in his hand. It was as if he had come back to life. "I'm fine. You guys don't have to worry. I have the same type of physique as him, and the same source chi is connected. I'll try and see if I can find anything." He had no idea why the two of them were like this. It would be too far-fetched to say that their auras were connected. Perhaps it could be attributed to the mystery of the sacred body of the ancients. The scene at the moment was indeed a little strange. A person who had been dead for tens of thousands of years had come back to life, which made people think of many things. They were on high alert and observed. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Fan carefully grasped, finally imprinting the complete secret method into his mind. He then studied it again to make sure that there were no mistakes before letting out a long sigh. He had finally obtained this great Tao secret method. This was the inheritance left behind by a sacred body of the ancients. Its value and significance were immeasurable, and it was too important to him. "What's the origin of this sacred body? How did you discover it?" Yi Fan asked. He wanted to know what was going on. "It was discovered by the green flood dragon king in this small world," Xianxia said. When the green flood dragon king first entered this small world, his biggest gain was the ageless temple, which could prolong a cultivator's lifespan. This sacred body was also discovered in there. According to the green flood dragon king's speculation, this corpse is most likely the ancient sage who created this small world, Yan Ryu said. This shocked Tu Fei, who revealed a look of disbelief. This sacred body could exist for tens of thousands of years, so it was impossible for it to be someone from before the Antiquity Age who had not cultivated it to the level of great accomplishment. After the Antiquity Age, the sacred body couldn't be cultivated and could only be stopped in the mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace. How could someone cultivate this kind of physique to this level? Tu Fei was puzzled. This corpse is comparable to an ancient sage who created a small world. The large black dog was also shocked. Yi Fan's heart moved, and he looked at this corpse. His consciousness rose from the sea of reincarnation into the Doctrine Palace. He was shocked to discover that this mystery realm had also been cultivated. Among the 5 divine treasures of the Doctrine Palace, 4 of them had already reached the consummate level. Only the divine treasure of the heart had been cultivated, but it was still far from the consummate level. 4 divine treasures at the consummate level. Doesn't this mean that he refined 500,000 kilograms of origin source and was stuck at the last astronomical number? Yi Fan was shocked. Ancient almighty beings focused on cultivating a single mystic realm, spending all their energy on it. However, this corpse had almost cultivated 2 mystic realms. This kind of physique cultivated a single mystery realm, and then entered another mystery realm. No wonder he became an ancient sage. Yi Fan's mind returned to the sea of reincarnation and entered the green lotus. With a single thought, this withered body of his instantly became sparkling and translucent. His body was as tough as meteorite metal, and every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. He held the blue-gold battle spear in his hand, and with a light slash, the silver dragon's scissors beside him broke into 2 with a crack. It was as effortless as cutting through rotten wood. Dang! The sound of the bell lingered, and the divine bell above his head rang softly. A purple copper gourd floating in front of him cracked soundlessly and turned into powder. This corporeal body was extremely strong. As soon as it was revived, it displayed shocking power. Behind him, a few people retreated, ready to attack at any time. Yi Fan observed in the sea of reincarnation, and after some careful exploration, He didn't find anything else in this corporeal body except for his own green lotus. The huge golden sea of bitterness was silent. The waves had calmed, and there was nothing inside. It was empty. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the divine bell above his head sank into the sea of reincarnation, and the blue-gold battle spear also flashed and disappeared, returning to his body. He meditated on the ground, according to his original posture. He looked solemn as he sat among the many treasures. The green lotus swayed, and endless divine power was sucked back. The golden sea of bitterness slowly dimmed, and finally dried up. Green light sparkled. The green lotus flew out, accompanying Yi Fan. His thought flickered, and the green lotus returned to his body. Yi Fan wanted this body a lot. However, it belonged to the green flood dragon king, whose competence could be compared to the great sage. He could only sigh inwardly. If he wanted to do something, he would turn into ashes. Boom boom boom, the 1-meter-thick white jade door closed. They left the 9-layered treasure house, standing on a towering mountain peak. Some old monsters were planting vegetables not far from them, so they didn't look at them. Let's go. Do you still want to get in there? Tu-Fei patted Yi Fan's shoulder. I don't know what to exchange for the green flood dragon king's body, muttered Yi Fan. Don't even think about it. It's the remains of a saint body, an ancient sage who had created a small world. His remains can be used to refine peerless weapons. What can you use to exchange for it? Tu-Fei shook his head. If you use the source chi of all creatures to exchange for it, the entire treasure house will be yours, said an old monster behind them with squinted eyes. Let's go. The big black dog straightened his bald tail. He was the first one to run away. He could feel the danger. Yi Fan didn't want to tangle with these old monsters. If they attacked him, Yan Ruyu would be put in a difficult situation. He bowed to them and then used the crazy old man's footwork, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. This was his decision. The longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Your Highness, can you take me to the Immortal Hall? On the way, Yi Fan asked Yan Ruyu. The ancient sage had died there, so he would have left something there. As he had the same body, perhaps he could find something. I don't think so. We have to wait for several months, Yan Ruyu rejected him tactfully. You've triggered that corpse. What did you get? Asked Xianxia. Yan Ruyu and Tu-Fei also looked over. They also wanted to ask this question. What could I find? He was just a skeleton. What could he leave behind after losing his life? Everything was controlled by the green lotus in my body. Speaking of this, Yi Fan was moved. He said, however, I found out that he had only cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. He hadn't crossed the Doctrine Palace. An ancient sage who only cultivated a single secret realm? Tu-Fei was surprised. Xianxia was a little surprised. She said, it seems that since the Antiquity Age, no one could break the curse. The Saint Physique could only stop at the Doctrine Palace secret realm. At this time, the big black dog suddenly jumped up. He stared at Yi Fan with his big eyes and asked in surprise, he really cultivated a single secret realm? What's so surprising about that? Asked Yi Fan. Yan Ruyu looked pensive. She shook her head and said, after the Antiquity Age, I've never heard of a Saint Physique who cultivated a single secret realm. To cultivate a single secret realm, other than a powerful mental cultivation technique, a supreme secret technique is needed as well. The big black dog was shocked. He said to himself, but after the Antiquity Age, it was hard for a Saint Physique to cultivate a single secret realm. What kind of ancient secret technique is that? Yi Fan's heart jumped. This kind of secret technique was not simple at all. It's comparable to an ancient sage who opened up a small world. What kind of secret technique is that? Yan Ruyu also said to herself. This was also the reason why the green flood dragon king didn't want to refine the skeleton into a weapon. He wanted to find out the secret. Yi Fan's heart was not calm. He decided that after entering the Immortal Palace tonight, while saving Pang Bo, he had to find out everything about that place. The Black Empress is going to act tonight. Are you confident? Let's act quickly. Those old demons are very dangerous. I don't want to stay here any longer. Returning to the palace in the pine forest, Yifan directly closed the door and took out all kinds of materials. He asked the big black dog to carve Tao patterns and prepared to break the restriction of the immortal palace at night. Night fell. In this small world, there was no bright moon or stars. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Yifan and the big black dog silently came to the layer of clouds, quietly observing the immortal palace. In the dead of night, not a single sound could be heard. Above the clouds, the immortal palace towered majestically. Time had left many marks on its surface, and some places were about to collapse. However, it still floated in the air, and did not sink down. There were many meteorites, ranging from the size of a dozen meters to the size of a palm. They lay quietly in the surroundings, like a natural stone forest, arranged in picturesque disorder. Yifan stood on a cloud, and sized up the immortal palace from afar. The Black Emperor stood on a spirit tool that could be used as a means of transportation. Otherwise, he could not fly. This was the 5-colored jade boat that Yifan had obtained from killing a disciple of the Ji family. It had been refined by the large black dog again, and now it was like a tortoise shell, completely black. On the jade boat, there was a large pile of materials. There were star stones, mysterious ice jade, divine blood soil, and so on. They were all rare and uncommon materials. They could not be considered very precious, but they all had some special uses. There are 2 great elites in this small world, comparable to the various great sage lords, and there are also some powerful old demons. If we make too much noise and are detected by them, we will definitely die, Yifan said calmly. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and said, if I cannot obtain the ancient scripture of the demon race emperor, I will not let you off. The risk I am taking is too great. Now, his expression was solemn, not daring to lower his guard. If he made the slightest mistake, there would be a great disaster that would befall him. The large black dog circled around the immortal palace, but was not willing to make a move. He pondered back and forth, thinking carefully. Yifan did not rush him. Right now, it was all up to him. There was no safe method, so he would rather wait than take the risk. After all, if this opportunity was lost, it would not come again. It must be soundless, without the slightest ripple. The large black dog muttered to himself. He was very serious, because this concerned life and death. After a whole hour, the large black dog finally finished his calculations. He gritted his teeth, and said, I am going to risk it all. I must obtain that ancient scripture. On the jade boat, every material was engraved with Tao patterns. They were extremely complicated, like scribbled talismans, profound and difficult to understand. The large black dog shot out a piece of divine blood soil, and it soundlessly disappeared into the meteorite forest. It was fixed there, and it didn't move in the slightest. It controlled the jade boat and circled around the immortal palace, flying quickly. It sent all of the 81 pieces of divine blood earth inside, sandwiching them within the meteor forest. At this point, the first material, the divine blood earth, was completely used up. It densely covered the surroundings of the immortal palace. Nothing unexpected happened, so there shouldn't be any slip-ups from now on. My guess was correct. The large black dog heaved a sigh of relief. What is the use of this divine blood soil? This place is known as the meteor forest, the large black dog replied. Extremely powerful Tao patterns have been carved into it, forming a galaxy field. The divine blood soil can interfere with the field's energy. So powerful? Yifan was shocked. This meteor forest is formed according to the arrangement of the myriad heaven's master stars. Once it's activated, it'll be filled with killing intent. Even great elites will die if they fall into it, the large black dog said with a solemn expression. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why there was no one guarding this place. It was because there was no need at all. Then, the large black dog sent out the profound tortoise shell. The Tao patterns carved on it were even more complicated, and there were a total of 50 pieces. However, he only sealed in 49 pieces, and their positions were all very particular. The last piece was tossed onto the jade boat. There was only a single Tao pattern carved on it, and it looked slightly special. What is the use of this profound tortoise shell? Yi Fan asked humbly. The profound tortoise shell is used to subvert the small heaven and earth formed by this meteor forest. Why is there another piece left behind? The Tao patterns carved on this piece are also a little different. Yi Fan was puzzled. If I were to explain it in detail, there would be too many details. The number of heaven and earth depends on 50. If one of them isn't used, the chi of heaven will turn illusions into reality, so I used 49, the large black dog answered casually. Then, he began to deduce the next step. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. The study of Tao patterns was indeed broad and profound. There were too many things involved, and it contained heaven's secrets. It was very difficult to grasp, and he couldn't study it in detail at the moment. The third material that the large black dog sent out was profound ice jade. There were a total of 108 pieces, and the Tao patterns carved on them were dense and detailed. In fact, this material is called profound yellow stone. It can be used to create a small heaven and earth and cover up the meteor forest. However, that kind of material is too rare, and it's very difficult to find. What should we do? Can profound ice jade replace it? Yi Fan didn't want to make any mistakes. Fortunately, you have a cauldron forged from the source chi of all things on you. In a while after we enter, you can take it out and place it on your head. It'll be enough to suppress everything, the large black dog said. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Yi Fan asked. If you didn't have the source chi of all things, I definitely wouldn't have come to break the Tao patterns here. Profound yellow stone is the first main material to break through the meteor forest. Although the large black dog was dark and mischievous, at this crucial moment, he was very solemn and serious, without the slightest bit of carelessness. After all, this concerned their lives. An hour later, out of the 28 materials, 27 had already been thrown in, and only the star stones were left untouched. At this time, the Black Emperor started to throw the source chi that had been inscribed with Tao patterns into the meteor forest. Half a square of source chi was placed in the jade boat, and it weighed more than 1,600 kilograms, sparkling and translucent. Time was short, and Yi Fan had only collected 28 materials in Demon City. The rest would have to be replenished with source chi. In order to save Pang Bo, he was willing to take out all of his source chi. However, the large black dog at least had some conscience, and said that half a square of source chi was enough. Even so, this was still a shocking consumption. More than 1,600 kilograms of source chi were thrown into the meteor forest in the blink of an eye. Finally, the Black Emperor threw out 365 star stones, which were evenly distributed in the meteor forest. Alright, it's finally done. I used the sky-stealing sun-switching technique to temporarily replace the meteors with star stones. The large black dog let out a long breath. Are you sure that the meteor forest that represents the heavenly main star has been broken through by you? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, because he was about to see Pang Bo. I can't say that I've broken through it. I've only temporarily paralyzed the galaxy force field. Can we go in now? Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. Yes, take out your cauldron, the Black Emperor reminded solemnly. The small cauldron that was an inch tall flew out, and quickly enlarged to a meter tall, hovering above Yi Fan's head. Source chi of all things descended, and wisps of mysterious yellow chi circulated. The exclusive holy treasure of an ancient emperor, it's a rare sight, and it actually fell into your hands. The large black dog was extremely angry, and wanted nothing more than to pounce on it. What does this mean? I'll definitely become an emperor in the future. The number of ancient emperors represents the highest cultivation level of the human race, you. The large black dog curled his lips. The immortal palace towered above the clouds, and the surrounding meteor forest was quiet. Wisps of mysterious yellow chi emanated from the ancient cauldron above Yi Fan's head. He walked forward on the clouds, and the large black dog steered the jade boat, following behind him, gradually approaching the immortal palace. The surroundings were very quiet, and there was no killing intent in the meteor forest. As they walked forward, everything was very quiet. You really deciphered it, of course. The large black dog had a proud look on his face. After walking for half a kilometer, they arrived in front of the immortal palace. They no longer spoke, and instead communicated via divine sense. Are you sure that the being that has taken over my body won't be able to live for long? I'm sure. Yi Fan replied with certainty. That's good, then I'll use the meteor forest to temporarily seal this place, so that the outside world won't find out if there's a huge commotion in the immortal palace. The Black Emperor moved the divine blood soil, mysterious ice jade, star stone, and other materials, and rearranged them. At the same time, Yi Fan also began to make preparations. He took out the stone clothes that he had worn when exploring the Purple Mountain, and put them on. This was the stone skin of the divine origin, and could isolate all auras, including divine sense. According to the large black dog's deduction, if he wanted to defeat that being, he would have to engage in a battle of divine sense, and this was the best protective clothes. The large black dog was also making preparations, and stuck over 100 small flags onto the jade boat. These were all defensive tools that he had meticulously carved, and were specially made for battles of divine sense. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down, and emitted a heaven-swallowing power, sucking the large black dog and the jade boat into it. Then, he himself also entered into the cauldron. Our two divine senses are strong enough, and it should be enough to suppress a lone wild ghost that has tried to possess us. The only thing I'm worried about is that you might have made a mistake. The large black dog transmitted his voice from within the cauldron. A few years ago, he was already on the verge of death. Otherwise, why would he borrow the Blue Flood Dragon King's immortal palace? Wasn't it to prolong his lifespan? Yi Fan replied. Then let's go in. The large black dog gritted his teeth. The large cauldron advanced soundlessly, and the immortal palace was completely silent. The doors were tightly shut. There's something strange. Yi Fan sensed that something was off. This grand ancient palace didn't seem like it had been built, but rather like it had been carved out. That's right, it seemed like it had been carved out of a stone mountain, and it wasn't built using ordinary methods. There were stone tiles on the ancient palace, and they were all connected together. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell that this was a complete whole, and not built from bricks and tiles. Is this really carved out of a stone mountain? Yi Fan was filled with astonishment, and he felt that there was no need to expend so much effort. Swoosh, after pausing for a moment, he urged the cauldron forward. A streak of mysterious yellow chi trembled lightly, and the stone doors of the palace were soundlessly pushed open. This building that would never sink had existed for far too long, and it made one feel the vicissitudes of history. Pang Bo, I've come to save you. Yi Fan said to himself in his heart. The immortal palace was an extremely grand ancient building. It was very spacious inside, and it was completely pitch black. There's no one in the palace, the large black dog transmitted his voice. There are several levels to the ancient palace, and he should be in the palace at the back. Yi Fan's heart was very unsettled. Wait a moment, don't be in a hurry to leave. There are Tao patterns carved into the palace, and they are very mysterious, the large black dog transmitted his voice. This ancient palace could slow down the loss of a cultivator's lifespan, and it was called the Immortal Palace. Its name was greatly related to the Tao patterns carved into this place. The Black Emperor studied it for a very long time, but he still couldn't find where the Tao patterns were carved, and he couldn't find anything. But right at this moment, Yi Fan made a new discovery, and his heart trembled. This is the Source Mountain. The entire ancient palace was carved out of a stone mountain. From the outside, it looked like ordinary limestone, but after entering inside, he was given a huge shock. This was Source Oregon. This should be an ancient palace carved out of a mountain of Source Oregon. If he shattered the palace, he might be able to dig out the Source Oregon now. Right at this moment, Yi Fan was even more shocked after careful observation. This ancient palace was definitely not simple, or rather, this source vein was not simple, and it contained something unusual. Brat, what did you discover? The large black dog asked. Don't disturb me, let me take a closer look. Yi Fan swept his gaze over the palace, and carefully observed. Now, it was impossible to judge based on the terrain, because the source stone mountain had already been carved into a palace. He could only make a guess based on this source material. An extremely bad feeling, this place. Yi Fan was shocked. What's wrong? This should be a dangerous place, why is it called the Immortal Palace? Yi Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. What did you see? The Black Emperor asked. I can't be sure yet, let's enter the second palace to take a look. Yifan steered the cauldron, and entered the spacious second palace. After careful observation, his heart instantly trembled, and he confirmed his guess. This is an extremely dangerous place. Yifan cursed in his heart. This was a place to take one's life, so how could it be a place to slow down one's lifespan? Brat, what's so special about this place? Have you heard of places like the Fire Dragon Tomb and the Dragon's Blood Bath that have divine sources buried? The Black Emperor shivered, and said, Of course I've heard of them. Yifan said in a deep voice, This place is called the Yellow Springs Tomb, and is on par with such dangerous places. This is an ancient palace carved out of an Source Mountain, and the Yellow Springs Tomb is within this ancient palace. The Immortal Palace was a name with immortality, but it was the famous Yellow Springs Tomb recorded in the Book of Origin Heavenly Scripture. The Black Emperor was startled, and said, Brat, did you see wrongly? I've seen the Fire Dragon Tomb, and I've personally been to the land of dragon blood. I wouldn't be mistaken about the Yellow Springs Tomb of the same level. Now, Yifan's understanding of origin techniques had reached a very high level. There was no sound in the spacious hall. It was very quiet, and no signs of life could be felt. There's no danger. If it was the Yellow Springs Tomb, I'm afraid there would be big trouble now. The large black dog was suspicious. The Yellow Springs Tomb was definitely an extremely dangerous place. The ancient sages spent a lot of effort to excavate such an origin mountain and carve it into a palace. This was really a big deal. Yifan and the Black Emperor returned to the first level of the hall. They didn't want to act rashly, and needed to observe carefully. Dao pattern, I finally sensed it. There's an extremely powerful Dao pattern here. It drew out a mysterious power for its own use, giving this place the effect of immortality, the large black dog suddenly said. Where does that power come from? Yifan asked. The Black Emperor closed his eyes, and after a long time, he suddenly opened them, and said, It's in the center of this hall. Yifan drove the cauldron forward, and came to the center of the ancient hall. The ground was covered with origin stones, and there were all kinds of pictures of birds, fish, insects, and beasts carved on them. Yifan walked out of the cauldron, and lifted a stone slab on the ground. A dark deep well appeared in front of him. As expected, the ancient sages are really generous, turning a dangerous place into their own. Where does this broken well connect to? Of course it connects to the Yellow Springs, and absorbs divine power for the Immortal Palace to use. Indistinctly, the sound of flowing water came from below, and at the same time, waves of netherworld aura spread up. What's so special about the Yellow Springs Tomb? The large black dog asked. According to the records, it's the water of the Yellow Springs of the 9 underworlds, and it's sealed in the origin vein. There's something incredible inside, Yifan answered. Suddenly, the Een aura below rushed up like blades, and specks of light rippled out. It was no longer pitch black. Yifan hurriedly returned to the cauldron and looked into the well. The large black dog also stretched out his neck and stared at them with his eyes wide open. Walala, the sound of the water was like the sound of metal and stone. It seemed to be extremely heavy, and when it flowed, it produced chong-chong sounds. A hazy halo of light scattered outwards. It really is the Yellow Spring, the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Below them was a waterway sealed within a crystal-clear Genesis vein. A huge yellow river surged past like a roaring yellow dragon. According to the legends, when the Yellow Springs of the 9 hells retreated from the mortal world, some of them were left underground. Could this be true? The large black dog was astonished. Yifan's expression was solemn as he stared at the Yellow Springs on the ground without saying a word. He did not care about these things. After all, they were inanimate objects. What he cared about was the things contained in the Yellow Springs. Whoosh! The spiritual energy was like a dragon, rushing up along the ancient well, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. F***ck, this is the aura of a divine source, the large black dog exclaimed. Brat, quickly think of a way. There is a divine source below, hurry up and bring it up. You think I don't want to, but do we have that kind of strength? If we break open the Genesis vein, both of us will die here, Yifan said in a low voice. At this moment, from the surging Yellow Springs, a flash of light appeared. A long origin stone could be faintly seen floating along with the waves. Why does it look like a stone coffin to me? The large black dog was shocked. That is a divine source, and there is something sealed inside. Yi Fan's expression was grave. That long origin stone sank to the bottom of the yellow springs, and it was difficult to see clearly. Then, it was swept away, rushing into the depths of the Genesis vein. The area below became dark. Divine source, there is a divine source below the immortal palace, the large black dog cried out anxiously. Of course, their communication was not really through words, but through divine sense. Yi Fan covered the stone slab and sealed the well again. He said to himself, the ancient sages are indeed extraordinary people. They turned a dangerous place into their own, and the tomb of the Yellow Springs has been sealed. At the same time, he frowned. From this, it could be deduced that a single divine source was not equivalent to millions of kilograms of origin stone. Otherwise, the remains of the sacred body of the ancients would have been refined and would not have been left behind. The mystery realm of the Doctrine Palace is indeed an insurmountable chasm. Yi Fan and the large black dog entered 4 halls in a row. There was a well in the center of each hall, which led directly to the Genesis vein that sealed the Yellow Springs underground. Complicated patterns were carved under each well, transforming the divine power in the dangerous place into the power of longevity. This made the large black dog very interested, but he could not understand it even after carefully studying it for a long time. This really makes me speechless. Underground is the Yellow Springs, and above is the Immortal Palace. Yi Fan sighed. It was originally a dangerous place, but the ancient sages used unfathomable and mysterious patterns to transform it into a treasured place that could prolong one's lifespan. Life and death were so close that they were only separated by a well. After entering the 6 palace halls and discovering the 6 ancient wells, Yi Fan finally relaxed. The Yellow Springs tomb had been completely sealed. Even after such a long time, the Tao pattern had not lost its effectiveness. Otherwise, if the seal in such a dangerous place was broken even a little, he and the large black dog would definitely die. There was no way they could survive. In the 7th Great Hall, Yi Fan and the large black dog vaguely saw what was in the Yellow Springs. It was really a stone coffin that was connected to a divine source. Why is there such a thing? A stone coffin in the Yellow Springs. Yi Fan was also shocked. What kind of ancient creature was this? He only knew that some ancient creatures were sealed in some divine sources. This was the first time he had seen a sealed stone coffin. I think it's a little unreliable. It's probably not some ancient creature. The large black dog's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. After entering the 8th ancient hall, Yi Fan was slightly disappointed because he did not see any stone inscriptions related to cultivation. Did the ancient sages not leave anything behind? He was slightly confused. This immortal palace was clearly an important place that would never fall. It was the place where that sage had passed away, but there was actually nothing left behind. There is a secret technique here, but you can't obtain it. Even I can only stare at it. What did you discover? Yi Fan asked. Of course it's the patterns of Tao. The ancient great elites comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth, and they would inscribe them in the form of patterns of Tao. Very few recorded them in words, the large black dog said. Yi Fan frowned. He could not study Tao patterns now, and even the large black dog could not do anything about it. However, he was not depressed, because he had already obtained the secret technique of great Tao from that corpse. There was only 1 hall left, and he was about to meet Pangbo. Yi Fan was deeply afraid that something might happen to him. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were in the cauldron, and they slowly flew towards the 9th ancient hall. During this process, they discovered that the spiritual qi had become denser, and there was a faint light. They were on high alert because it was possible that a great battle was about to erupt. Battles of divine sense were the most dangerous, and they would be doomed if they were even the slightest bit careless. When they pushed open the thick and heavy stone doors and entered this hall, they saw a field of light, and the darkness was swept away. It did not seem like a hall at all. This place was extremely spacious, and it was even more spacious than the previous 8 halls combined. Here, plants were lush, and colorful flowers were blooming everywhere. All kinds of ancient trees extended their branches, and vines hung from them. The stream was murmuring, and the ground was paved with cobblestones. There were ancient pavilions and tall pine trees. Rather than calling it a hall, it would be better to call it a natural garden. This place has formed its own space, the large black dog exclaimed. The ancient sages could open up a small world, so it was naturally not a problem for them to open up an even smaller space within a hall. This was a world filled with light and vitality. To suddenly go from a pitch-black hall where one could not even see their own fingers in front of them into such a lush space was extremely shocking. The contrast between before and after was too great. Yi Fan swept his gaze over the surroundings, searching for Pang Bo's figure. His powerful divine sense transformed into a golden sword, ready to strike at any moment. The cobblestone path led into an ancient forest. There were vines everywhere, hanging from the trees to the ground, and there were small white flowers blooming everywhere. Pang Bo. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the forest. In front of him, there was a sacrificial altar in the forest. It was hidden by the trees, and a tall figure was silently sitting on it. There were many fallen leaves on his body, and it seemed as if he had not moved for a long time. His figure was exceptionally muscular, and he was much more muscular than ordinary people. His upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was filled with a healthy luster. His thick black hair draped down to his waist. This person was Pang Bo. They had been separated less than a year after arriving in this world, and several years had passed before they finally reunited today. Swoosh, Pang Bo, who was sitting on the sacrificial altar, suddenly opened his eyes. They were like two bolts of lightning, extremely sharp. Upon seeing such a sharp gaze, Yi Fan's heart instantly sank. This was definitely not Pang Bo, and he gave off a feeling of extreme danger. Even though the person in front of him had the body of his best friend, he was like a wild beast, filled with a terrifying aura. Attack! Yi Fan shouted. The Black Emperor let out a loud roar, like the roar of a barbaric dragon, causing the entire space to tremble. Chi, 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 hundreds of flags were thrown out, surrounding the forest in the middle. The large flags fluttered, covering the sky and earth, sealing off the forest and the sacrificial altar, preventing the other party from escaping. Humph! A heavy cold snort sounded out. The strong figure on the sacrificial altar had eyes as sharp as knives. He stared at Yi Fan and said, "Are you here to return the Tao scripture? What did you do to Pang Bo?" Yi Fan roared. "I am Pang Bo, aren't I fine now?" The strong body on the sacrificial altar still did not move, quietly sitting there, but the terrifying aura was even more terrifying. "Brat, are you sure this is really a lonely wild ghost that is at the end of its lifespan? Why do I feel like I'm facing a true dragon?" The Black Emperor anxiously transmitted his voice. At this moment, Pang Bo, who was naked from the waist up, was indeed like an ancient ferocious beast, filled with a powerful sense of oppression. "He's bluffing, he won't be able to live for long. Let's attack together and kill him." Yi Fan took the initiative to attack. The small golden lake between his eyebrows produced a golden sword, which instantly slashed out. Clang! A ray of divine light also shot out from between Pang Bo's eyebrows, clashing with Yi Fan's golden sword, releasing a dazzling and terrifying brilliance, like two iron hammers colliding. What a powerful divine sense. I haven't seen you for several years, and you actually have such achievements. This Pang Bo's eyes shone brightly, and he said, "I haven't forgotten about your body. Since you delivered yourself to me today, I'll just take it." Roar! The large black dog roared like a barbaric dragon, shaking the mountains and rivers. It was hard to imagine what kind of power was contained within its body, causing this space to tremble violently. A crack appeared on its forehead, and a third vertical eye appeared. A terrifying black light shot out, slashing towards the person on the sacrificial altar. Although the large black dog was usually very unkind, he was very diligent at this crucial moment. This was because this concerned his life and death, and it also involved the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture. A vertical eye opened on his forehead, which shone with a black light. It shot out like a black waterfall, clanging loudly as if it were a black blade slicing through the air. Clang! Pang Bo sat cross-legged on the altar, not moving at all. A divine light flashed between his brows, and it shot out, striking the black light as if two sharp blades had collided. It was clearly a divine sense attack, but it was like a divine weapon clashing with a treasured blade. Brilliant light shone, sparks flew, and clanging sounds rang out. Didn't you say his lifespan was about to run out? Why is he as strong as a true dragon? The large black dog was exasperated. In this exchange of attacks, he didn't gain any advantage, and was even at a slight disadvantage. He won't be able to last long. Use your most powerful attack, and you can definitely take him down. Yi Fan shouted. Now, there was already no way out. There was only one chance to save Pang Bo, and it wouldn't come again if they missed it. You've delivered yourself to me, how reckless. Pang Bo sat cross-legged on the altar, his black hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and his bronze-colored body shone with a treasured light. Leave Pang Bo's body. Yi Fan roared. Chi. A small golden lake appeared between his brows. It was as deep as an abyss, and a spiraling golden power shot out towards Pang Bo Pop. Pang Bo didn't move, and he sat upright on the altar. A dazzling crescent flew out from between his brows, and it entered the spiraling golden wave, slashing through the void. Yi Fan's face paled, and his body shook violently. The golden power was sent flying back. Although he wasn't injured, he was shaken. Ever since his divine sense could materialize and reach an unimaginable level, this was the first time he was at a disadvantage in a clash of divine senses. As expected, this was a supreme elite of the demon tribe. Although his body had been destroyed, and only his divine sense was left, it was still extremely terrifying. At such a young age, your divine sense can already materialize. How rare. Just like your body, I'm looking forward to it. Pang Bo was calm. What are you pretending to be a supreme elite for? I'll kill you. A black saber shot out from the large black dog's vertical eye, and black light shot into the sky as it slashed down. Clang, the crescent moon that shot out from Pang Bo's forehead was silver and indestructible. It struck the black saber and broke it with a crack. The large black dog's divine sense shuddered, and he roared. It was clear that he was at a disadvantage again, and he had suffered a small loss. Kill. Yi Fan threw caution to the wind. The golden lake flew out and turned into a golden sun, rushing towards the altar. Without holding anything back, he sent out his divine sense. If this small sun was extinguished, then he would definitely die. Even if you put your life on the line, it's useless. Pang Bo said in a low voice. The silver crescent moon was fixed between his eyebrows, shining brightly. I'll give it my all as well, the large black dog said as he unleashed his divine sense once again. A black light flashed like a saber as it slashed toward the silver moon, coordinating with Yi Fan's attack. Clang, 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 their divine senses were all extremely terrifying, and they had all reached the realm of transformation. If an ordinary person were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. This kind of battle was the most dangerous. The slightest carelessness would lead to the destruction of both body and soul, consigned to eternal damnation. The divine sense slashed out, releasing an ear-piercing sound. Brilliant light shot out in all directions, and clanging sounds rang out. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage. Pang Bo's divine sense was like an abyss, surging and indestructible. Boom, the small golden sun was almost shattered, and Yi Fan's divine sense retreated like the tide, returning to his body. He swayed, and was actually really no match for his opponent. The Black Emperor also shouted loudly. A black light flashed, and he charged back, shouting, F***ck, brat, I've been tricked by you. This is clearly an old bastard. It's not that we aren't strong enough, it's that he is too strong. It's useless to say all this now. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. His divine sense is full, and there's no sign of it weakening. He's not a dying person. Even if the two of us fight with our lives on the line, we might not be able to kill him. The large black dog bared his teeth. A thought occurred to Yi Fan, and he said, it seems like he can't move. He has been sitting on the altar this whole time, and hasn't moved in the slightest. Use your cauldron to kill him. The large black dog also saw the abnormality. At this moment, they were inside the cauldron. Yi Fan didn't plan to remove the protection, and directly drew out the Li Fire Divine Furnace. The furnace was transparent like a crystal, and it appeared in his palm. Then, it turned into a dazzling light, and rushed out. It quickly enlarged, and emitted a 5-colored divine light. In the blink of an eye, it became 30 meters tall, and like a small mountain, it pressed down towards the figure on the altar. Humph! Pangbo gave a cold humph, and sat cross-legged without moving. He stretched out a large hand, and with a clang, slapped it on the furnace. It was unknown how powerful the power of this strike was, but a piece of the Li Fire Divine Furnace instantly deflated, and was sent flying. What a powerful force! Yi Fan was shocked. He controlled the Li Fire Divine Furnace, and made it enlarge to a height of 30 meters. It pressed down, emitting a rumbling sound. Pangbo didn't move, and sat there cross-legged. His black hair danced lightly, and divine power circulated around his bronze-colored body. He still slapped out a large hand. Dong! This time, the sound was deafening, causing this space to tremble. A large piece of the Li Fire Divine Furnace deflated, and a clear palm print was deeply imprinted inside. This didn't seem to be a precious furnace, but rather a piece of mud that had been struck until it caved in. His physical body has already entered the 4 extreme mystery realm. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It had only been a few years, and the other party had already refined Pangbo's physical body to such a level. This was really shocking. I estimate that he can compete with the Little Rock King. The large black dog's expression was ugly. Now do you believe me? He has grasped the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? Yi Fan provoked the large black dog. If he can't move, then it'll be much easier. The large black dog bared his teeth. However, before he finished speaking, Pangbo flew up with his legs crossed, and as fast as lightning, he rushed towards the two of them, and a large hand suddenly slapped down. Retreat, the Black Emperor shouted. Yi Fan steered the cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the midst of the fluttering flags, avoiding the large hand slash. The several hundred flags covered the sky, not only to seal off this place, but also to protect them. Every flag was inscribed with profound Tao patterns, and these were carefully prepared by the large black dog. He was afraid that the other party's physical body was too powerful, and he would chase after them. Sure enough, it came in handy now. The several hundred flags waved, and the sky and earth here changed. It was a hazy scene, and Pangbo didn't dare to rush in. How powerful are these Tao patterns you inscribed? Yi Fan asked. As long as he isn't a great elite, he'll definitely be trapped if he comes in. The Black Emperor was full of confidence. Pangbo didn't chase after them. With a flash of light, he returned to the sacrificial altar, and sat down cross-legged again. I didn't think that I wouldn't be able to use my divine sense attack technique. Now, I can only attack him with my physical body, the large black dog said. Yi Fan activated the Li Fire Divine Furnace. This time, he directly opened the lid, and black flames rushed out like a tide, surging toward the sacrificial altar like dark clouds pressing down. This kind of blazing flame was something that even the cultivators of the 4 extreme mystery realm couldn't endure. If they came into contact with it, they would definitely be burned to ashes. When Yi Fan released the flames, he was more or less hesitant. After all, it was Pangbo's physical body. However, the result shocked him. Pangbo's eyes shot out an intimidating divine light, and like 2 silver dragons, he rushed into the sky. He shouted, 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. 2 silver beams of light shot out, and wherever they passed, the void collapsed. A large area of black flames was forcibly destroyed. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. This kind of technique was too terrifying, using the light of his eyes to destroy the black flames. This was shocking, and practically unimaginable. This is the supreme secret technique in the imagination of the demon race. I didn't think that it would really be created by someone, the large black dog shouted excitedly. I already said that he has the demon god ancient scripture on him. That's right, only the demon god emperor can create such a supreme saint technique, the large black dog shouted. Now I believe your words, he has the demon god ancient scripture on him. Yi Fan sacrificed the furnace, and the Li Fire Divine Furnace enlarged. It shook violently, and the boundless black flames surged down again. It's useless. Pangbo sat there, not moving at all. He looked toward the sky, and the silver light in his eyes was like a true dragon soaring into the sky. Pooh! The void collapsed, and the boundless black flames were once again silently destroyed, disappearing in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the silver light was like a blade, slashing on the fire divine furnace, beating it into a sorry state on the spot. It was full of holes, and was shriveled into mud. The demon god divine technique is too terrifying. The large black dog murmured. Yi Fan withdrew the furnace. Only now did the Black Emperor come back to his senses. As if he had thought of something, he said in surprise, "What furnace is this? It actually wasn't penetrated? Why are you still asking about this at a time like this? Hurry up and think of a way." Yi Fan withdrew the furnace. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and said, "What else can we do? Use your furnace to kill him. This is a saint tool exclusive to the demon god emperor. Although it is not an extreme weapon, in terms of toughness, it is rare in this world. He won't be able to shatter it." Yi Fan and the Black Emperor walked out from the furnace, and then struck the furnace that was forged from source chi. It grew to a height of 9 meters, and tens of thousands of wisps of heaven and earth chi that were as heavy as mountains descended. "What, it's actually a saint tool of our sect." Pangbo was shocked. Then, he laughed loudly, and said, "This is really a great gift. I might not be able to see it again in hundreds of thousands of years. I'll accept it." Like the little rock king that day, he directly stretched out a large hand, and grabbed toward the huge furnace, wanting to take it for himself. "Quick, lend me a hand!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. Without needing him to say anything, the large black dog had already moved, and together with him, they controlled the ancient huge furnace to suppress the sacrificial altar. Boom! After an intense collision, the sacrificial altar beneath Pangbo was turned into dust, and he could only sit cross-legged in the air. The ancient huge furnace shook, and smashed into the large hand, causing it to retreat a few steps. However, its body was not injured. As expected, it can compete with that Birdman, the large black dog cursed. This huge furnace could be said to be indestructible. Up until now, only the Little Rock King and Pangbo dared to face it head-on, and they were not injured. "We can only trap him with Dao patterns," the Black Emperor said viciously. Hundreds of large flags rose from the ground, fluttering in the wind, and stabbed forward, shrinking the space. "I won't give him any space to move, I'll completely seal him off." The large flags fluttered, and Pangbo was sealed within them. The surrounding forest all disappeared, and there were no more flowers and plants. There was only a hazy mist. "You can seal my physical body, but you can't seal my divine sense, forcing me to kill you." Pangbo shouted loudly. "Not good," the Black Emperor shouted. At the same time, Yi Fan's expression also changed. His divine sense rushed out of his physical body, and was stripped away. 9 slashes of the demon god, deprivation. Pangbo roared loudly. All of this happened so quickly, and whether it was Yi Fan or the Black Emperor, neither could resist. The source of their divine sense was extracted, and they were sent into a silver world. "Divine sense void!" Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. This was a small silver world, and it was only 300 meters in circumference. It was a divine sense space. A supreme secret technique from the ancient scriptures of the demon race. The large black dog was astonished. 9 slashes of the demon god. Pangbo replied coldly. This was a small silver world with a circumference of only 300 meters. It was a sealed divine sense space. Pangbo's upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was full of power. He stood in the center of the field. This was formed from his divine sense, and was not much different from a real person. The Black Emperor was the same. The large dog formed from his divine sense was as strong as a bull, and even his bald tail was the same as his real body. Only Yi Fan was a ball of light that was like a golden sun. His use of divine sense was far inferior to these two old monsters. F***ck, brat, I've been screwed over by you. The large black dog bared his teeth, and said, "This is clearly a vicious character." Before he lost his physical body, he was most likely a demon tribe overlord. Don't tell me that his current divine sense is comparable to that of the great sage. Yi Fan was also uncertain. He must have been a great elite in the past. Although his divine sense has fallen, it's almost impossible to deal with him. The large black dog regretted boarding the pirate ship. There's no point in complaining. Hurry up and think of a way to kill him. Otherwise, both of us will die here, Yi Fan said solemnly. The ones who will be killed will probably be the two of us. Although he is no longer as strong as before, he is still powerful enough to refine us. The Black Emperor was filled with regret. You want to kill me with just the two of you? You really don't know what's good for you. Pang Bo smirked coldly. All the demon tribes are one family. Don't be so murderous. The large black dog took a few steps forward and said, we are all demon tribes, so everything can be discussed. Then let's discuss. How do you want to die? Pang Bo's eyes were intimidating, and he stood in the center of the field with his hands behind his back. Fighting to the death is something only barbarians would do. We don't have any irreconcilable enmity, so we can sit down and talk. The large black dog was very thick-skinned, and he had forgotten that he had wanted to kill Pang Bo not long ago. Do you think you can still leave alive? A cold smile hung on Pang Bo's lips. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. I came to spar with you. I heard that you have an ancient sutra of the Demon Emperor, and I also happen to have a Black Emperor Sutra. Why don't we spar? What Black Imperial Sutra? I have never heard of it before. I will refine you, and everything will be mine. Pang Bo's expression was cold. Damn it, do you really think this emperor is easy to bully? I'll beat you up today. The Black Emperor cursed. The silver small world is most suitable for burying your divine wills. I will properly refine the physical bodies you leave behind. Silver. Splendor shone everywhere. A divine moon appeared in Pang Bo's hands, gentle and holy. The large black dog didn't back down, and he spat out a black trident from his mouth. Black light flashed, and killing intent radiated from the trident as it slashed forward. Clang, the divine moon in Pang Bo's hand flew out, and then it stopped in midair, sucking the trident over. With a gotcha sound, it snapped. Brat, don't just stand there, hurry up and attack. The Black Emperor roared, the black trident reformed and slashed down again. Why do all of you have weapons? Yi Fan clenched his teeth. He transformed into a golden sun and charged forward with a golden sword within it. Boom, he struck out with all of the power of his divine sense. It was incomparably ferocious, shattering that divine moon on the spot. The golden sword even more so slashed out, hacking towards Pang Bo's head. Clang, Pang Bo lightly flicked his finger, shattering the golden sword and withdrawing the power of the divine moon. Swish, the golden divine sense turned back, once again forming a small sun. Brat, you are too fierce, attacking without holding anything back. The large black dog pointed out. In this divine sense space, you can transform into anything you want. With the large black dog's guidance, Yi Fan quickly adapted to this change. He instantly transformed into a human, holding a great desolate halberd in his hand, pointing it towards the southern sky. Release the real Pang Bo, he shouted. This halberd was as black as ink, and it shone with a metallic luster. It was formed according to the Little Pung King's great desolate halberd. You are all struggling in vain. Pang Bo's figure was tall and sturdy, and his black hair danced in the wind. With a flash of light, a demonic blade appeared in his hand, bright and dazzling. Kill. Yi Fan gripped the great desolate halberd with both hands and charged forward. There was already no path of retreat. If he wasn't killed, then he would kill his enemies. Clang, the great desolate halberd slashed out with a dazzling light, clashing with the snow-white demonic blade. Yi Fan's divine sense instantly dimmed. This emperor is coming. The large black dog stood up, holding the trident and slashing down. At the same time, he opened his bloody mouth and bit forward. Pung, Pang Bo's eyes shone with a cold light. The demonic blade in his hand shook, shattering the great desolate halberd on the spot. Then, he slashed the trident in half. You guys are no good. Woo, the demonic blade slashed through the air, like the wails of ghosts and gods, killing intent heavy as it slashed towards Yi Fan and the Black Emperor. Dang, in that instant, Yi Fan's right arm and the shattered great desolate halberd transformed into a large seal. 9 dragons coiled around the seal, causing the divine sense space to tremble. Dang, the large seal fell, smashing into the demonic blade and shattering it. At the same time, the large black dog transformed into a true dragon. Like a great black iron wall, he charged forward, his powerful dragon body crushing down. Still no good. Pang Bo transformed into a heavenly Peng, his entire body shining with golden light. A pair of sharp claws grabbed the true dragon, and with a fierce tug, the true dragon was shattered. The large black dog instantly screamed in pain. His divine sense collapsed, and he reformed into his dog body not far away. Clang, the heavenly Peng soared through the sky, its golden wings sweeping past, slicing Yi Fan in half and shattering his divine sense. Boom, the Black Emperor and Yi Fan fought with their lives on the line, transforming into monstrous flames that burned fiercely. Black flames and golden flames submerged the heavenly Peng. You finally can't hold on any longer. Are you going to struggle on your deathbed? You guys can't hurt me. Pang Bo transformed into a blazing golden lotus, bathing in the flames. He absorbed the divine sense of the two of them, wanting to strengthen himself. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor transformed into their true forms. They staggered backwards, their expressions extremely ugly. This old monster's divine sense was several times stronger than theirs. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible for them to kill him. Chi. Pang Bo transformed into his true form, standing there. His eyes suddenly shot out 2 streaks of silver light, like dancing true dragons, and he pounced forward. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. These 6 words were like the heavenly voice of death, shaking the small silver world. The expressions of Yi Fan and the large black dog changed, and they quickly dodged. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. It had once extinguished the black flames in the Li Fire divine furnace, and its power was unimaginably great. Boom, 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 the silver world with a radius of 300 meters was no longer stable, and it could be torn apart at any time. Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation, brushing past the silver light. This was because Pang Bo was mainly staring at the Black Emperor, wanting to eliminate it first. Ah, the large black dog screamed in pain. He was struck by the silver streak, and his divine sense was instantly destroyed. He lost 1/10 of his body, and he became much dimmer. Die! Pang Bo shouted. The silver streak in his eyes became even brighter, like a true dragon soaring into the sky, shooting toward the large black dog. If such a supreme divine streak really hit, the large black dog would most likely die. Yi Fan hurriedly attacked from the side, but Pang Bo was unmoved. With a turn of his eyes, he forced Yi Fan back. I will fight you to the death, the large black dog roared angrily. 9 slashes of the demon god, form destruction. Its power was unparalleled, and it was a supreme divine technique created by the demon god. If he was killed like this, he would definitely die. He resisted angrily, with the thought of dying together. Boom, the silver streak was like a dragon, piercing through the chest of the large black dog, enveloping him, causing his body to quickly dim, wanting to completely destroy him. Yi Fan's whole body went cold. The 9 slashes of the demon god was too terrifying, and even the powerful Black Emperor couldn't block it at all. His body and spirit were about to be destroyed. He roared loudly, and transformed into a golden sun, charging over. At the same time, he activated 2 mystic techniques from the 9 secrets. Now, with his divine sense as his body, he didn't know whether he could use the 9 secrets. Seeing that the other party had unleashed that kind of divine technique, he also gave it a try without any hesitation. The Battle Saint technique was successfully unleashed, this caused his heart to tremble, and he was greatly encouraged. The Saint technique was like a mountain, and Pang Bo staggered, almost collapsing. However, Pang Bo wasn't distracted because of this. The light in his eyes became even brighter, and he was determined to refine the Black Emperor. Ah, the Black Emperor screamed loudly, and his divine sense started to disintegrate. His body and spirit were about to be destroyed, and he would disappear from this world forever. Yi Fan was shocked and enraged. He unleashed his Battle Saint technique madly, and his divine sense surged like a volcano. Pung, Pang Bo's body was like a mountain, and the instant he was shattered, he immediately reformed. His eyes never disappeared, an endless silver light shot out, locking onto the Black Emperor. Boom, the large black dog howled loudly, and instantly collapsed. Black Emperor! Yi Fan shouted loudly. Dang, the sound of a bell rang out, and a large golden bell appeared, hanging in the middle of the silver small world. A material weapon. Pangbo was shocked, and he quickly retreated. F***ck, you had a good time beating me up, didn't you? The Black Emperor materialized. Its body was half its original size, and its glow was also very dim. It had suffered very heavy injuries, and its body and spirit had almost been destroyed. It would be difficult for its divine sense to recover without a few months' time. Could it be that you were also a great elite in the past? You sealed your weapon in your mind, so you must have also encountered an accident. Pangbo stood nearby, his expression ice-cold. You almost turned me into dust, yet you also unsealed my treasure. I don't know whether I should thank you, or kill you. The large black dog gritted its teeth. It had almost been turned into dust, and its heart was filled with fury. The large bell reverberated, releasing a series of golden ripples that hung above its head, trembling unceasingly. Do you think that only your mind has a weapon sealed in it? Pangbo smirked coldly. Clang, an azure lotus appeared in Pangbo's hand. It was as green as jade, and it was sparkling and translucent, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. Your original form is a lotus, the large black dog said coldly. That's right, I am the 19th generation grandson of the Demon Emperor. Pangbo was extremely cold. The large black dog transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, and said, in a while, I will use the golden bell to tear open the divine sense space, and we will charge out together. He has the azure lotus, which cancels out the advantage of my golden divine bell. We are no match for him. The large golden bell hanging above its head was a bell, which surprised Yi Fan. He disagreed, and said, as long as you block his weapon, the azure lotus, I have a way to kill him. F***ck, you're crazy. He has the demon tribe's ancient scriptures, and he has grasped the 9 slashes of the demon god. I don't know how many slashes he has cultivated, but just the form destruction slash alone is enough for us to block. Is it enough if my divine sense is 10 times stronger? Yi Fan shouted. Of course it's enough, but how is that possible? Nothing is impossible. I have the inheritance of 9 secrets. F***ck, you deserve to be struck by lightning, brat. You actually obtained this kind of secret technique, why didn't you use it earlier? The large black dog was extremely shocked, and then he began to curse. How would I know that the body of divine sense could also be used? Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets. The supreme secret technique that he obtained from the Taishan clumsy peak needed to be triggered, and he could only succeed once after several hundred tries. Now that he had learned the battle saint technique, his success rate was much higher. But even so, he could only succeed once after more than 100 tries. Once he succeeded, whether it was his speed or battle prowess, they would all increase by 10 times. It could be said that this was a peerless secret technique that even the land of the great sage would be envious of. Dang! After the golden bell was enlarged, it was no different from a divine bell. Even if it was called a type, the two were similar in shape. The long and deafening sound of the bell almost broke open the divine sense space. Even if you have this weapon, you will still die. Pangbo held the azure lotus in his hand, and with a light sweep, the shaking large bell instantly quieted down. His weapon is so terrifying. Yi Fan was astonished. What did you think? He is the descendant of the Demon Emperor, and the blood of the Demon Emperor flows in his body. A weapon refined from an azure lotus is naturally incomparably powerful, the Black Emperor urged, telling him to act quickly in case something unexpected happened. Dang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out, and the large black dog protected himself with the golden divine bell. The large bell shook, and bursts of golden ripples rushed out in all directions, trying to pierce through the silver world. What you are doing is futile. Pangbo's expression was cold, and the azure lotus in his hand was glistening and glistening. With a powerful sweep, the space around him became calm, and all the golden ripples were extinguished. Rip! At the same time, his eyes shone with a brilliant silver light, and he used the Demon Emperor 9 slashes of annihilation again. A bone-chilling aura engulfed them, I don't believe that you can destroy my divine bell, the large black dog roared. The large golden bell hovered in the air, protecting both him and Yi Fan within it, ringing and turning continuously. Dang, 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 the silver light struck the golden divine bell, causing it to ring and tremble continuously, but it was not destroyed in the end. As expected, a weapon refined by a great elite is indestructible. If my divine sense did not fall, the Demon Emperor 9 slashes could actually destroy this bell. Pangbo shouted coldly. What are you boasting about? There is no one in this world that can destroy my weapon, the large black dog said proudly. Pangbo smirked coldly, and said, Do you think that you can stop me with a weapon that looks like a bell? He shouted softly, and walked forward with the azure lotus in his hand. With a powerful sweep, azure light flashed, and the divine lotus landed on the large bell. Dang! There was a violent tremor, and the large golden bell was almost sent flying. The divine lotus swayed. It looked weak, but it was indestructible, and there was nothing it could not destroy. Dang, 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 after the divine lotus landed on the large bell, the force of the tremor became stronger and stronger, and the golden divine bell was about to be sent flying. Brat, can you do it? The Black Emperor was anxious. I'm done. Yi Fan activated it over 100 times, and finally activated the 9 secrets. The large black dog actively cooperated, and the large golden bell shook violently, wanting to pierce through this space and stick to the divine lotus. Boom! The power of Yi Fan's divine sense rushed out like a tsunami, and it was 10 times stronger than before. This was an unimaginable divine might, Pangbo shouted loudly, and the divine lotus shook, but it could not break free from the large bell. Silver light shot out from his eyes, and he used the Demon Emperor 9 slashes, form destruction. However, even though this supreme divine technique was created by the Arch, and had a might that could shock heaven and earth, it could not block Yi Fan's attack at this moment. In front of absolute power, no matter how profound the divine technique was, it was useless. Wild power could break through the Tao and defeat the miraculous techniques of the great Tao. Yi Fan's divine sense had already reached the level of materialization in the first place, and after being strengthened 10 times, it was almost comparable to the divine sense of a great elite. The golden divine sense swept out like a vast ocean. Boom, boom, boom. The silver light was dispersed, and Pangbo was sent flying, his body shattering. Ah! This is the all character of the 9 secrets, he shouted loudly in shock, and quickly materialized, resisting with all his might. Boom! Yi Fan used his battle saint technique, and in conjunction with this secret technique, he launched a double attack. At this moment, he held a greenish-gold battle spear in his hand, and a golden pagoda above his head pressed down like a god of war. Boom! He was like a god, with 10 times his battle prowess and 10 times his divine sense. This kind of attack was shocking. Pangbo was shattered again, but he was still not destroyed. He materialized again, and the silver light in his eyes rushed out like a true dragon. This time, Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets to the extreme. He transformed into an ancient cauldron, and crushed down from the sky. Boom! Wild power soared into the sky, and the cauldron that he had transformed into pressed down on Pangbo. In the small silver world, Yi Fan transformed into a cauldron and descended from the sky, shattering Pangbo. The cauldron was misty, and the aura of the great Tao circulated within it. Dang, the Black Empress pounced over, and the divine bell hanging above her head emitted a melodious chime. Golden light descended like streaks of silk, crushing down on Pangbo's divine sense fragments. Clang, no matter how powerful Pangbo was, he couldn't withstand it. His divine sense clanged, and a portion of it turned into dust on the spot. Boom, the ancient cauldron was like an immortal mountain, sinking inch by inch, and the silver space was about to crack. Pangbo's divine sense couldn't withstand it, and he couldn't escape either. He was suppressed beneath this cauldron, and his powerful divine sense was fixed in place. The 9 secrets was the most mysterious ancient technique in the Eastern Wasteland. No one knew who had created it, and each of them was incredibly powerful, representing the pinnacle of their respective domains. The all-secret of the 9 secrets was even more immeasurable. As long as it was successfully used, regardless of whether it was speed, battle prowess, or divine sense, they could all be enhanced by 3 to 10 times. This was an incredible divine technique, and its terrifying effects were daunting. Even elites who had cultivated ancient scriptures were extremely wary of it. Yi Fan used this secret technique to its pinnacle, amplifying it by 10 times. At this moment, his divine sense was almost comparable to that of a great elite. With his body as the cauldron, he suppressed Pang Bo until he couldn't retaliate at all. You had a good time beating me just now, didn't you? You destroyed a lot of my divine sense. Now, it's time for revenge. The large black dog gritted his teeth and activated the golden divine bell in a frenzy. The long chime of the bell didn't stop, transforming into streaks of golden ripples. They seemed gentle, but they were even sharper and more terrifying than the heavenly saber. The golden streaks were like a tidal wave, like a tsunami, drowning Pang Bo. The large bell rang continuously, and even the silver space was trembling. Pang Bo's divine sense quickly dimmed. It was fixed in place by the cauldron, and then shaken by the large bell. Under the suppression of such power, it was continuously refined and turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, 10% of the silver divine sense had disappeared. If this continued, it would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, Yi Fan shouted, "Retreat!" The all-secret technique of the 9 secrets could not be used endlessly after being activated. Instead, it had a time limit, and it could only be used a few times before disappearing. Clang, the Black Emperor retreated like a bolt of black lightning. Yi Fan transformed into his human form and entered the bell, being protected inside. Pang Bo reassembled his true body and couldn't help but let out a long howl. His powerful divine sense was like the crashing waves of the sea, deafening and deafening. The area within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a land of tides. The 9 esoteric secrets. You actually have the 9 esoteric secrets. Pang Bo gnashed his teeth. His face was filled with killing intent and shock. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the jade-like green lotus flew back to him. It looked soft and tender, but it was even tougher than dragon tendons. The most mysterious ancient skills in the eastern wilderness have been broken up and scattered all over the world. Some of them have been completely lost, and it's almost impossible for them to appear again. Pang Bo's eyes flashed with silver light. He held the divine lotus in his hand and gently brushed it. A green light rushed out and struck the large bell. He shouted, "Break for me!" Boom, the golden bell rumbled as if it had been struck by a mountain. Golden light surged out in all directions, continuously vibrating. A tender green lotus, yet its attack power is so powerful. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Pang Bo held the green lotus in his hand and continuously swept it over. Strands of green light were like raging waves beating against the shore, like rocks piercing through the sky. Even though they were protected by the golden bell, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were still affected and couldn't hold on for long. "Brat, hurry up!" The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Yi Fan didn't reply. He calmed his mind and focused. He could only activate the 10 times stacking divine art after more than 100 times, so it was useless to be anxious. Clang, Pang Bo held the divine lotus and swept it repeatedly at the golden divine bell. The force was getting stronger and stronger, as if it could send the divine bell flying at any time. Demon God 9 slashes, deprivation. Suddenly, Pang Bo shouted and used another slash of the Demon God 9 slashes. It was this secret technique that imprisoned Yi Fan and the Black Emperor's divine senses into this small silver world. At this moment, he used it again. A dazzling silver light appeared and surrounded the golden bell, wanting to take it away. Clang, the golden divine bell shook, and golden streams of light shot out one after another. However, they were still unable to block it. The bell was leaving inch by inch, and was about to be taken away. Whoosh, Pang Bo held the green lotus in his hand, and the two of them became one. Green splendor soared into the sky, sparkling and translucent. He was borrowing the divine power of his weapon. It was obvious that this slash of the Demon God 9 slashes was very strenuous for him. "Hurry, I can't hold on any longer." The Black Emperor anxiously sent a sound transmission. If the divine bell was taken away, he and Yi Fan would definitely be in danger. Without defense, they would not be able to block Pang Bo's attack at all. The Demon God 9 slashes could destroy both their body and soul. "All right!" Yi Fan shouted. Boom, finally, he once again displayed the all character of the 9 secrets. Divine might rushed out, and his powerful divine will was incomparable. He stretched out a large hand. Bam! He grabbed the golden bell back and activated the battle saint technique, swinging the bell towards Pang Bo Clang, like the morning bell of ancient heaven. The loud sound was like a tide, sweeping in all directions. Strand after strand of golden radiance continuously shot out, drowning out the small silver world. Pang Bo was immediately sent flying. He could not block such a violent force, and his entire body was shattered. Yi Fan followed up with 10 times more power. The time was short, and it was fleeting. He had to seize the opportunity. Clang, he swung the large bell and slammed it down with all his might. The sound of the bell shook the sky, and golden light shone in tens of thousands of rays. Clang, Pang Bo reformed his true body, holding the divine lotus to resist. He swept towards the large bell, but he could not move it at all. Against a divine will that was several times his, even with the demon god's supreme technique, he could not withstand it. Boom, it was as if he had been hit by a great mountain. He flew backwards, and his body cracked. In an instant, it broke apart, and only a divine lotus remained in the air. Yi Fan returned the large bell to the Black Emperor and used the battle saint technique. Together with the all character of the 9 secrets, he was like a god of war descending into the world. His entire body was blazing as he suppressed down. Clang, the divine lotus swayed, wrapping around the shattered divine will. It struck towards the silver space, wanting to escape from this place. Hurry and stop it, or else it will escape, the Black Emperor shouted loudly. He first used the large bell to block the azure lotus. Clang, a 9-story ancient pagoda appeared above Yi Fan's head. It was majestic, and it immediately pressed down, pressing down on the azure lotus. Clang, the sound of the bell was long and drawn out. The Black Emperor rushed over, using the large golden bell to stick to the divine lotus, locking it in place and making it difficult for it to move. Collect! Yi Fan shouted loudly. The 9-story ancient pagoda enlarged, sucking in all of Pang Bo's divine will. Brilliant light shone, and it began to be refined. He sat cross-legged in the air, facing the ancient pagoda without moving. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill the old demon in one go. Boom, the ancient pagoda trembled. Pang Bo fiercely attacked, wanting to escape. At this moment of life and death, he did not even hesitate to ignite his divine sense. Retreat! Yi Fan refined a portion of Pang Bo's divine will, and then flew back. The large black dog was very tacit, and used the large bell to protect him. Pang Bo transformed into his true body, his expression incredibly cold. By now, he had lost a total of 30% of the power of his divine will. If this continued, he would definitely die. Swoosh, with a sweep of the divine lotus in his hand, the silver small world was torn apart, and the divine will space quickly disintegrated. He did not want to be trapped here, so he decisively chose to retreat. In the forest, Pang Bo's physical body sat cross-legged, unmoving. The azure lotus wrapped around his divine will and quickly rushed downwards. Chase! Yi Fan shouted loudly, and his divine will rushed over like a golden river. The Black Emperor gritted his teeth, and also chased after him with the divine bell. Swish, 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 the 3 of them rushed into Pang Bo's forehead one after another, and then entered his body, their divine senses shining brightly. You guys have gone too far. Killing intent appeared on Pang Bo's face, and he turned to look at Yi Fan and the Black Emperor who had chased in. Old monster, it's you who has gone too far, seizing another's physical body. Yi Fan shouted loudly. Every physical body was like a small universe, and they were extremely mysterious. Perhaps a small space could contain the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. For example, the divine sense was boundless, and when the 3 of them stood here, it was as if they were facing a vast starry sky. Where did you seal the real Pang Bo? Yi Fan asked loudly. Kill him directly, and the seal will naturally be undone. The large black dog was seething with killing intent. He had suffered a great loss today, so he naturally would not be merciful. Pang Bo's expression was sinister, and he held the azure lotus in his hand without moving. However, a ripple that caused one's heart to palpitate vibrated out. The large black dog hurriedly activated his divine will, and used the large golden bell to protect his body. Yi Fan also hid inside. 9 slashes of the demon god, divine wound. Pang Bo shouted loudly, and his divine will surged out like the tide. His divine sense body instantly dimmed, and it could be imagined just how astonishing the consumption of this slash was. Like true dragons, silver streaks shot out one after another, drowning out the small world within a circumference of 300 meters. At this moment, both Yi Fan and the Black Emperor felt their blood run cold. Time seemed to have stopped, and they sank into eternity. This was a supreme secret technique that specialized in attacking divine sense, and its name was Divine Wound. You can all die. Pang Bo held the azure lotus, but his voice suddenly stopped, and his body trembled. He had no strength left, and could not hold on any longer. Pung, he suddenly cracked, and the 9 slashes of the demon god, Divine Wound was suddenly interrupted. He slowly regained his physical form, and his expression was filled with unwillingness as he said, I cannot truly unleash this slash now. Otherwise, all of you will definitely be annihilated. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The ancient scripture created by the demon god emperor was indeed terrifying. Destruction, deprivation, divine wound. These secret techniques were unfathomable. No wonder the demon god could sweep through the world 10,000 years ago, and even snatch away the precious treasure of the middle state. The ancient scripture created by the demon god would definitely shock the heaven and earth. Putting aside everything else, just the 3 slashes alone was enough to frighten people. He injured himself. Let's see how he doesn't die now. The large black dog shook the large bell, and took the initiative to attack. Boom, at the same time, Yi Fan activated the 9 secrets for the 3rd time, and unleashed the all-secret technique. His divine sense surged like a golden ocean. He used the battle saint technique, and with a pung, shattered Pang Bo. On the other side, the Black Emperor also suppressed that divine lotus. This time, there was no more suspense. Just now, Pang Bo was forced to unleash the 9 slashes of the demon god, Divine Wound, but it ended in failure, and he was severely injured. At this moment, he could not block Yi Fan's divine might at all, and was instantly crushed. Boom, Yi Fan transformed into a large cauldron, and sucked him in completely, beginning the final refinement. Don't turn him into ashes, or the demon god ancient scripture will also be annihilated, the Black Emperor shouted. Yi Fan, is that you? A divine sense transmitted from the depths of this body's consciousness. Pang Bo. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He knew that this was the real Pang Bo. Don't be distracted, the old demon hasn't been killed yet. The Black Emperor reminded. The power of the word all of the 9 secrets caused Yi Fan's divine sense to be as vast as the ocean. He transformed into a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron, as if he had become one with heaven and earth, bearing the mark of the great Tao. You can't maintain this state forever. Seal him into my golden divine bell, and I guarantee that he will be sealed forever. The large black dog suggested. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor worked together, sealing the heavily injured old demon into the divine bell and suppressing it. Just a divine bell isn't enough. Perhaps only with the help of a weapon refined by a great being can we firmly seal him. Yi Fan returned to his true form, and grabbed the divine lotus in his hand. His divine sense rushed out like a golden river, repeatedly cleansing this seemingly weak weapon, completely erasing the mark of its original owner. This is a divine lotus refined by a great being, the true form of the descendant of the demon race emperor. This is a rare weapon. The Black Emperor's eyes flickered. Do you dare to use it? At that time, you will probably be hunted down by the demon race. Yi Fan warned it, in case the large black dog became greedy. Swoosh, Yi Fan held the azure lotus in his hand, and with a light sweep, he placed it on the golden bell. The divine bell shook, releasing a long trill. Only now did Yi Fan let out a long breath, and said, all right, 2 weapons are enough to suppress him. After saving Pang Bo, we will decide how to deal with him. Pang Bo, where are you? Over here. In the depths of his mind, Pang Bo's voice sounded. After searching for a while, a glowing cage appeared in front of him, completely forged from the power of divine sense. Pang Bo's origin. Divine sense was trapped by silver chains. Yi Fan. Pang Bo laughed loudly, tears streaming down his face. Yi Fan also felt a sour feeling in his heart. In these past few years, Pang Bo had been imprisoned, living a life of darkness. All of this is over, I'll save you. Yi Fan attacked, breaking the cage, and shattering the silver chains of divine sense. A few minutes later, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor rushed out of this body, and Pang Bo gained control of the body. There were ancient trees here, but they weren't very densely packed. There were a few pavilions, flowing water, and old vines hanging down. It was very natural and lively. These few years have been really dark and gloomy. Most of the time, I cultivated passively, and the only fun is to curse that old demon. Pang Bo was an optimistic person, and rarely felt sad, so he quickly adjusted. Yi Fan found out from his conversation that the old monster was originally born together with Pang Bo, so it was difficult for him to do anything to him. However, after coming here and discovering Immortal Palace, everything changed. In particular, with the help of the Green Flood Dragon King and the Peacock King, the old demon's lifespan, which was about to be exhausted, was given a chance to be reborn. Half a year ago, the old monster had taken control of this body, and his spiritual sense and mind power had grown stronger and stronger. We came from the other side of the starry sky. This secret was known by the old demon. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "What, God, I survived," Pang Emperor panted. The old monster attached great importance to the other side of the starry sky, and was especially interested in everything related to ancient China. For Pang Bo, the past few years had been a kind of torture, but also a kind of training. At first, he was born with the old demon and was suppressed by a supreme being. His cultivation speed was astonishing. Later on, the old demon took control of the body, and his cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. After all, he was a supreme being of the demon race. After obtaining a powerful body, he once again stepped on the path of cultivation and advanced by leaps and bounds. Damn it, I don't even know if I'm a human or a demon now. That old thing tormented my body until it's unrecognizable. Ding-ling-ling. The big black dog ran over with its bald tail raised. It was as strong as a bull, and there was a small golden bell hanging from its neck. Yi Fan stared at the bell and wanted to laugh. He rubbed his chin and pondered. This big dog seemed to have a great background. This dog is really big. Pang Bo exclaimed. Seeing the two of them staring at it, the big black dog bared its teeth and said, "What are you looking at? Are you jealous that this emperor is so valiant and strong? This big dog is many times bigger than the Tibetan Mastiff you raised before. F***ck, I'm not raised by him. I was planning to take him as a human pet." The big black dog's face darkened. Black lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead, and he said, "Go away. Brat, you're burning the bridge after crossing it." The big black dog was very displeased. The battle with the old demon had caused him to suffer a great loss. It would be difficult for him to recover without a few months of rest. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's hurry and leave. Yi Fan stood up. I can't go with you. Pang Bo shook his head. Are you worried? Yi Fan asked. If I leave, the demon race will hunt you down all over the world. At that time, you'll be in a very bad situation, Pang Bo explained. Now, his life was not in danger, and he could leave on his own in the future. However, it was not suitable for him to leave now. I know everything about the old demon. They won't find any flaws. In the future, I will be a member of the demon race. Pang Bo insisted on staying. Yi Fan sent the big black dog away, and began a secret conversation with him. After a long time, the loud laughter of the two of them rang out from the forest. This is good too. One of us is in the human race, and the other is in the demon race. In the future, we can support each other. In a few months, I'll be able to walk around openly and help you get rid of 1 or 2 holy sons. Sooner or later, we'll find our way back. Nearby, the big black dog pursed his lips, and said, F***ck, these 2 brats are not good people. In the future, they'll definitely be a pair of scourges. It was indeed not suitable for Pang Bo to leave. Otherwise, this place would definitely be in chaos. However, from now on, he was already a free man. With the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted in the future. Are you 2 done with your calculations? If you still don't leave, you might alert others, the big black dog urged impatiently. Leave that green lotus behind. Yi Fan asked for this sect weapon, and handed it to Pang Bo. With a flash of green light, it entered his body. The big black dog was reluctant to leave, and said, "A rare treasure. My heart aches." Yi Fan said, "Let's work together to dissolve the old demon, or we'll be in big trouble in the future. There's no need to turn into ashes, as long as we can suppress it." The big black dog stopped him. In the end, the three of them worked together to suppress the old demon in the golden divine bell. Actually, the old demon couldn't cause any trouble even without being sealed. The divine wound of the demon emperor 9 slashes had hit him, and he was severely injured. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor left the immortal palace, and successfully passed through the meteorite forest, erasing all traces and auras. The big black dog's origin was mysterious, and he could even break the Tao pattern set up by great experts, so he naturally wouldn't leave any flaws when he left. The star stones, divine blood soil, and the rest were almost all wasted, and that half of Feng Yuan's energy was also almost used up. This was a kind of extravagant squandering. In the dead of night, not a sound could be heard. At the peak of the mountain, the ancient pine trees were tall and beautiful, and spring water flowed in the forest. Yi Fan silently returned to his room. This night, he slept deeply. After resolving a big worry in his heart, his whole body was relaxed. In the morning, the fire bead rose, and the morning glow shone in through the window. After washing up, Yi Fan was full of energy, and he started to think about leaving. The big black dog walked in listlessly, his face tired, and he kept cursing. After struggling for a whole night, he didn't get the Demon Emperor ancient scripture. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan went to find Tu Fei, and discussed with him about leaving this place in a few days to go to the Jade Pool meeting. "Little Yi, why are you in such a hurry?" Tu Fei was too happy to leave, and he walked very close to a female demon. He didn't want to leave. "Do you want to miss the Jade Pool meeting? The saints and saintesses of the great sage's land will all go, and the little golden wing Pun King and other demons will also show up. You can't miss it. Why are you in such a hurry?" "I will go with Princess Yen. We still have time." Because of some reasons, the Jade Pool postponed the meeting. Tu Fei didn't want to leave. Yi Fan was a little uncomfortable. The old monster that he had subdued last night was definitely from Yen Ryu's tribe. However, he didn't have a choice. To save Pang Bo, he had to do that. "Black King, don't burn that old monster into ashes. When I'm strong enough, I will decide how to deal with him." Yi Fan sent him a message discreetly. "Damn it, this emperor wants this damned old demoness to become one with this emperor's divine bell." The Black Emperor cursed. "Little Yi, let's go to the monster city together," asked Tu Fei. "You're going to have a date with a monster." "I'm just an eyesore." Yi Fan smiled, shaking his head. "Seems like you've made up your mind. How about this? After 2 days, we will leave together. I want to find Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huiran." "Alright, I'll wait for you for 2 more days." Yi Fan didn't want to leave abruptly to avoid the monster clan's suspicion. Before he left, he listened to Black King's suggestion. He decided to go to the monster city to collect some materials to carve his drawings. Perhaps they would be useful in the future. Monster City had many historical relics. It had been built for 800 years. Although it wasn't a big city, it had many old shops. Yi Fan had collected many precious materials. However, they weren't cheap. Tu Fei and a female monster walked in front of him. They acted intimately and didn't avoid Shi Yen. "Hey, you two, take it easy. Don't treat us like air," said Black King. That female monster chuckled. "You're such a hot-tempered dog. You can talk now. Why haven't you transformed yet?" Yi Fan sensed that some demons were looking at him strangely. He felt that he really had to leave. Not long afterward, Xianxia appeared. Her body was soft like a willow swaying in the wind. "Why did you come to the monster city again? So many eyes are watching you." Xianxia rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. Her eyes twinkled, which made her look charming. "Xianxia Jiejia." A young female monster smiled sweetly. She had a charming appearance and was wearing a golden feathered dress. She walked towards them nimbly. "Don't walk with big sister Xianxia. When Yi Fan heard this warning, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This girl was secretly sending him a message. However, when she faced Xianxia, she smiled sweetly. She didn't show any hostility. Yi Fan smiled and sent her a message discreetly. Why? Have you ever heard of a toad lusting after a swan's meat? The young girl replied disdainfully, her head held high. Yi Fan was bewildered. He didn't know how he had provoked this young girl. Little girl, you're meddling too much. The young girl said coldly, if you really want Xianxia Jia, then stay away from her. Don't get too close to her. You are born with a useless body. You can only go in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. You will never become a true expert. You are not worthy of Xianxia. Yi Fan was speechless. He rubbed his chin and said, why are you doing this? Brother Goldfeather, Brother Bitter Bamboo, and Brother White Phoenix are all geniuses at the fifth firmament of the Dao Palace. Only they are worthy of big sister Xianxia. It might have been fine if you were in the southern region, but now that you're in the northern region, do you still think you're a toad trying to eat swan meat? Stop dreaming. So you are standing up for those 3 toads. But little girl, you are meddling too much. Yi Fan said in a low voice. They didn't say anything. They were all secretly sending messages, so no one else knew. You will be stuck in the Holy Ji Palace secret realm for the rest of your life. Even if you are invincible among your level, to geniuses of the 4 extremes secret realm and above, your useless body is useless. So, don't bother Xianxia. For her sake, leave quickly. Don't drag her down. This beautiful girl in golden feather garments was arrogant. She disdained Yi Fan a lot. It made Yi Fan speechless. It was just an undeserved calamity. He didn't provoke the other. Just because he walked with Xianxia, he was treated with enmity. You're trash. You don't deserve Xianxia Jia. You should leave now. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. This girl was called Jin Yin. Her golden feather garments were dazzling, accentuating the curves of her soft body. She looked mesmerizing, but her words were ruthless. Yi Fan shook his head indifferently. Little girl, I don't want to lower myself to your level. You're not comparable to the geniuses like Jinyu Ge, Kuzhu Ge, and Baifeng Ge. Don't ask for trouble here, said the girl in golden clothes coldly. Little girl, you're so strange. You don't know right from wrong. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan started to ignore her. The few of them walked along the streets of the demon city and stopped from time to time. Many of the old shops that sold precious materials were places where they stopped. Jin Yen, the girl in golden feather garments, sent messages to mock Yi Fan. If you really want Xianxia Jia, you should disappear quickly. Don't ever come back. You will never understand the world of geniuses. You and I are from 2 different worlds. Yi Fan was treated with such hostility and was always ridiculed, so he was a little angry. He couldn't help but say, little girl, what did you eat today? A dragon or 10 elephants? Are you a little too full? Do you have nothing better to do? You. Monster girl Jin Yen glared at him maliciously. Eventually, she quieted down. However, her enmity was thicker now. This old shop has a grand aura. It looks ancient. I think it's been here for a long time, said Tu Fei. By the roadside, there was an ancient shop called Soaring Phoenix Pavilion. It wasn't small, but it was imposing. Many people came and went. The female monster walking with Tu Fei smiled and said, this is the Soaring Phoenix Pavilion. Ancestor Soaring Phoenix built it 800 years ago. It's really famous in Monster City. Jin Yen nodded and raised her chin proudly. Ancestor Fengxiang is an old subordinate of Green Serpent King, one of the first seniors to enter this small world. Demon City was built by them. Tu Fei was speechless. A warrior from 800 years ago. If he's still alive, his competence should be tremendous, right? The vixen beside him nodded and said, of course. Although he can't compare to the Almighty, he's still unfathomable. Xianxia nodded and said, there are only a few seniors left who followed the Azure Flood Dragon King. They are all nearing the end of their lifespans. Yi Fan immediately thought of the few old demons he saw outside the Green Serpent King's treasury. All of them were at the end of their lives, and their flames of life were about to extinguish. Patriarch Xianxia should be one of them. Let's go in and see. Perhaps Brother Baifeng is inside. The golden-clothed girl smiled, holding Qin Yao's hand and walking in the front. The soaring phoenix pavilion had an ancient charm. All kinds of spiritual medicines were sealed in translucent jade boxes. The fragrance of medicine permeated the air. Some monster cultivators surrounded the pavilion. The monster race paid great attention to the cultivation of the physique. Thus, many spiritual medicines were related to bone forging and marrow cleansing. They were all made from rare treasures and were very expensive. On the other side were all kinds of weapons. They were all special weapons of the monster race. For example, there were demon fans made from the wings of big monsters, and precious clothes made from the scales of the legendary warriors when they transformed. Inside the soaring phoenix pavilion, there was a white-clothed man with an ethereal aura. His black skin was like a waterfall, and his eyes were clear. He seemed to be the owner of the pavilion. The monster girl Jin Yan, wearing a golden feather dress, called out sweetly, "Brother Baifeng, you are really here." The white-clothed man stood up to welcome her. "I just came back from the outside world today. I came to Monster City to see. Big sister Qin Yao is here to see you." Jin Yan pulled Qin Yao's arm and walked over. Qin Yao's figure was graceful like a willow in the wind. Her long dress dragged on the ground, revealing her curves. Her eyes sparkled. She tapped Jin Yan's forehead with her jade-like hand and said, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense." Jin Yan smiled sweetly and didn't say anything else. However, she secretly transmitted her voice to Yi Fan, saying, "See? This is Brother Baifeng, a genius at the fifth heaven of the Dao Palace. He can enter the 4 levels mystery realm at any time. Don't you feel ashamed?" Yi Fan was a little speechless. This girl named Jin Yan was really against him. Even ignoring her was useless. Yi Fan ignored her. He turned to the large black dog and said, "Black Emperor, see if there are any good materials we can collect." He and the Black Emperor walked to the side and began to choose. After all, this was an 800-year-old shop, so there were indeed many precious materials. After walking around, Yi Fan came to the place where rare stones were displayed. The Phoenix Soaring Pavilion also sold origin stones, similar to a stone gambling den. On the old red sandalwood shelves, there were stones of various sizes. There were only about 30 of them, ranging from the size of walnuts to the size of water basins. There were no stones that were too heavy. Yi Fan's heart suddenly moved. He felt that these stones were not simple. They actually had the aura of absolute beginning. At this moment, Tu Fei, Qin Yao, and the others were looking at a 5-colored feather fan. The colors were very beautiful, and there was a 5-colored divine light flowing around it. This treasured fan is the demonic feather that the phoenix soaring ancestor shed. He then personally refined it into a phoenix feather fan. It is an extremely precious weapon, Baifeng introduced. I've heard of this treasure long ago. It is said that it can fan a mountain into dust, Jin Yan said in surprise. I've also heard of the phoenix feather fan. It is a rare treasure. It is one of the weapons that the phoenix soaring ancestor used in the past. The demon beside Tu Fei couldn't bear to part with it. She said, "How much is this treasured fan worth?" Baifeng smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's not for sale. We keep it for our shop. Brother Baifeng wants to give it to Qin Yao Jiejia." "Don't count on it," teased Jin Yan. "Oh, so." The young female demon looked regretful. "Little girl, you need a beating. Why do you always talk nonsense?" Qin Yao rolled her eyes at her. "Brother Baifeng, you have to hurry. A toad from the southern region wants Qin Yao Jiejia." Jin Yan glanced at Yi Fan, who wasn't far from them. "Don't babble nonsense." Qin Yao glanced at her. "He is." Baifeng frowned. "His name is Yi Fan. He has become famous recently," said Jin Yan. Yi Fan had the source root of myriad energy. In this small world, many members of the monster clan knew about it. Hearing that, Baifeng's eyes flashed with cold light. Then, she smiled and walked forward. "Little brother Yi, are you interested in these stones?" Baifeng came to him and asked. "Indeed, I want to choose a few." Yi Fan nodded. These stones are all valuable. They were obtained by Patriarch Feng Xiang many years ago. After so many years, there aren't many left, Bai Feng explained with a smile. Yi Fan understood that Patriarch Feng Xiang was a subordinate of the Blue Dragon King. He must have plundered the mines of the Holy Land before, so he must have obtained these stones. He chose a few, but he didn't plan to cut them open here. Looks like little brother Yi is quite knowledgeable about this. The source stones you choose should be able to produce source stones. Bai Feng nodded. Suddenly, the large black dog became very excited. He transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, saying, "There's something strange about that broken pot over there. Ask him where he got it from." Hearing this, Yi Fan turned and looked to the side. There were some damaged weapons there. Among them was a copper pot. It was missing a spout, and it was dim and lusterless. He walked over, holding it in his hand and carefully examining it. The copper pot was very heavy, but there was nothing special about it. There was only a mark carved on the lid of the pot. The mark was a little strange, and it looked like the face of a ghost. This copper pot is damaged, but it hasn't been abandoned. What's its origin? Yi Fan asked. Little brother Yi, did you discover something? Bai Feng asked. I'm just asking casually. Could it really be that it has an origin? Bai Feng took the pot, and said, some friends and I brought this back from outside. If I'm not wrong, it should be an artifact from the primordial age. What? That's impossible, right? Beside them, Tu Fei, Qin Yao, and the others were all shocked. Bai Feng shook her head, and said, this isn't an important artifact. The only thing that's valuable about it is the mysterious Dao pattern carved on it, and that's why it hasn't deteriorated yet. Could it be that you guys discovered a great treasure? Jin Yan's eyes lit up. It's just a small historical site, but we did discover something special. The Black Emperor instantly couldn't sit still, and he seemed very excited. He anxiously transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, saying, hurry up and get some information from him. We have to find out where he discovered it. Could it be that this broken pot has an origin? Yi Fan was surprised, and he transmitted his voice to the large black dog. This broken pot isn't that valuable. The important thing is that the place where it was buried is extremely important. The large black dog was so excited that he was almost trembling. Tell me more details so that I can make a better judgment and get some information from him, Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Do you still remember the Broken Cloud Mountain range? I once passed by there, and I said that it was the place of a fierce person. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and said, from the looks of it now, that place might not be the only one. There might be an even more important place. The true holy artifact might be buried somewhere else. What kind of fierce person is he? Does he have a powerful background? Yi Fan asked. Of course. If news of this gets out, the entire North region will go crazy, the large black dog said solemnly. We have to find out where they obtained this broken pot. Yi Fan held the broken pot in his hand, and pondered for a moment before saying, the devilish face insignia on it is slightly familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Oh, really? Bai Feng was shocked. The female demonic beast, Jin Yen, scoffed. You're pretending to be profound. How long have you been in the North region? What kind of history could you possibly know? Yi Fan was indeed bluffing. Everything he did was to obtain more information. Don't be rude. Bai Feng reprimanded. Then, she turned to smile at Yi Fan, and said, there will be a gathering of the elites of the demonic beast tribe at night. How about little brother Yi come and drink a few cups with us? That's not very appropriate. I don't know any of them, Yi Fan said in a tactful manner. That's nothing. You can come with brother Tu Fei. You're both honored guests, Bai Feng said with a smile. Big brother Bai Feng, why are you inviting him? The female demonic beast, Jin Yen, was extremely displeased. Then, she smiled charmingly at Yi Fan, and said, you can go and have a look. Perhaps these people will be the ones to control the demonic beast tribe of the North region in the future. Since that's the case, I'll thank you in advance. I'll definitely go and trouble them when the time comes. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. That night, many young elites of the demonic beast tribe gathered in a dazzling palace. Even Yenryu and Qingyi had arrived. A group of beautiful demonic beasts danced gracefully in the palace. Their veils were translucent, and their bodies were graceful. Many jade tables were set up in the palace, and some young elites of the demonic beast tribe with lofty statuses were enjoying delicacies. The fragrance of fine wine wafted through the air, and the sound of melodious music filled the air. Many young elites were gathered here, and it was very lively. Everyone toasted and toasted. Inside the palace, the lights were bright. Fairies danced and their white robes fluttered in the wind. It was as if they were in the moon palace. Everyone drank and chatted merrily. Young experts of the monster clan sat behind the white jade tables. They were toasting each other. Yifan and Tufei also clinked their glasses. They enjoyed this atmosphere a lot. The Jade Lake Grand Meeting is about to begin. I wonder who's going, someone asked. Her Highness and Qingyi are both going. There should be 6 or 7 people in total. There are many powerful demons in the northern region. It's not just limited to our small world. There will definitely be a lot of people. Even the Little Pun King and the others from the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory are coming. You can imagine how lively the Jade Lake Grand Meeting will be. Speaking of which, the Little Pun King is obviously going for the 2 divine bodies and the Yaoguang Saint. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering battle it will be. After everyone talked about this, they could not help but look at Yifan. The sacred body of the ancients was shocking to be able to defeat the Little Pun King, who was at the same level. The Little Pun King can probably suppress the divine bodies. He might not be on par with the great emperor when he was young, but he's close. Is the sacred body really that terrifying? Many people had strange expressions. According to ancient records, only geniuses who have the potential to become great emperor can suppress the sacred body of the ancients at the same level. The demon girl Jin Yan scoffed. Unfortunately, the sacred body of the ancients can only go beyond the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. No one talked about this in depth. Most people understood that no matter how strong one's physique was, one could only be regarded as useless if they were trapped in a secret realm and could never move forward. Jin Yan continued, actually, the Little Pun King's most powerful talent can only be used after entering the 4-level secret realm. His last defeat was too unjust. That's true. The rock race becomes more terrifying as they get to the later stages. Once the dragon-slaying skill is used, the world will be invincible. Isn't there such a legend in the past? There is indeed such a legend. The supreme rock-slaying skill is said to be able to kill a real dragon. Once the skill is used, all other spells will pale in comparison. If they were to fight in the 4-level secret realm, the Little Pun King should be able to fight against the sacred body of the ancients. Yifan and Tufei clinked glasses. He did not feel much about such comments. He would not be able to get rid of the title of a useless body if he did not enter the 4 secret realms. Damn it, these birdmen. Tufei cursed in a low voice. I really want to see what kind of competence you have in the 4 extreme secret domains. Can you provide me with 5 million kilograms of source energy? Yifan picked up some food and was not affected by it as he enjoyed the delicacy. With so many origin stones, we can only rob the Holy Lands or enter the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Tufei shook his head. I really hope that you can enter the 4 extreme secret domains to subdue those saint sons and saintesses. The Holy Maiden will stay and build a huge harem, Yifan said with a smile. I can't believe you can still smile. Tufei shook his wine pot and said, anyway, it's lucky that you can't cultivate. Otherwise, you would have been killed by some holy lands. Is there any difference now? The Ji clan is chasing me all over the world. What are your plans for the future? Yifan smiled and said, I have some confidence in my original technique. After a while, I plan to go to the holy city to gamble on stones. I will visit the gambling houses of the great sage's land. The big black dog was drunk. He squinted at him and stuck out his tongue. I know you are a disaster. When the time comes, you will win a saintess for me to be my pet. Go away. Woof. The dog's bark scared people. Then, the big black dog fell on the ground, drunk. In the small world, the young experts of the monster clan talked about everything. At this moment, Bai Feng stood up and said, Jin Yu, Ku Zhu, and I went out and found a vestige. We dug out some ancient artifacts, but we don't know their origins. I want to ask for your advice. He clapped his hands, and some small monsters carried in a big iron box. It was so heavy that the jade slabs on the ground cracked. After the big iron box was opened, a rotten smell wafted out. There were dozens of bronze artifacts, all of which were damaged. There were broken copper bells, broken gourds, rusty cauldrons. There was a large pile of artifacts, all of which were damaged. None of them were intact. They could not be used at all. Everyone gathered around, holding them in their hands and looking at them. They discussed spiritedly. Could it be the treasure vault of some small ancient sect? Unfortunately, it's all damaged. Something is wrong. These artifacts are very heavy, and the remnant Dao patterns are complicated and hard to understand. They probably have some origins. Could it be an artifact left behind by some ancient sect? Yan Ryu and Qingyi also came forward. They were both looking at these artifacts, but they could not come to any conclusion. Yifan woke the Black Emperor up and also came forward to look at them. The big black dog instantly became excited. At this moment, Yifan also discovered that there were 2 or 3 artifacts that had the mark of a ghost face. It was the same mark that had been on the copper pot during the day. Although the people present also noticed the ghost face mark, they had never seen or heard of it, so they could not guess anything. Where were these artifacts dug out from? Qingyi asked. They were discovered in the Chu province, Bai Feng replied. As expected. The big black dog took a deep breath. His nose shone slightly, and then he silently retreated. Yifan was slightly speechless. A dog's nose was the most sensitive, and this guy had become a spirit. This damn dog knew that they were dug out in the Chu province, so he would definitely be able to find them in the future. Bai Feng asked Yifan, but he could not give her any results. In the end, no one knew the origins of these artifacts, so they could not obtain any valuable information. The big iron box was carried away. In the palace, there were richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, and it was a dazzling sight. Many young demonic race cultivators had gathered, and they were all toasting each other. It was a very lively scene. A group of beautiful young maidens danced in the middle of the palace. They were all bewitching and enchanting, and every frown and smile was enough to steal one's soul. Every young bewitching spirit had a devilish figure. Their slender jade-like bodies were faintly discernible under their silk dresses. Their necks were as white as a swan's, and their beautiful black hair formed a strong contrast between black and white. Their jade-like faces were so supple that they could be blown apart by the wind, and they were extremely charming. Tu Fei raised his head and drank a cup of fine wine, saying, "What's the use of cultivation? In the end, it's just a pile of dirt. I've never seen anyone become a celestial, so it's better to fall into the seductive mortal world. If you don't cultivate, do you have the right to sit here?" Yifan poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. His goal of cultivation was to survive, and then he would cross the void and return to the other side of the galaxy. Now, it seemed like the road ahead was very long. The big black dog squinted his eyes, and with an aloof expression, he said, "You all don't understand the true meaning of cultivation." "We don't understand, but do you?" Tu Fei glanced at him. Ever since he had been bitten by the Black Emperor, he did not have a good impression of the big black dog. From the ancient times until now, millions of people have cultivated, but only 3 to 5 have achieved the Tao. For me, this is a path full of hope, and I'm on it. Tu Fei sneered, "So what if you've achieved the Tao? You can become an ancient sage and live thousands of years longer than others. In the end, you'll still become the dust of history. The owner of this small world is the best example." What kind of Tao did he achieve? The big black dog swallowed a roasted leg of lamb, speaking vaguely. "You have a high vision. Are you talking about the ancient emperors?" Yifan asked. "Of course, I'm talking about them," the big black dog said proudly. "From the ancient times until now, how many people like them are there?" Tu Fei poured himself a cup of wine, drank it up, and then said, "The Void Emperor, the Eternal Universe Emperor, and the Queen Mother of the West have achieved the Tao, and their lifespans are much longer than ordinary people. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The big black dog wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't refute. He began to ponder. Behind a white jade table, a young man sat cross-legged. He had a fair complexion and was clad in golden Taoist robes, exuding a dazzling radiance. He also sighed, the ancient emperors are truly hard to look up to. Even the various saint lords could only helplessly hang their heads, feeling that they are as insignificant as ants. Xianxia sat not far away. Hearing this, she smiled and said, Brother Jinyu, have you forgotten? Our Princess Yan is a descendant of the demon monarch. She must have some understanding of the ancient emperors. Jinyu, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, smiled warmly, and raised his cup to Xianxia. At this moment, the surrounding people were also attracted by this topic, and they began to discuss it. Bai Feng, who was wearing a snow-white robe, asked Yan Ruyu, who was sitting in the center of the hall, Your Highness, can you tell us about the past of the ancient emperors? What realm did he reach? Yan Ruyu lived up to her name. She was like a warm jade with intelligence. Her charm was unparalleled, and she was perfect and flawless. Her pearly white teeth sparkled, and her red lips moved slightly as she said, After our ancestor became the ancient emperors, no one could look up to his cultivation level. We couldn't even speculate about it. Even those closest to him didn't know exactly how powerful he was. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the people around them couldn't estimate his cultivation level, let alone others. The ancient emperors were like an unsurpassable monument. The demon monarch was the last ancient emperors of the Eastern Barren territory. Even in the recent past, they couldn't understand him, let alone those few ancient emperors from the desolate antiquity era. The young man named Jinyu, who was wearing a golden Taoist robe, asked, How powerful was the ancient emperors when they were young? It was too long ago. Our ancestor has already passed away for tens of thousands of years, and many things are already unclear. Yan Ruyu's hair was black and shiny, and her skin was white and soft. She thought for a while and said, He was a genius. After he was born, he was unrivaled among his peers. After a few years, he created some supreme divine arts. Off in the distance was a young man in a green robe whose name was Embittered Bamboo. I heard that the Grand Emperor is a genius, he said. After reading the ancient texts, you were able to come up with some magical techniques that you theorized about. Is that true? Yan Ryu smiled and nodded. Yes, the first half of the demon monarch ancient scripture was created by the ancient emperor this way. Unfortunately, time is merciless. Everything has become the water of the east, and the waves wash away all heroes. A demon sighed drunkenly. No matter what, the Green Lotus Emperor is one of the most powerful people in history. Only a handful of people can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, another demon said. There were too many topics about the ancient emperor. Everyone was looking forward to it, and they were all discussing it. Kuzhu continued to ask, Many ancient books have mentioned that the ancient emperor wanted to build the monster clan's ancient heaven 10,000 years ago. I wonder if it's true. Jinyu nodded. Yeah, there are many rumors. The records of the human clan and our monster clan all mention this. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it. Yan Ryu shook her head. The Black Emperor mumbled, Holy **T, this monster emperor is really intimidating. The monster clan's ancient heaven. Although Yi Fan had heard about it, he was still astounded when he heard the others talk about it. The party lasted until late at night before dispersing. Many people were already drunk. Even the demon girl named Jin Yen was a drunken mess, dancing drunkenly there. There were a few drunken demonic beasts who were swaying and discussing how to eat the black dog's meat. The drunken black dog cursed, and finally disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Kuzhu came to support Xianxia. However, she smiled and pushed them away. Tu Fei and the female monster supported each other. They walked to Yan Ryu and Qing Yi, saying, You too. Goodbye. We will leave tomorrow. In fact, the original plan was to leave the day after tomorrow. However, Tu Fei thought that it would be dangerous for Yi Fan to stay here, so he said goodbye. Yi Fan also clasped his hands and said, I'm sorry for troubling you this time. In the end, the group of people only dispersed very late at night. In the dim light of the night, the clear spring water flowed in the pine forest, which added some liveliness to the tranquil mountain peak. Tu Fei didn't come back. He went with the female monster. No one knew where the black dog had gone. The palace on the mountain peak was very quiet. You came and left suddenly. Did you do something evil? At this moment, Xianxia's graceful body swayed as she walked into the palace. She was a little drunk. Her body was hot like a snake beauty. She was tall and slender, with a round butt and a small waist. Her jade-like arms were half naked. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were like water. How could you think that way? It's not true. I left because some members of the monster clan wanted my mysterious yellow original root. Yi Fan was just like her. He was also a little drunk. Don't try to hide it. There's something wrong. Xianxia was like a willow in the wind. Her soft body swayed gracefully. She was a little drunk as she giggled. Princess guessed that you came here for Pangbo. If you want to leave now, I'm afraid you've done something bad. She's heading to the Immortal Hall. She asked me to watch you. Kid, you can't run away. Yi Fan was startled. He sobered up a little. Yan Ruyu was really sharp. If Pangbo hadn't stayed in the Immortal Hall, he would have been in danger this time. Soon, he relaxed again. He believed that Pangbo wouldn't give himself away. No matter how smart Yan Ruyu was, she wouldn't be able to detect anything. Beauty, did you come to watch me? It's very dangerous for a man and a woman to be together in the middle of the night. Yi Fan teased her drunkenly. Xianxia smiled charmingly and said, You're a prisoner now. Don't try to escape. If you really went to the Immortal Hall, you might lose your life. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Fortunately, he didn't leave any loopholes. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get away. Beauty Qin, is this how you watch over a prisoner? You're tempting me to commit a crime. Yi Fan said indifferently after he relaxed. What do you know, kid? You might be a sacred body of the ancients at the second heaven of the Tao Palace, but you can't escape from my palm. You can't run away. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. You won't really kill me if I run away, will you? Of course I will. We're old lovers. I can't believe you're so cruel. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile and said, I don't believe you. Xianxia's curves rose and fell. Her gauze skirt outlined her devilish figure in all the right places. She was exquisite and extremely seductive. Her smile was very seductive. She pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said, If you really dare to run away, I'll really dare to make a move. You can try if you don't believe me. Beauty Qin, you're teasing me. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Fan slapped her hand away and lifted her jade-like chin. Xianxia's breath smelled like orchids. She licked her rosy lips and moved closer. You can't. Her warm breath brushed against Yi Fan's ear, making his cheeks warm up. He smiled drunkenly and said, If I can't, then who can? Xianxia laughed tenderly. She placed one hand on his shoulder, and her delicate body leaned close to him. Her other hand lightly stroked his chest as she teased, Little wimp, you're too young. After saying this, she pinched Yi Fan's cheek and said with a smile, Your skin is very smooth and soft. You're worthy of being a little brat. Yi Fan did not hold back and pinched her tender cheek as well. He said, A beauty who plays with fire. I'm a normal man. Xianxia exhaled a fragrant breath. She was drunk and said with a sweet smile, If I say you're young, then you're young. Don't interrupt me and don't try to run away. If something happens to the Immortal Palace, will you really kill me? Yi Fan felt a bit uncomfortable. It seems like you really entered the Immortal Palace? Xianxia's eyes were very bright as she stared at him. Her hand that was placed on his chest surged with divine power. Please, I'm just a little cultivator from the Tao Palace's secret realm. How could I enter that kind of place? I'm sure you guys laid down powerful restrictions. That's good. Be a little more obedient. Xianxia once again revealed a bewitching smile. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were very misty. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her skin was snow-white and exquisite. Beauty, can you not get so close? I'm afraid I might accidentally eat you. If that happens, it will be troublesome if you come after me with your life on the line. Yi Fan lifted her chin and teased. You think you can eat me? Xianxia laughed like a flower. Her curvaceous body swayed within her dress. It was extremely alluring. Yi Fan said with a smile, since that's the case, I don't have any misgivings. I'll just go on a killing spree. Little brat, you still want to tease me? Xianxia struggled free. Then, she reached out to caress his cheek and said, it's more like I'm teasing you. At this point, she boldly planted a kiss on Yi Fan's face. Then, she retreated with a smile. She shook her slender fingers and said, don't even think about escaping. Wait for the princess to return, or else I will really kill you. I won't escape. Yi Fan came from the other side of the universe, so it was impossible for him to be conservative. Naturally, he would not remain indifferent after being teased by Xianxia. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Xianxia's slender and round waist. Then, he pulled her closer and planted his lips on her alluring face. Xianxia giggled, her half-naked jade-like arm brushing past his ear and then his neck. She said, I'm the one teasing you, not the other way around. Yi Fan stopped being polite when he heard that. He lowered his head and sealed her bright red lips. Xianxia's slender and soft body struggled like a water snake. However, Yi Fan's arms were as hard as steel. Given how strong the sacred body of the ancients was, it was impossible for her to break free. Xianxia stopped struggling and responded passionately. Her hair was in a mess, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. She was pink like jade and her hair was in a mess. The two fell onto the red sandalwood bed. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they breathed heavily. Get up, little brat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Xianxia began to struggle again and threatened him. Come on, pretty lady. If you kick me off the bed now, isn't that equivalent to killing me? My blood will burn until it dries up. Get up. Xianxia's slender body twisted like a snake as she tried to push Yi Fan away. If I really leave like this, you'll definitely say I'm worse than a beast. Yi Fan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling her smooth skin. Get up. I'm not getting up. Get up. I'm not getting up. In the battle of words and bodies, the two's clothes were slowly reduced. Piece by piece, they fluttered in the air and fell to the ground. Panting sounds could be heard. Yi Fan helplessly realized that Xianxia was on top of him and had pinned him down. I say, pretty lady Qin, you seem to be flipping. He gently turned around and took the initiative, pressing Xianxia under him. There were no stars or moon outside the window, only the gurgling of a clear spring and the occasional chirping of birds. Inside the room, candlelight flickered as a different kind of battle was taking place. Let go. Why did you bite me? Yi Fan shouted. A row of teeth marks appeared on his arm, almost causing him to fall off the bed from the pain. Xianxia's hair was disheveled. Her sparkling teeth shone brightly as she said, I was biting you. At this moment, the candlelight flickered as the two exchanged blows on the red sandalwood bed. Grappling techniques and reverse grappling techniques were used repeatedly. Their palms and fingers collided, creating loud banging sounds. However, their states were too enchanting. The two were completely naked, their postures bewitching. Their bodies were glowing as they fought at close range. There were many deep teeth marks on Yi Fan's arm, forming a row. He retreated slightly to put some distance between himself and Xianxia. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were misty. Her body was sparkling as if it was carved out of warm jade. Her snow-white, curvaceous body flickered with an alluring luster, resembling a snake bell. At this moment, her hair danced in the wind as she attacked unceasingly. Yi Fan was forced to face her attacks head-on. This was not a life-and-death battle, but they couldn't afford to be distracted. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead to the other side taking them down. This was a half-real, half-fake battle. It could turn into a real battle, or it could end here. However, this scene was a bit too erotic. After all, they were on the bed and the two were facing each other. This was especially true for Xianxia. Her soft and fragrant body caused one's heart to sway. Her devilish figure was sparkling and dazzling. Xianxia's smooth arms were like fine jade, white and delicate. She moved gracefully, constantly brushing at Yi Fan's vitals. After images were left in the air above the red sandalwood bed. They were like white lightning or dancing fairies under the moonlight. Although they were fighting, there was a certain beauty to it. Yi Fan naturally didn't want to be restrained. His palms and fingers were like iron swords, blocking horizontally and vertically like two spinning windmills. The two exchanged blows in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Xianxia flipped her hair, revealing her snow-white neck. Her beautiful black hair rolled like a waterfall. Yi Fan couldn't dodge and was immediately entangled. Beauty Qin, don't force me. Yi Fan struggled, but he felt that the entanglement was getting tighter and tighter. He stopped resisting and moved forward instead. There was limited space on the bed, so there was naturally no way to dodge. Thus, Yi Fan and Xianxia were right in front of Xianxia. This time, he opened his mouth and bit down. That translucent pink ear appeared beside his lips. He bit down on it neither lightly nor heavily, not letting go no matter what, letting the hair wrap around his body. You. Let go. Xianxia waved her hands, trying to cut off Yi Fan's meridians, wanting to make him lose the ability to move. Yi Fan's spirit sense was rather sharp, so it was naturally impossible for her to hit him. Although he did not raise his head, his hands moved quickly and nimbly like the wind, colliding with her hands continuously. Xianxia's black hair danced in the wind, and her jade-like body swayed like a snake. Her skin shimmered with light. Her attacks were very forceful. If it were not for the sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan might not have been able to withstand them. Bang! Yi Fan used the battle saint technique. Although it was not a fatal move, it was still very complicated to use small tricks to display this secret. After more than 100 exchanges, Yi Fan managed to lock down her jade-like hands, making it hard for her to loosen her grip and make it impossible for her to attack again. Aya! Yi Fan let out a muffled groan as his shoulder was bitten again. As soon as he made a sound, he naturally loosened his mouth and that sparkling air quickly moved away. Don't tell me you want to bite off a piece of my flesh? Yi Fan snorted. Xianxia didn't reply. Her jade-like teeth gleamed as she bit down hard on his shoulder, refusing to let go. At the same time, she struggled with her hands, wanting to counterattack. Bang! Ignoring the bite on his shoulder, Yi Fan exerted force with both hands, wanting to turn Xianxia around and suppress her. Swoosh! Light flashed, and Xianxia's soft body was like a slippery water snake. She broke free and slid agilely to the side. This was a secret art of the Yao race. Bang! She counterattacked, her hands grabbing onto Yi Fan's wrists in an attempt to counterattack. Her 10 transparent fingers spat out rays of light that wrapped around his wrists. The rays of light were like threads, each extremely dense. They wove together and formed a light net that bound Yi Fan's arms. At this time, Yi Fan's body flashed with light. He shook slightly. Although he didn't shatter the rays of light, he forced Xianxia to loosen her grip. Her red lips and white teeth left a bite mark on his shoulder. Yi Fan's physique was special. He channeled his Shen power and immediately freed his arms. He moved forward to fight Xianxia. Bang, bang, Xianxia's jade-like hands danced like butterflies. They made contact with Yi Fan's palms and fingers and gave off muffled sounds. At first, the two were using all kinds of secret arts to fight in this narrow space. However, the space on the red sandalwood bed was limited. Soon, they were stuck together, their bodies entangled. This fight had completely changed its flavor. Xianxia's body was pink as if the clouds were covering her body. Now, this fight had changed to another method. Xianxia's hair was disheveled. Her slender body seemed to be carved out of pink crystals. She moved like a willow tree. You took advantage of me today. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Her jade-like hand moved and attacked Yi Fan on top of her. Yi Fan countered with a hand. The relationship between the two was very strange. They were fighting in this intimate state. They didn't look like a couple in passion. Bang! Their palms and fingers collided. Their bodies shook violently. However, everything continued. You really are a beast. Xianxia gritted her teeth and cursed. It's better than being worse than a beast. Yi Fan used his powerful palm to block Xianxia's jade-like fingers that were aimed at his chest. Xianxia's hair danced in the wind. Her whole body was pink. She was a bit angry and attacked again. Please, Beauty Qin, what do we look like right now? What kind of situation are we in? Yet you keep ruining the atmosphere and fighting with me. The two fought from beginning to end. It was unknown how much time had passed before the room finally quieted down. Beast. Xianxia clenched her teeth tightly. At least I didn't get scolded for being worse than a beast. Yifan's eyes were clear as he looked at that soft body. The latter half of the night was especially quiet. Only the sound of the spring in the pine forest could be heard, giving people a tranquil and peaceful feeling. Swoosh! Without a sound, a figure appeared in the room. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her beautiful face. Her face was like jade. Her white clothes danced in the wind, outlining her beautiful body. Her black hair hung down to her waist. Her perfect face was flawless. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately felt that something was wrong. When she swept her gaze over the large bed, her face flushed red. You guys, Xianxia lowered her head, feeling too ashamed to show her face. She was sent to watch over Yifan, but she didn't expect things to develop to this point. Yifan was also a bit embarrassed at first, but he quickly calmed down and replied calmly, we were talking about our dreams. Xianxia had the urge to bite him. She snatched the blanket from Yifan and covered her body. She said hatefully, I'm not done with you. Yanryu hurriedly closed her eyes and turned around. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. With a flash of light, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yifan hurriedly covered his strong body with his clothes and said, all right, I also hope it's not over. You took advantage of me and still dare to say such words. Xianxia attacked again. Pong, pong, the battle between the two started again. This time, it was much fiercer. In the end, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. She got off the bed, packed her clothes, and turned to leave. Tomorrow, the princess will kill you. I didn't go to the Immortal Hall, so she has no reason to attack. As for us, she already saw it, but she didn't say anything. I also explained that we were talking about our dreams. You are too much of a scoundrel. Xianxia turned around angrily. Her lotus arm lightly moved, releasing sparkling light, striking towards Yifan. Yifan passively defended. In the Holy Ji Palace's secret realm, almost no one could suppress him in close combat. In the end, Xianxia didn't walk out of her room that night. Only when the sky was bright did a violent sound come from the palace in the pine forest. Beast. Xianxia turned around and left. She smashed the entire palace with a palm, and Yifan was buried inside. In the distance, the Black Emperor was flustered and exasperated. He cried out in pain and crawled out from the pile of rubble. He raised his bald tail and jumped up high, cursing. Damn it, who did this emperor offend? Even when I was sleeping, I was smashed black and blue, buried alive by the collapsed palace. The dog's face was long, and his face was black. He looked around for someone. After a long time, Yifan coughed and walked out of the ruins filled with smoke and dust. Damn it. Brat, what kind of atrocious thing have you done to make this empress suffer? The big black dog looked at Xianxia, who was about to disappear into the horizon, and then stared at Yifan with an unfriendly expression. Last night, he was drunk, so he didn't know what had happened. Of course it was an earthquake. Didn't you see that I was buried alive? Yifan said as he came to the stream to wash his body. Nonsense. Your family's earthquake only shakes this mountain? Aren't the palaces on the other mountains all fine? The big black dog said with a dark face. You're right. This is the earthquake unique to my family. Tufei didn't return to the mountain until the sun was high up in the sky. Seeing the collapsed palaces in the pine forest, he was dumbfounded. What happened? Did you fight with someone here? I was fighting with someone and accidentally collapsed this place, answered Yifan. Tufei wore an odd countenance as he looked behind Yifan. Is he here to exchange pointers with Fairy Qin? I was fighting with her and accidentally collapsed this place, answered Yifan absent-mindedly. What nonsense are you talking about? Xianxia's voice arose. She was wearing white clothes. Descending from the sky, her dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her mesmerizing curves. Her devilish body was slender and graceful. I didn't say anything. Yifan hurried to explain. Tufei showed his big mouth again. Why didn't you say anything? Didn't you just say that you fought with Fairy Qinyao here for a whole night? Damn it. Yifan couldn't help but want to punch him. You guys continue your fight. I won't disturb you. Two-Fei kicked the big black dog, turned around, and ran away. Damn it. Woof. The big black dog chased him angrily. Xianxia's voluptuous and alluring figure trembled in anger. Then, she swayed her body and walked over. She said flirtatiously, "Did you really say that?" Xianxia's figure could be said to be soul-stirring. Her beautiful body was curvaceous in all the right places, as if she was a beauty that was meticulously sculpted by the heavens. She walked over gracefully, like a gentle willow swaying in the wind. Her smile was enchanting. Her hair was black and shiny. Her skin was as white as jade, smooth and tender. Her eyes were mesmerizing. Her red lips were so sexy that she could enchant all living things. However, Yifan felt something was wrong. He felt a murderous aura. He hurried to explain, "Don't listen to him. He's a big mouth." Two-Fei was chased by the black dog. He had run far away, but he still tried to explain. "You said it yourself." Yifan was enraged. "Two-Fei, you deserve a beating. You deserve to be chased and bitten by a dog." "Why do I deserve a beating?" "I'm telling the truth," Two-Fei refuted. "Damn it. Kid, you're insulting me." "What do you mean chased and bitten by a dog?" The black dog was enraged. "I have nothing to say to you." Yifan turned around angrily, talking to Xianxia embarrassedly. "He's an unreliable man. He talks big. You can just ignore him." Xianxia's gauze dress trailed on the ground, which couldn't cover her sexy body. She walked to him and put her hand on his shoulder. Her red lips parted. "What do you mean by exchanging pointers?" Her voice was soft. Her pink face looked like it was about to drip water. Her eyes were mesmerizing. However, people could feel a storm brewing under the calm surface. "No. That man is just groundless. He's just talking nonsense." "Why would he talk nonsense for no reason?" Xianxia gritted her teeth. She put more strength into her jade-like arms and grabbed his shoulder. Far from them, Two-Fei had leaped up into the sky. The large black dog stepped onto the jade boat and chased after them relentlessly. Thump, suddenly, one person and one dog stopped. They heard a loud sound coming from behind them. That mountain peak trembled. Yifan rushed into the sky, quickly fleeing. Xianxia's black hair fluttered about, her white clothes fluttering about as she chased after him relentlessly. "Little Yi, what happened? Why did you run away?" asked Two-Fei. "It's all because of you." Yifan wanted to give him a slap, but he resisted the urge and said, "Hurry up and leave this small world." As he finished speaking, he transformed into a wisp of shadow, moving as fast as lightning towards the exit of this small world. Behind him, Xianxia's beautiful eyes were like lightning, somewhat sharp, following him like a shadow. "Wait a minute. Don't run that fast," Two-Fei screamed. "This brat must have stirred up some serious trouble. I've never seen him flee in such a sorry state before," the large black dog concluded. Crazy Ole's footwork was marvelous, as fast as a bird. Yifan exerted it to the maximum and soon reached the exit of the small world. Unfortunately, those demons did not let him pass. They blocked him like he was a thief. Although they did not attack him, they did not let him leave. "Sister Xianxia, what happened?" Not far away, a golden figure rushed over. The monster race girl, Jin Yen, fluttered like a butterfly. She wore a golden feather robe as she approached. "It's nothing," Xianxia replied calmly. Clearly, she didn't want to blow up the matter. "What did you do?" The monster girl was hostile to Yifan. Of course, Yifan didn't want to be entangled with her. "Nothing. I've been a guest here for a long time. I want to leave. Fairy Qin is here to see me off." "You really want to leave?" Jin Yen wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Hearing him, she immediately said to the people not far from them, "Let him pass. We don't keep idlers here." Qin Yao's face was calm. "No, he can't leave yet." "Why?" Jin Yen didn't understand. "I know why." The big-mouthed Two-Fei arrived. Fairy Qin was fighting with Little Yi. They destroyed the entire palace. She suffered some losses. She wants to find him to settle the debt. Can you not talk? No one thinks you're mute. Yifan wanted to strangle him. At this moment, Xianxia's black hair danced in the wind. Her face was blushing, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. She had the urge to kill someone. She gritted her teeth as she couldn't stay calm anymore. Jin Yan didn't believe him at all. She scolded Tu Fei, "What nonsense are you talking about? Sister Xianxia has 1 foot in the 4 ultimate secret realms. How could she not defeat him? I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. That palace is now in ruins. That dog was buried alive. He almost suffocated to death," Tu Fei answered. Woof. The big black dog pounced on him. How could it be? Sister Xianxia, is this true? How could you defeat someone at the second sky of the Palace of the Doctrine? Jin Yan was confused. She looked incredulous. Of course. They fought for a whole night, and the sacred body of the ancients won in the end. Tu Fei obviously felt something was wrong, so he joined in. Sister Xianxia, you should fight with him again. I don't believe you can't defeat him, Jin Yan said. Little Yifan, a man should be generous. You should have tender feelings for the fairer sex. It's just a loss, Tu Fei expressed his support. Yifan was speechless. Xianxia's face blushed. She couldn't help but freak out. Her jade-like fingers turned white. How about we just let it go? Goddess Jin, you're a generous man. It's just a loss. Next time, you can fight with little Yifan again. It's time for us to leave. Tu Fei wanted to be the peacemaker. No, you can't leave now. Xianxia shouted. Yeah, we can't leave. Let's fight again. Jin Yan really wanted to see Yifan defeated. Yifan said in a low voice, Goddess Jin, let's fight next time. I really have to leave. Next time we fight, you can die. Xianxia finally couldn't stand it anymore. When the word fight was mentioned, she couldn't help but think of the charming night. She waved her hand and released a 5-colored light curtain, covering Yifan. What's going on? Tu Fei shouted. If you didn't talk nonsense, how could this happen? Yifan pushed Tu Fei away and soared into the sky. Xianxia was a 5th-level Dao Palace cultivator. She was strong and had amazing skills. Yifan was only at the 2nd-level Dao Palace. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't be able to stop her. There was no suspense. However, he couldn't fight to the death with Xianxia. He had to fly away. Stop. Don't go. Jin Yan shouted. Xianxia didn't say anything. She chased after him. Her long dress fluttered, making her look like a fairy. Goddess Jin, tell the others to leave. We need to find a place to fight. Yifan wanted to explain to her alone. However, his words had a different meaning in Xianxia's ears. She gritted her teeth and said, You little thief, you got the advantage and you're still pretending to be innocent. Today, I will skin you alive. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything. That blabbermouth made a wild guess, replied Yifan. He didn't want the other to misunderstand him more. Jin Yan's feather robe was glowing with multicolored light. She revealed a suspicious expression and asked, Sister Xianxia, could it be that there are other secrets? No. Xianxia flew like a fairy butterfly. Her posture was graceful as she chased after him. Little Yi, why don't you go and fight with Goddess Xianxia? Let her vent her anger. Then, we can go, said Tu Fei. Can you shut your mouth? Yifan couldn't help but curse him. I at #YenDSR%. Little Yifan, I'm doing this for your own good. Xianxia was so angry that her soft body shivered. She sped up. If she couldn't catch up with Yifan, she would vent her anger on Tu Fei. However, Yifan disappeared into the depths of the small world with his absolute speed. He had gotten rid of the people chasing him. Half a day later, the big black dog found him with his nose. He brought Tu Fei with him. Big mouth too, I want to beat you up. Yifan didn't look friendly. I don't like him either. I'd better bury him alive. The big black dog bared his teeth. Don't be so angry. What did you do to offend God? Asked Tu Fei. Nothing happened. It's all because of your nonsense, said Yi Fan through his gritted teeth. What's wrong with what I said? Tu Fei pondered for a while and then screamed strangely. Is it because of the darkness? You. Gosh, you're a beast. Two people and a dog moved stealthily. They wanted to sneak out. However, the entrance of the small world was heavily guarded. They didn't dare to force their way in. They don't want to attack us. I think you should go to Xianxia's place and let her vent her anger, suggested Tu Fei. This small world was picturesque. The mountains rose and fell like dragons. The lakes were decorated with pearls. The grass was fresh and the spiritual qi was thick. Yi Fan's team landed on a mountain. This was the place where Jin Yan, the monster clan girl, cultivated. They wanted to leave this small world through her. It's you. How dare you come to my place? Jin Yan sneered. Little girl, don't be so angry. Didn't you want me to leave soon? The chance is right in front of you. Take me out. Jin Yan sneered, mocking him. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Now that you've failed, you want to leave with your tail between your legs? Yi Fan didn't want to argue with her. If you don't want me to stay here, take me out. I've changed my mind. Sister Xianxia wants to deal with you. I think we should capture you and take you to her place. Some gold lights shot up to the sky, flying to the mountain in the distance. She sent her message. Shortly after, 3 flows of monster aura shot up from the beautiful mountain in the distance. Bai Feng held a feather fan and silk scarf. His clothes were white as snow. He looked very refined and otherworldly. Jin Yu wore a golden robe. He shone brilliantly, and his aura was oppressive. His eyes flashed like lightning. Kuzhu wore a green robe. He exuded a natural aura, looking fresh and elegant. Brother Bai Feng, Brother Jin Yu, Brother Kuzhu, capture this primordial trash. He has offended Sister Xianxia. Jin Yan said, if you capture him and send him over, Sister Xianxia will be very happy. These 3 were geniuses at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace. They could enter the 4 Extremes secret realm at any time. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't make a move. But Yi Fan was different. He had the source root of all life. Although they didn't show anything, they had been eyeing him covetously. Now that they had such an excuse to make a move, they naturally wouldn't be so arrogant. Moreover, they were indeed interested in Xianxia. It could be said that they were killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Little brother Yi, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, we'll hurt our friendship. Brother Yi, don't worry. We will be careful. We won't harm your life. The 3 of them didn't reveal their murderous intent, but if they really made a move, it would be a different scene. If Yi Fan was hit, his soul would be destroyed. Tu Fei and the big black dog wanted to help, but Yi Fan turned and left. This was the territory of the demon race. If they really fought, they would be at a great disadvantage. I'll go find Qingyi. Tu Fei said. No need. I'll go find Xianxia. Yi Fan shook his head. He flew directly to Xianxia's cultivation area. Behind him, Jin Yan, Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Kuzhu chased after him. Their murderous intent filled the air. This was a beautiful place. Exotic flowers and grasses were everywhere. Bees and butterflies danced. Stone-arched bridges lay across the ground, and trickles of water curled around. It was already evening. The great fire pearl was sinking in the west. The sunset dyed the mountain peak red, making this place even more beautiful. Xianxia was startled. She flew out like a goddess with her impressive figure. Looking at Yi Fan, she said, "You dare to come to my place, that's right. I want to talk to you." Yi Fan walked directly into the palace. At this time, Jin Yan and the others landed and also arrived. "You guys should go back. It's not a big deal. I can handle it myself." Xianxia glanced at them. Then, okay. Bai Feng nodded. Kuzhu and Jin Yu didn't say anything else. Only Jin Yan was unwilling, but she couldn't force her way in, so she left discontentedly. They won't fight, will they? Tu Fei said to himself. It's okay. That brat's skin is thick. He can't be killed. The big black dog didn't care. Not long after, the sounds of fighting came from the palace. It lasted for a long time before it stopped. However, Tu-Fei waited outside, but he didn't see Yifan come out. He was a bit anxious. Did they really fight to the death? At this time, Yifan said, "You guys go back first. I will find you later." "Okay. We will wait for you at the exit of the small world." Tu-Fei and the big black dog flew away. However, they waited for a long time, but Yifan still didn't show up. Damn it. Why hasn't that brat come back yet? The Black Emperor was very discontented. The sky was completely dark. They obviously couldn't leave today. That beast. Tu-Fei cursed. They waited for a whole night, but Yifan didn't show up. On the second day, the sky was bright, and the fire bead rose from the east. Did something happen to that brat? This is the demon clan's territory. He has the source root of all beings. Many people want to kill him, the Black Emperor said. Let's go and see. Tu-Fei also felt that something was wrong. When they arrived at Xianxia's residence, they heard a big explosion. The palace collapsed. The unlucky dog was buried alive as soon as he got in. Damn it. I'm not drunk today. It's not an earthquake. The big black dog cursed, struggling to get out of the rubble. Tu-Fei was also covered in dirt. He cursed and crawled out of the rubble. At this moment, the big fireball was rising. Yifan stood in the sunlight, which had a brilliant halo on him. He said, "Let's go. We should leave quickly." This time, they left the small world smoothly. Even after they had gone a long distance, Tu-Fei was still cursing, "You beast, your thoughts are filthy." "There's no such thing. It's just your imagination," Yifan retorted. "You beast. Don't go to the Jade Lake with me. I'm afraid you'll cause trouble, big mouth too, don't slander me." Yifan scolded him. Cloud Lake Prefecture was just like its name. There was a spring every 100 steps and a river every 10 miles. Big swamps were everywhere with thick mist. Yifan and the others left the small ancient world and came to the outside world. They once again experienced the water of this oasis. Someone is following us. The Black Emperor's spiritual consciousness was sharp. He could feel someone following them. All of a sudden, the clouds in the sky scattered. Monster Chi surged torrentially as if a giant monster was chasing after them. Woo woo. The bugle horn sounded long and deep, crossing the sky and reaching them. A purple figure that was like a purple cloud quickly rushed over. It was extremely heavy and enormous, about the size of a small mountain. After it pierced through the clouds, they could see a massive battleship with a purple metallic halo. It looked heavy and sturdy. It's the purple copper battleship of the monster clan. Tu-Fei darkened his face. He felt that something was wrong. This was the battleship that the monster clan used to kill the enemy. Three of them. Tu-Fei was startled one more time. There were 3 purple copper battleships. They scattered the clouds and turned into 3 beams of purple light. They dashed forward rapidly with a heavy pressure. "What level does the warrior need to control these battleships?" asked Yifan. Apparently, they were coming for them. "It's hard to say. All the members of the monster clan with a strong background can have them," answered Tu-Fei. "We don't need to guess. Turns out it's them." Yifan looked at the horizon. A man in white clothes stood on the first purple copper battleship. He looked otherworldly. He was the young expert of the monster clan, Bai Feng. He brought a lot of helpers. There were many members of the monster clan on the battleship. Apparently, they weren't weak warriors. Monster Chi shot up into the sky. There were around 70 or 80 of them. Woo woo. The second bronze battleship dashed forward. The figure standing on the bow of the ship appeared in their sight. His gold robe fluttered. It was Jinyu. He also brought a lot of helpers. Woo woo. Kuju's green robe fluttered as he stood still on the third purple copper battleship. A large number of hotshots stood behind him. Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Kuju, the 3 geniuses from the small world of the monster clan, were chasing after them. Apparently, their target was Yi Fan. What do you mean? Tu Fei shouted. His grandfather was the seventh great bandit. His identity wasn't ordinary, so he wasn't afraid of the monster clan. We have no ill intentions towards young Master Tuesday. We just have something to say to little brother Yi, Bai Feng transmitted her voice. Yi Fan calmly asked, what do you want to say? When you left, our demon clan lost a secret treasure. That's why we want to capture you and bring you back, Bai Feng replied. So, am I also a suspect? Asked Tu Fei. It has nothing to do with young Master Tuesday. We only sensed the aura of a secret treasure on his body. Jin Yu stood at the bow of the ship, his Daoist robe sparkling. What a joke. What secret treasures did you lose? You're just trying to get your hands on the myriad chi on me, said Yi Fan with a sneer. Ku Zhu, wearing a green robe, said calmly, you have the aura of our monster clan's secret treasure. We will give you justice. We will take you back to Old Su to deal with you. Yi Fan's heart clenched as he thought of those old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans. He quickly said, you can't even tell me what kind of artifact it is, yet you still have the face to slander me? You have the great overarching star disk. We must take you back today, shouted Bai Feng. You're too presumptuous in our monster clan's pure land. You destroyed the palace that Princess Yan had given you. You smashed Fairy Qin Yao's cave mansion. Before you left, you stole a secret treasure. We have to capture you, said Jin Yu coldly. It's no use talking. Attack. Capture him, shouted Ku Zhu. Beams of colorful light shot out from the three warships, interweaving into an inescapable net that enveloped Yi Fan. You want to kill him and steal his treasure. You want to take the source chi of all things, but you still say it in such a dignified way. Don't you three feel ashamed? Tu Fei shouted. A huge net made of interweaving spiritual energy descended. Yi Fan turned into a phantom and passed through it by a hair's breadth. He wasn't restricted at all. Let's just take these three battleships. The Black Emperor had many big flags with profound patterns carved on them. They had trapped the old monsters in the Immortal Palace. Let's go quickly. Yi Fan transmitted his voice and said, it's very likely that those old monsters who are at the end of their lifespans are instructing them to attack. He could tell from Ku Zhu's words that he wanted to take him back to Old Su to deal with him. This wasn't a good sign. Whoosh, the large black dog didn't have any sense of loyalty. He took the jade boat and ran away. He didn't even look back. He was afraid that there were old monsters on the battleship. Too big mouth, you should go too. What about you? They can't catch up to me, Yi Fan said and ran in another direction. Tu Fei didn't dare to stay. He used all his strength to run and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although his grandfather was the seventh great rebel, it wasn't enough to scare the entire North region. If an old monster appeared and killed him here, it would be too late. Obviously, Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu didn't want to fight with Tu Fei. They didn't want to chase after the large black dog either. They all ran in one direction and locked onto Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you can't escape. Even if your footwork is amazing and can be compared to the Sky Rock, you can't get rid of the purple copper battleship. Bai Feng's murderous intent was endless. She didn't hide it anymore. Jin Yu and Ku Zhu also ordered people to drive the battleship. They chased after him. The three huge ships broke through the clouds and followed Yi Fan closely. Yi Fan's speed was unparalleled in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace, but he couldn't get rid of the purple copper battleship. The distance between them couldn't be widened. You've really mobilized so many people just to kill me and take my treasure, Yi Fan mocked. Remember, we didn't come for your source chi. You stole our treasure first, so we had no choice but to capture you, Bai Feng replied. Why are you so fake? There are no outsiders here. Aren't you tired of wearing masks and talking? Yi Fan scoffed. Jin Yu said coldly, if that's how you interpret it, we won't say anything. We're going to capture you today. You three, remember this. If you want to kill me and take my treasure today, I'll pay you back someday, Yi Fan said coldly. What future do you have? You'll be stuck in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace for the rest of your life. Besides, do you think you can escape today? Ku Zhu said calmly. Yifan didn't say anything else. He took out the cauldron. It grew to a meter tall and hung above his head. Streaks of heaven and earth chi poured down to protect his body. Along the way, he didn't feel the aura of those old monsters. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Things weren't as bad as he thought they would be. Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Ku Zhu saw the source chi with their own eyes. They were excited. They had indeed come for the cauldron. You stole our clan's treasure, so you won't be able to escape death. Your cauldron, we'll take care of it for you, Bai Feng said. You're such a hypocrite. You're already in such a situation, and yet you're still speaking so righteously. Yifan mocked. In comparison, Jinyu was much more direct. He revealed his murderous intent and said coldly, I don't want to talk to a dead man. Give me your cauldron. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. It was like a bolt of golden lightning tearing through the sky. It was extremely fast. Whoosh, Yifan dodged to the side. The golden light hit the void. He didn't want to take it head-on. After all, his opponent was at the fifth heaven of the Holy Ji Palace, which was 3 levels higher than him. He began to activate the 9 secrets without batting an eyelid. Of course, he didn't want to fight his opponent. He wanted to increase his speed by 10 times. The little Peking is too arrogant. He wants to fight you at the same level. What a joke, Ku Zhu said calmly. We won't do that. He's just a piece of trash. We'll just kill him. This also means that you will never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the little Peking. You can only shamelessly team up to kill me. As Yifan said this, he successfully activated the secret of all of the 9 secrets. His speed increased by 10 times in an instant. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. The 3 purple copper warships were moving side by side. They were very close to each other. If one of them was overturned, the other 2 would probably suffer as well. He rushed back out of curiosity. The Li Fire Divine Cauldron appeared in his hand. He opened the lid and black flames burned. His speed was already terrifying. Even a flying treasure like the purple copper warship would find it difficult to catch up. Now that his speed was increased by 10 times, he reached a level that shocked the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Feng, Jinyu, Ku Zhu, and the others on the 3 warships all attacked, wanting to crush him. However, Yifan was too fast. He dodged all the attacks and took out the Li Fire Divine Cauldron. Black flames surged down. The people on the warships could retreat, but the 3 warships could not change their direction immediately. The one in the middle was engulfed by the fire. The flames taken from Fallen Sun Ridge were scorching hot. Even the treasures could not withstand it. So far, only the 9 slashes of the Demon Monarch could destroy it. Boom, the purple copper warship in the middle was smashed. Such a large treasure suffered a destructive attack. The energy that exploded was frightening. Blinding light and tsunami-like waves of energy swept in all directions, engulfing the sky. Bang! Bang! The other 2 warships were severely affected. While they did not explode, the intense energy pierced through their hulls. There were many large holes. The 2 purple copper warships were almost disintegrated. They fell from the sky and could not fly anymore. They were almost destroyed. Yifan did not expect such a terrifying result. It was a risky attack, but all 3 purple copper warships were destroyed. Most importantly, the 60 to 70 demon cultivators on the warship in the middle were all smashed to pieces. Only Bai Feng escaped, but she was also heavily injured and coughed up blood. Some of the cultivators on the other 2 warships were also injured. Ku Zhu's arm was broken, and he could no longer keep his cool. Of the 3 cultivators, only Jinyu was unharmed. He led the remaining 90 or so cultivators to attack Yifan. Bai Feng gritted her teeth and shouted, "Surround him. Don't let him escape." Ku Zhu's face was pale. He had just said that he could easily kill the primordial derelict body. He did not expect to lose an arm in the blink of an eye. The destruction of 3 valuable warships caused the demon clan cultivators to be enraged. Roaring, they charged forward to kill. Yifan used the myriad source chi to protect himself and quickly broke out. He did not want to stop and fight because the black flames in the Li Fire Divine Cauldron had dried up. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed, you want to kill me, but you have to sacrifice 3 warships first. You've also broken your bones and tendons. What a joke. The 3 cultivators led so many people in pursuit, but because of one ambush, 3 warships were destroyed. This made their expressions very ugly. Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Kuzhu were silent. They chased after him with ashen faces, but Yi Fan was too fast. Without a warship, they could not catch up. Yi Fan, do you dare to fight? You have the nerve to say such things. It's like me asking you, do you dare to kill yourself by smashing your head against a hen? Yi Fan's words were not very polite. The 3 were so angry that they wanted to tear him apart, but unfortunately, they could not catch up. Yi Fan could not stop. It was very dangerous to be in Yun's estate. This place was not very far from the Green Serpent King's small world. If an old demon jumped out, there would be no suspense. He could not delay at all. He had to leave Yun's estate as soon as possible. Thank you, geniuses. You have sent me 1,000 miles, but we have to part ways eventually. Please go back. Don't forget to bring a few bigger warships next time. I like to see the dazzling brilliance of fireworks. Bai Feng, Jinyu, and Kuzhu's faces were as gloomy as water, but they could only watch as Yi Fan disappeared. 6 days later, Yi Fan arrived at Lizhou. This state was like its name. The scenery was picturesque. It was very different from the desolate scenery of the other parts of the northern region. Lizhou was not very far from the holy city of the northern region. If he flew at top speed, he could reach it in about half a month. This oasis had a circumference of 5,000 to 6,000 miles. The city in the center was called Liqing. It was very beautiful and was rather famous in the northern region. There were many gardens in the city, and it was very beautiful. Not long after Yi Fan entered Liqing, his heart skipped a beat. This was because he saw a familiar figure, Ji Ziyue. In Li City, both sides of the street were filled with blue god trees. Their branches were luxuriant and their leaves were sky blue. It was a very dreamy color. Even the tree trunk was shining like a blue crystal. In front, there was a young girl in purple clothes on the ancient street. She was only 17 or 18 years old. Her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were full of spirit. She was extremely beautiful like a fairy under the night sky. Ji Ziyue. Yi Fan stood in the distance and did not go over. Because he also saw Ji Haoyue, the famous Eastern Wasteland divine physique and one of the strongest of the young generation. The enmity between him and the Ji family was too deep. He had burned their grand elder to death in the southern domain. Not long ago, he had killed 4 young disciples of the Ji family in the Chu province. This had a great impact on the Ji family. If Ji Haoyue found him, he would definitely attack him mercilessly. Look at him walking like a dragon and full of vigor. The hidden injury from being chased by the eldest disciple of the Peacock King should be completely healed. Yi Fan cultivated the heaven and earth transformation law and could change his appearance and temperament. However, he was still afraid. The connection between the divine and saint physiques was very strong. Back at the Taishan sect, they had involuntarily fought against each other. What are they doing in Li City? He knew that the 2 of them had come to the northern region to participate in the Jade Lake meeting. However, he did not know why they stopped at Li City. At this moment, Yi Fan had already changed his appearance. He wore a Taoist robe and became a little Taoist again. Of course, his face was different from the previous Taoist. Now, my cultivation has greatly improved and I am many times stronger than before. I should be able to control my body better. Maybe there will be no reaction between me and the divine body. Yi Fan wanted to give it a try. Because he was going to participate in the Jade Lake meeting, he could not avoid meeting Ji Haoyue. He might even see the divine body of the Jiang clan. If there was a reaction between them, the consequences would be very bad. Yi Fan restrained his aura and suppressed his cultivation, making himself look like an ordinary person. He then walked forward along the ancient street. As he got closer and closer, he used the heaven and earth transformation law recorded in the heavenly book of origin to suppress his true origin. Finally, he gradually approached Ji Haoyue. His body did not have any special reaction, and the other did not notice anything either. The streets were bustling with activity. Yifan lightly brushed past them and didn't stop. He calmly left into the distance. He felt that Jihaoyue had become even more terrifying. His divine body was unfathomable, like a hidden god that could explode with earth-shattering battle strength at any time. As for Jihaoyue, she became even more beautiful. When she smiled, her dimples appeared and her canine teeth sparkled, making her look mischievous and clever. "Ziyu, what are you looking at?" Jihaoyue asked. His eyes were filled with doting love. He really doted on his little sister. The little Taoist just now is a little special. Jihaoyue was. Of Taoist of God, he Taoist Ji and Taoist. Dao in. God Chin God. In. Of Dao God of old. Suddenly, Yifan in. Of, Yifan, of. And he, of dragon of. All of a sudden, Yifan was startled. He saw someone he knew, Wu Zhongtian. He was tall, with a leopard head and round eyes. His face was covered with a full beard, and his figure was like a lion. He was extremely tall and sturdy. He was the grandson of the fifth bandit, Wu Dao. He was the sworn brother of Tu Fei, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Lu Kou. Why is he here? Did something big happen in Li City? Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Zhongtian was a top young expert. Tu Fei and the others couldn't defeat the Yaoguang Saint's son, so they wanted to ask him to help them. Although he said that he wasn't the Yaoguang Saint's son's opponent, he was still strong. Swoosh, Wu Zhongtian flashed and disappeared. On the other side of the street, a beautiful figure appeared. It was Yao Shi. She was like a blossoming divine lotus. She swayed and walked towards them. Her figure was slender and enchanting. She was like a peerless enchantress. Her charm was moving, and her aura was holy. Her skin was crystalline, and she had an otherworldly charm that could not be profaned. She was extremely beautiful. No, something must have happened. Otherwise, why would they appear in the same city? Yifan avoided her. Then, he stopped the passers-by and asked them if something big had happened. Everyone shook their heads, not knowing what had happened. At this time, it was almost noon. He found a place to eat, filling his stomach as he listened to the conversations of the people. Unfortunately, he learned nothing. This place seemed very peaceful. Nothing special had happened. Finally, Yifan ate and drank to his heart's content. He wandered around the city and discovered that the Holy Land and the clan of the remote antiquity had opened stone gambling houses in this ancient city. I might as well go to the stone gambling houses and try my luck. Maybe I can get some news. Now, he only had 2,500 kilograms of source with him. If he wanted to break into the third sky of the Dao Palace, he would need 10,000 kilograms. Source was what he needed the most. He had been studying the original heavenly book. Once he had a good grasp of it, he would enter the holy city of the northern region. Cultivation is a huge problem. Every time he thought of the massive amount of source he needed, he felt a headache coming on. He had obtained a divine technique that allowed him to cultivate a single mystic realm from the remains of an ancient sage. He had been trying it out these days, but his cultivation speed was far too slow. Originally, he wasn't that eager to pursue source, but after seeing this result, he had no choice but to reconsider. Perhaps he needed to work on both fronts. He had to cultivate a single mystic realm, but he also had to fight for source. If he could break into the 4 extreme mystic realms, perhaps there would be a better choice. A single mystic realm isn't easy to cultivate and the effects are slow. But, I am in urgent need of strength. It looks like I need to find a way to gather source and enter the third sky of the Dao Palace first. Yifan looked around and finally entered the wondrous stone shop that the Wavering Light Holy Land had opened. This was a garden that occupied an extremely large area. It was filled with divine blue trees, ancient vines, and lush flowers. The scenery was beautiful and the piles of stones became a part of the garden. It didn't seem monotonous at all. It didn't look like a place for cutting stones, but more like a garden. Yifan decided to keep a low profile. He didn't want to gamble with others here, so he directly bought the stones and then took them back to cut himself to avoid trouble. The wondrous stone shop of the wavering light Holy Land was truly large. There were 18 courtyards and a garden style made for a pleasant scenery. Many people were gambling on stones here, but after they were dispersed to the various courtyards, it didn't seem crowded anymore. On the contrary, it made this place very tranquil. Strolling through the beautiful scenery was a form of enjoyment. Yi Fan was flabbergasted. After entering, he circled around and discovered that there were indeed no commoners here. Those who dared to enter the Holy Land Stone Gambling Hall all had a certain level of status. It didn't take long before he met some so-called elders, sons of the faction master, and so on. The Holy City was an extremely attractive place. The Central Plains royal family and the Northern Plains mighty figures often appeared there, so it was only natural that the stone gambling halls below would attract the surrounding cultivators. Yi Fan remained silent as he moved his hands again and again. In the blink of an eye, he had entered 7 courtyards. He spent 250 genes of source and collected the hill-like stones into a pristine jade bottle. Buying the stones like this without cutting them on the spot naturally attracted some people's attention. Some people even treated him as a fat sheep and came over to request to gamble on stones. Sure, no problem. However, I don't bet on small stones. If I want to bet, it must be at least 500 genes. Yi Fan replied. 500 genes of source was the entire wealth of the lowest small sections. Even though there were many people from medium-sized sects here, they didn't dare to bet 500 genes at once. If they bet like this, the final outcome might be decided by 10,000 genes. After all, this wasn't the Holy City and there was almost no such extravagance. Without being disturbed, Yi Fan continued to choose materials. He bought another 2,000 genes of stone and collected them into the pristine jade bottle. He then entered the 13th floor. Courtyard. This floor was covered in vines and many stones were buried underneath. It was very quiet and there weren't many people choosing materials. Yi Fan chose dozens of stones and then his eyes lit up. He saw a stone that was as black as ink. It was full of bumps and hollows as if it had been eaten by worms. It was very similar to black jade and could sometimes produce extremely precious strange sources. He quickly walked over, but at this moment, another figure appeared and swept it away with divine light with a wave of his hand. Why did you steal my stones? Yi Fan was somewhat angry. This person was in his 30s and looked very fat. His face was rosy and he wore a Taoist robe with a beaming smile on his face. After seeing this person's appearance clearly, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. It was the wicked Taoist Duanda. He was quite astonished. He had never thought that he would meet him here. He was even more certain that something must have happened here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that so many people had rushed here. This was especially the case for that damned fatty. He was extremely mysterious. Wherever he appeared, there would definitely be a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to appear here. Damned fatty, don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Why did you steal my stones? Yi Fan gritted his teeth. Thinking of the past, he really wanted to imprint his shoe print on this damned fatty's face. I was the one who took it first. Duanda replied with a smile, looking harmless. Although Yi Fan wanted to kick him a few times, he could only endure. This fatty was too extraordinary. He had once dug up the ancestral grave of the 5th bandit Wu Dao in the northern region and was still alive and kicking. Then, he crossed the void to the southern region and was thrown into the demon Emperor Xin tomb by a few important figures. In the end, he entered and came out 9 times and still didn't die. Now, he crossed the void and returned to the northern region. Looking at his appearance, he was glossy and very well nourished. Clearly, he was living very comfortably. Little brother, didn't you say that you wouldn't bet unless it was 1,000 kilograms of source? How about I bet with you? Duanda said with a smile. Yi Fan got angry just looking at him. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like he deserved a beating. Okay, I'll bet with you. He couldn't have asked for more. He really wanted to win all of this fatty's underwear. I don't have 1,000 kilograms of source, but... Duanda said. But what? If you don't have 1,000 kilograms of source, what are you betting with me for? If I lose, I'll sell you a piece of information worth 5,000 kilograms of source. Duanda said and recited his Taoist name, looking like an enlightened expert. Damned fatty, I've never seen someone as greedy as you. If you lose, you still want to ask for 10,000 kilograms of source from me. Bullsh asterisk T information. You must be lying. Yifan wanted to slap him. This heartless Taoist was too wicked. A monk doesn't lie. Duanda said solemnly, those with a keen sense of smell all come to Li City because there are priceless treasures here. What is it? Yifan asked unconcernedly. One of the 9 secrets. It's very likely that we can find it here. I know an important clue about it. The heartless Taoist said and smiled, do you want to bet? Yifan was shocked. He didn't believe that the damned fatty would give him valuable clues, but it was very possible that there really was one of the 9 secrets here. Otherwise, why would Ji Haoyue, Ji Ziyue, Wu Zhongtian, Yao Shi, and Duanda all appear together? Maybe the others would arrive too. You are. At this moment, Yao Shi appeared. Her grace was unparalleled, like a shining pearl. She walked into the courtyard and stared at the heartless Taoist. You're Taoist Duan. Yao Shi was slightly shocked but quickly regained her composure. This was the wondrous stones workshop of the Yaoguang Holy Land. It was normal for her to appear here. Yifan wasn't surprised. Boundless celestial being greets the saintess. Sister Yao Shi. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. In another courtyard, Ji Ziyue was like a purple-clothed elf. She walked over with a smile, and beside her was Ji Haoyue who had the physique of a god. Ji Ziyue floated over like a purple cloud. Her hair reached her waist, and her skin was whiter than snow. Her smile was very cute, and her eyes were almost curved into crescent moons. Her dimples appeared, and she had a hint of mischievousness and slyness. Ji Haoyue was just like his name. He was like a divine moon, and there was a faint radiance overflowing from his body. The divine king physique and his life had a special aura that made people feel like they were facing a god. Sister Ziyue. Yao Shi also had a very moving smile. Her slim body was like a piece of divine jade, and there were specks of divine light. She went over and held Ji Ziyue's hand. Sister Yao Shi, long time no see. Ji Ziyue smiled very sweetly. Ji Haoyue also nodded in greeting. I didn't expect Fairy Yao to come to Li City. I just came to take a look. Brother Haoyue, I'm afraid you came here to get it, right? Yao Shi's eyes wandered. As the Alcade Saintess, she was also very flirtatious. She said, your arrival will most likely make many people nervous. Once the divine king physique appears, many experts will have to retreat. Ji Haoyue shook his head, everything depends on fate. Everyone wants a priceless treasure, but I'm afraid most people will be disappointed. I don't have too much hope either. This is. Ji Ziyue was a little surprised to see Yifan again. She always felt that this little Taoist was a little special, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Yao Shi smiled, this is the famous Taoist Duan. I don't know this little Taoist. This humble Taoist is Jingda. Yifan answered. Duanda glanced at him and said, so, we're both from the degeneration. Duanda, you can't be that heartless Taoist, right? Ji Ziyue's small mouth formed an O shape, and her long eyelashes trembled. This humble Taoist is Duanda, people call me the righteous Taoist. Duanda recited his Taoist name. He looked solemn, and he looked like an otherworldly expert. Yao Shi pursed her lips and smiled. Her pretty face was bright, and she said, no matter what title he has, he must be the person you think he is. Alright, so it's you. Ji Ziyue looked at him angrily. Ji Haoyue's expression darkened as well. Taoist Duanda, you've been to Jishui several times and spied on my family's ancestor cemetery. What's the meaning of this? Yifan was somewhat dumbfounded. This fat Taoist was truly audacious to the extreme. He even set his sights on Ji family's ancestral grave. Was he not afraid of being slapped to death? Limitless celestial being, Ji family's future godly king, you can't wrong me. Duanda said righteously, Ji water has been flowing for hundreds of thousands of years. Although it's a famous Ji, it doesn't belong to your Ji family. I passed by occasionally but was beaten up by your Ji family. Life is really helpless. We don't object to you passing by Ji Shui, So why do you keep looking at our Ji family's mausoleum? Xianxia asked. This Taoist saw many mausoleums and grand auras, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Thinking back to ancient times, the Void Monarch was immortal and invincible. He wanted to compete with the heavens. This Taoist was filled with respect. Yi Fan's heart shook. The Demon Monarch's mausoleum had left a deep impression on him. Ji family also had a great monarch in the past. Could there be a great monarch's mausoleum as well? The remains of ancient sages could be refined into supreme weapons. When the great monarch was young, he could suppress all opponents of the same realm. Didn't this mean that the remains were even stronger? They were definitely treasures for sacrificial weapons. My elder saw you with his own eyes. You wanted to target our Ji family's deceased godly king's mausoleum. Xianxia stared at the heartless Taoist. No, I just took a few glances out of curiosity. In the end, I was chased by those old men for 3,000 miles. I almost lost my life. I won't look sideways again. Although Xianxia's expression was unfriendly, he didn't plan to have a conflict with him. He didn't want to make a big enemy at this critical moment. He knew that this Taoist wasn't simple. Little Taoist, are you together with the fat Taoist? Xianxia glanced at Yi Fan again. He wants to bet with me. He said that he has information about the 9 secrets. Yi Fan said directly. He didn't believe that the heartless Taoist would give him valuable information. It seems like Taoist Duan knows a very important clue. Yaoshi smiled and asked. Could it be that the tomb robber is Taoist Duan? Xianxia teased. Duanda said confidently, this Taoist's knowledge is limited. However, I do know a thing or two. That's why I bet with Taoist Xingda. Xianxia reminded him with good intentions, little Taoist, don't bet with him. He is a famous heartless Taoist. He always cheats and never makes a losing deal. Little princess of Ji family, you can't slander me. This Taoist has always been righteous. Duanda boasted shamelessly. Tisk. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and then turned to Yi Fan, little Taoist, I'll tell you the information for free. Don't listen to him. This Taoist thanks Miss Ji. Yi Fan nodded in thanks. In Lei City, there was indeed news about the 9 secrets. It was all because of a tomb robber. Not long ago, in an ancient weapon shop in the North region, they bought a broken copper bell. They found the words 9 secrets on it and it caused a commotion. They carefully restored the ancient bell. From the hundreds of ancient words on it, they deduced that it was a funerary object. It was something unearthed from the grave of an ancient cultivator. There weren't many words on the broken copper bell and the records were very vague. It roughly recorded some of the deeds of the tomb owner. The last sentence simply mentioned that their family had passed down one of the 9 secrets. 9 secrets. Every secret had unbelievable effects. It was a supreme divine art that everyone dreamed of. It shook the past and present. It was because they were too powerful that they were split up in the distant past and lost in different parts of the world, never to be gathered again. The appearance of the copper bell was like a tsunami that struck people's minds, shocking them. That was because there were only 3 or 4 of the 9 secrets that were passed down in the world. The rest were almost all lost. If one of them appeared because of this, any sect would go crazy. It was definitely a priceless divine art. In that case, a tomb robber dug up a broken copper bell and triggered the news of the 9 secrets appearing? Yi Fan was surprised. Xianxia nodded and said, unfortunately, when we found the tomb robber, he had already died mysteriously. Killed to keep his mouth shut? No, he seemed to have been cursed. Ancient cultivator tombs often have this kind of evil art. Xianxia answered. The ancient weapon shop couldn't keep this secret. The news spread quickly. Many people deduced the approximate location from the vague records on the copper bell. It should be in Lei City. Yi Fan stared at Duanda with an unfriendly expression and said, this news will spread very soon. Aren't you embarrassed to sell it to me for 10,000 kilograms of origin source? Duanda's face was flushed and he said, when the news spreads, it will lose its value. Now, it's all about the word early. The earlier we know, the better. In my opinion, it's worth 10,000 kilograms of origin source. You really know how to talk nonsense. Yi Fan didn't want to say anything more to him. The 9 secrets were a type of lost inheritance. It was very likely to be found here and reappear in the world. Yi Fan was very tempted. He had grasped 2 of them. No one knew better than him how terrifying these divine arts were. He was willing to exchange ancient scriptures for them. Daoist Duan, your footprints are all over the world. I wonder if there are any other clues we can find. How about we cooperate? Yaoshi said with a smile. I'm afraid we'll be killed by your holy land at the last moment. Duanda chuckled. How can that be? I'm just talking about the few of us. The forces behind us haven't arrived yet. Yaoshi smiled like a flower. I have some clues in my heart. I do need some helpers. Duanda's fat face showed that he was tempted. Brother Haoyue, what do you think? Yaoshi asked Ji Haoyue. The future divine king of Ji family didn't like Duanda very much. However, he knew that this fat Daoist was very mysterious and had some special methods. He wouldn't lose out if he cooperated with him. All right. Ji Haoyue nodded. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and said, Daoist Duan, what clues do you have? I know. A long time ago, an unparalleled character came to Li City to search for the 9 secrets. I know a thing or two about the route he took. You even know the whereabouts of an unparalleled character? Ji Ziyue didn't believe it. This is a record I found in an ancient book. Of course I know. In that case, it should be something very long ago. Yaoshi was surprised. Duanda nodded and said, yes, very long ago. This proves that Li City definitely has one of the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, it's been lost for countless years. It's very likely buried underground. Even that unparalleled character didn't find the 9 secrets. So what if you know his clues? Yi Fan asked. He didn't leave empty-handed. He left behind some extremely valuable clues. Duanda chuckled and answered. Who is this unparalleled character you're talking about? Ji Haoyue frowned. The future divine king of Ji family. You always don't believe me. Alright, I'll tell you. He's Gai Jiryo from 8,000 years ago. What? Gai Jiryo from Middle Prefecture, everyone was shocked. This name was too famous. 8,000 years ago, Gai Jiryo's name shook Middle Prefecture and even spread to East Baron. He was invincible. Some people even thought that he might become a great emperor. In his later years, he came to East Baron. I think he was most likely buried here, Duanda answered. They all stared at Duanda with strange expressions. Duanda's hair stood on end. Why are you staring at me like that? Taoist Duan, did you dig up Gai Jiryo's tomb? We thought too badly of me. Am I that kind of person? Why would I dig up someone's tomb for no reason? Besides, no one knows where Gai Jiryo died. It's useless to talk about this. Let's find the 9 secrets, Ji Haoyue said in a deep voice. According to the record that Duanda had found, Gai Jiryo had indeed been here and left behind valuable clues. 15,000 years ago, there used to be an ancient family in Lizhou. They were very mysterious and kept a low profile. They were suspected to have cultivated the 9 secrets. As time passed, this ancient family had already disappeared in history. There are many ancient tombs outside Li City. We don't need to dig them up one by one. We just need to find the tomb of that ancient family. Maybe we'll find something amazing. When they left Li City, they saw many cultivators coming to Li City. Yi Fan first saw Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huairan, the bandits, and Li Heishui. Then, he saw the little Pung King. This guy is here too. Don't tell me he's here to kill Yao Guang and Ji Haoyue? He knew how terrifying the little Pung King was. In the suburbs of Li City, there were many people in the tombs. Yaoshi immediately frowned. Duanda said, it's okay. In the past 15,000 years, Li City has changed its location several times. There are many places in the tombs that they can't find. Many cultivators were roaming about in the desolate outskirts of Li City. They were all here for the 9 secrets. Once the 9 secrets were revealed, the entire northern region was shaken. All the sects could not remain calm, and even the clan of the Huanggu clearly wanted to fight for it. Ka. The old crows cried out miserably, making people's hair stand on end. This was a desolate graveyard. There were only a few withered trees and old vines. The rest of the place was bare and filled with broken tombstones. These people are too much. They won't even let the tombstones go. I really don't know what to say. Xianxia was fuming. She had a somewhat pure temperament. They didn't know how many tombs they had seen, but they had all been turned over. Each tomb was cracked open, and some bones had even been dug out. Duanda said, "It's all because of a bronze bell. It revealed the heavenly secrets of the 9 secrets, so the cultivators of the northern region rushed over." Caw, caw, caw. In the desolate graveyard, a few old crows flapped their wings and lingered among the skeletons, transmitting an ominous feeling. They've already been dug up, so why are we still wasting our energy? Xianxia was dissatisfied. Who do you think I am? I know 5,000 years in the past and 500 years in the future. Just listen to me. Duanda boasted shamelessly. Although his body was bloated, he was very agile. He walked back and forth in this ancient tomb as if he was measuring something. Daoist, are you sure you want to dig again here? Yaoxi's pretty face was full of confusion. What I want you to dig is not the surface, but the deeper underground cemetery. More than 10,000 years have passed, the real ancient tombs are buried deep underground, the mausoleum above is nothing. Duanda acted as if he had everything under control. Yifan had already expected this. These people sent him here most likely to use him as a laborer. His cultivation was not high and could not compare to the people before him. As expected, the task of digging up the tombs fell to him. He didn't mind since it was nothing for the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, their luck was not very good. They did dig up an ancient tomb, but it had nothing to do with the ancient clans from 15,000 years ago. There were no 9 secrets. At this moment, it was already nighttime, and the world was pitch black. Boom! Suddenly, the horizon lit up. Someone was fighting. 2 figures tore through the night sky like 2 small suns. They fought until the sky trembled. The battle was incredibly intense. It's Alcade Saint Child. Who is the other person? He's actually strong enough to contend against him. Xianxia was astonished. At this moment, Xianxia's godly monarch physique shone brightly as his battle-intent soared. He looked at the night sky and mumbled to himself, golden hair, unparalleled battle prowess, could it be the little Pun King of the demon race? Yifan had a profound look in his eyes. He didn't expect that the little Pun King would meet with the Alcade Saint Child so soon. The two of them were like 2 deities as they fought and shook the heaven and earth. Then, they disappeared into the horizon. Xianxia was about to soar into the sky, but Xianxia grabbed his arm and said, "Don't go." She was worried for her older brother. She knew that those two were both heaven-warping geniuses, comparable to the divine king body. She didn't want him to participate. Duanda said, "Fairy Yao, aren't you worried for the Alcade Saint Child?" Yaoxi smiled sweetly and said, "You're asking why I didn't go over to help, right? If I helped, he would definitely refuse. In a sense, the Great Emperor qualification battle has begun. He won't need my help." Great Emperor qualification battle. Xianxia's eyes became even more resplendent. The divine light on the surface of his body burned like a raging fire. My blood is also boiling. Unfortunately, my talent is average and I can't compete. Duanda shook his head. Little Daoist, why are you silent? Xianxia asked. The Great Emperor qualification battle is too far away from me. It's useless to think about it now. Yifan shook his head. In the next few days, Duanda led the others to dig up hundreds of ancient tombs, but they still found nothing. There were no clues about the 9 secrets. Only now did they understand why Duanda cooperated with them. It was a worthwhile trade to find a godly monarch Saint Child and a Alcade Saint Child to do hard labor. Duanda, you've been instructing us to dig up tombs everywhere these past few days. We're almost going to turn over these ancient tombs. Are you confident? Xianxia asked in a low voice. He couldn't stand the future divine king doing this all day. He felt that Duanda was tricking them. Don't you have an important clue left behind by Guy Jirio? Yaoxi was also a little dissatisfied. Don't worry, I can definitely find it. The clue left behind by Guy Joyo is very precious. I'm currently searching along this line. Otherwise, do you think that we can still find the ruins of Li City after 15,000 years? 5 days later, Duanda revealed an excited expression and said, I found it. Did you find the tomb of that ancient family? Jiziyue asked. No, I found the ruins of Li City from 15,000 years ago. Duanda answered. It was a desolate plain with nothing but rubble everywhere. It was more than 200 kilometers away from the current Li City. What's the use of finding the ruins of Li City? It's not the tomb of that ancient family. Duanda's face was flushed and said, we can use this city to determine their tomb area. It shouldn't be too far away. The range is much more accurate. The world is so big. Don't tell me you want us to turn the surrounding area upside down? The few of them revealed murderous gazes at him. Don't worry. The ancients were very particular about tombs and wouldn't bury people randomly. I have some experience in this field and can determine a few main locations. On this day, Duanda determined 54 places with good feng shui around the old Li City. However, on this day, other people rushed over from this area. We met an expert. Someone made the same judgment as me. Duanda cried out in alarm. The number of people multiplied on the second day. This area was filled with figures and cultivators. Oh. No, the 9 secrets is indeed world-shocking. Many eccentric people who know about tombs have been invited. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find this place. Duanda frowned. So, Taoist priest, you are also an eccentric person? Yaoshi smiled. To put it bluntly, I am indeed an expert in the field of tombs. You guys should know that even the demon emperor Xin tomb didn't trap me. The few of them knew that he wasn't lying. In these 2 days, they dug up 18 selected places with good feng shui. In the end, they were either empty or the tombs of other ancient people. Oh no, we chose 54 places and 27 were dug up by others. As expected, we met an expert. Duanda's expression was uncertain. There were only 9 burial areas left and 9 tombs to be dug up. If there were no accidents, the mausoleum of the ancient aristocratic family would very likely see the light of day again. Let's hurry up and get ahead of them. Otherwise, others will get there before us. Duanda was anxious. He determined that an expert had arrived. On this day, more and more people came. Almost all the cultivators smelled the scent and rushed to this old site. Suddenly, Duanda wiped some dust on his face and used the bone-shrinking technique to change his appearance. Changing his appearance like this couldn't change the source of things like the secret technique recorded in the Book of Origin, but it was enough to confuse ordinary people. Only now did Ji Fan discover that Wu Zhongtian had appeared not far away. He, Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and Jiang Huiran had arrived at this area. Duanda had dug up someone's ancestral tomb before and naturally felt guilty. If he was discovered, Wu Zhongtian would definitely come and fight him to the death. Little Peng King. Ji Haoyue's eyes were like lightning as he looked toward the horizon. A golden light streaked across the sky and the little Peng King landed in the distance. Brother, don't fight him today. Ji Ziyue hurriedly pulled him back. Could it be that Yao Guang lost? Yi Fan was puzzled. They probably didn't have a true life and death battle that night. Yaoshi looked into the distance because he sensed Yao Guang's aura. His divine power was still as vigorous as the raging fire in a divine furnace. The people of the Jiang family are here too. Wild beasts roared in the horizon as hundreds of strange beasts rushed over. Powerful knights sat on top of them and their iron clothes flickered. The sky dome rumbled from the trampling of the wild beasts. The divine body of the Ji family is here, I can sense his aura. Ji Haoyue's body was dazzling like a divine rainbow. A bright moon hung high above his head. In the sky, the hundreds of knights rushed over and landed on the horizon in the distance. Everyone felt a pair of blazing eyes sweep over them as if they could penetrate into their bones. It was definitely the divine body of the Jiang family. The top experts of the younger generation could sense each other. Once a battle started, it would definitely be earth-shattering. They all had the qualifications to walk the path of the great emperor. Melodious music, mist, and flower petals danced in the air. A group of white-clothed girls appeared in this world like fairies. I didn't expect the people of the Jade Lake to come too. Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes emitted a strange luster. Jiziyue was astonished and said, the Jade Lake has always stood aloof from worldly affairs and almost never participated in disputes. This time, they actually sent people for the 9 secrets. The Saintess of the Jade Lake personally came. Oh no, I feel that something is wrong. I don't want to stay here any longer. Duanda wanted to retreat. What do you mean, Daoist? Xiaoxi asked. Duanda said to Yi Fan, let's run. They are all people with powerful backgrounds. We are poor second generations. Even if we get something here, we can only help others. Daoist, you worry too much. We are allies. How could we harm you? Xiaoxi smiled. Forget it. The younger generation has appeared. Those old guys must be here too. They are watching in the dark and will jump out at the crucial moment. Duanda's expression was very ugly. There are only 9 big tombs left. Daoist, are you going to give up just like that? Ji Haoyue said, don't worry. With me here, your life will be safe. It was almost certain that one of the 9 big tombs belonged to that ancient family. Duanda was hesitant. Boom. It was as if there were thousands of horses galloping. Dozens of ancient chariots rolled across the sky, rumbling and causing the sky to tremble. Another holy land, and they are all young experts. Woo! The horn was deafening. The clouds in the sky were scattered. A huge golden battleship flew over. It was hundreds of meters long and dazzling with golden light. Duanda sighed, will all the lands of the great sage come? Yi Fan also spoke, saying, why are they all from the younger generation? This is probably arranged by all sides. They want the younger generation to have a real battle to see who is stronger and who is weaker, Xiaoxi analyzed. Yes, it's not that the old people didn't come. They just didn't show up. I'm afraid the battle for the 9 secrets will start among the younger generation first. Duanda cursed his bad luck. Brother, is that so? Jiziyue asked worriedly. Ji Haoyue's fighting spirit was high. Divine power surged all over his body. A divine moon rose up and intimidated all directions. He nodded, yes, it seems like today is the day to decide who is stronger. Let's see who will be invincible in the eastern wilderness in the future. At the same time, many cultivators of the Jiang family also erupted with fighting spirit. The Jiang family's divine physique had finally come into being. On the other side, the Yaoguang saint was like a sun god. He stood alone and shone with tens of thousands of rays of light. In the distance, the little Pung King let out a long cry. His golden hair danced in the wind. His tall and sturdy body had an incomparable demonic nature. Terrifying waves shook out, and he looked like he was the only one in the world. The Li city that had existed for 15,000 years was now only a pile of rubble, submerged under the dust and sand. Almost nothing was left. A large number of cultivators appeared in the ruins. The little Peng, Jiang clan's divine body, Alcade Saint Child, and Ji Haoyue stood in 4 directions. They were full of battle intent and looked down on the world like 4 deities. In the horizon, giant divine ships moved across the sky. War chariots arrived one after another, this region of the heavens continuously shaking. The Holy Land of Great Yin and the Holy Land of All Beginnings. Yaoxi's eyes shot out divine light. 2 pairs of incomparably sharp eyes shot out from the divine ship and the ancient chariot respectively. It was as if their gazes could pierce into one's bones. They were so powerful that it caused people to tremble. The successors of these 2 holy lands were truly frightening. The Holy Land of Great Yin and the Holy Land of All Beginnings had great origins. The words Great Yin and Holy Land of All Beginnings had extraordinary meanings. They were both the oldest holy lands of the eastern wasteland. Suddenly, boundless purple energy came from the east. It was indescribably noble and holy as it enveloped the east. Purple energy came from the east. It was ethereal and majestic. Since ancient times, it had always been called an auspicious and holy omen. A floating immortal palace appeared, riding on the purple energy. It was hazy and the surroundings were filled with purple splendor. The entire heaven and earth were dyed in a layer of immortal intent. The purple mansion Holy Land has sent people. Duanda squinted his eyes. They didn't ride chariots or divine ships. They directly used a purple immortal palace to travel through the air. It was a shocking sight. The purple mansion was said to be the residence of immortals. A sect that dared to name itself this way was naturally powerful. Without a sound, a Taoist temple appeared in the sky. It was boundless, as if it had been standing here since ancient times. Many people didn't notice when it appeared. It wasn't grand and didn't have any pearls or jade decorations. It was completely made of ordinary bluestone. It was simple and unadorned, but it gave people the feeling that the great Tao was boundless. The Tao Yixing also sent people. Jizu's mouth was wide open. She was very surprised. The purple immortal palace floated in the sky. The ancient Taoist temple didn't move at all. The two great sages sent many young disciples. They were all wearing Taoist robes. Many of them were female Taoists. However, the strongest among them didn't release any powerful divine power. They all stood quietly in the sky without any expression. It was obvious that they had no intention of fighting at this moment. At the old site of Li City, other than the Jiang family, the Ji family, the Alcade, and the Jade Pool, the other holy lands were also rushing over. The 9 secrets shocked the whole world. This masterless divine technique made everyone unable to sit still. The roars of the wild beast shook the heavens and earth. In the distant sky, other than Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and Jiang Huiran, a few more youths arrived, overlapping with them. The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the northern region had all arrived. Boom! A sinister-looking ancient ship that was 1,000 zhang in length appeared. It was like a primordial vicious beast, its dragon head held high, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The fiend race had sent out experts. Behind the 1,000 zhang ancient ship, there were dozens of battleships, protecting the surroundings. Yan Ryu stood on the ancient ship, hovering in the air, observing everything. Beside her, there were 3 young demonic cultivators standing side by side with her. The 9 secrets shocked the world. More and more people arrived. Other than the Holy Lands, all the major powers also sent people over. No one would miss this opportunity. The 9 secrets had no master, whoever obtained them could have them. Duanda smiled, future divine king of the Ji family, didn't you want to fight? The great sage has appeared one after another. Although you have a divine body and can fight one person, you definitely won't be able to defeat so many people. Plus, some of them might not be weaker than you. Fat Taoist, don't provoke my brother. Jizu grinned at Duanda. The 9 secrets haven't appeared yet, so I don't think anyone will attack. Ji Haoyue was very calm. All of his battle intent was restrained, and his divine power also calmed down like water. As a divine king, he could clearly feel the strong murderous intent and the true threat. Once the 9 secrets appeared, the great battle would begin. It would be the first great emperor battle. After a while, everyone restrained their murderous intents. This area was actually very calm. As expected, Eastern Baron is welcoming a golden age. Geniuses are appearing at the same time. If none of them die, there will be hundreds of flowers contending for supremacy. Duanda sighed. I'm afraid many people won't have the same thoughts as you. Yaoshi smiled like a spring breeze, beautiful to the extreme. Heaven-warping geniuses, 1 or 2 is enough. If there are 5 or 6 or more, then I'm afraid that it will be a type of disaster and tragedy. It's hard to imagine how desperate the future clashes will be. She seemed to be uninvolved and didn't want to participate. However, Yifan knew that Yaoshi wasn't simple. If they really fought, her strength would be terrifying. She had an incomparably strong divine sense that wasn't weaker than his. This was a terrifying trump card that others didn't know about. Duanda cursed, these bastards are so cunning. Just now, they purposely released their murderous intent to suppress everyone. Now, they are secretly sending people to snatch the last 9. He had a total of 54 tombs and they were all around the Li City ruins. Now, everyone was moving and 45 of them had been excavated. There were only 9 left. Let's go, we need to act quickly or others will beat us to it. Yifan felt that everything else was meaningless. He didn't care if they fought to their deaths. The most important thing now was to find the 9 secrets. Finally, the remaining 9 tombs were almost all occupied. Yi Fan's group rushed over and didn't cause a huge battle. They successfully occupied a region. This was all because of Ji Haoyue. Now, he was one of the 2 God King physiques in the Eastern Baron. Almost no one dared to fight against him. Even those who could stand on equal footing with him didn't want to fight a life and death battle now. Other than the Holy Lands and the demon race, the people from the other sects naturally avoided at the first moment. The God King physique was evident. His invincible immortal might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Daoist, do you have confidence in choosing this place? Xianxia asked. Duanda's expression was calm. I am proficient in the study of tombs and have some experience. I feel that out of the 9 tombs, this place has the highest chance of finding the 9 secrets. Do you have any proof? Yi Fan asked. Look, the terrain here is very special. Duanda pointed at the boundless tombs. This place was in the shape of a staircase, rising gradually as if one was going to reach the sky. In the distance, there was a dragon-like river that surged and roared. Standing here and looking into the distance, it did indeed make one feel comfortable. The terrain is like ascending to the sky step by step, and there is a silver dragon sweeping past. This is the famous silver dragon sweeps the skyland. Hearing this, the few of them looked over. It was indeed similar to what he said. It really looked like a silver dragon sweeping the sky. Ordinary people definitely can't be buried in such a place. Those who can enter this tomb are mostly people with great backgrounds. In the past, the ancient family that cultivated the 9 secrets was the most noble in Li City. That's why I feel that this place is worth digging. Digging graves with proof. Daoist, you really know a lot. You must have robbed many tombs to practice, right? Ji Ziyue gritted her teeth and asked. Rumble. A loud sound came from the ground. The few of them forcefully opened a path underground, penetrating into the depths of the earth. However, they did not encounter an ancient tomb even after going more than 100 meters underground. It was all rocks and dead soil. It did not look like a place where people were buried. Daoist, you've got the wrong place. There is no ancient tomb here. It's just an empty space. The few of them were very disappointed. No, there must be something down there. More than 10,000 years have passed. It's impossible that no one has been buried in this treasured land. Duanda insisted on digging. After digging another 300 meters, there was finally a loud rumble. It was extremely hollow. They had dug deep underground. Duanda was right. There was an ancient tomb in the depths of the earth, and it was very large. A wave of Yin Qi rushed up immediately. Retreat. The few of them flew back and rushed to the surface. The filthy Qi sealed underground was fine for thousands of years, but if it was more than 10,000 years, it might even turn a cultivator's life into nothingness. How is it? What did I say? Everything is as expected. Duanda's face was flushed. At this moment, it was already dusk. The last trace of the setting sun was about to disappear. The few old crows were not afraid of people and cawed nonstop on the dead wood. Daoist, can we go in now? Xianxia asked. Wait a little longer. We'll go in after the sun sets, Duanda replied. Why? Ji Ziyue did not understand. I'm afraid there's something down there. Let's not go in yet and let it come out. He was calm and collected, looking very experienced. Looks like Daoist has entered many tombs. The few of them did not know what to say. Rumble. The sound of thousands of horses galloping came from the depths of the earth. It was extremely loud and terrifying. It was like a deafening tsunami. Then, a cold and gloomy aura rushed up to the sky. It was as if winter had come. Even as a cultivator, they could not help but shiver. Oh no, this big curtain is not simple. There's something extremely vicious inside. I'm afraid it's very terrifying. Boom. Roiling Yin energy rushed up to the sky and dyed the sky black. It was as if endless dark clouds had surged over and covered the sky. It's even more terrifying than I imagined. There are great monsters down there that have turned into demons, and there are many of them. There will most likely be existences that we cannot deal with. Duanda's expression was uncertain. Such a huge commotion naturally alerted everyone, and many cultivators rushed over. Even Xianxia with the godly monarch physique could not intimidate them. The little Peng, Alcade Saint, and the others had also arrived. The top young experts of the Dian, Wanshu, Daoi, Jiang family, Zifu, and other great sages' lands all rushed over. Then, the leading figures of the monster race appeared one after another. The various sects and the descendants of the 13 great bandits swarmed over, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Boom! Just as the sun set and night fell, a hair-raising sound came from the depths of the earth. It was hard to describe what was inside. Then, roiling energy rushed up to the sky like endless dark clouds and sealed the sky. Rumble, 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 a magnificent army galloped forward. The great earth trembled violently. In the next quarter of an hour, troops of soldiers rushed out one after another, killing intent soaring into the heavens. These people were all riding on all types of savage beasts. They held spears in their hands and wore ancient iron clothes that flickered with cold light. Powerful shady people and horses, how can there be so many of them? Many people cried out in alarm. In just a short period of time, there were already several thousand shady people and horses that rushed out, shaking heaven and earth. The energy was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Moreover, these people were still continuously rushing out from the surface. There are too many of them. Moreover, these shady people are all extremely powerful. How are we going to deal with them? Everyone's expressions changed. Just how large is the underground ancient tomb? So many shady people and horses actually rushed out at once. It is hard to imagine how many more there are below. What exactly is controlling them? End of chapter 282. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.